19 years ago, a spatial gate suddenly opened right above Earth. That event brought countless monsters from another world flooding onto this planet. From that moment on, humanity began to awaken special abilities and were called players. Other players quickly rose to wealth by hunting monsters for money, their lives changing in the blink of an eye. This young man was also a player, but his situation was completely different. Every day, he still went to the construction site to work as a laborer just to make ends meet. Our main character is named Hyun Sung. 3 years ago, Hyun Sung's father suddenly fell gravely ill, forcing him to drop out of school to earn money. He once thought his entire life would only revolve around being an ordinary, unknown person. However, one day he unexpectedly awakened a rare power in this world. The chance of obtaining that ability was extremely low. Yet Hyun Sung discovered that his starting level was only level 1. Meanwhile, most newly awakened players were already at level 10. The gap was truly enormous. Compared to them, his stats were clearly inferior. His luck truly had not smiled on him at all. Setting aside that sadness, Hyun Sung took a stroll around the system item shop. He bought a pill that increased his abilities. Along with it was a skill book to improve his strength. But right after completing the payment, the system immediately deducted a 20% service fee, charging him without mercy. The next morning, Hyun Sung went to the Player Association to complete the card registration process. However, the receptionist believed he was too old to have just awakened. Hearing that, Hyun Sung looked into a mirror and could not help but be startled. Reflected back at him was the face of a middle-aged man. It turned out the currency used in the system was the player's lifespan. After selling off a few unnecessary items, his face gradually returned to normal. Even so, after selling the items, the system still deducted its fee without missing a single coin. A 20% commission was truly unpleasant. However, there was one thing Hyun Sung was completely unaware of. The items he sold had actually been purchased by people from another dimension. In a distant and unfamiliar place, a girl was sitting in a pavilion in the middle of a lake. On the table in front of her were the goods she had just bought from Hyun Sung. Among them stood out a smartphone. Since it was her first time seeing such a device, she had no idea how to use it. After fumbling around for a while, she gradually became more familiar with it, and eventually she became adept at taking selfies like any other girl. In the Castle of Darkness, another demoness also tried buying a few of Hyun Sung's items. Finding them strange, she even posted them for resale. At that moment, the demoness was intently staring at a game console, because it operated without magic, which made her extremely curious. After tinkering with it for a while, she learned how to play and became engrossed all day without getting bored. Every time she lost, she showed clear irritation. Her bitter attitude was no different from gamers in the real world. The next day, Hyun Sung suddenly received complaint feedback from customers. The system warned that if he received too many complaints, his credibility score would drop, and he could even be suspended from trading. He checked and saw that all the goods he had listed were completely sold out. At first, he had thought no one would buy them. He never expected them to sell so well. This time, Hyun Sung decided to raise the prices slightly to increase his profits. But before his joy could fully settle, more complaints continued to arrive. Out of 20 items sold, as many as 14 were reported by customers. As a result, Hyun Sung's account was locked from trading for 3 days. He discovered that customers complained because the phone only worked for 6 hours before shutting off. In reality, it had merely run out of battery, but the buyers did not know how to charge it. In short, all the trouble stemmed from customers not knowing how to use the products. If he did not resolve everything within a week, he would be suspended from doing business for up to 3 months. From those responses, Hyun Sung realized his customers were not from Earth. Perhaps they came from a world where technology was still extremely backward. If so, trading in technological products would certainly be a highly promising business opportunity. He planned to source cheap goods from e-commerce platforms, then resell them at higher prices to earn the difference. However, at present, Hyun Sung's wallet only held a few meager coins. His dream of making easy money still seemed far away. During the suspension period, he returned to the construction site to work and earn a living. Perhaps few awakened individuals struggled as much as Hyun Sung. 3 days passed, and the ban was lifted, leaving him immensely relieved. Now he could continue auctioning items on the system, but ironically, as soon as he reopened sales, he received more negative feedback. He had barely returned before encountering a string of demanding customers. This time, all 20 previous items were reported as faulty by buyers. In the end, Hyun Sung was locked out of trading for another 4 days. The reason remained the same: customers did not know how to use the products but blamed the seller. During the second 4-day ban, he continued manual labor to earn his living expenses. In his spare time, Hyun Sung carefully reviewed the problematic orders. For those who did not know how to use the items, he patiently guided them again. For items that had run out of energy, he sent extra batteries so they could continue using them. The 5th day, he had properly resolved 6 faulty orders. Today, Hyun Sung was determined to complete the official player registration. To obtain an ID, he had to attend a 3-week training course at the training center, also known as the Fighter Academy. The If a player failed the final examination, they would not be issued an ID card. Anger does not guarantee anyone survives in the dungeon. Among the trainees, Hyun-sung performed the best. Even the judges rated him very highly. However, a few envious ones thought Hyun-sung was only pretending to be dangerous. To the jealous, he merely smiled and ignored them. 3 weeks of training at the Fighters Academy had concluded. Hyun-sung received an ID card issued by the Korea Players Association. His goal was to quickly earn money to cure his father's illness. That afternoon, Hyun-sung went to buy equipment to prepare for the dungeon. Equipment here was expensive. He rented a set of armor and a mid-tier sword, costing over 700,000 won. In addition, the dungeon entry fee was 200,000 won per hour. The dungeon Hyun-sung chose was the Rabbit Den. This was a medium-level dungeon from 1 to 5, suitable for beginners like him. This time, Hyun-sung planned to hunt rabbit mobs alone. The dungeon manager considered his action quite risky. Few players go alone. Usually they hunt monsters in groups. One slip could cost a life or a permanent disability. Finding a reliable group helps reduce risks and hunt more efficiently. That boy went alone. He needed to experience life and death closely to understand. Immediately, Hyun-sung entered the rabbit den. At that moment, a group was fighting a giant rabbit mob. They seemed inexperienced and clumsy. They were not yet skilled in combat and coordinated movements. The rabbit, though low level, was extremely ferocious. It took them nearly 10 minutes to defeat it. Hyun-sung realized his stats were enough to go solo, and he activated invisibility to explore the dungeon. In the dungeon, members of the COU guild were also hunting rabbit mobs. Soo-hee with short hair and Jisoo with long hair. Accompanying them were a man and a woman, confident in their skills. Soo-hee accepted a mission to hunt the Rabbit King. She considered it ordinary, as the Rabbit King was just a normal monster. The group noticed someone going alone. Hyun-sung. Soo thought he had lost his teammates, hence going solo. But Soo-hee did not think so. She sensed something unusual. Hyun-sung had not a scratch on him. Moreover, his armor was rented. Based on this, Soo-hee guessed Hyun-sung was a newcomer. He found a way to hunt rabbit mobs easily without being noticed by using invisibility. Approaching from behind, players can gain experience and items if they hunt high-level monsters. However, hunting monsters 20 levels lower yields no experience, and damage converts to less energy stone. After using the strategy to bite and stun the rabbits, Hyun-sung obtained 5 energy stones, yet he quickly realized he was still level 1. He thought it might be due to insufficient experience to level up, but after 5 hours of hunting, defeating many rabbits, he remained level 1, which was perplexing. Even after hunting a total of 300 rabbits, he only earned the Rabbit Hunter title. His level stayed the same. Hyun-sung did not know that his hunting method had attracted Soo-hee's attention. He killed the rabbit mobs in a single strike. Once or twice could be luck, but not repeatedly. He managed to defeat all others in one strike as well. Even when targeted by monsters, he had to reveal his skills. Afterwards, Soo-hee and Jisoo proactively approached Hyun-sung. They introduced themselves as dungeon guardians and asked his level, if he did not mind. To avoid trouble as a level 1, he refused to answer. Soo-hee revealed she and Jisoo came from the COU Guild. This was a great guild sponsored by the Shell EU Corporation, famous across Korea. If I could see your status window, I would help you join the COU Guild. If he allowed them to see, they would suspect because level 1 but high stats, using many skills. Hyun-sung refused, saying he'd not want to join any guild. However, Soo-hee still gave him a business card. If he changes his mind, contact this number. Afterwards, Hyun-sung took a taxi to the Blood Tiger dungeon. As the name suggests, this was the lair of red-furred foxes like Blood. Using the old strategy of invisibility and backstabbing, Hyun-sung hunted many blood tigers in the dungeon. After hunting 300 foxes, he only earned the Blood Tiger Hunter title, still level 1. Though his level did not change, luckily his strength increased. By the end of the day's hunt, Hyun-sung collected many energy stones. When players wish to leave the dungeon, they must report results to the manager. Place all items, including mana stones, into the right basket. Hyun-sung collected many stones and a rare skill book. The total value of all magic stones was 840,000 won. The center would contact him when the book sold. In less than a day, Hyun-sung earned nearly 1 million won. He silently thought he should rent nearby. Commuting took too much time. A few days later, Hyun-sung hunted a total of 5,000 blood tigers. He earned the Blood Tiger Assassin, Celestial rank, the first to reach this level. Hyun-sung's stats increased greatly, but his level remained 1. Soon after, he hunted 10,000 blood tigers, earning the Blood Tiger Assassin, Legendary rank. The reward he received was all stats increased by 40 points. Currently, when hunting monsters, Hyun-sung no longer needed invisibility yet still defeated them easily. That evening, Hyun-sung received a message from the center informing him that all of his items had been completely sold out. The next morning, he went to the reception desk to collect the money earned. However, he was shocked to learn that the center had withheld up to 42% of the profit under the pretext of taxes and various fees. It was truly the way capitalists did business, exploiting others worse than a sponge soaking up water. Just by hunting in low-level dungeons, every 10 days Hyun Sung could earn around 10 million won from mana stones, which meant reaching 100 million a month was not difficult. If he kept it up steadily, he would soon be able to buy the alchemy furnace he had always wanted. In the past, Hyun Sung's family circumstances had never been well off. His parents had worked tirelessly from dawn to dusk just to afford tuition for him and his older sister. But from now on everything would turn in a different direction because he had awakened as a player. Hyun Sung's mother worked as a laborer at an electronics factory and often did not finish her shift until late at night. That evening he stood waiting in front of the factory gate to pick her up. Seeing the deep wrinkles etched into her face and her thinning frame worn down by life's hardships, he could not help but feel a pang in his heart. She said she could not go home yet because she still had to work overtime at the restaurant. She pressed some money into her son's hand, telling him to eat first and that she would cook something delicious for him the next morning to make up for it. But you have not even had dinner yet, why do not eat together? I can eat something simple at work, just go home first. I will go in and help you. You must be very tired already. There is no need, my son. Actually, I came today to tell you something. I have awakened and become a player. So you can quit both the factory and the restaurant now. But that job is very dangerous, is it not? Do not worry, I always put safety first, so you can rest assured and take a break. I cannot quit immediately. Players do not always make money, and at the beginning there are many expenses. Do not worry, I just made a big score. If you do not believe me, take a look. Why is there as much as 1 billion won in the account like this? I found a rare item while hunting and sold it. With this money, we no longer have to worry about father's hospital fees or our debts. Hearing that, his mother was moved to see that her son had grown mature enough to shoulder the family. Thank you so much, my son. After that, his mother still continued her extra shift at the restaurant as usual. She even brought Hyun Sung along and proudly introduced him to her co-workers as her son. There, he rolled up his sleeves to wash dishes and help with small tasks in the kitchen. Everyone admired her for having such an obedient and devoted son. Thank you, Hyun Sung. Thanks to you we can finish our shift earlier today. After finishing work, the two of them returned home, where his older sister, a few years older than him, was waiting. Hyun Sung also told his sister everything about his awakening and the huge amount of money he had earned. He said that from now on the whole family would no longer have to struggle because he would take care of everything, making his sister's eyes turn red. Even so, his mother reminded him not to become too obsessed with making money and forget that safety always came first. No matter what Hyun Sung chose, his family would always be the support behind him. A few days later, he began to grow bored of hunting low-level monsters like horned rabbits and blood tigers. He decided to test himself in a new dungeon inhabited by blood-sucking bats from level 10 to 15. This species lived in flocks, small in size but considered quite difficult for newcomers to handle. Without a guild or high-level players supporting them, few people dared to hunt here. As soon as he stepped inside, Hyun Sung saw the cave ceiling swarming with countless bats. The first thing he did was activate his protective shield. Next, he deliberately made himself bleed to lure the bats over. Catching the scent of blood, the bats in the cave immediately stirred. They became frenzied and rushed toward him all at once. Without the slightest hesitation, Hyun Sung cast a fireball and hurled it straight into the swarm. An explosion rang out, wiping out dozens of bats in the blink of an eye. Thanks to the protective shield, he was almost completely unharmed. This fireball skill was truly stronger than he had expected. He continued applying that tactic to eliminate the bats. After killing a total of 300, he received the rare title Blood-Sucking Bat Hunter. The accompanying reward was a vampire sword capable of draining enemies' blood to restore its owner's HP and mana. Even though it was only a weapon, its value was no less than 2 skills combined. When eliminating large numbers of weak monsters, there was also a chance of rare-grade equipment dropping. After a week of grinding, Hyun Sung collected countless magic stones from the blood-sucking bats. He even picked up a rare-grade vampire cloak. Today he decided not to enter the dungeon, and instead give himself a rest. He suddenly told his mother that he wanted to buy a house, making her worried. Are you sure about spending such a large sum at once? There are still so many things to worry about ahead. Do not worry, I will calculate carefully and not let myself get into trouble. In the end, Hyun Sung chose a high-end apartment in the city center with an area of more than 100 square meters. The apartment was fully furnished, and they could move in and live there immediately. On the occasion of the housewarming, his mother happily went into the kitchen. She prepared a simple yet warm and delicious meal for the whole family. The next day, while hunting in the dungeon, Hyun Sung unexpectedly ran into Soo-hee again. She introduced herself as the vice captain of Team 1 of the Seo Guild. You spare me a little of your time. Going back 1 week earlier, someone had exclaimed, what exactly is with this guy? The Seoul Guild master, Maji-hun, noticed that among the mana stones he had sold, at least 10,000 had been obtained by him personally. Perhaps he possessed some special skill, most likely one capable of breaking the level 20 limit. This matter must be kept absolutely secret. I will send someone to approach and negotiate with him. If there is any information about him, report it to me immediately. Yes, Guildmaster. Did not reveal this news to any other guild, did you? Those belonging to the Guildmaster's faction are unaware, including Jisoo. At that moment, Hein Sung was asking Soo-hee why she knew his name and how she had found him when a man suddenly appeared. It is a pleasure to meet you, Hein Sung. If you do not mind, can we speak somewhere more private? Hyun Sung showed indifference and said he had no interest in talking. The other man then reminded him to think carefully, lest he regret it later. Let me introduce myself. I am Jin Sung, captain of Recruitment Team 1 of the COU Guild. Why do you want to meet me? Naturally, to invite you to join us. Our guild once ranked among the top 3 largest in Korea. I do not intend to join the Seoul EU Guild, but if I were to join, what would the IGU be? When you join, we will assess your stats and skills to make an appropriate offer. However, the guaranteed minimum is a signing bonus of 10 billion won and an annual salary of 1 billion won. Hyun Sung found that this treatment far exceeded expectations for a rookie like him, especially when he had not displayed any skills in front of them. Could it all be because of that mana stone? Yet a guild on the scale of Shell EU would never set its sights on such a trivial personal resource. Hyun Sung had a feeling Jin Sung was hiding something unclear. When the other party even asked to see his status window, Hyun Sung immediately decided to refuse the invitation to join. Next day, Hyun Sung entered the dungeon to try his luck. The monsters here were red-manned hounds, their levels ranging from 15 to 20. In the deepest area of the dungeon, a level 71 player was hunting monsters with his teammates. No one expected their opponent to be a gigantic 3-headed hound, and it had already brought down his companion. The 3-headed hound charged with terrifying speed, leaving him no time to react. By the time he managed to respond, one of his arms had been bitten off. Only then did he realize the 3-headed hound was a dangerous monster beyond expectation. He tried to find a way to retreat from the dungeon, but everything was already too late. In another corner, Hyun Sung was facing an entire pack of red-manned hounds. He wielded the vampire sword, each kill restoring health and mana thanks to its life drain effect. In addition, he unleashed fireballs to burn his enemies. Hyun Sung also unlocked a new skill called Magic Arrow. This move allowed him to attack from a distance with almost perfect accuracy. After killing a total of 300, he received the title Red-Manned Hound Hunter. Thanks to the life drain ability of the sword, Hyun Sung's mana was constantly replenished, so he was almost never exhausted. As he ventured deeper into the dungeon, Hyun Sung encountered a group of players battling red-manned hounds. Their coordination was so seamless that the pack was quickly overwhelmed. Suddenly, a gigantic claw descended from above, sweeping across the entire group. Witnessing such a gruesome scene for the first time, Hyun Sung could not help but feel nauseous. The one that had just slaughtered them was a gigantic 3-headed hound. It stared fixedly at Hyun Sung, its eyes brimming with killing intent. He immediately activated his invisibility skill to escape. However, in front of the 3-headed hound, his stealth proved useless. The monster swung its claw, tearing apart the chest armor of Hyun Sung. If he had not dodged in time, he might have fallen into grave danger. Hyun Sung immediately retaliated with a fireball. However, the fireball only dazzled it briefly without causing significant damage. Realizing the opponent was too resilient, Hyun Sung chose to retreat. The 3-headed hound continued to pursue relentlessly, its speed unbelievably fast. Before long, he was caught and struck in the back. Fortunately, his defensive cloak absorbed most of the damage. After that, Hyun Sung entered the shop and bought a stat-boosting pill at an extremely high price. Once consumed, all his attributes were noticeably enhanced. Because of that, this fireball was strong enough to injure the 3-headed hound. One of its 3 heads was scorched by flames, nearly half of its face burned away. Yet the monster possessed a terrifying regenerative ability. Fireball only caused temporary damage and could not finish it off. Thus, the chase between man and monster resumed inside the dungeon. While fleeing, Hyun Sung searched the shop for a suitable item. He discovered a rare item called the Fire Spear, capable of producing flames that pierced magic. Despite its exorbitant price, in this urgent situation he had no choice but to buy it. Hyun Sung summoned the Fire Spear and hurled it straight at the 3-headed hound. One of its heads exploded instantly under that power. Due to its magic countering attribute, the destroyed head could not regenerate. Without wasting time, Hyun Sung proceeded to deal with the second head, but when the monster was left with only its final head, his mana dropped to just 4%, not enough to use the Fire Spear again. He had not expected that high-grade weapon to consume such terrifying energy. In another area of the dungeon, a group of players noticed something unusual. They saw the corpses of those who had just been slain by the 3-headed hound. Based on the gigantic footprints imprinted on the ground, they concluded this was no ordinary monster, but an enormous threat. Some suggested retreating immediately, while others wanted to stay and warn everyone. The opposing opinions caused a heated argument within the group, returning to the battle between Hein Sung and the three-headed hound. At this moment, the fire spear's magic suppressing effect had ended, and the head was gradually regenerating. Hyun Sung had to finish it before the other two heads fully regrew. The three-headed hound also realized the fire spear in Hyun Sung's hand was extremely dangerous. It avoided direct confrontation, trying to stall for time to recover its body. The two destroyed heads were almost completely restored. With no other choice, Hyun Sung unleashed his final ultimate move. If this move failed, he would hardly escape this perilous situation. After many efforts, Hyun Sung finally managed to bring down the last head of the three-headed hound. You have successfully hunted the high-tier rare monster Graden and obtained the title Graden Hunter. When the three-headed hound's body vanished, Hyun Sung found a book. It was the Book of Immortality, one of the rarest items. Its passive skill allowed all wounds to regenerate automatically, and you would only die if your head was destroyed. That meant as long as he protected his head, Hyun Sung was almost immortal. He had never seen such an overpowered skill in the shop. Though it was only ranked rare, its power was no less than epic or legendary equipment. Moreover, it was one of a kind in the world. After learning the skill from the Book of Immortality, all the wounds on Hyun Sung's body closed instantly. However, this ability consumed the player's stamina in exchange for regeneration. The hunt ended, Hyun Sung's attribute sword worthy of a day of relentless pursuit. In another area, the player alliance appeared after receiving news of a high-level monster causing heavy casualties. Their leader was Shin Jun. She quickly informed everyone. She requested that everyone leave the dungeon immediately because the number of casualties had doubled. Could it be that there was still no clue indicating it was a high-tier monster? I do not see anything else, only that red maned dog wandering around. Wait, I just detected another player. Which direction did they appear from? And how many came with him? Only one. He is completely alone. One, the Alliance is desperately searching for is Hyun Sung. It did not take them long to pinpoint his location inside the dungeon. Are you still alright? I am fine, everything is still under control. You look shaken, you must have run into it, right? A high-level monster that rarely appears in the red dog dungeon. Hyun Sung thought to himself that it would be best to keep quiet about the fact that he had already killed it. He said he had only accidentally seen it. Shin Jun immediately pressed him with questions about where it was, and whether it was still nearby. Realizing he had been a bit too aggressive in his questioning, so Shin Jun promptly handed Hyun Sung a common recovery potion. He quickly realized it was a rare healing medicine, not cheap at all. Its effect was to accelerate the recovery of injuries. I have something else to discuss about the monster I saw. I encountered a gigantic three-headed leopard. Its furch black like ink. I have never seen such a creature before. It was as large as a house and dashed forward at incredible speed. After Hyun Sung pointed out the direction, the group immediately thanked him and hurriedly left that place. They moved so fast that Hyun Sung could not even see clearly, truly the level of experts. Luckily he dealt with that three-headed dog in time. Otherwise, before the Alliance arrived, the number of casualties would have increased significantly. Deep inside the dungeon, standing before the player Alliance was a towering gate. If we step through that gate, will we be able to return safely? Probably. But things could become more serious. Once it has smelled blood, no one knows when it might appear again. First, report to the association. By the way, has the man we met earlier escaped safely? He looked like he had just lost his teammates and survived by luck. In fact, at this moment he was actually overjoyed for obtaining a valuable potion. Everyone stay where you are. Leader, where are you going? I want to go back and check on that player who was left alone. He makes me uneasy. Being alone in the dungeon is extremely dangerous. Then we will wait for you here. Thank you, everyone. When Shin Jun returned to look for Hyun Sung, he discovered that he had already left the dungeon. Perhaps he is safe by now. The next morning, Hyun Sung lay stretched out on the sofa enjoying his day off. He did not feel like doing anything since he had earned quite a bit yesterday. You are home early today. Why does your face look strange? This is bad. I spent too many points yesterday. It is nothing. I am just a little tired. Then I will cook something for you. Sit and rest for a while. While cooking, Hyun Sung's mother suddenly watched the news. News reported that many hunters had died in the dungeon today. So that is why you came home early. I did not even run into it. Do not worry. I think this is too dangerous. You are risking yourself for the family. I am doing it because I love it. I enjoy the feeling of hunting monsters and growing stronger. After the three-headed dog caused heavy losses, the red-maned dog dungeon was temporarily sealed. 2 security personnel lost their lives here. They had no chance to resist. There are traces showing the monster entered this area but no sign of it leaving, the tracker Dongsu concluded. So that means it is still inside the dungeon, even though we have searched everywhere. I do not fully understand either. Continue following the trail first. Cerberus attacked several low-level players here before moving to another area. Something is strange. Cerberus attacked many people yet one survived. He even counterattacked attacked and drove it back. The two sides exchanged many spells. The battle took place right at this spot. Not a whole team but a single individual. I can sense the lingering aura of fire magic. This person must have been extremely fast, perhaps a magic swordsman capable of confronting Severus. Cerberus was severely injured in this area. Blood was splattered everywhere. It could have been caused by a magic swordsman or a mage with exceptional agility. Clearly an extremely powerful magical skill was unleashed, and the monster was slain. No corpse was found, which proves it turned into a magic stone or an item. This is hard to believe, because magic swordsmen are very rare due to the extreme difficulty of that class. Did that person really clear everything alone? Judging by the traces, the level must be at least 24. No one can enter this dungeon alone without team support. There must be something hidden. If he could defeat Cerberus, there would be no reason to hunt in such a low-level dungeon. Did you find any trace of the one who defeated Cerberus? I will try to trace him, but the player trail vanished right after the battle ended. It may take us quite a long time to track him down. This place is not favorable for tracing. Ane was determined to find the one who entered the dungeon that day. She believed he was a true expert, and if that was the case, then they needed to quickly recruit him into the association. The association is managed by the state, while each guild operates independently. In the initial chaotic period, the association held tremendous influence. The association had many members and top-tier skills, but recently the number of new recruits has been steadily declining. In contrast, private organizations have gradually expanded their power. Even those who lacked understanding of dungeons held high positions in the Korean Player Association. They used patriotism as a banner to pay players meager compensation in order to exert influence. Meanwhile, the guilds operated in a completely different manner. They paid players in advance thanks to funding from corporations and benefactors. This very shift forced the association to expand in order to compete. At this moment, Hein Sung was resting at a hotel near the dungeon. He possessed too many magic stones and wanted to store them away to avoid drawing attention. He dared not trust anyone among the players standing at the dungeon gate at that moment. Even when encountering staff, he had to avoid their gaze, wondering why they checked players' belongings so thoroughly. Could it be to verify monsters or something called life seeds? In fact, the main purpose was just to prevent players from hiding earnings and evading taxes. Hyun Sung reminded himself to find a way to stash the magic stones he had collected. Passing by the system shop, he discovered a rather special active skill book. This skill allowed opening a subspace, as long as it contained no living creatures. Despite the steep price, Hyun Sung gritted his teeth and bought it out of necessity. After mastering it, he could directly open the space door with his hand. Looking inside, he was amazed at the size, nearly as large as the self-study room he had stayed in. At night, Hyun Sung returned to the dungeon to hunt monsters. This time it was strange when the dungeon manager saw his name. Upon hearing Hyun Sung, he immediately asked for a fingerprint scan to verify. He did not think much, assuming it was a normal procedure. Inside, Hyun Sung continued hunting red-eyed dogs, raising the total kills to 1,000. As a result, he received the Red-Eyed Dog Hunter title, along with a large amount of magic stones. All of those magic stones were stashed in his secret space. Outside, he kept only a few to avoid suspicion from the guards. At the same time, in a high-rise building, a group was holding a secret meeting. Did any rookie catch Ji-hun's eye? There were, but he hid too well to gather information. I think that is the person we need, said the captain of Sulu Guild's second team. Then explain more clearly. He could enter level 15 to 20 dungeons within 2 months, even hunt alone. Yes, but that is not the most notable point. I suspect Hyun Sung has broken the level 20 cap. Though not completely certain, the probability is high, and it is said that Team 1 once offered a huge recruitment fee. Proposed 100 billion won, equivalent to $83 million, enough to hire any master. However, Team 1 wanted to see the status sheet before signing, and Hyun Sung flatly refused. Ji-hun was known for his hesitation. Because of that hesitation, many young talents were lost. This time, Team 2 would not repeat the mistake. Approach Hyun Sung directly and offer 1 billion won upfront when signing the contract. Do we really have to spend that much? No problem, as long as he signs. The amount will be quickly recouped. If this deal completes, I have a chance to become guildmaster. A few days later, Hyun Sung continued diligently hunting in the dungeon. Thanks to the secret space, he bypassed the manager unnoticed. No one knew exactly how many magic stones he had acquired. When killing monsters, magic stones usually dropped, but occasionally skill books appeared. Among them, Hyun Sung found a rather interesting one. During normal recovery, passive skills help speed up healing. This skill book was famous not only among gamers but also ordinary people for being easy to learn from. Surprisingly, when Hyun Sung tried to acquire the skill, the system reported failure. He had never encountered such a situation, feeling very strange. The reason was that the Immortal book had absorbed the recovery book to upgrade its own ability. However, he did not know exactly how much it upgraded. He had to test to find out. Hyun Sung cut the tip of his finger with his sword. In a short time, the wound fully healed. He realized the Immortal book's healing skill did not increase much. Thus, the Immortal book needed to absorb many skill books to level up. The books were very expensive, about 30 million per copy. Exiting the dungeon, Han Sung received a call from an unknown number. He decided to answer to find out who was on the other end. "Hello, Mr. Han Sung, I am Duong, commander of Seoul EU Guild's second team. I said not to call unless you agreed to my request." "You mean the 100 billion, right? We accept. Let's meet and sign the contract immediately." "Are you serious?" "Yes, I am very serious. We are always honest about money, never lie. I am hunting, so it's inconvenient. Can you send the contract first?" "Of course, I will send it immediately. After reviewing, I will contact you." As soon as he hung up, Hyun Sung received the contract from Shell EU Guild. He took the contract to a lawyer's office for verification. The lawyer evaluated it as a good contract with satisfactory benefits. Some clauses could be abused if the other party had bad intentions. If it damages the guild's reputation, the contract can be cancelled. This is only the guild master's opinion, somewhat unreasonable. The contract can also terminate if the player is weak. This clause is similar. The advance payment was unclear, but penalties were very high. Breaching or unilateral termination required tenfold compensation. In my opinion, if he demands penalty equal to advance and removes unreasonable clauses, there is no loss and the contract can be signed. At this moment, Team 1 called, keeping him busy. Dung asked the lawyer for permission to step out and answer the phone. "Hello, Mr. Hyun Sung. Regarding payment, do you agree to 50 billion? That is still insufficient. I want 100 billion, not 50 billion. I understand, but consider reality. Even if Shell EU is large, agreeing to 100 billion is still risky. 50 billion is the figure I struggled to convince them. I will think, but first can I see the contract? Of course, I will send it immediately." Hyun Sung handed the contract to the lawyer for review. "Is this contract from the same guild as the previous one?" "Yes, how did you know?" "Basic content of the two contracts is the same. Only payment differs, causing less harm but overall similar. Why would the same guild send two different contracts? It seems internal guild conflict wants to make things difficult for him. Seeing how they sent different contracts, the internal conflict seems severe. The lawyer suggested Hyun Sung prolong the review period as long as possible. Hyun Sung returned home and began searching through all data related to the Soyu Guild. Through his investigation, he discovered that Guild Master Ji Hun and Vice Guild Master Dung Sung seemingly could not stand each other. Grasping that weakness, Hyun Sung decided to dig deeper into this conflict. First, he contacted Team 2 to negotiate. He bluntly raised the price to 300 billion because he believed the previous figure was far too cheap. Naturally, Team 2 immediately opposed this demand. But when they heard that Team 1 was also intending to recruit him and was willing to spend as much as necessary, Team 2 immediately changed their stance, accepting all of Hyun Sung's conditions as long as the price was higher than Team 1's offer. After that, Hyun Sung continued by calling Team 1 and repeating the same tactic. In the end, he recorded both conversations and sent the recordings to both sides. Once everything was handled, he threw the phone into the trash and vanished without a trace. A month had passed since the day Hyun Sung sent those recordings. The Guildmaster and Vice Guildmaster each controlled their own faction, causing the guild to split clearly down the middle. They searched dungeon records everywhere to track down Hyun Sung, but found absolutely no trace of him. The two factions began secretly obstructing each other, and the exchange of information within the guild became chaotic. Meanwhile, the instigator of everything, Hyun Sung, had disappeared. As for our main character, he was quietly grinding monsters in a remote dungeon few people knew about. The reason was that the monsters here were tough while the drop rate for good items was miserably low. The residents of this dungeon were frogmen who usually hunted in groups. Hyun Sung's stats had long surpassed the frogmen, so they could do nothing to him. Just a few sword strikes and several fireballs were enough to bring them down. While checking the loot, Hyun Sung suddenly received a complaint from a customer. That man had previously bought a large quantity of rabbit batteries and was now forcing him to cut the price in half. Otherwise, he would continue filing complaints. So he wanted to sabotage his business. Perhaps he should try that other method. On another distant planet, someone had bought up all of Hyun Sung's batteries, and that was the one who continuously sent baseless complaints, that man named Ona. Ona was an awakened individual in that world and quickly rose to become one of the top players on his planet. To obtain an exclusive skill, Ona had to spend an enormous amount of points. Yet no matter how much he accumulated, it always felt insufficient. He had monitored Hyun Sung's store for quite a long time and believed that he had spent all his points to gather special items in his world. Therefore, he bought all the rabbit batteries and several other items, then planned to continuously file complaints. The goal was to have Hyun Sung's store suspended for 3 months. After 3 months, he would repeat the trick many times to force him to lower the price, because new players often feared having their accounts locked. At that time, Ona would buy at a low price and resell at a higher price to earn profit. In the end, he wanted to replace Hyun-sung and monopolize this entire supply source. But Ona did not know that rabbit batteries on Earth were dirt cheap. Every day, Hyun-sung could import and export an almost unlimited quantity of batteries. Ona poured all his savings into buying Hyun-sung's goods, yet his supply was nearly endless, so that man had no choice but to admit defeat after running out of money. Man from the Middle Ages trying to outwit someone from Earth, Hyun-sung merely sneered and treated him like a child. As sales of current items steadily increased, Hyun-sung came up with the idea of selling used goods as well. At that moment, the succubus visited the store and saw that he had just listed a home gaming console for sale, along with a 32-inch television and a series of extremely popular games. The succubus immediately decided to place the order to replace her handheld device. Unexpectedly, Hyun-sung received a call from his mother. Hyun-sung, do you know someone named Seudung from the CU Guild? He claims to be the support team leader of Team 2 from the CU Guild and has come to our house. He is currently standing at the door. Should I hand the phone to him to speak with you? There is no need, Mom. Let me contact him myself. And please do not open the door. I will explain this later. This is Hyun-sung speaking. Hello Hyun-sung, I finally managed to reach you. What are you trying to do? Why did you go to my mother? You are reacting a bit harshly. First calm down. We are concerned about your father's health. This is an important matter, so I only wanted to speak clearly with your family. I am the one who signed the contract, not my mother. But for such an important decision, you should discuss it with your family. You sent me that kind of contract and still say that. What about the contract? What exactly are you uneasy about? Are you truly asking because you do not know, or are you pretending not to understand? I had a lawyer review it and discovered a series of problems. Those are merely clauses for special circumstances. If you have the ability we expect, then there is nothing to worry about. If only the contract did not require me to open my status window, how good that would be. He feared that the CU Guild would not easily accept that request. If that is all, then I will hang up. After this call, I will also change my number, so calling again will be useless. And if you dare to come to my mother again, I will not let it slide. How dare he speak to me so rudely like that? Team leader, have you determined his location yet? I have found it. What do we do now? Inform the Guhane Guild to begin acting. Do not worry, Hyun-sung will not lose his life. I will only break his spirit so that he will voluntarily beg us. After ending the call, Hyun-sung continued returning to the dungeon to hunt monsters. He killed a total of 1,000 frogmen and obtained the title Frogman Slayer. When he left the dungeon, night had already fallen. He did not realize that in the darkness a group was secretly watching. Target is him, yes boss. Begin, remember to keep it clean. Hyun-sung did not return home but continued advancing into the goblin dungeon. He activated his stealth skill to pass the guards at the gate, then launched magic arrows and fireballs to attack. From a distance, the attacks rained down, leaving the goblins no time to react. While picking up the loot, Hyun-sung noticed someone tailing him and asked who was there. A group stepped out, snarling as they demanded who he was to dare cause trouble in their hunting ground. You think you can run wild on our hunting ground? I paid the entry fee just like you. Why do you get to and I do not? We hunt in this area every day, so of course we consider it our territory. Since you stepped onto our land to hunt monsters, you have to hand over mana stones as a toll. No need to hunt monsters anymore, just leave your equipment behind and get lost. Hyun-sung did not expect to run into this kind of bullying thugs in real life. He warned them coldly that they were making a grave mistake, but the others only sneered in contempt, as if you did not understand a word I said. Inside the dungeon, guns, bombs, or modern electronic devices all became useless. If a conflict broke out between players inside the dungeon, even if it led to death, it would be treated as an accident. Everything would be blamed on the monsters, and that rule was always exploited by the wicked. They brazenly robbed others of their items and equipment, even silencing them to cover their tracks. It seems you still do not understand what I said, so let us broaden your horizons. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group drew their weapons and charged straight at Hyun-sung. Now Hyun-sung was no longer a rookie who had just entered the field. His combat skills and the experience accumulated from each battle had tempered him. His previous hunts had made him far superior to his opponents. One by one, they quickly fell under his counterattacks. Seeing his subordinates at a disadvantage, the long-haired leader had no choice but to step forward and face Hyun-sung himself. I should finish you off quickly, but at least leave me one arm. Alright. When he clashed with the leader, Hyun-sung realized the opponent was stronger than he had imagined. His strength was completely different from that of the underlings just now. Both his speed and striking power were a notch above Hyun-sung. Without the shield protecting him, he would have been in an extremely dangerous situation. Wondered why he had been targeted, but for now he had to find a way to retreat. Taking advantage of a moment when the opponent let his guard down, Hyun-sung made his move. He threw a fire spear, creating a blinding explosion. Using the thick smoke and flames as cover, he immediately made his escape. With his hair singed by the flames, the long-haired leader turned purple with rage. That bastard dared to do this to me. He roared and chased after him like a madman. Hyun-sung spun around and unleashed a series of lethal sword strikes. His situation was extremely perilous. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a girl suddenly appeared before them. With a single clean move, she brought down the bandit leader. Hyun-sung was stunned. He did not expect this girl to be so strong. What just happened? Greetings, Mr. Hyun-sung. I apologize for the trouble I caused during our last meeting. Looking at her familiar face, Hyun-sung tried to recall where he had met her before. Then he suddenly remembered that she was the one who had asked about the three-headed dog, and even gave him a rare recovery potion. Hyun-sung bowed in gratitude for being saved from the bandits. Thank you for stepping in to help me. On the contrary, I am the one who should apologize. In truth, I was observing you from the very beginning. I followed you from the moment you accepted the quest. Those people all had suspicious records, so I thought you were tailing them to gather evidence. Was that not the case? No, I only wanted to see how capable you truly are. I am Sin Yun-A, Chief Inspector of the Player Association. I entered this goblin dungeon not to monitor them, but to monitor you. What do you mean by that? Let us leave the dungeon first and talk. Alright, but you said they had prior records. Does that mean they caused similar trouble before? That is correct. Although there is not enough evidence, several disappearances occurred in other dungeons, and they are suspected to be behind them. On paper they are listed as missing, but we believe they were actually murders. I do not think they initially intended to kill me. Why do you think they would do that? We will find out the reason later. After saying that, Shinjun walked over to the leader and lightly prodded him with a spear. In pain, he immediately woke up, unable to continue pretending to be unconscious. You should have opened your eyes while I was still being gentle. Why did you drag Mr. Hyun-sung into this? What nonsense are you talking about? I was just protecting my teammates from someone causing trouble. Is it appropriate for an association member to assault a high-level player like this? You even attacked me while I was unconscious. I will report you to the media and the police. How did you know I belonged to the association? I thought you were still unconscious. Are you truly foolish or just pretending? Do you not know where you are standing? This is a dungeon. No matter what I do to you, you will not leave any evidence. Do you think Mr. Hyun-sung, the one your group ambushed, would report me on your behalf? If you do not want this place to become the burial ground for you and your accomplices, obediently stay silent and come with us. I will spare your life, only while you still have value. Are you threatening me, an association member intimidating an ordinary player? This man still did not seem to understand his situation. Mr. Hyun-sung, could you allow us to speak in private for a moment? Yes, take as long as you need. When you leave, make sure no one else is lingering around here. Leave this place quickly, otherwise there will be serious trouble. Sis, I was only joking. That last move was my mistake. Can I redo it? What exactly was their true objective? Could it be that the COU Guild was pulling the strings behind the scenes? I have to become stronger. In this dungeon, even the association may not be absolutely trustworthy. I thought that once I became a player, I could handle everything on my own. A few minutes later, Shinjun returned after finishing the interrogation of the leader. I heard them confess that they received money from the COU Guild. Their plan was to deal with you and then pretend they knew nothing. Fortunately, I subdued them in time and gathered evidence. With this, we can track down and deal with the Cell Guild. That night, the entire gang was handed over to the police. They would have to pay for what they had done. The next morning, Hyun-sung accepted an invitation to Shinjun office. Excuse me, why did you want to see me? Was it because of the three-headed dog? But how did you know I entered the goblin dungeon? I reviewed the records at the dungeon gate. That is not illegal, is it? Not at all. The association has the authority to access and intervene when necessary, although only authorized personnel can conduct inspections. This was only an unofficial investigation, so I quietly followed you into the dungeon to assess your abilities. I apologize for not intervening sooner when the incident occurred. So you want to test where my limits are correct. That is right. After witnessing your skill set, I can confirm that you are the one who defeated Severus. If I eliminated Cerberus and kept it secret, would that be considered a violation? Of course not. The association sought you out to grant a worthy reward. In addition, we have a proposal. It is an invitation to join, correct, but I do not wish to belong to any organization. I expected you would say that, but please hear the terms first, especially the recruitment fee. We are prepared to pay 100 billion won like the COU Guild, along with numerous benefits, when you operate under the association's name. Weapon rental fees will also be completely waived, but is the condition that I must make my status window public. No, we only require you to pass a simple test. When activating the skill, you will first be asked whether you accept. Please agree to the truth contract. The truth contract skill is now being activated. Now you may sit comfortably and answer my questions. You truly awakened only 3 months ago. That is correct. Do you know how to break through the level 20 limit? No. I know you are around level 140. Why are you hunting in low-level dungeons? You possess a unique skill. Correct, you are required to answer this question. Is there a special reason you choose to hunt low-level monsters? Yes. Can you share that unique skill with others? No. Did you use that unique skill to break the level 20 restriction? Yes. Good, that concludes it. Do we need to conduct it again? I think there is no need. I have no further questions because you have spoken the entire truth. So you truly possess a unique skill. Could it be that you also possess a unique skill? That is correct, but I cannot disclose the details to you. So I am not the only one? Do not be too disappointed. A unique skill is inherently meant for a single individual. Moreover, those who possess such skills all stand at the top tier of the rankings. Does that mean Shinjun is also among the top ranks? I thought you were only a senior manager. There is information kept confidential from the media. No matter how strong you are, you cannot know everything, especially data regarding those who possess unique skills. It is protected under national security law. Is it acceptable for you to tell me this? Since we are about to be on the same boat, it is fine. I never said I would join the association. That would be difficult from the moment you admitted to having a unique skill. You have almost no other choice. What do you mean by that? Do not be so tense. This is no longer an ordinary recruitment, but a national-level exclusive contract of the Player Association. These terms have never been applied to contracts outside the national level. The obligations are minimal, and compensation for emergency missions is far above the average. Not only are there deployment allowances in case of incidents, but ownership of magic stones and the trade of items are also guaranteed. However, there is one controversial clause. Is this not a lifetime contract, also known as a binding contract? Not every member of the association has to sign this type of contract, correct? If everyone were offered this, we would go bankrupt. This special condition exists because of your unique skill, Hyun-sung. Even if you hunt low-level monsters, your skill still grows and magic stones still drop, meaning you can always level up. This is an opportunity to recruit someone who could become the strongest in the world. No one would hesitate over money at a time like this. Can I adjust the contract? You mean the duration? Do you know how many people in the world possess unique skills? I am not sure of the exact number, but according to the government, it is fewer than 80. Before you appeared, I was the only person in Korea with a unique skill. I understand this duration does not suit you, but we cannot let such a rare individual slip away. We also do not want you to fall into the hands of another guild, so the contract extends to the end of your life. Please speak frankly about your wishes. I want to reduce it to 1 year instead of a lifetime. You know that is impossible. Then lower the deposit. For someone in the group of 40, 10 billion is too high. 2-year term in exchange for a 20 billion deposit. After 2 years, if there are no issues, the association will be my priority when renewing. If you do not accept, I will not sign with the Player Association. You intend to seek opportunities overseas. It is just that I do not yet fully understand the association and do not like being bound long-term. But as you can see, the benefits in the contract far exceed the obligations. The advance payment amounts to hundreds of billions. It is truly hard to imagine. But I cannot trade my future for that amount of money. Right now I only need a stable place to stay. Do not have the final authority. I need to report to my superiors. Can you wait a moment? Of course, take your time. We accept your proposal, but with a condition. If you accept an invitation from a foreign association or guild, you must inform the Korean association in advance. Contract is complete. It is a pleasure to cooperate. Likewise. First, you should replace your equipment. All of it is rented gear, correct? The association truly possesses all kinds of equipment and items. If I am an official member, can I rent all of these? Item grade depends on player level, but you are a special case. Once your equipment is repaired, I will explain in detail how the association operates. Let us see which team Hyun-sung is assigned to. You are placed in the inspection team. They are responsible for handling dungeon incidents and resolving disputes between players. I can manage low-level dungeons, but mid-level ones may be difficult. With your current level, I will still consider deployments carefully, so rest assured. Each time you go hunting, simply report the location. I will register the mission at the nearest office. I will issue you a separate card to pay for your housing rental. Is that appropriate? Of course not. If others in the association find out, they will not be pleased, so keep this confidential. Thank you. I have no choice but to give it my all. Only then will you consider renewing the contract with me in 2 years. It seems my work here is also finished. The insurance has been fully processed. You can treat this car as your own and use it. Alright, see you again later. Thinking it over carefully, I still feel that 2 years is truly too short. Perhaps you are dissatisfied, because this is not a lifetime contract. Of course I regret it, I should have kept him at any cost. You merely want to exploit his value. I am not like that at all. I am the president of the Korean Player Association. It is not as if we pay a pittance under lifetime contracts, like in your case. You did that at first. If I had not spoken up, you would not have adjusted any terms. I should have signed a short-term contract like Choi Hyun-sung. You were the first case that helped us discover a unique skill. Without you, everything would still be in the dark. In that case, you should have treated me better. Based on your feedback, we included many attractive benefits in the contract for Hyun-sung. If you had not interfered, we would have persuaded him to sign a lifetime contract for 100 billion won. If that happened, the news would leak, and he would draw the attention of many other forces. Are you threatening me? You once said you would reveal it to another association. I never confirmed it. I only said there was a high chance I would do so. To be blunt, if you had not objected, we would have finalized a lifetime contract at a much cheaper price. You are truly unreasonable. Do you think I did that for personal gain? It was all for this country. The transfer to my mother has been completed. 1 billion won is equivalent to about 18 billion dong. That way, for at least the next 10 years, there is no need to worry about father's medical fees or living expenses. For now, I can only buy one recovery book of each type, because I still have to nurture the Book of Immortality. Let me see how many points it needs to grow stronger. I sold quite a lot of gaming machines. It seems game consoles and notebooks are the hottest items. Cosmetics and perfumes are also selling quite well. I did not expect watches to sell so well. Truly a practical way to show filial devotion. Welcome to the used household appliance store. Is the rechargeable battery functioning well? Everything has been prepared. All the batteries are fully charged. Very good. Next time you will still supply the same quantity. Remember to charge them fully, of course. Please rest assured we always guarantee quality. The exchange points have been deducted through direct payment. If you need more products, please contact us. Use everything, leave about 3 points as reserve. The lowest tier divine medicine costs around 5 million points. Higher tiers go up to 10 million points. To raise all attributes to 200 requires nearly 5 billion points. The remaining 5 billion points will all be invested into the Book of Immortality. Hello Hyun-sung, this is Shinjun. I have gathered sufficient evidence and filed charges against the executive director of Shell EU Guild. They have all been arrested. Even though Shell EU has ties with the prosecution, this time they will find it hard to turn the situation around. Prosecution is very cooperative, probably due to internal conflict. That is right, Guildmaster Ji-hun did not obstruct us. He even provided data, hoping we would handle that group as soon as possible. What about Sungu then? The list of those arrested has not been announced yet, but he will not be able to roam free much longer. His acts of murder and robbery have been confirmed. Turn on the TV and you will see the whole case clearly. In a case involving a major guild, assistant guild leader Sungu has been expelled from Guild XX. He has now been arrested by the police and the player association. This outcome was inevitable. Sungu's faction has also turned their backs on him. You reap what you sow. Thank you for handling this matter. It is nothing. I apologize for not resolving it sooner. Next time let me treat to a meal as thanks. I almost forgot, I still need to find more skill books. This is the last remaining copy. I used all the contract money to buy skill books. The unique rare passive skill Book of Immortality has evolved into a unique epic tier. It finally leveled up. You will not die unless your heart and head are completely destroyed at the same time. All wounds will regenerate automatically, and the skill can continue to evolve. Reaching epic tier already cost this much. I wonder how terrifying the consumption will be at legendary tier. The next day Hyun-sung went to the inspection team to receive assignments. Today is your first day at work, right? Nice to meet you, I am T-chun. Hello, I am Hyun-sung. Please wait here for now. Someone will come to give detailed instructions. If you plan to enter dungeons below level 100 you can go with Suzanne. Her name is Su Yang, 25 years old, currently around level 100 like you. You should at least introduce yourself. Why are you being so impolite? He looks younger than me, so just relax. If I have been disrespectful, please forgive me. It seems this girl does not have much goodwill toward me. Sorry about that, she is not usually like this. It is fine, but I am not younger than you, Su Yang. Actually, you can call me older brother. I am 27 this year. I see you look much younger than your age. I often receive that comment as well. Sorry, Hyun-sung. It is alright. If you are assigned, then go with her. Currently among those below level 100 only she is suitable. If she is only below level 100 then my attributes already surpass a level 200 player. Going alone is nothing to worry about. This is your seat. If you do not have a mission then you can rest, read books or handle personal matters as you wish. I seem to have slept too much. It must have been about 4 hours. It does not look impressive from the outside, but they invested quite thoroughly. Maybe I should register for the night shift and sleep here. Let us move, please follow me. There is a report about an over-leveled dungeon monster appearing. Are just the two of us taking this mission? 2 people are enough. In the level 60 antlered turtle dungeon, a monster around level 70 to 80 has appeared. It is a werewolf. At present we have not recorded any losses, but that is only a temporary situation. Reports usually come from dungeons around level 50. When players reach level 50 and receive their first mission, they are often assigned as security for lower level areas. However, from level 50 onward there is almost no security support, and players have grown used to having someone guarding their backs. So if an incident occurs without security forces, they will be flustered and struggle to handle it on their own. Why do you look so excited? If we are suddenly mobilized, we will receive extra rewards. We have to carry out the mission anyway. Extra pay is still better. After that, Hein Sung and Su Yang headed toward the Horned Turtle dungeon. Su Yang immediately activated her special ability, her body transforming into a beast and gaining the predatory instincts of a wild animal. Did you turn into a cat person? Not a cat, but a snow leopard. Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought it was an ordinary cat. If you fall behind, I will leave you back there. Her speed was astonishing, moving on all four limbs. The snow leopard's sense of smell was extremely sharp. Before long, Su Yang tracked down the werewolf location. With a single decisive strike, she killed the werewolf. It was so fast that he could barely catch the movement. Su Yang reminded him that the hunt was not over yet, because she could smell many other werewolves nearby. The one that just fell must have managed to call its companions. Does this happen often? Not often, but sometimes, and when that happens the dungeon level will change. For now, deal with these first, then file the report. When he sighed, he had cleared out the ordinary werewolves, while Su Yang opponent. It was the Wolf King again. She could not overpower it, and was struck at the neck. When he ran over, Su Yang was already severely injured and had lost a great deal of blood. He immediately used a healing skill to stop her bleeding. At that moment, the Wolf King appeared behind him attempting a sneak attack. He spun around and swung his sword, severing its claw. From the beginning, you could have taken the upper hand, but you waited until I joined the fight before making your move. You called your subordinates just to stall for time, did you not? I will deal with each of you one by one. After saying that, he activated all his skills at once. A barrage of magic arrows pierced through the wolf pack. Only the Wolf King managed to dodge. Thanks to its superior speed, it avoided the attack cleanly. Not bad at dodging, much stronger than the others. Let us see if you can avoid this rare skill. The Wolf King tried to flee, but its path was sealed off. With an ice wall rising, it was finally slain by he. Let me see what the Wolf King left behind. Oh, what is this thing? Rare grade Wolf King Heart allows transformation into the Wolf King for 60 minutes. During the transformation, strength, agility, and stamina increase by 30%. But after it ends, 10% of all stats will be permanently reduced. Truly not a small price. Forget that for now, I need to take Su Yang back first. I heard Su Yang was bitten by the Wolf King. Is she alright? Her external wounds have healed, but to be safe we should still take her to the hospital for examination. Thank you. If Hein Sung had not been there, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I am part of the team too. Helping is only natural. Next day, Su Yang had fully recovered. Thank you for saving me. No need to be polite, we are teammates. At first I thought you were a wealthy young master, since few people go hunting using only rare equipment like that. In fact, before awakening I did all kinds of manual jobs to make a living. It sounds like your financial situation was not very well off. My father is seriously ill and has been hospitalized for a long time. The whole family has to struggle to cover the medical expenses. Actually, the higher-ups gave a discreet order to pay special attention to you. That is why I misunderstood you as someone from a powerful family. So I have been seen as a pampered young master all this time. It seems Captain Shin Jun pays close attention to me. Yes, she personally recruited me into the team. If the captain recruited you herself, then you are truly the most valuable rookie here. I will go submit the documents and then rest. Hyun Sung, I truly apologize for being disrespectful due to my misunderstanding. I misjudged you because of a bad incident I experienced before. Did something happen before? The son of a high-ranking manager once acted recklessly and put the whole team in danger. But in the end, he was not punished, and the other members had to bear the responsibility. Hyun Sung hesitated slightly before continuing. I am afraid this question might make you uncomfortable, since it concerns Su Yang's skill. Contrary to his concern, Lee Su Yang smiled comfortably and said she was used to such questions. She frankly stated that she possessed a transformation skill that allowed her to become a snow leopard and greatly increase her strength, agility, and stamina. While she shared enthusiastically, he silently evaluated that her balanced offense and defense she could competently handle both support and main attacker roles. However, her greatest weakness was low mana and mental strength, making her easily countered by magical attacks. Seeing her reveal too much so casually, he thought she should not share such detailed information. A week passed, and his life was rarely peaceful. Lying on the bed, he felt everything was still under control. No incidents had arisen. Although at first there had been a tense confrontation with a monster, afterward things had passed rather smoothly. His reputation had declined slightly, yet the business of batteries and electronics was flourishing. With stable income, he began considering purchasing another hero-grade skill. Feeling a bit stifled, he got up and decided to go hunting to unwind and earn more points. Just as he stepped out the door, A man in a suit stepped forward to block the way, politely asking him to present identification proving his status as a player. Hyun-sung responded promptly and searched his pocket for the documents he carried. He calmly took out his card and held it before the man. "Here, take a look." The moment the man saw the card, his face turned pale, sweat breaking out in shock as he realized it was an association inspector card. His attitude changed completely. He hurriedly bowed and respectfully wished him a successful hunt. Hyun-sung only nodded slightly in reply. "You have worked hard." Venturing deeper into the pitch-black cave, Hyun-sung encountered a pack of sharp-horned monsters surrounding him. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and activated the firestorm skill. A fierce surge of flames erupted from his palm. The fire spiraled into a vortex, sweeping away everything in sight. Amid the ashes, he looked at the shield in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. "Truly a rare item. It feels incredible to use." He realized that when combined with this skill, the rare-grade shield significantly increased his power. In mid-level areas it might not stand out, but in a low-level place like this it was nearly no different from cheating. Lost in thought, he was suddenly ambushed from behind, his head reeling from the sneak attack. A cloaked figure revealed a smug grin. Clutching his wound, Hyun-sung turned and shouted, "Who are you to dare attack me?" The stranger continued to smile mysteriously. "Do you not remember me? No matter." Then he drew a blood-stained sword. "It is better to know who you fall under." Hyun-sung grew fully alert as the other gradually revealed his face. He removed his hood, revealing his face and introducing himself as Sunggu, once the vice guild leader of Seoyu Guild. Hyun-sung held his aching shoulder and demanded why he was being targeted. Sunggu replied indifferently that it was simply to vent his anger. He said that among those who had caused his downfall, only Hyun-sung was the easiest target for revenge. Hyun-sung angrily warned him about the law, but Sunggu coldly stepped closer, saying he had already arranged soundproofing and vision blocking items. He even pointed at his armor and sneered that he looked no different from a rookie below level 50. Hearing that, Hyun-sung felt a chill down his spine as he understood the truth behind that disguise. Sunggu admitted he had forged his identity, a grave crime, but he was not worried because he planned to leave the country that very day. He showed a new passport, prepared to live under another name in a distant land. Sunggu coldly said he once wanted to target his family, but there were too many bodyguards, so he wanted him to taste the feeling of losing what was most precious as he once had. However, the strict security around his family forced him to abandon that idea. Hyun-sung furiously cursed him, "You lunatic." He sneered and said killing his entire family would not be difficult. It would only complicate his escape from Korea. Therefore, he chose the moment he entered the dungeon to strike. As long as he handled it cleanly, he could conceal his disappearance for a few days, enough time to flee. Sunggu noticed that Hyun-sung's wound was gradually closing. He burst out laughing. Quite a fast recovery, learned an impressive skill perhaps. Hyun-sung was startled at being seen through. Sunggu mocked that he was trying to stall for time to recover, but should not think healing meant victory. He swung his sword and charged, sending Hyun-sung flying backward in pain. Standing at a distance, Sunggu curled his lips and praised him. "Not bad, you blocked that strike," then coldly added he should have severed his left arm, so he could not recover in time. Driven into a desperate corner, Hyun-sung knelt within a strange black aura. He immediately activated the special heart-shaped item that was beating. Sunggu was astonished as a colossal entity gradually appeared, the pressure making him seem insignificant. Before the snarling wolf head, Sunggu calmly remarked that the stats had risen considerably. The beast stomped forward, condensed energy into a fireball and hurled it straight at him. A violent explosion resounded. The entire dungeon trembled, smoke and dust filled the air. Sunggu had already dodged to the side. He closed in and leaped onto the beast's back. The blood-stained sword was raised high. A cold smile spread across his lips. "Do you think you can escape?" His eyes flashed as the blade was ready to finish it. Sunggu slashed hard across the beast's back, making it howl. Hyun-sung in wolf form retaliated with a fireball, but he calmly blocked with his sword, repeatedly neutralizing the fierce pounces. He confidently declared everything was still under control. Wolf form or any form made no difference. When the wolf began to lose stamina, Sunggu unleashed a series of sharp strikes, forcing his opponent to retreat step by step. The beast groaned in pain. He was knocked into the rock wall, forming a deep crater. Sunggu stood at a distance and mockingly praised him. "Not bad." He approached and asked what his nickname was, then let blue lightning envelop his body and sword, coldly declaring it was Thunder Sword. A terrifying current struck the wolf, making it scream. When the smoke cleared, Sunggu stood watching with a regretful expression. He sighed and said if he had obediently followed him, he would have been highly valued. Gazing at that power, he muttered it was worth hundreds of billions, then continued unleashing lightning to force the beast to reveal its secret, promising a painless death yet in truth delivering relentless cruel blows, prolonging the agony because he believed rapid recovery only allowed him to torment longer. He coldly said the victim had to taste that pain completely. As for himself, he felt no pressure at all, especially when his opponent was only at the beginning. The pain made Hyun-sung waver, wondering if he should reveal his secret skill to preserve his life. He quickly realized the man before him was not trustworthy. He roared that he would rather die than reveal a single word. Sung-gu grabbed the beast's head and declared he would end it cleanly, then swung his sword down, thinking everything was over, and turned to leave. Suddenly a pitch-black hand pierced through his chest from behind. Sung-gu stared in shock at the blood-stained hand before collapsing without a chance to resist. The monster rose with imposing might, its breath radiating heavy pressure. Sung-gu lay dying, his eyes filled with hatred and disbelief as he looked toward his opponent. He gradually faded as the beast's shadow still towered. In the end, Sung-gu stopped breathing with a large hole in his chest. Hyun-sung returned to human form and slumped down with a sigh of relief. He had finally survived. He was still shaken that even after being slashed in the neck in beast form he could still move, then considered how to handle Sung-gu's corpse. He understood he could not let the matter be exposed or report it to the association as it would raise suspicion. Hyun-sung raised his hand and activated the fireball skill. Flames blazed in his palm, ready to erase all traces. Sung-gu's armor and sword were reduced to fragments amid the ruins. His body gradually turned to ash, leaving behind silent emptiness. Hyun-sung silently observed the desolate scene. Suddenly he saw a strange blue light emanating from the ashes and could not hide his astonishment. A shimmering skill card appeared. He was surprised because only monsters dropped items like that. Holding the skill book Breath of Set, he read the system notification describing it as a hero-grade active skill that created an electric shield and enhanced attacks without cooldown. He immediately confirmed its absorption. Blue lightning enveloped his entire body as he loudly called out the skill name. Tested, he cast Magic Arrow. A charged energy sphere crackled brightly in his hand. When launched, it exploded violently, blue light tearing through the surrounding space. Looking at the crackling lightning still dancing on his hand, Hyun-sung exclaimed in excitement, "This is truly incredible." He opened his status panel to check his changes. The name Troy Hyun-sung appeared at level 1, but his strength, agility, and mana stats all exceeded 200 along with the new title First Rebel. The system confirmed that he had single-handedly defeated a player 100 levels above him and congratulated the level 1 warrior for sending a 200-year-old ancestor on his way. The reward was the title First Rebel promoted to a higher rank. Hyun-sung was stunned to learn that this rule also applied to players, watching the lightning flicker around his hand as he wondered whether he could defeat Sung-gu now. The memory of that man-cold smile when he cornered him resurfaced along with the words, "I will send you off to settle my debt." Hyun-sung clenched his teeth and vowed to grow stronger, his eyes gleaming within the halo of crackling electricity. He realized that Seth's breathing state had a fatal weakness, so he had to limit the use of long-range skills due to the excessive mana consumption, forcing him to calculate each battle more carefully. 1 month later, in the bustling Sinchon district, Hyun-sung sat in his apartment, resting his chin in thought before the shop interface that displayed 2 enticing hero-grade passive skills, Wild Instinct and Blood Absorption Art. He hesitated over which skill to choose. Though he wanted both to increase his strength, his finances did not allow it. Sweat beaded on his forehead when he realized his points were insufficient. A total of 600 billion was required, leaving him dizzy from the miscalculation. Pacing heavily across the room, he decided to set it aside and think again tomorrow. He turned off the television, lay back on the bed, and looked at his phone, telling himself to rest. This was a rare day off in the week. Hyun-sung stretched out on the wide bed, enjoying a moment of relaxation beside a bag of snacks. On the screen, the handsome male lead was sweetly confessing, "I like you, let us date." It was followed by an intense battle scene, with swords clashing and showers of sparks. The male lead shouted that he had to go save someone but was stopped, because if he rushed and everyone would die. Hyun-sung hugged a pillow and watched the climax intently. He reached for a piece of fried potato and realized this was the film commemorating the 25th anniversary of the Great Transformation that was currently trending. He silently noted that the production team had spared no expense, dressing the actors entirely in rare equipment. Watching the scenes that recreated the past, Hyun-sung sighed softly as he recalled the hardships he had endured. On the 20th anniversary of the Great Transformation, the whole world had once anxiously feared a new catastrophe. But like the 10th anniversary before it, everything remained peaceful. Only a few false rumors about dungeons disappearing stirred up the online community. In the film, the female lead tearfully confessed her feelings to the guild master. Hyun Sung felt goosebumps from the overly cheesy lines and rubbed his forehead. He turned off the television and lay on the bed in contemplation. He rolled back and forth, still unable to decide which skill to invest his points in. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the room, accompanied by a heavy crash. He sprang up warily. What is happening? A loud explosion rang out along with screams from the street. He leaped off the bed, wondering if it was an earthquake. Through the window, dust and chunks of brick fell from the buildings. Amid the panicked crowd, cries about monsters rang out in terror. The creature bared its sharp fangs, leaving those around it screaming. Two giant monsters carrying massive logs advanced into the street, turning the bustling area into chaos. Hyun Sung ground his teeth and cursed under his breath. He shattered the glass door and leaped down from above, his hand igniting with battle flames. On the street, a girl cried for help as a monster held her tightly. Hyun Sung appeared just in time, slashed it down, and freed her. The surrounding civilians fled in panic, creating a chaotic scene. His gaze turned cold. He focused his strength and activated Firestorm. A towering pillar of flame erupted. Flames swept across the street, leaving devastation behind. He worried about harming innocent people. Monsters still charged in, seizing civilians who were trying to escape. Hyun Sung tensed as he wondered how to handle the situation. When a couple was about to fall into danger, a warrior in a red cloak appeared and swung his sword to save them. In the distance, other players and mages also joined the battle. The red warrior joked to Hyun Sung that he would take the easy part, while the tough part was up to him. Hyun Sung thanked him and received a determined reply. The sound of sirens echoed across the sky. Large screens broadcast an emergency notice announcing martial law. Military equipped with heavy weapons moved in to take control. An official on television declared that a general mobilization of players was in effect immediately. Hyun Sung listened in silence. He tightened his grip on his weapon and looked toward the building where monsters were pouring out. The city was drowned in relentless sirens. He answered the call. Shin Jun on the other end asked where he was. Standing near the Red Spider dungeon gate, he reported that a spatial portal had opened and monsters were flooding out. He said they were low level and that he was handling them together with other players. Shin Jun appointed him temporary commander and requested that after clearing the area he lead the team south where manpower was lacking. While fighting, he replied briefly that he understood. Shin Jun informed him that his family was safe in a shelter, bringing him relief. Hyun Sung thanked her and realized he needed to increase his strength immediately because the situation was complicated. He opened the shop and spent nearly 30 billion points to purchase blood absorption art, which increased power and restored him by absorbing the opponent vitality. When the system confirmed it, a new surge of power spread through him, making him more confident. He snapped his fingers and activated Firewall. A colossal pillar of flame erupted in the middle of the street. The monsters were wiped out in the sea of fire. Before the blazing scene, Hyun Sung observed and prepared to act next. He grabbed a loudspeaker, announced that he belonged to the association, and called for everyone to gather. The hunters in the street gradually paid attention to the call. He thought to himself that leading this crowd would not be easy. He assigned some to remain on guard, while the rest advanced toward Nam Eon. Since Sinchon was temporarily stable, they only needed to guard the spatial portal carefully. A hunter with orange hair asked how many portals had opened so far. Hyun Sung replied that the entire country had almost turned into a gigantic dungeon. Everyone grew anxious after hearing that. The area near Namwai Station, buildings were heavily destroyed under the night sky. Monsters poured out attacking civilians, leaving many injured and screaming everywhere. A monster roared and lunged forward. Amid the rubble, an elderly hunter with a large shield struggled to hold his ground in the fierce battle. Though his body was covered in wounds and his breathing was heavy, he still gathered his last bit of strength to unleash a finishing blow toward the enemy. The warrior panted, glanced at the devastated scene, then ground his teeth and cursed toward the distance. The lizardmen still pointed their weapons in all directions, ready to strike down anyone who still moved. Two female hunters nearby trembled in fear, one sighed in despair. When will reinforcements arrive? Waiting feels longer than waiting for a lover to return. At that moment, a fierce stream of fire suddenly tore across the sky. The monsters shrieked miserably as they were swallowed by a sea of flames. An arm was raised high with firm resolve. Activate Firewall skill. A steady voice rang out, "Are you too injured?" Hyun Sung and his team appeared just in time. He declared loudly, "We are here to provide support." Seeing him appear, the exhausted players cheered in unison. Reinforcements have arrived. The orange-haired hunter looked around and remarked that the situation was truly dire. There were no nearby dungeons in this area, so the number of fighters was too small. Below was a dense mass of lizardmen crowding together. Hyun Sung coldly gave the order, "Begin the operation." His teammates nodded. He erupted with energy that enveloped the entire group. Just as the monsters roared and charged forward, he even muttered, "So this is the boss." Turns out it is only a guard. A massive gray-green monster holding a spear and shield advanced. Sensing danger, he told himself he had to finish it quickly. He immediately condensed fire in his hand, forming a blazing sword. The two sides collided violently as the blade slammed hard against the opponent's shield. Using the rebound force, he spun around behind to find an opening. Landing on a rocky outcrop, he muttered, "It is not that terrifying," then plunged down at astonishing speed. In just a moment, the lizardman collapsed. Just as he steadied himself beside the corpse, he heard a terrified scream from behind and instantly became alert. He turned to look at his two teammates and asked in surprise what happened. Seeing the monsters surging forward in waves, he was stunned. "If mere soldiers are this many, then fighting will wear out my arms." Before him was an entire army forming ranks. Without hesitation, he unleashed Firestorm skill. Pillars of flame rose and swept away the enemies amid piercing screams. Noticing a few still standing, he frowned. Their fire resistance is truly high. Behind them was a purple gate emitting a gloomy aura. As he charged forward, he suddenly halted. A strange weapon was flying toward him, resembling a bizarre spear. The monster seized the chance to cling tightly to him. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Let go. The new clothes I bought are about to tear apart." Before he could break free, he saw glowing spears aimed straight at him. A blinding explosion erupted, engulfing his position in a torrent of white energy. He braced himself against it, grinding his teeth through the pain. Just as he regained balance, he felt an immense pressure bearing down. What is this? Before him stood a gigantic lizard man like a guardian deity, dark green skin, bulging muscles, holding a massive trident. His cold gaze revealed that this was the Lizardman King. The sword nearly slipped from his hand after the clash, but he immediately drew the black sword, his eyes filled with determination. From above, spears of light began to rain down like a storm. The lizardman stood towering beneath the night sky. Around him surged dense energy ready to erupt. A luminous trident tore through the air toward Hyun Sung at terrifying speed. He flipped aside to evade, yet the aftershock still blasted him to the ground as two subordinates rushed in. He shouted, "Fire shield!" Flames burst forth, forming a blazing red barrier. With a cold gleam in his eyes, he leapt into the air. A gigantic fireball condensed and then crashed down onto the monster's head. Facing the attack, the lizardman threw back his head and roared. At such close range, Hyun Sung was shaken as the terrifying energy swept across. The ground was left with a deep trail of destruction. Knowing this battle would not be easy, he clenched his teeth. "It consumes a lot of power, but I will see it through." He activated the ultimate skill, Breath of Lightning, his entire body enveloped in brilliant blue electricity. His eyes flashed with lightning, ready to counterattack. Below, the lizardman continued to roar and charge. Seeing his teammates struggling to hold them back, he told himself he had to endure. He understood only he was strong enough to block them. Otherwise, everyone would be in danger. Fortunately, they were focused on him. Electricity crackled around his blade. He dashed swiftly, dodging a barrage of heavy strikes. A violent electrical explosion burst forth, wiping out the surrounding monsters in an instant. Amid the blinding lightning, his cold gaze watched the enemies disintegrate. They howled before the overwhelming power, giving them no chance to resist. He swung his sword and finished them all with thunder. An hour later, the battlefield fell into silence. The other players were exhausted. Hyun Sung stepped forward to look at the final enemy. "Only you remain." He wrapped himself in lightning and said, "Let us end this quickly." The monster charged, but he had already flashed past. A powerful slash left the opponent severely wounded. Holding the electrified sword, he was confident that in a one-on-one fight victory would soon be decided. He closed in and narrowly evaded the lizardman's attack. The next slash left the Lizardman King unable to respond. The monster collapsed amid the ruins. Standing among the wreckage, he panted, then sat down to observe. The situation is not that bad. Hopefully there is a worthy reward. Suddenly a blue light flared from the void, making him excited. Another new skill is about to come. A shimmering skill book appeared before him. Picking it up to examine, he saw it was the rare skill book Frost Breath of the White Lizardman King, allowing the consumption of mana to unleash an extremely powerful stream of ice. He immediately learned it and rested to recover, as he felt his stamina gradually return. Suddenly from afar a sharp aura emerged. He raised his head in vigilance upon hearing a strange sound above. The machine gun barrel still smoked after a fierce burst of fire. Soldiers in uniform reported through the radio that the Nam YY area had been cleared. He smiled faintly, for now it was stable. Hyun Sung quietly looked at the collapsed buildings and fighter jets flying past, telling himself the mission was considered complete. 3 days later, the world was shrouded in gloom as the second great transformation paralyzed the economy. Electricity, oil, gas, food, and clean water all became scarce. In Korea, the government evacuated citizens to major cities to establish defensive lines, aiming to narrow the defense zone and reduce casualties. The consequence was chaotic logistics. Shortages of food and water halted production. Even with solid defenses, their stomachs were still empty. In an empty park, Hyun Sung opened the system interface and complained that there were too many customers. There were no more power banks to sell. He looked at the virtual screen anxiously. Without stock, the business would stagnate. He calculated that if this continued, it would be difficult to accumulate points to grow stronger. Loudspeakers echoed everywhere as if urging him to act immediately. He walked forward decisively, telling himself he had to overcome the second great transformation as soon as possible. Blue lightning gradually enveloped his body, signaling a new journey. A military helicopter circled above the smoke-covered city. In the cockpit came the announcement that they had arrived at the scene. Hyun-sung stood by the window, observing the chaos. From above, a massive column of blue energy erupted at the intersection, surrounded by monsters wielding weapons. Inside the cabin, fully equipped warriors stood ready to enter the next battle. Hyun-sung turned back to ask once more to be certain. Has everyone understood the area they are responsible for? The other players immediately responded in unison with determined voices, of course. Just a few seconds later, the helicopter gradually descended, its landing skids touching the ground and stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Standing at the open cabin door, Hyun-sung cast his gaze downward and spoke, "I entrust command to the team leaders." Upon hearing the firm response from his teammates, he curved his lips into a confident smile. "Then let us begin." His gaze suddenly turned icy as he looked down at the monsters below. "You guys take the stairs down." He prefers to drop straight in for speed. Without hesitation, Hyun-sung leapt from the helicopter, letting himself fall through the blazing sunlight. The wind whistling past his ears, he plunged toward the ground at terrifying speed. As soon as he reached his target range, he shouted and activated Wall of Fire, a massive pillar of flames erupting and swallowing an entire crowded street. The monsters howled miserably as they were engulfed in flames, their once ferocious faces now filled only with panic before overwhelming power. Thrown in all directions by the shockwave, the monsters had not even regained their senses when Hyun-sung rushed in like lightning, swinging his sword in a relentless barrage of powerful strikes. Behind him, the other hunters joined the battle, coordinating smoothly to block the assault, the remaining player groups quickly taking their positions and closing the encirclement around the horde. Standing amid the battlefield littered with enemy corpses, Hyun-sung calmly sheathed his sword, glanced around, and muttered, "It is done. Time to collect the reward. Wait." Suddenly a shrill scream rang out as a gigantic foot slammed down onto the road. Through the thick dust, a savage troll with blazing eyes let out a threatening roar. Yet instead of charging forward, the monsters suddenly turned and fled as if they had encountered something far more terrifying. Choi Hyun-sung blinked in confusion and uttered a startled sound, his eyes following the backs of the stone trolls as they ran. Watching their frantic retreat, he clearly sensed something was wrong, wondering what was happening. Extreme fear was written across the monsters' faces, sweat pouring down as if they were fleeing something even more dreadful than death itself. Standing in the middle of the street, Hyun-sung stared after them and muttered, "What is going on?" Could not help but feel bewildered seeing the usually aggressive trolls choose to retreat right after engaging in battle. Even those fierce trolls were fleeing after just one attack. Despite his doubts, he decided he could not let them escape so easily. Hyun-sung immediately activated Breath of Lightning, blue arcs of electricity flashing and covering his entire body. Not stopping there, he continued by unleashing Flame Spear. With a confident smile, Hyun-sung calmly remarked that this made things even easier to handle. He stomped down on the pavement and shot forward like a raging whirlwind. Closing in on his target, he delivered a powerful blow that triggered a violent shockwave. A thunderous explosion resounded across the back of the giant troll. He continued to glide across the battlefield, electricity crackling menacingly at his fingertips. A blazing spear of fire shot forward, piercing straight through the enemy before erupting into a massive pillar of flames that swept everything away. As the smoke and fire gradually cleared beneath the blue sky, Hyun-sung raised his hand and counted the fallen opponents. 15 were down. Was there anyone left? He scanned the devastated scene and wondered if that had been the last one. In front of him, the lower half of a monster was still smoking, charred black by lightning. Hyun-sung stared ahead with a cold expression. He froze and blurted out, "What is that?" immediately followed by a deep resonant roar. A dark blue arm covered in hard scales and sharp claws suddenly emerged. He stared in shock at the entity before him, unable to understand why it had appeared here. Golden eyes filled with killing intent swept across him. It was a creature of at least level 350, possibly even exceeding 400. It threw back its head and roared, shaking the air itself. In the middle of the city, a colossal muscular monster appeared, heralding a battle with slim chances of survival. Sweat poured down Hyun-sung's forehead, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was the highest level monster at present. Before him stood a hero-ranked monster named Blue Dragon. Facing that enormous being, Hyun-sung suddenly seemed small and alone. The operations center, a female staff member anxiously typed on her keyboard hoping the situation would not escalate further. She analyzed that among roughly 100,000 players in Korea, only about 5,000 had completed their 4th advancement. The other staff tensely monitored the screens and assessed that the military could handle low to mid-level monsters, but as spatial gates decreased, high-level monsters were appearing in greater numbers, causing a severe shortage of high-tier forces. Suddenly, the system emitted a piercing warning alarm. A staff member hurriedly reported that an emergency situation had just occurred. A new spatial gate had opened at Seoul Station. The female manager immediately asked what type of monsters. The staff member replied that they were verifying. Images of winged creatures gliding through the sky appeared on the screen. The staff member shouted that a flock of wyverns had poured out. Female manager held her head in exhaustion as high-level monsters kept appearing. A staff member asked whether the Seoul Station area was under the Scholars Guild. Upon confirmation, he reported that the guild was urgently requesting reinforcements because their main force consisted of tankers and melee fighters, making it difficult to handle high-flying wyverns. At the same time, alarms continued to sound about new gates in Dunsandong and Busan, with many powerful monsters emerging. Another report stated that a blue drake had appeared in Ozan, sent directly by Choi Hyun-sung, along with continuous requests for support. The female captain looked at the report with firm eyes and decisively ordered the withdrawal of all players from Osan to preserve their forces. After confirming the order had been transmitted, she silently observed the situation with a thoughtful expression. Hyun-sung poured all his strength into fleeing the scene. He panted anxiously, wondering when reinforcements would arrive when his communication device emitted a cold notification. The order to cancel the entire operation in Ozan was issued. Hyun-sung froze and uttered a stunned sound. At that very moment, a large building was hurled into the air like a toy. Amid the chaos, an urgent evacuation order was broadcast demanding that players leave the area immediately. As he ran, Hyun-sung shouted into the radio that they could not withdraw easily in this situation. Behind him, a skyscraper collapsed and raised a massive cloud of dust. A deep roar echoed as the ferocious face of Blue Drake with blazing golden eyes revealed itself. Hyun-sung dropped to his knees on the asphalt. Even in the face of danger, he curled his lips in determination, refusing to retreat. The massive foot of the blue dragon slammed down right beside where he stood. The pavement instantly cracked apart into countless fragments. Slipping into a building, Hyun-sung stood behind a pane of glass and looked out. Before him, a gigantic expanse of blue scales blocked out the sky. He clicked his tongue in frustration. It seemed his fate would never be peaceful. While calculating a plan, he suddenly paused upon noticing something unusual. Outside the window, the enormous head of Blue Dragon slowly emerged, its cold gaze fixed directly on him. Hyun-sung gave a helpless, bitter smile. The colossal monster standing right by the glass signaled that battle was unavoidable. High above, massive chunks of architecture continued to fall. A building collapsed and crushed a yellow taxi, turning the entire street into ruins. Blue Dragon let out a threatening roar. Immediately, Hyun-sung unleashed the skill firestorm. The explosive flames engulfed his opponent. Within the smoke, he gritted his teeth and resolved to launch another attack. Fierce flames covered the blue dragon body, yet it remained unmoving. Hyun-sung swiftly flipped away from the high-rise building. Landing on the street, he swallowed nervously, sweat streaming down his tense face. Blue Dragon had already closed in behind him, causing him to cry out that it was too close. He was about to gather magic when enormous blocks of ice suddenly surged upward. They rose from the ground and shattered numerous surrounding structures. Hyun-sung stood stunned by the bizarre sight, wondering what was happening now. A heavy attack came crashing down, forcing him to dodge by a hairbreadth. Kneeling on the road, he glared at the monster relentlessly pursuing him and irritably wondered why it kept targeting him. His gaze turned icy as he silently decided there was no choice but to fight to the end. Instantly, he activated Breath of Lightning. Brilliant blue lightning wrapped around his body amid the thunderous roar of Blue Dragon. Gripping his sword tightly, Hyun-sung firmly declared they would see who was stronger. Seizing the moment, he dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, even causing Blue Dragon to falter. But a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred, leaving him frozen in shock. Before he could understand what was happening, he was caught off guard. A tremendous impact sent Hyun-sung flying, his body aching sharply as he was hurled into the air. While free-falling through the air, he opened his eyes wide in shock. A powerful swing of the Blue Dragon's tail struck, hurling him away at a terrifying speed. Taken by surprise, Hyun-sung gritted his teeth. Damn it. The cold eyes of the blue drake tracked every movement of his among the ruins. Debris from the structures scattered across the ground after the heavy impact. Hyun-sung quickly realized the opponent's defense was as hard as steel, the scales too thick. He froze before that massive body, silently calculating that the only weak point might lie at. His gaze suddenly flashed with sharp determination. Taking a strong run-up, he shot forward like a lightning bolt toward the giant dragon at the intersection. Hyun-sung approached, then leapt onto its body seeking an opening, aiming directly at the predetermined spot on its belly, swinging his weapon down with full force in a burst of dazzling light. His face tensed to the extreme as he unleashed a daring close combat strike. The blue drake swept its massive tail sideways, forcing him to jump back to evade. He landed firmly, his body still crackling with sparks of electricity. He looked at the scratch he had just made on the opponent's thick skin. Hyun-sung froze and muttered, absurdly thick. The monster growled, sweat pouring from him under the pressure. Immediately, it swung its muscular arm, delivering a heavy hammer-like strike toward him. Hyun-sung leapt high to dodge, inwardly terrified at the speed. Hovering in midair, he halted as a surge of fierce electricity erupted from the monster's body. Facing the blinding light and immense pressure, he squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth against the shock. The blue dragon still towered in the street, while the ground around it continuously shook with explosive sounds. Hyun-sung collapsed on the rooftop, his body exhausted as if death itself were near. The massive shadow of the blue dragon loomed over him. He could only grit his teeth and curse quietly, damn it. Without hesitation, the monster opened its mouth wide, swallowing him into darkness. When he woke, he found himself in a cramped space reeking of stench. Hyun-sung realized he was trapped in the dragon's throat. In that life-or-death moment, the image of his old father on the sickbed and his waiting family appeared vividly. He told himself he could not collapse here. If he died, what would happen to them? Gathering the last of his strength, he held on and tightened his grip on his weapon. Feeling his body sliding deeper into the stomach, he resolved that the dragon's stomach would not be his grave. Focusing all his strength, Hyun-sung thrust hard into the soft flesh to hold his position. Amid the crisis, he paused as he noticed something strange in the surrounding dragon blood, a liquid more effective than high-grade medicine. His wounds began to close, his eyes lighting up as he realized this could be the chance to turn the tide. Despite the pain, Hyun-sung attacked frantically from inside, stabbing repeatedly into the soft flesh. In the operations center, the air was tense as reports suggested Hyun-sung might be dead. The female manager, shocked, asked again. The staff who admit the likelihood was high as he stayed at the space gate, without retreating when a hero-class monster appeared. She gritted her teeth in pain and asked if his family knew. The staff reported that although the association hadn't officially notified, the list of fallen players had circulated online, so his relatives likely knew. The female manager sighed helplessly, raising her hand to her forehead, covering fatigue and regret. Inside the monster, a sharp attack was unleashed. After a struggle, he was flung through the cramped stomach space. Lying exhausted with tattered clothes, Hyun-sung looked back at his body in shock. His eyes suddenly lit up as he noticed an important change. He jumped up excitedly as the status bar gradually stabilized, inwardly cheering like discovering a mobile recovery source, this time not knowing who would fall first. Seeing the dark red blood flowing around, he realized this was an abundant regeneration source sustaining his life due to the large volume. Without hesitation, he stabbed the knife repeatedly into the flesh wall to activate absorption skills. Feeling his strength gradually recover, smiling with satisfaction, good. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the internal space. Hyun-sung cried out, what was happening? His body thrown against slippery flesh walls by the monster's intense movements. He gritted his teeth through the pain, muttering curses in the dangerous situation. Focusing all his strength, Hyun-sung plunged his weapon into the flesh wall to stay in place. He hovered in the monster's stomach chamber, gasping from exhaustion. Enduring continuous tremors, he pondered what exactly was happening, his eyes wary but still highly alert. Meanwhile, outside, the blue dragon stomped frantically, the ground beneath its giant feet cracking. Witnessing the horrific scene, Lee Soo-yang froze in fear. What was happening? The nearby hunter also confirmed that the blue dragon was acting abnormally. He muttered in confusion. Could the blue dragon have an issue? The monster roared thunderously and continued to thrash violently. Numerous high-rise buildings around collapsed into thick dust clouds. Soo-yang screamed as the surrounding area instantly turned to rubble. Inside its body, Hyun-sung groped through dark flesh walls, cheering as he found the crucial target. Looking at the winding channels before him, he identified this as the blood vessel. Without hesitation, he activated Flame Sword and swung the blazing blade deep inside. The intense pain made the blue drake roar in anger. Hyun-sung held on and told himself he was on the right track. He felt the wounds on his body rapidly healing, thanks to the abundant surrounding blood. Smiling with calculation, he continued to channel energy into his weapon, creating glowing rings preparing for the decisive strike. He stepped through the thick, viscous red fluid layer by layer. Before him was a massive chunk of flesh contracting rhythmically with each pulse. Standing before the monster's heart, he did not hesitate, thrusting straight into the center of the vital organ, determined to destroy it from the root. Suddenly, all movement stopped. He froze, muttering, "Why is this?" Numerous system windows appeared with continuous alerts. The passive skill Immortal book, ranked up to the unique hero level, the skill Lightning Breath enhanced, and renamed Dragon Thunder Breath. Hyun-sung stared at the notifications. Henceforth, the title Dragon Thunder officially belonged to him. Froze, receiving the achievements for single-handedly defeating Blue Dragon Geetos, a hero-class monster above level 300. Amidst the devastation, he murmured that he knew it was no ordinary foe. As the space gradually quieted, the system announced Bloodthirsty Sword was restored and upgraded to Dragon Blood Sword of unique class. Wielding the new powerful sword, he smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, seeing a blue magic book glowing in front of him. He stepped forward and took the hero-class Dragon Scale book, the passive book greatly enhancing physical defense, skill resistance, and electric resistance. He nodded in satisfaction. With this armor, it's more than enough. When asked if he wanted to learn the skill, Hyun-sung confidently chose to agree. The book glowed and merged into his body. Footsteps echoed on the gravelly ground. A girl stared at the motionless blue drake corpse in shock. Asking what happened, the hunter beside her recounted that the monster had wildly thrashed on its own. Then its movements slowed and it suddenly collapsed. He guessed it might have an internal issue, but the girl dismissed it, having never heard of a drake dying from illness. Suddenly, they noticed a figure gradually appearing amidst the rubble where the monster fell. In the sky, military helicopters glided through the clouds. Inside, the hunters took the chance to adjust their gear. One exhaled, saying, "Finally done. Going home to rest." Teammates agreed, "Never been this busy." Shin-jun tightened his weapon, believing he would not die so easily. At the emergency meeting, Shin-jun stood up, opposing the claim for compensation with Hyun-sung. She angrily questioned senior officials. The man wearing glasses calmly replied to stay calm. After all, he was already dead. Hearing that, Shin-jun gritted her teeth in anger at the indifferent attitude. The official continued that given the heavy damage, costs must be minimized, then looked at her, asking shouldn't the expense be cut to the lowest. Shin-jun glared at him with contempt and growled, "Are you trying to cheat my friend out of money? Want to feel what getting hit is like?" Faced with her fury, that man turned pale, stammering that she had gone too far. Yet the overwhelming aura from Shin-jun made Officer Jun tremble, sweat pouring down in fear. She glared and demanded whether this was how they handled their work, and if she had been the victim, would they have been so cold? Under that terrifying pressure, the official hurriedly bowed and begged her to calm down, saying he would withdraw the decision immediately. Back in reality, Shin-jun still could not believe that a player as strong as Hyun-sung had died facing the Blue Dragon. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over in a panic with urgent news. The man with the headset announced in a trembling voice that the Blue Dragon had been eliminated. The entire area was shaken. A blonde hunter asked in shock whether some elite squad had taken action. But everyone understood that at present no team was capable of such a feat. The employee continued to reveal the shocking truth. The player swallowed by the Blue Dragon was still alive. He had attacked from the inside and slain the dragon. That person was a guild member named Hyun-sung. Hearing the familiar name, she curled her lips into a meaningful smile. At the same time, in the bustling street, Hyun-sung wearily splashed water to wash away the grime. Looking at his miserable state and sighing, he tested his movements and realized his wounds had completely vanished. A male hunter nearby handed him a blue cloak and told him to put it on for now. Hyun-sung accepted it and thanked him. After putting it on, he hesitated and asked to borrow a phone to call home. A female hunter immediately lent him hers. He stepped aside to a quiet spot and dialed, softly saying hello as soon as the line connected. Two hunters watching from afar saw him choke up as he said, "Mom, it is Hyun-sung." From the other end came a trembling voice asking if it was really her son. He calmly replied, "Yes, it is me." Then explained there must have been a mistake since he was still healthy, but his name had been listed among the dead. He asked how his sister and father were. In response, there was only his mother's choked sobbing. Hyun-sung hurriedly reassured her not to cry. He was fine. He had just finished a battle. His mother still did not dare believe it and asked again if he was truly safe. He affirmed firmly that he had been eating and sleeping well all this time. Hearing that, she said emotionally that he had worked hard and thanked him for still being alive. Then she revealed that people from the guild had come to the house yesterday. They not only delivered compensation money, but the representative had knelt down to apologize to the family in deep remorse. His mother said over the phone that it was not a mistake. He did not need to hide anything from her. Behind her, his younger sister sat covering her face and trembling with emotion. His mother continued, "Come home, my son. Money does not matter right now. Thank you for surviving." Hyun-sung stood silently in the night street. He gently hung up, his face darkening after the emotional call, pulled his cloak tighter and quietly walked past the ruins. Finding a quiet corner, he sat down with a sigh of relief and drew out his new sword to examine it. The system panel displayed information for the Dragon Blood Sword, unique hero rank, Seeing the item was bound, he was surprised. Was such a premium item locked right away? But he noticed the option to evolve by continuously absorbing dragon blood and smiled. He opened the Thunder Dragon Breath skill, hero rank. Seeing it only added one new option, so he felt a bit regretful, yet told himself it could still level up. The title limit breaker had risen to hero rank, increasing all stats by 20 points. He nodded. Just as expected, the title Solo Slayer of Blue Dragon Jettos granted 4 magic power points. A strange new title appeared called Shadow Warrior with a humorous note about his outfit, making him laugh as he took it as a bonus reward. He pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized his awkward situation, not knowing when someone would bring him clothes. Sitting with his knees drawn up and looking at Li Su-yang in the distance, he inwardly sighed that he only wanted to go home. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of energy rushing toward him at great speed and looked up in confusion. A figure ran straight toward him. Recognizing Shin-jun, he called out her name in surprise. She rushed over and threw her arms around him, crying as she said that if he had died, she would never have forgiven that guild. Shin-jun buried her face in his shoulder, sobbing that it was fortunate he was still alive. Hyun-sung stood stiffly in embarrassment. After a while, she realized he was only wearing a cloak, stepped back blushing, and asked where his clothes were. He scratched his head awkwardly. Well, about that. He gave a wry smile and said his clothes had been completely ruined by the digestive fluids inside the monster. A soldier handed him a red outfit and told him to put it on for now. He accepted it and thanked him. Shin-jun stood beside him awkwardly and turned her face away in embarrassment. Suddenly she noticed something unusual and exclaimed. A blue-haired man in silver armor approached with a smile, saying this was truly a touching reunion. That man turned to tease Shin-jun, asking if she now had a dragon-slaying boyfriend, pointing at Hyun-sung and asking if he was the one she had been hiding all along. Hyun-sung broke out in a cold sweat at the misunderstanding. Shin-jun sternly told him not to joke too much. That man raised his hand in apology and said the operation was cancelled so everyone could go back and rest. The sound of footsteps echoed as Li Su-yang in a purple cloak appeared, saying she was just curious so she came to take a look. Su-yang looked at Hyun-sung and frankly said he was exactly her type. She stepped closer, lightly touching him, and joked that she was his future girlfriend. Shin-jun immediately grabbed her hand and said he had just escaped death. Do not joke like that. Su-yang kept smiling and asked why Shin-jun was so angry. Before she could finish, Shin-jun cut her off, saying Hyun-sung needed rest and had to go to the hospital for a checkup. Shin-jun's gaze turned icy as she looked at the crowd surrounding them. She said that everyone gathering out of curiosity about him defeating the Blue Dragon was a rude act. She turned to Hyun-sung and suggested going to the hospital first. He nodded in agreement. Then she declared they would use their helicopter to take him there. Without hesitation, she took his hand and left. Li Su-yang clicked her tongue and said she would yield this time. The blue-haired hunter watched them go, wondering how he could have slain the blue dragon alone, and concluding he was certainly no ordinary person. That man smiled meaningfully and told himself he would ask clearly in the future. Although the second great transformation caused losses, South Korea still suffered far less damage than many other countries. Hyun-sung walked along the street watching the country gradually recover after the disaster. Damaged structures were being urgently repaired. At the Research Institute, experts began analyzing monster corpses and magic stones to develop new technology. Society remained unstable. Everything was slowly returning to order. Dressed in a neat suit with a mask and dark glasses, Hyun-sung headed to a large warehouse. Looking at the towering stacks of goods, he remarked that the quantity was quite massive. The manager happily said the store had not been damaged, and as soon as the power returned, they had fully recharged all backup batteries. After careful observation, Hyun-sung decisively said he would buy the entire stock. The manager was stunned, then hurriedly bowed to thank the big customer. In the bustling city, he opened the system interface and calculated a new business plan. Seeing that high-capacity batteries were scarce, he raised the price to nearly 60 million points each. As soon as he listed them, a transaction success notification appeared. He was astonished that even at such a high price people were scrambling to buy. He tried raising the price again, but they still sold out immediately. The goods were swept clean in the blink of an eye as soon as they were listed. He smiled thoughtfully. It seemed he could raise the price even more. A few days later, he returned to the agency to purchase more. The manager awkwardly said they had only imported the previous amount, so now there was not enough stock. A black suit and mask, he coldly demanded that more be ordered at once. The manager reassured him that the factory was still operating well and would contact other branches to gather goods for him. Alone, he almost controlled the entire supply. Before he left, the man earnestly pleaded, "If you leave your contact information, I will notify you immediately when the goods arrive." but to keep his identity secret, he refused and said he would come himself tomorrow. On the way back, he thought that dealing directly with the factory would be even better. He remembered that before the Great Transformation, he had tried contacting them, but was rejected because they only worked with legally registered businesses. Standing among the flow of people, he pondered, maybe I should register a business and rent a warehouse. Then a bold idea flashed through his mind, filling his eyes with determination. No, what about opening an electronics store outright? A few days later, the new EI building appeared before his eyes. Congratulatory flower stands were placed right at the entrance as if signaling a new beginning. Looking at the steady stream of people going in and out, he softly remarked, "It is a weekday, yet it is really crowded." A long-haired brown woman cheerfully called out to Hyun-sung. Seeing his sister, he knew he had entrusted the right person. "Leave the business to me. You focus on hunting monsters and making money." She reported that more batteries had been moved into the warehouse, and they should have arrived by now. Hyun-sung gave a slight wave. "Yes, I will go check right away," he replied when she asked if he needed to order anything else. He answered somewhat awkwardly, "That depends on the situation." Seeing him about to leave, she warmly tugged at his arm. "Why not stay and have a meal? Mom will be here soon." Hyun-sung laughed heartily. "Today let me treat. Just bring out the most expensive dishes on the menu for Mom and Sis." The manager laughed and nodded in agreement. In the separate warehouse, Hyun-sung stood quietly before the system interface panel. Following the sales list with his eyes, he let out a soft breath. It seems it is almost coming to an end. The rate of consumption in the virtual market had slowed, transactions were nearly at a standstill. Even so, he quickly regained his composure. It was only natural. Over the past week, the goods had sold explosively. The electronic devices had brought in an enormous amount of accumulated points, enough for him to plan something bigger. He leaned back on the sofa and muttered, "What is the point of having a lot of money? Of course it is to invest in upgrading myself." Then he focused intently on the list of high-level items and skills. He considered what to buy next, then summarized his current strength. All things considered, he was holding 5 hero-tier skills. When examining his only hero-tier skill in detail, he realized his skill set still had shortcomings. His only active skill was Thunder Dragon Breath. He suddenly understood that he possessed only one attack skill, and it was a damage over time type focused on sustained output. Thinking back to the intense battles with monsters, he knew he needed an active skill that could be activated at any time, or at least a movement skill to escape in critical moments. Sitting alone in the warehouse, Hyun-sung carefully searched for the optimal option on the system screen. In the end, he decided to buy both types of skills, confirming the purchase without even looking at the price, carrying himself like a top executive. Moreover, active skills were still cheaper than passive ones. His finger slid across the list from elf swords to dwarf hammers. He paused when he saw the exorbitant price of movement skills, some nearly reaching 700 million points. He clicked his tongue, recalling that items related to spatial anomalies had always been expensive. He realized that only hero-tier skills could teleport living beings despite many strict conditions. Thanks to the system allowing him to view previous buyer reviews, he felt fairly reassured. After some thought, he stopped at a hero-tier skill book named Flash Step. This skill allowed teleportation to any point within sight. Mana consumption increased with distance, and it could not be used in areas with chaotic mana. Hyun-sung told himself, "You get what you pay for," and decided to swipe his card. Even at the price of 40 billion points, he did not hesitate. The system issued a purchase confirmation notice and reminded him that there were no refunds. As soon as he agreed, a mystical blue light flared up and enveloped his body. Hyun-sung stood up straight, feeling the new power merge into every fiber of his being. He walked through the empty warehouse and thought to himself he should give it a try. He immediately decided to test the skill he had just learned. He softly called out, "Flash Step," and in an instant his figure appeared in another position in the blink of an eye. Hyun-sung exclaimed with excitement, "This is solid." He told himself he would try a farther distance next time, then leisurely left. Returning to his room, he continued scanning the system panel for more power. Even after reviewing various fire, wind, ice, and lightning skills, he still had not found anything truly satisfying. Just as he was about to give up, his eyes suddenly lit up at the hero-tier skill named Dark Thunder. This was a powerful darkness attribute skill that consumed both stamina and mana to unleash a heavy blow. Although it cost nearly 30 billion points, he found it worth serious consideration. Reading reviews that said its power was tripled, but it caused easy exhaustion, he believed his abundant stamina could compensate for the lack of mana. Without hesitation, he decisively bought it. Once he liked something, he spent the money. The system reported a successful transaction. He immediately attempted to absorb the new skill, but a failure notice appeared. He softly said as expected. Unexpectedly, the hero tier Thunder Dragon Breath automatically absorbed Dark Thunder and leveled up. Hyun Sung felt relieved seeing the two sources of power merge perfectly. The shield that had once automatically activated and drained mana could now be adjusted at his will. He strode forward decisively and muttered, "It is time to test it in the dungeon." Entering the dark forest, a swarm of demon bats flew wildly with mouths open and growling in the night. He raised his hand to activate his skill. Brilliant magic circles appeared above the heads of the monsters poised to attack. Purple energy flared within the cold eyes of Hyun Sung, causing the monsters to shriek in panic. Amid smoke and purple lightning spreading through the air, he smiled faintly in satisfaction. This power was truly worthy of the points he had spent. Spending all his points felt entirely worthwhile. 5 hours later, only embers and piles of monster corpses remained there. The system displayed a hero achievement notification, recognizing him for single-handedly wiping out 5,000 Hyvel demon bats and granting the title Demon Bat Butcher. Sweat soaked his forehead as he panted. It was truly exhausting. "Let us stop here." Hyun Sung quietly left the dungeon as the lights of the EA building began to glow brightly in the urban night. "Sis, why are you still not home at this hour?" She looked at her younger brother covered in dust and asked, "Did you just come back from hunting?" After hearing Hyun Sung give a brief reply, she smiled encouragingly. "You have worked hard. I have stored your batteries in the warehouse. Go check them." He softly replied, "Thank you, sis." Half an hour later when he came out, Hyun Sung still saw her waiting in the lobby. "Sis, are you planning to work overtime without pay or waiting for me to hand out your salary?" He smiled brightly. "Let us go home together, sis." Contrary to his cheerful expression, his sister suddenly turned serious. "Sit down first. I have something important to tell you." Sensing the unusual atmosphere, he asked, "Did you wait just to talk about this?" When she nodded in confirmation, Hyun Sung began to feel heavy-hearted. "What is so serious, sis?" She looked straight at him and slowly said, "It is about the time when you were declared dead." The two siblings sat facing each other beside cups of coffee still steaming. She spoke of the darkest days. "Mom fainted when she heard you had died, and when she woke up she cried for many days." Hyun Sung lowered his head and listened, his heart filled with guilt. But she emphasized the real trouble began after that. On the table was a stack of pressure-filled documents including compensation bills for rented equipment and penalties for contract violations. Seeing those absurd numbers, Hyun Sung was stunned. "I went to hunt dragons, not to cause bankruptcy." She said helplessly that despite filing dozens of complaints, they always insisted they were legally correct. They coldly applied pressure, only demanding that the family submit a waiver of inheritance rights. Even seeking expert assistance brought no progress. She consulted a lawyer and received the only answer that they should relinquish the inheritance rights. Not stopping there, they also demanded the immediate return of the rented house under his name. Hearing that, Hyun Sung clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding. They even regarded the living expenses he had sent home as illegal gifted assets and demanded recovery, even submitting a request for mandatory inheritance restitution. His eyes blazed with anger. She quickly reassured him. Fortunately, everything was later resolved. Hyun Sung was surprised by that turn of events. A man named Shin Jun personally came to apologize, knelt down to take responsibility, and said there had been an error in the handling process. However, she still had doubts. She did not believe it was merely an accidental mistake. Although Mom had told her not to speak of it, seeing that he was now stable, she decided to tell him everything. She thought he needed to know clearly what once happened. Hyun Sung looked at her with gratitude. "Thank you for telling me." Then he turned a cold gaze toward the towering Player Association building beneath the blue sky. The association would not remain peaceful tonight. Arriving at the reception desk, Hyun Sung said, "I have an appointment with Captain Shin Jun." The receptionist was slightly surprised. "You are too early. Captain Shin Jun has not returned yet." Hyun Sung smiled and explained, "I contacted her earlier and she told me to wait in the office." The staff member immediately changed her tone. "Then let me take you upstairs." As they walked side by side, she softly asked whether the tycoon preferred tea or coffee, so she could prepare it properly, not forgetting to add a few flattering words. Hyun Sung stood silently in the lavishly furnished office. He replied briefly that it was not necessary and thanked her. After the employee left and the door closed tightly, Hyun Sung's expression darkened for a moment, his eyes turning sharp and cold as if concealing killing intent. Alone in the spacious room, he quietly told himself it was time to begin. His eyes suddenly glowed with a mystical blue light as he activated the spiritual reflection skill, focused intensely, and ordered the system to retrieve the code named Hyun Sung. Immediately, magical circles and virtual data panels appeared, revolving around his body. He reached out and touched the floating streams of information to trace the hidden truth. In his subconscious, the cold voice of an official echoed, announcing that the target had apparently died at the scene. The image of Shin Jun appeared, her face dark and exhausted. Hyun Sung continued to delve deeper into the concealed memories. He saw Shin Jun angrily questioning over the phone what exactly was going on and why they were treating Hyun Sung's family like that. The person on the other end calmly replied in an emotionless tone that it was regulation, that he was merely fulfilling his duty according to the rules, the familiar rhetoric of someone making excuses. Shin Jun clenched her teeth in fury and demanded that the other party immediately withdraw that heartless order. However, the man on the other end coldly stated that it was his duty, and she had no right to interfere. She raised her voice and asked whether they would treat a player who had sacrificed for the country in the same way, yet he still hid behind the word regulation to evade the issue. Unable to restrain herself, Shin Jun slammed her hand on the table and demanded through gritted teeth that if she sacrificed herself, would they handle it the same way? She declared that if the order was not revoked, she would also leave the association. The official on the other end let out a sinister chuckle and warned that such behavior would violate the contract. Shin Jun immediately retorted whether such an imposed contract would be internationally recognized. Right after that, an old man with a wrinkled face appeared on the line, his hoarse voice asking if she intended to throw an egg against a rock, then arrogantly claiming that he himself was the law. He sighed, saying she was too impulsive, then coldly hung up, leaving Shin Jun staring blankly at the screen after the call with Minister Lee Hang-gu ended, her face showing clear exhaustion. Witnessing everything through spiritual reflection, Hyun Sung gritted his teeth, anger surging within him toward those people. Looking at Shin Jun's back, he silently felt grateful that she had stood up to protect his family and told himself he now knew who was behind it all. Hyun Sung took out his phone and searched for information about Lee Hang-woo. This person held the position of Minister of the Department of Spatial Gate Management. His eyes sharpened as he stared at the old man's profile, murmuring coldly that this old man would not remain at peace. The sound of heels echoed clearly. Shin Jun entered the room and asked apologetically whether he had been waiting long. He immediately withdrew his imposing aura, smiled, and said he had only just arrived. Shin Jun asked in surprise why he had suddenly come without prior notice. Hyun Sung's gaze became unusually serious. He stood up, looked straight at her, and firmly said that perhaps they should cancel this contract. The unexpected proposal left Shin Jun stunned, sweat forming on her brow, as she could not understand what was happening. Hyun Sung stated that he already knew the entire plan Minister Lee Hang-gu intended to carry out. Hearing that, Shin Jun lowered her head in confusion and apologized on his behalf. But Hyun Sung waved his hand and told her there was no need to apologize, since everything that was resolved afterward was thanks to her. His warm smile surprised Shin Jun, and he said that in fact he was the one who should be thanking her. Seeing him soften his tone, Shin Jun earnestly asked him to calm down so she could return and rectify the leadership. Hyun Sung nodded, saying that was necessary, but he still had another request. Shin Jun nervously clasped her hands and told him to speak, no matter what it was. Hyun Sung clearly requested to meet directly and receive an apology from Minister Lee Hang-gu. The statement left Shin Jun stunned, an astonished exclamation escaping her lips. At the same time, the sound of a violent bang on a desk echoed in the minister's office. Lee Hang-gu flew into a rage and shouted that the brat was insolent. He believed that because the brat possessed an exclusive skill, he dared to be so arrogant. He turned to question his subordinate about what he had done wrong, as if never reflecting on himself. The lackey hurriedly chimed in, saying perhaps the brat was still young and did not understand the ways of the world. Another added that the minister had merely followed legal procedures and needed to immediately refute the accusations. Lee Hang-gu loosened his tie and gritted his teeth, saying he was only enforcing the law. He could not understand why he had to apologize to such a young upstart. He slammed his hand on the table again, insisting that in the end he had not even done anything to him. The subordinate beside him flattered him, saying the minister had been so magnanimous, and yet that brat still did not know his place. He needed to be taught a lesson. Lee Hang-gu curled his lips into a cunning smile, agreeing but wondering how to make a move. While the subordinate hesitated, he showed concern because the matter had already reached the ears of VIPs, and he did not know how to handle it. The heavy atmosphere made him even more irritated. He shouted at his useless subordinates for failing to come up with any solution, while they could only lower their heads and apologize in fear. Suddenly, Lee Hang-gu ordered them to call that brat here to meet him, leaving the subordinates bewildered. He roared that there was no way he would lower himself to go to that brat's house to apologize. If he wanted an apology, then he should come here himself. The lackey hurried off to convey the order, repeatedly saying yes. Left alone, Lee Hang-gu clenched his fists, his eyes full of resentment, determined not to lower himself to seek out that brat. In front of the government building, Hyun Sung felt faintly displeased at being summoned yet still made to wait. He walked along the empty corridor, realizing he had arrived later than planned, but thinking it did no harm. Looking around, he assessed that this was a place where shady interests between major guilds and dungeon administrators converged. Seeing that the staff here were all ordinary people, Hyun Sung let out a faint sneer, which made things even more convenient. The sound of heels clicked against the corridor floor. A female secretary in a black suit approached, gestured for him to follow, and informed him that the minister was waiting. Hyun-sung stretched and stood up, calmly replying that he understood. He silently followed the secretary into the office, preparing for a direct confrontation with the head of the management apparatus. Upon seeing him, Minister Lee Hang-gu spoke in a condescending tone, asking if he was that brat who sold batteries. He looked him up and down, remarking that he was only about the age of his grandson, and made a few disparaging comments about the younger generation. Not allowing himself to be overwhelmed, Hyun-sung coldly cut him off and demanded they get straight to the point, asking where his apology was. At the same time, he secretly activated spiritual reflection to clearly read the schemes behind it. Lee Hang-gu reluctantly offered an apology, claiming he was merely carrying out official duties, and could not let personal feelings interfere with a minister's responsibility. Thanks to his special skill, Hyun-sung realized that the man had colluded with many related parties and inwardly despised that filthy nature. Yet Lee Hang-gu maintained a dignified facade, hiding behind the law to justify his personal interests. Hyun-sung coldly asked whether that was what they called abiding by the law, then pointed out a series of unreasonable issues, such as demanding compensation for damaged equipment, even though it was loss incurred during mission execution. Having his weakness exposed, Lee Hang-gu turned pale and widened his eyes as he shouted loudly. Hyun-sung continued to question the unreasonable contract violation penalty that the association had imposed. He emphasized that he had been confirmed as having died in action, while carrying out the mission assigned by the old man, treated as fallen in battle while executing that contract. He died while following your orders. Ask yourself, does this sound reasonable? Hyun-sung shouted directly at the old man. What kind of mind can produce such thoughtless reasoning? It's beyond words. Lee Hang-gu slammed the table and stood up, face red with rage. Do you know who I am to speak so insolently? Hyun-sung calmly replied, weren't you the minister who spoke rudely first? He muttered with contempt. How can there be someone so ignorant? Words drove the old man insane with anger, eyes wide. What did you just say? He flaunted his ministerial position, once a congressman, to intimidate, then scolded him as a brat ignorant of hierarchy, the words of a man nearing the end of his time. Hyun-sung nonchalantly picked his ear, which only infuriated the old man further, inwardly cursing him as an uncultured fool who dared to insult his status simply by awakening by luck. But when Hyun-sung turned back with a cold gaze, the old man involuntarily froze. He spoke with deadly intent. Behave and you'll be safe. Resist, and I'll send you to meet Blue Dragon. Feeling the aura of someone stepping out of the gates of death, Lee Hang-gu was terrified, sweat pouring, legs shaking. Hyun-sung slowly approached, leaned close to the panicked old man, and reminded him to live more wisely from now on. And before saying anything, please think first. He tapped the old man's forehead mockingly. This isn't for decoration. Before the fearful eyes of the surrounding subordinates, Hyun-sung held up his phone coldly, saying he had recorded all the insulting words just now. He would formally file a complaint and could also sue for defamation. So, see you in court, he said, and walked away calmly, leaving only the echo of helpless roars behind. Hyun-sung smiled, realizing this skill was more useful than he thought, especially against ordinary people. The skill to provoke rage was indeed a major advantage, as it easily causes the opponent to lose control and act recklessly. A few days later, the media erupted. News of Lee Hang-gu's slush fund and shady dealings filled the headlines. Embezzlement records leaked online, sparking unprecedented outrage. Initially, only a few spoke out. Then small and medium groups joined protests, even striking for justice amid the chaos. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung leisurely lay in his apartment reviewing the hero-class spiritual image skill, the ability to reproduce the past of objects as images and sound. He felt satisfied, as if he had a hidden 4K camera. Just then the phone rang, the screen showing the name Shin-jun. Hyun-sung slightly furrowed his brow in surprise. He answered, yes, Miss Shin-jun. When she asked if they could meet immediately, he cheerfully replied any time. But hearing she would come straight to his place, he jumped up and quickly asked her to wait. He quickly found another location and suggested meeting at small cafe near the station. She agreed and said she would arrive in 30 minutes. Hyun-sung immediately tidied up and left. At small cafe, she went straight to the point. Was the scandal of Minister Lee Hang-gu caused by you? Hyun-sung sipped his coffee and asked why she thought so. She asserted only he had the capability to create such a shock, warning that officials were extremely sensitive, and he was under suspicion, so he must be careful. Hyun-sung pondered, asking what if he was discovered. She coldly replied he could be arrested for illegal intrusion and theft, and under the law for players, the punishment would be harsher. She emphasized if that happened, he must leverage public pressure to protect himself. Hyun-sung nodded, saying he understood, but he smiled subtly, affirming his innocence. He was just selling batteries by chance. Still, she reminded him to be cautious, because those in power did not want players to hold too much power. But this incident also served as a strong warning to them. She concluded that after this, he had created many enemies and government surveillance would certainly increase. Therefore, she advised him to keep a low profile and not become the center of attention for the time being. Hyun Sung chuckled lightly, saying that although it wasn't directly related to him, the current situation was extremely chaotic. Staying silent now was probably the wisest choice. He affirmed he also did not want to be dragged into any more baseless suspicions. The woman appeared satisfied with his prudence and concluded he was right. It was better to stay away from trouble. The two sat in silence in the peaceful cafe, tacitly understanding the need to keep themselves safe against the impending storm. A missile tore through the sky over Pyongyang. The earth-shattering explosion rang through the city center. Before the raging fire, North Korean soldiers panicked, wondering if it had been shot down, only to receive the desperate answer that against that giant land dragon, the missile was nothing but a toy. From the ruins, an ancient creature with thick scales began to crawl out, revealing sharp, threatening teeth. The giant emoji monster slowly raised its head. A nearby soldier froze as strange droplets fell on his face. He immediately screamed in pain as his body was corroded and deformed horrifically. The city descended into chaos with a series of continuous explosions. Even advanced fighter jets suffered damage amid the fiery sky. Among the skyscraper ruins, the emoji monster stood towering like a symbol of disaster. Back to reality. Peace was broken as the girl looked at her phone with tension, then quickly stood up, saying she had to leave immediately. Seeing the emergency mobilization order for high-level players from the Korean Players Association on the screen, Hyun Sung immediately stood up, saying he would go along. Go protect her or go clear monsters. After agreeing, the two quickly left the cafe. The speeding vehicle, the woman anxiously informed that Jin Dotiji 1 alert had been issued and hurriedly called headquarters. Never News was flooded with red headlines. Pyongyang vanished. The North Korean government completely collapsed. Woman handed the phone to Hyun Sung, saying a new update had just come in. He read carefully. Pyongyang was gone. The leadership collapsed. A level of emoji monster of indeterminate strength was advancing south. Sweat dripping from his forehead, he muttered if this one were selling batteries he could earn billions of points. At the Korean Players Association headquarters, an official solemnly announced before the hall that the situation was worse than reported. Pyongyang had been wiped out and the North Korean government completely collapsed. He explained that due to the officers and high-level players falling in battle against emoji, the space gates went out of control, letting monsters flood everywhere. Liexu Yang and his teammates silently listened as the spokesperson added that the refugees and remnants were retreating south, taking monsters with them. Red-haired man stepped onto the podium, firmly saying the report ended here. He looked down at the officers and high-level players and said he would explain why everyone had been gathered here. Our mission is to prepare to face emoji at the front line and stop the wave of monsters from the north. Hyun Sung was stunned, wondering about the front line. 10 days later at Paju, Gyeonggi province, waves of ferocious monsters roared like an invading army. Hunter sighed, complaining he could never finish and go home to his mother's cooking. A teammate also sighed, saying the losses were too great. Observing from a distance, Hyun Sung couldn't help but think how terrifying it was. Elsewhere, Lee Soo-yang transformed into a beast, charging into battle with warriors amid the chaotic scene. In a warehouse, Hyun Sung wondered how long he would have to hold out here, the battery seller now acting as a delivery man. Nevertheless, thanks to his sister, he could still replenish supplies here. But in his heart there still rose a sense of embarrassment at having to act so stealthily like this. At the same time, by the Yalu River in Dandong, China, a fierce battle erupted. Hordes of savage monsters surged across the Great Bridge amid earth-shaking explosions. Heavy machine guns fired relentlessly, sweeping straight toward the strange creatures and throwing the scene into chaos. A gigantic foot slammed onto the ground, making the surrounding space tremble. In the depths of the water, a massive red-bodied creature slowly rose, exuding an overwhelming aura. Suddenly, a sphere of fire shot forward and exploded right against its body. The monster threw back its head and roared in fury. Watching from afar, the silver-haired female warrior coldly muttered in irritation, "What a nuisance." Behind her, the mages and warriors had already taken their positions, channeling mana to prepare a combined assault. A barrage of explosions rained down, making the dragon-like monster shriek in pain. Facing the gigantic creature, the silver-haired girl remained terrifyingly calm, her blade-sharp gaze fixed on the target. Without the slightest hesitation, she leapt high and swung her spear powerfully, tearing through the beast's hardened scales, every strike landing cleanly and without mercy. Lia Su-yang walked slowly through the heavy atmosphere. Her icy eyes turned toward the soldier who was rushing over to report. She calmly asked what had happened. The soldier stammered that it was urgent. According to the report, the emoji python was charging straight toward them at an astonishing speed. Hearing this, Su-yang merely frowned slightly, her mind instantly calculating about the unranked monster that had flattened Pyongyang in the blink of an eye. Her hand tightened around her weapon as the soldier continued delivering the latest information. Although experts could not measure Imuji's level, they were still able to classify its danger rank. Su Yang asked sternly which tier it ultimately belonged to. The answer left the entire area in dead silence. That rank meant that if they failed there would be nothing left but to endure defeat, while many had yet to recover from the shock. In contrast, Su Yang merely curled her lips into a provocative smile. High above, the fighter jets roared as they tore through the wind. The sound of anti-aircraft cannons echoed across the sky, the blasts rumbling without pause. Su Yang quietly stepped forward, inwardly calculating that if this hunt succeeded, she would claim her first achievement, and rewards of that kind always granted an enormous amount of bonus stats. Therefore, she told herself she had to seize this opportunity at all costs. A total of 181 rankers and around 3,000 high-level players who had completed their 4th advancement were deployed to the border. A formidable force quickly formed up, preparing to confront the ancient creature that was approaching. Imuji roared toward the heavens, signaling that the life and death battle had officially begun. Su Yang shouted loudly, "Brothers, move up, take down this eel, and then we celebrate." Immediately, the mages activated their support skills in unison, boosting the strength of the entire team. Everyone's speed, willpower, and combat power were pushed to their limits. The battle erupted, countless spells slammed against the armored body of the colossal python. Imuji growled in anger, then suddenly raised its head and emitted a chilling sound. The system issued an urgent warning that all had been struck by a spiritual pressure skill, causing their bodies to stiffen for 10 seconds. One player cried out in disbelief. Seizing the moment of immobility, the python lashed its enormous tail, sweeping everything aside. The remaining people could only grit their teeth as they watched their comrades flung away and severely injured. Imuji frantically gathered purple energy, then unleashed a devastating breath that engulfed the battlefield. Elsewhere, Hyun Sung looked at the news on his phone and was horrified as the report stated that thousands of hunters and tens of thousands of soldiers had perished in the Imuji subjugation campaign because they failed to withstand the status attack in time. He pondered that if he had not purchased mental resistance software, he might have been finished as well. He immediately opened the shop, changed his mind about buying Wild Instinct, and instead switched to a mental resistance skill, determined not to miss the first achievement. After searching, he stopped at a hero rank passive skill called Indomitable Spirit, which greatly increased resistance against mental attacks. Although it cost nearly 30 billion points and had only 2 attributes, its high evaluation made him decide to purchase it. Light enveloped his body as the power was absorbed. After sensing it, Hyun Sung muttered that it did not seem much different. Even so, he still registered for the test to confirm his ability. He quickly left, preparing for the extermination squad test. At the assembly point among the skyscrapers, the atmosphere became as taut as a drawn bowstring. Hyun Sung quietly stepped into the testing area. His appearance drew quite a few glances. Observing the waiting room, he realized the number of registrants was higher than expected. He assessed inwardly that most of them had only a simple goal. They only needed to show up to share in the first achievement. However, there were still a few who carried entirely different intentions. Sitting in the waiting seat, Hyun Sung realized that the pass rate for this test was surprisingly low. When the staff called Hyun Sung's name, he responded immediately and stepped up to the counter. After verifying his identity, the female staff member smiled as she handed him a card and guided him to the examination room. Walking along the empty corridor, he felt that the room ahead looked exactly like an interrogation room in a movie. Standing in the middle of the empty room facing the large pane of glass, he heard confirmation from behind the glass. A cold voice announced the start of the test. Hyun Sung immediately focused and prepared to face the challenge. The system notified him that he had been hit by the Queen's spiritual pressure skill and would fall into a state of chaos for 10 seconds. However, the Indomitable Spirit skill activated instantly, granting him complete immunity to the mental attack. He calmly asked through the glass whether everyone had done anything just now, and received the reply that he had passed. Hyun Sung bowed in thanks and asked to leave. The association staff politely responded. Watching his figure fade away, the woman in charge remarked thoughtfully that Hyun Sung was truly hard to predict, then quickly called the next person. A few days later, near the demarcation line, tank treads roared as they rolled across the ground. After tense international meetings, the South Korean government officially ordered the advance northward. In the air, fighter jets had entered the target airspace and reported back to headquarters. The order to continue the advance was issued. Warships offshore simultaneously launched long-range missiles toward the target. A violent explosion struck directly onto the massive red body. The creature shrieked and collapsed to the ground, yet everyone remained vigilant as it could rise again at any moment. Hyun Sung observed the flickering purple lightning in his hand and remarked that the situation was quite favorable. He secretly admired the coordinated power between hunters and modern weapons, something that would have left him struggling greatly if he were alone. A week week later in Beijing, a high-level meeting was convened in a tense atmosphere. An official declared that this emoji must be dealt with by them directly. Successive bombardments tore apart the mountain range where the ancient creature was hiding, creating a chaotic scene. There was a proposal to mobilize all the strongest hunters in Beijing to finish this target. That proposal was immediately rejected, because if they poured all their strength into capturing the eel and another bloodthirsty creature slipped into the capital, there would be no way to respond. Everyone feared that once the troops were drawn away, a legendary monster similar to Emoji might suddenly appear and launch an attack at any moment. The Tingyi forces still gripped their weapons tightly, maintaining the highest level of vigilance against any unpredictable changes. The tactical discussion grew tense as someone questioned whether using local units to confront Emoji was an overreaching decision. Official Mac Vet calmly replied he believed nothing was beyond their capability. As long as they gathered the most outstanding elites from each region instead of mediocre ranks, the plan was entirely feasible. However, the reality of the battlefield was more brutal than expected. The emoji python roared loudly, releasing such terrifying pressure that a single breath was enough to leave opponents reeling. Chaos followed as many hunters were struck heavily by the ancient monster. Explosions shook the ground one after another. Amid the scene, the healing mages exerted themselves to restore their comrades with green magic, while Emoji lashed its tail violently and unleashed dangerous purple lightning. A shield-bearing warrior braced himself in front of the rear line, and when the monster revealed an opening, a decisive shout rang out that it was time. A barrage of magic from fire and ice to various other energies rained straight down on the python's head. The hunter frowned and murmured in surprise as he sensed something unusual. Enraged, the monster threw back its head and roared, the sound echoing as it tore through the night. Cries of pain echoed across the battlefield. The remaining fighters fell into exhaustion. Around them were only the traces of a fierce clash. The blue-haired hunter dropped to his knees, breathing heavily. He tried to check their numbers and painfully confirmed how many were still standing. Looking at the fallen comrades, he bitterly realized that nearly all had been eliminated. Only 10 slots remained to continue into the inner circle. His gaze turned cold. Gritting his teeth, he ordered the activation of Plan B. The shields were abandoned as the formation shifted into a full-scale assault. The remaining warriors also poured out all their firepower, preparing to unleash the decisive strike. Emoji shrieked in pain as it was struck repeatedly by energy arrows and explosive magic rounds on its thick scales. Amid the hazy smoke and flames, the blue-haired commander shouted that the target was charging south towards South Korea. A true legendary boss was approaching. An urgent news alert on the phone displayed that Emoji had penetrated deep into mainland China. Hyun-sung sipped his coffee while watching the screen, inwardly regretting that the title might fall into another nation's hands. Around him, other players also showed clear disappointment, each of them visibly crestfallen. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, causing Hyun-sung's expression to change. The people around cried out in alarm, asking if it was an earthquake and what was happening. An urgent notice rang out that Emoji was charging straight toward the camp at extreme speed. The female commander immediately ordered the vanguard to prepare for combat. The soldiers below stood stunned, wondering why it had suddenly turned back in this direction. Contrary to the general concern, a few warriors appeared excited, so there was a chance to take it down. It seemed so. Hyun-sung smiled faintly with confidence. He stood amid the crowd, purple lightning blazing in his hand, softly remarking that a distinguished guest had truly brought the spoils right to their doorstep. However, the female commander was filled with anxiety. She revealed that the Chinese warriors had failed once again. Images of them supporting each other as they fled appeared, and it was they who had inadvertently drawn Emoji straight toward our camp. Thunderous explosion crashed down as an attack slammed hard into the monster's leg. A hunter angrily shouted that they were lunatics. Another gritted his teeth and blamed them for hunting alone and failing, so now we had to bear the consequences. Many players could not hide their fury, believing that leading the monster into another country was no different from a crime. Some even hurled insults. Amid the chaotic crowd, the brown-haired female commander raised her voice, demanding everyone remain calm. She looked straight ahead and ordered everyone to immediately take their battle positions. Hyun-sung and his teammates tightened their grips on their weapons, their determined gazes fixed on the approaching target. The pursuit of Emoji officially began. On the blazing battlefield, a hunter ran while shouting that the target had returned and was about to approach. The gigantic emoji appeared towering, opening its sharp-fanged jaws to seize the person in front of it. The python scale-covered body and cold eyes made anyone shudder. From beneath the water, Emoji surged upward powerfully, its massive form gradually revealed. The system immediately warned that players were afflicted with fear and immobilized for 10 seconds, but Troy Hyun-sung's indomitable spirit skill automatically activated, granting him complete immunity. He calmly remarked that 30 billion points truly made a difference. The tankers at the front had to pour out all their strength, to withstand the heavy impacts from the opponent. Seizing the opportunity, many hunters leaped high, slashing sharp blades straight at the python's body. A series of spells exploded upon the thick scales, forming blazing bursts of light. A warning shout rang out demanding caution against the energy storm around its body. Imuji shrieked in pain as it endured the concentrated barrage. Amid the melee, Hyun-sung stood firm with purple lightning in his hand, smiling confidently as he remarked that the muscles were indeed impressive. Behind him, the pink-haired female mage focused on casting radiant support magic, strengthening the entire team. The battlefield continued to blaze fiercely. The melee fighters and tankers dashed forward at astonishing speed, appearing as if they were gliding through the air. Watching his comrades charge, Hyun-sung stood at a distance and marveled that they were almost flying, then sighed because he belonged to the ranged attack group and found it difficult to face the front line directly. Suddenly, a violent impact made the ground tremble. A heavily armored warrior was flung away, clutching his chest in pain. The healing mages immediately rushed over asking if Han was all right. Observing from afar, Hyun-sung judged that it was not yet time for direct confrontation. If they could not bring it down, then they should wait until it weakened and seize the chance to gather stats. He came up with the idea of waiting for the opportunity to absorb the falling drops of blood to increase his power. The gigantic monster continued to loom with heavy pressure, forcing Hyun-sung to admit that its rank far surpassed previous opponents. The creature's speed was so fast that the naked eye could hardly follow. He told himself that the only way was to grind achievements like mad to shorten the gap. Opening the status panel, he was still level 1 but already possessed 142 titles. The goal was to accumulate 1 trillion points to raise his stats without divine medicine, while items such as Dragon Slayer remained locked. 30 minutes passed. The great battle entered its most brutal phase. Relentless attacks left the monster severely wounded. Hyun-sung gradually grew more confident, thinking it was not too difficult, but just as the thought ended, a sudden change struck. He stood beside his teammate, gathering purple lightning, preparing to unleash a skill. Abruptly, he stiffened in vigilance and snorted. A close view of the python's sharp fangs appeared, brimming with menace. Realizing the danger, he shouted for everyone to dodge quickly because it was about to unleash firepower. The emoji threw back its head and roared, then opened its crimson, glowing mouth to gather energy. The scorching breath swept through, sending everything in its path flying. Under that pressure, the female mage gritted her teeth and activated a green magic circle for defense. Unable to suppress an angry remark, the immense energy crashed down, causing the hexagonal shield to tremble violently. The hunter shouted that only one defensive layer had been broken. He hurriedly urged his comrades to maintain their skills. Below, the mages focused their minds to activate the magic array beneath the ground. Tanker squad holding large shields advanced resolutely to the front. A hidden hunter cheered when he saw that the assault had stopped. The monster threw back its head and roared again, but immediately it was struck by countless multicolored beams of magic shooting straight into its body. A massive explosion erupted across the ancient creature's enormous form. Seeing that, Hyun-sung gathered purple lightning in his hand and calmly remarked that it might be ending, but amid the smoke the monster's red eyes still gleamed with ferocity. It roared, shaking the space itself. A hunter in panic realized it had entered a berserk state. Hyun-sung observed the lightning at his fingertips and analyzed that it had shed its armor to focus on damage. If they were not quick, they would become a joke. Massive footsteps pounded down repeatedly, creating powerful shock waves. A blonde-haired warrior roared loudly to boost his comrades' morale. However, the atmosphere suddenly grew strange as the blue-haired hunter looked at the system panel that had just appeared and softly murmured in surprise. Immediately afterward, all the players nearby were stunned as they received a strange notification. What the hell is happening? The hunter turned pale at the words skill activation failed. He stammered, "Failed, the system is reporting an error. Critical condition." The blonde female warrior froze mid-swing in shock. What? She clearly felt that something about her body was abnormal. While everyone was still panicking, a female hunter screamed for them to get back. Hyun-sung was startled as a wave of destructive energy surged upward. A massive explosion shook heaven and earth, white light swallowing the battlefield in an instant. Witnessing that scene, a warrior roared in fury and charged forward, realizing the opponent had extremely dangerous intentions. That man ignored the frontal assault and targeted only the mage and healer at the rear. The terrifying pressure blasted the hunters away, completely shattering their formation. Amid the ruins, Hyun-sung fled in panic from the colossal monster behind him, gritting his teeth and cursing in helplessness. In that life and death moment, he intended to use Blink to escape, but the system coldly informed him that he had been struck by Emoji's demonic eye. Froze. What is going on? A series of red warnings appeared announcing fear status for 20 seconds, but the indomitable spirit skill immediately reduced it to 1 second. Even so, Blink was still cancelled, leaving him astonished. The emoji threw back its head and roared, then lashed its massive tail toward him. The blow sent Hyun-sung flying, crashing painfully onto the ground. Struggled to his feet, his hand gripping the cold earth amid the chaos. Staring at the towering ancient creature before him, he tensely evaluated it. Enormous yet fast as lightning, truly troublesome. He dropped to one knee in the swirling dust, grinding his teeth in silent curses. Refusing to accept defeat, he raised his hand and activated the virtual space. He reached into his private dimension and took out his combat equipment. Sword and shield appeared. He charged forward, preparing for a fight to the death. Amid the wreckage, he groaned again as the pain had not yet faded. The monster swept everything aside, creating tremors across the mountains. Lying flat on the ground, Hans panted from exhaustion. He clambered up with a sigh of relief. Luckily, he had escaped in time. Looking back at the battle, he realized the opponent possessed many other psychic abilities besides the fear-inducing move. While thinking, a shrill scream rang out, and he turned back warily. In the distance, Emoji was still attacking the hunters in a frenzy, the battlefield in utter chaos. Hyun Sung clicked his tongue that it was truly a tangled mess, then suddenly noticed something strange. Looking at his empty hands, he panicked as his main sword had disappeared. He hurriedly searched, determined to retrieve it at once. The system notified that the hero-rank Dragon Blood sword had matured. He was stunned. Could it be? Ahead, Emoji was still fiercely resisting the relentless assault. Looking toward its tail, he discovered the sword embedded deep within its hard scales. Perhaps when blocking the attack, he had accidentally driven it in there. Seeing the sword absorbing power from the opponent, he chose not to recall it for now. He moved to another position to prepare for the next step. The battle reached its climax as rain of arrows and magic continuously rained down upon Emoji's massive body. A female warrior observed and judged that perhaps the tide had turned in their favor. At that moment, Hein Sung saw a new notification appear. The Dragon Blood sword had leveled up. He thought it must have evolved so quickly by absorbing the blood of a legendary monster. The blade was still embedded deep within the thick scales. It crazily drained Essence blood, causing the monster to growl, but it was immediately surrounded by light hunters. Emoji threw back its head and roared, its eyes burning red with killing intent. Let out a piercing shriek. Then it thrashed violently, flinging away those clinging to its body. Waves of magic exploded, shrouding its body in smoke and fire. The pounding footsteps of hunters echoed everywhere as they continued to press in. Someone shouted loudly that the boss was about to fall. Unleash all ultimate moves. Arrows and fireballs relentlessly struck the ancient creature's back. Emoji exhausted and barely breathing amid the ruins. Then it rose one last time from the water while Hyun Sung clung close to its head. The sword plunged deep, the system recording that he achieved the accomplishment of contributing to the first legendary monster kill. Cheers resounded across the battlefield, everyone leaping in joy that they had finally defeated it. Radiant faces broke into smiles, savoring the moment of survival after the life and death battle. The massive body of the giant serpent gradually collapsed to the ground amid clouds of dust. The hunters stood in silence, gazing at the final remains of the ancient creature. Against the blue sky, a blazing red object separated from the monster's corpse and shot downward. The sword stabbed into the ground amid the devastated battlefield like a symbol of power. Hyun Sung stood in the twilight glow, gripping the newly awakened sword tightly. The system bell rang repeatedly, announcing a series of achievements, blue panels appearing to record that he was the first to possess a legendary weapon, and skill achieving hero rank accomplishment. He stared in astonishment at the gleaming Dragon Blood sword and wondered how much it had changed. Touch the virtual screen to view the details. The Dragon Blood sword had reached unique legendary rank. It could absorb blood to restore stamina and mana, greatly increase attack power, along with the powerful active skill Dragon Blood Claw. He nodded in satisfaction. He pieced it together and understood why 3 first-time achievements had appeared at once, also realizing that besides him there must be others who possessed unique rank items. Satisfied with the rewards, he stretched and told himself that all the effort had been worth it. As he was about to leave, the system sounded again, recording him as the highest contributor in the legendary monster hunt. His name topped the contribution ranking and he received a reward of 10 points to all stats. He stood stunned in disbelief. His gaze lingered on the sword radiating crimson light. He gently stroked the blade and joked that it was truly good at drinking blood, then thought about how to divide the spoils. He wondered how they would distribute the items as he looked at the group in the distance. By convention, contributions were usually converted into cash. After consideration, he decided to keep his contribution level secret because excessive display would only bring trouble. He quietly turned and walked away alone, leaving the crowd behind. The whole world focused its attention on South Korea as news spread that humanity had defeated a legendary emoji for the first time. However, the list of participants and the obtained items were kept confidential by the government to prevent information leaks. Even so, offers to purchase legendary items flooded in. Many foreign rankers, driven by their thirst for power, did not hesitate to book flights to South Korea. A few days later at the Hemat warehouse, Hyun-sung sat pensively on the sofa thinking that buying the item would not be easy. Even if he had the right to join the auction, the reality would be brutal. His phone notified him of receiving 300 million won in prize money, but that figure was insignificant compared to the true value. He clicked his tongue because a legendary item would surely have a starting price of hundreds of billions of won. He lay back on the sofa reassuring himself, though he still felt regret inside. At that moment, his phone began vibrating continuously. Hyun-sung picked up the phone. As soon as he said, "Hello," a familiar voice on the other end introduced herself as Shin-jun. He immediately replied politely, "Ah, hello, Miss Shin-jun." He curiously asked, "May I know why you are calling me?" Shin-jun laughed softly in reproach. "Why do you always get straight to the point like that?" She spoke in a half-joking, half-serious tone. "Can I not call just to ask how you are?" Hyun-sung awkwardly explained that it was not like that, but he was certain she must have something important to discuss. Shin-jun sighed, saying it was true there was no need to beat around the bush, then admitted he was right and hinted that she had a profitable opportunity to share. Hyun-sung immediately focused. "What is it?" On the other end, Shin-jun smiled and asked if he was interested in a legendary tier item. Hearing that, he was startled and broke into a sweat, replying at once that of course he was. No player could be indifferent to a legendary item. She then made her offer. She could help him obtain a legendary item that had just appeared. Understanding that there was no such thing as a free feast, Hyun-sung spoke seriously. "Such a precious item must come with conditions. Just say it plainly." Shin-jun leisurely stirred her coffee and confirmed that was indeed the case. Hyun-sung pondered and guessed, could it be a lifetime binding contract again? Her gaze sharpened as she revealed that the government was making every effort to gather items from Imuji, then asked whether anyone had enough money to compete with the national budget. Hyun-sung wondered if only the special task force was allowed to participate in the auction. Jun-min smiled confidently and said that was precisely why she sought him out, because at present within the team only she and Hyun-sung were from the association. He asked suspiciously, "Then why do you not take it all for yourself?" Shin-jun laughed, admitting she had thought so, but one skill did not suit her, and she believed it suited him better. Standing in the warehouse, Hyun-sung requested to see the item first before making a decision. Shin-jun immediately replied that it was not a problem. However, as she walked on her high heels, she said it could not be viewed right away. She explained that the item information would only be disclosed to the task force exactly one day before the auction, and he would know at that time as well. Hyun-sung frowned slightly and remarked that the timing was rather tight. If the news leaked too early, there could be incidents of foreign forces luring members away. He calmly said they must have investigated already, and she stated that the government was handling that matter. In the warehouse, Hyun-sung firmly said he had to see the item before discussing anything further. Shin-jun reassured him to do just that. He would not regret it. A few days later, at the headquarters of the Player Association, holding the new item information sheet, Hyun-sung could not hide his astonishment at the immense power, while the accompanying penalty was not overly severe. It was the legendary tier active skill book Black Dragon Punishment, converting mana into darkness to greatly increase attack, reduce recovery, and allowing the summoning of Dark Thunder without cooldown. He swallowed dryly, thinking it could be used at will without cooldown, yet he still worried whether his hero tier skill could withstand legendary power. Shin-jun asked if he truly intended to pass. Hyun-sung replied that he originally used holy mana, so his main skills revolved around that attribute. She casually sat on the table and said that if he did not take it, she would give it to another range player. She was clearly striking at his psychology. Smiling meaningfully, she revealed that the government also wanted to use this book to recruit another figure. There was little time left. He had to decide quickly, her gaze fixed on him with pressure. In that situation, sweat beaded on his forehead. Then he gritted his teeth and said that if she accepted one condition, he would agree. When asked what condition, he stated clearly that in the future, if he repaid the full principal along with an equivalent deposit, he must be allowed to terminate the lifetime contract. He emphasized that if that was not possible, he would give up. She thought for a moment and proposed that instead of merely repaying the principal, it would be calculated from today until termination with interest added according to regulations. Hyun-sung asked how much the interest was and received the answer of 5% per year. When he asked whether it was simple or compound interest, she confirmed it was compound and said that was already a major concession. After some hesitation, Hyun-sung finally nodded in agreement. Shin-jun smiled in satisfaction. "Then it is settled." She took the file and said she would report to her superiors. Hyun-sung bowed his head in thanks. She laughed lightly, saying she had done nothing significant, then bid farewell. Hyun-sung silently watched her figure fade into the distance. After that, he took out his phone and made another call. The auctioneer stood on the high podium, sweeping his gaze across the hall, and asked if anyone else wished to bid. Seeing everyone silent, he began a 5-second countdown for the final decision. Hyun-sung and the other players all held their breath. A suffocating tension blanketed the hall. The auctioneer loudly declared the bidding round closed and congratulated the winner. The Dark Dragon Spear officially belonged to player Shin Jun. Screen number 1003 displayed a record-breaking price exceeding 100 trillion won. Hyun Sung applauded while thinking that the competition had been even fiercer than he had expected. He realized that such an amount must have backing from major conglomerates rather than a single individual. Just one skill book and one weapon had already consumed nearly 2,000 trillion won. The auctioneer continued to introduce the final item of the evening. Hyun Sung intently watched the cart carrying the most valuable item roll onto the stage. It was the legendary skill book Black Dragon Punishment, the ancient pattern tome revealed before the astonished eyes of the crowd. In the silent hall, Hyun Sung held the document and let out a helpless sigh. His gaze wavered as he looked at the actual figures displayed on the screen. The debt had risen to the trillions plus 5% compound interest per year made him wonder whether he would be bound to the association for life. Shin Jun stood in the corridor, gripping the spear tightly, her expression filled with confusion. She did not understand what had happened when the first achievement notification did not appear at all. No notification appeared, making her feel that everything was too abnormal. Looking at the statistics board, she was stunned to see she ranked only second in contribution, and the first achievement did not clearly belong to anyone. Stranger still, none of the participants admitted to being in first place. She recalled that when she first slew a hero tier monster before, she had obtained 5 rare tier achievements despite missing several other titles. The rewards had been extremely valuable, yet now someone had surpassed her. Returning to the present, Shin Jun realized that the only possibility was that someone had single-handedly hunted the legendary monster. Before the hero tier reward board, she wondered in confusion how someone could simultaneously obtain the first 2 achievements. She spoke with an official and admitted she had deliberately placed Black Dragon Punishment in the final round to create an opportunity. Clutching the spear tightly, she blamed herself for being too naive. She regretted not telling Hyun Sung the whole truth from the beginning. At that moment, Hyun Sung stepped forward to congratulate her on spending over 1 trillion to buy the first title. He said goodbye and left. She watched him thoughtfully, and then asked whether he had learned that skill yet. Hyun Sung paused briefly and then nodded in confirmation. Hearing that, she smiled in relief and told him to travel safely. Just as he turned his back to leave, Hyun Sung had not even taken a few steps. He suddenly sensed something unusual, a flicker of doubt rising in his heart about what was happening. From behind, the rapid sound of high heels rang out as if someone was hurrying to catch up with him. The girl ran over, her face filled with awkwardness and guilt, softly voicing an apology. Under Hyun Sung's calm gaze, she explained the arrangement of items in the auction, admitting that the government had deliberately prioritized the items she chose so she could obtain the first achievements. Because of that, Hyun Sung's item had been pushed to the very end of the auction list. Hyun Sung looked at her silently, gradually piecing everything together in his mind, so it was related to the first title. Recalling the announcements about the legendary grade weapon and skill he had once obtained, he understood the issue. The cause lay there. The system had not been wrong but had been influenced by outside interference. He calmly analyzed that it was not hard to understand the government favoring someone believed to hold many first achievements in order to strengthen her position. Perhaps they thought she still possessed those titles. Seeing the girl still lowering her head in remorse, Hyun Sung replied indifferently, "Such things are easy to happen." He smiled lightly and scratched his head in a relaxed manner. "I understand the circumstances of both the government and you, so you do not need to feel guilty or apologize to me." That tolerance left Yule stunned, her eyes widening with emotion, her cheeks flushing at his generosity. Hyun Sung gave a slight nod to Shin Jun. "Then I will take my leave first." Watching his figure fade away, Shin Jun stood silently in the quiet room, thinking that it was rare to see someone both strong and indifferent to fame and gain. Thinking about how she had unintentionally allowed her superiors to put an upright person like him at a disadvantage, she could not help but feel guilty. Standing and looking toward the exit, Shin Jun resolved firmly that from now on she would never let something similar happen again. Hyun Sung returned to his residence. He took off his coat and recalled the girl's confession. She truly lived honestly, thinking about how she had chased after him just to apologize out of fear that she had taken his achievement. He felt both amused and slightly guilty. He told himself she had not needed to reveal everything. She could have stayed silent and no one would have blamed her, a trace of embarrassment flashing through him as he realized that he was the one who had quietly taken the most valuable rewards from the emoji python while she had been worrying about him. Hyun Sung sat cross-legged on the bed, opened the virtual space and took out the legendary skill book that shimmered with golden light. Holding the treasure in his hand, he pondered whether he should try learning it, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he speculated about the interaction between his skills. He wondered if it would merge with his existing power or exist as a separate ability. The moment he chose to absorb the Crane Dragon Punishment Book, the system immediately reported failure, leaving Hein Sung stunned as he realized that the hero rank Unique Lightning Dragon Breath and the legendary rank Crane Dragon Punishment were automatically merging. In the blink of an eye, a new power called the legendary Unique Hack Thunder Dragon Breath was born, and he was astonished to understand that this was not absorption, but a higher-level fusion. As if that were not enough, a hero rank achievement appeared, confirming that he was the first to possess a legendary unique skill, and looking at the overwhelmingly powerful status window, Hyun Sung curled his lips in satisfaction, just as expected, strong enough to boast about everywhere. He silently evaluated that joining Sun emoji had been the wisest decision. The bonus points from the new title alone had reached 450. Before the snarling one-eyed monsters, he calmly reviewed his strength. The Hack Thunder Dragon Breath skill allowed him to convert mana into darkness, increasing attack but reducing recovery, carrying the power of lightning that could instantly paralyze. Having no cooldown and even leveling up by absorbing lightning attribute items, he smiled confidently and let violet electricity gather in his hand. Instantly, a massive pillar of lightning descended from the sky, engulfing the entire horde in a flash. Current swept across violently, turning the monsters into ashes, their bodies completely destroyed under the brutal force. Witnessing that scene, Hyun Sung softly exclaimed in amazement, his eyes shining as he looked at the lingering purple sparks on his hand. Amid the devastation, he quietly assessed the power he had just obtained. He clicked his tongue in regret as the monsters had vanished too quickly, not enough to fully feel its true might. Another roar echoed as a different pack of bluish-gray creatures charged madly to surround him. Stepping over the corpses of the defeated, he thought he needed to find a place with a dense monster population, like a blood-draining dungeon to train, his gaze sweeping around for a suitable location. Time passed. At 8 hours 5 minutes in the morning, his phone displayed an urgent message from Shin Jun, asking him to contact her immediately. Upon reading it, Hyun Sung was surprised, unsure what was so serious, walking along the night street while staring intently at the screen. The phone rang. The person on the other end asked if he had exited the dungeon. He replied briefly, yes. She then asked whether he could hunt in the dungeons in the northern area. She explained that the low-level northern dungeons were severely short-staffed. Monsters were numerous while hunters had withdrawn, so they were offering double pay for emergency frontline duty. He understood that strong players usually gained no benefit from hunting weaker monsters, so no one was interested. Smiling confidently, he agreed at once. Having signed a contract with the player association, he naturally had to provide support. The manager gratefully thanked him and said a helicopter would be dispatched so he could part immediately. Sensing the urgency, he guessed the situation must be very serious. While moving, she informed him that the number of dungeons was increasing rapidly, not yet at the level of full mobilization, but difficult to avoid if it continued. He nodded, affirming that he would give his all. 2 weeks later, in the northern skies of Korea, a military helicopter swept over the endless mountain forests. The system displayed a notification that he had accumulated over 300 billion points and unlocked mercenary mode, leaving him stunned that the game even included personnel management. He stood in the cold gray space, looking at the distant monsters holding weapons as they waited. Hyun Sung frowned slightly in thought. Suddenly, he activated a violet energy that enveloped his entire body. Raising his hand, purple lightning crackled around his fingertips as he operated the virtual interface. He opened the status window to review his outstanding attributes. There was nothing unusual in the information panel. Swiping to another section, he suddenly cried out in surprise. The mercenary hiring interface appeared with a long list from hero rank to rare rank, showing that he could even hire hero-level players. Curious, he tapped on a hero rank warrior named Volseviki. The information stated that he was an extremely powerful tanker and close combat assassin, but the price of 600 billion points for 2 hours left him stunned, forcing him to scroll down to view the rare rank. However, even the rare rank cost tens of billions of points each time, making him shake his head at the excessive expense. While browsing the list, he suddenly stopped after noticing something strange. A rare rank warrior named Lucia had the lowest price, far cheaper than the others, but the description warning that she was a deserter and a failure made him hesitate. He wondered whether she often broke contracts or had some issue, then decided to hire her to test the new system. A notification appeared confirming that Lucia had been hired for 180 minutes. White light flared behind him, and a female silhouette gradually emerged. Lucia, with silver hair and a dark coat, bowed her head in thanks and declared that she would fight with all her strength. Faced with such seriousness, he awkwardly said there were no enemies at the moment, explaining that he only wanted to ask a few questions. Lucia asked whether this was his first time using the system. He gave an embarrassed smile and confirmed that it had just been unlocked. Lucia sat down calmly and told him to ask within the limits of what she knew. He immediately asked about the true identity of mercenaries. She replied that she was also a player like him. He stared in shock and repeated, "A player like me." Lucia explained that she also possessed a unique skill similar to his. Hearing that, Hyun-sung stood still, realizing he was not the only one with special power. Lucia added that this system was essentially a form of buying and selling between players. He asked whether her world had been attacked by monsters and why spatial gates had appeared. She admitted that the world she once lived in had suffered the same fate, but she did not know the origin. To learn deeper secrets, he would have to hire a legendary rank mercenary or higher, because even hero rank did not know. She confirmed that the hero rank individuals she had met before also had no answer. Hyun-sung said thoughtfully that it had been 20 years since the gates appeared in his world. After 2 major transformations, the situation had now temporarily stabilized. He asked anxiously when the next great upheaval would occur. Lucia believed that the 2 upheavals might have been the last, and that it would be unlikely for another to happen in the next 20 years, but she could not be certain about the more distant future. Hyun-sung asked why she said that. Lucia sadly recounted that her world, after 40 years from the first upheaval, had been completely overrun by monsters and destroyed. She looked down, mentioning the description of deserter and failure, and asked whether he understood the reason. Under his probing gaze, she remained silent for a moment. Lucia bitterly admitted that she had not lost because she was weak, but because she had chosen to run away to survive. Painful yet brilliant memories from years past surged back. It had once been a peaceful village with wooden rooftops and a slow rhythm of life. Then the sky cracked open, revealing a terrifying pitch-black rift. A massive spatial gate opened, pouring out ferocious monsters. The crude creatures roared and rushed to attack the villagers. The people screamed for help and fled in despair. Amid the chaos, Lucia, then a powerful warrior, charged into battle. A gigantic monster with long horns blocked her path. Even giving her all, she could not match that overwhelming strength. She was struck down, struggling to withstand the heavy blows from the opponent's spiked weapon. As death drew near and there was no way back, mysterious blue light enveloped her, pulling her away from the collapsing world. Returning to the present, Hyun-sung understood that was the reason she had started again from level 1. Lucia nodded gently, confirming the prank was real. She recounted that all her funds had to be relearned, now becoming the poorest hunter in the guild. Lucia stood silently in the dark space, telling her miserable journey that made Hyun-sung shiver. Lucia bowed her head, eyes filled with sorrow, but she had long regretted it, saying from then on she had to hunt frantically to accumulate points, gradually selling skill books and mana stones to survive. After 16 years of endurance, just as a glimmer of hope appeared, a second great transformation suddenly struck. Hyun-sung listened silently as Lucia revealed that at that time, no one was strong enough to stop the rise of legendary-level monsters that were increasingly appearing. A giant stone monster with glowing blue crystals roared, shaking the space. Lucia in warrior armor, holding a sword and shield, gritted her teeth in helplessness. "Damn it," she explained. An extremely strong magical field made all skills and spatial transfer items useless. Facing the fierce attack, Lucia had to use an emergency escape item to find a chance to survive. She drew a glowing blue cube and activated it. "I used a spatial transfer item. Although the risk of getting lost across dimensions was high, it was the only choice in this life or death situation." The cube spun in the void, emanating mysterious energy around her, but cruel fate made her fail to reach another space. She bitterly admitted becoming lost across dimensions, trapped in an undefined void between cosmic rifts. Her eyes showed fatigue as she wandered alone in the dark space, without light or life. Amid the terrifying silence of the void, only the drip of water in the empty space seemed to exist. Lucia said in despair. She was lucky to discover the mercenary support system. She guided Hyun-sung. "If you go into personal skills then select selling, you will see the support window appear." Immediately, the mercenary control panel appeared with Lucia as rare rank, minimum hire of 1 hour, fee of 1 million points. Hyun-sung quickly operated the virtual screen, pressed the mercenary support button, 1 million points for loyalty. The screen also showed his registration panel with the same fee. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Lucia continued thoughtfully. She had registered in the system and waited in vain, but no one came. She once lowered the fee to the minimum, kneeling and begging the owner to let her live, still only receiving cold rejection. Hyun-sung looked at the calculation panel, mentally noting that rare rank mercenaries cost a minimum of 1 million points per hour. He realized the cost was too high, 24 million a day, over 700 million a month. Lucia continued until one day someone made a cruel demand. He grinned maliciously, demanding to be a disciple, paying 24 million per day. He would handle the rest. Hyun-sung was stunned and interrupted. Could points be transferred to others? Lucia explained transferring points to ordinary players or civilians was impossible. However, among those possessing unique skills, the rules were entirely different. She stepped closer, confirming that point transactions among them were entirely feasible. The two stood facing each other in the silent space. Lucia took the initiative to shake hands and sign the contract. Immediately, the transaction notification appeared with over 10 billion points available for exchange. Hyun-sung looked at the screen, exclaiming with delight, truly astonishing. He curiously asked if player-to-player transactions could be used to increase total accumulated points. Lucia immediately rejected the idea, asserting it was impossible. She explained when players exchanged points, the accumulated amount was deducted accordingly. This rule also applied to the mercenary system. Hyun-sung suddenly realized the issue, asking if therefore she accepted the previous proposal. Lucia responded firmly, I refused. She was very alert and beautiful. She explained, as with selling items, the mercenary system charged up to 20% commission of the contract value. Hyun-sung muttered in surprise, understanding the point disadvantage. Lucia slowly recounted the harsh past, when things worsened and that person sent a higher request with nearly 300 million points. Looking at the notification screen, Hyun-sung assessed, you suffered too much, let me take you into the team. She recounted the days of frantically hunting monsters to accumulate points, then having to submit the full 24 million per day to the owner, working day and night yet still losing. Truly a slave hunter's life. She minimized her eating and sleeping to immerse herself in battles, even earning 5 million points daily. The greed of the former master made Lucia decide to break the contract. The red-haired man was furious at losing his point-gaining tool. From then on she struggled alone across dimensions until summoned by Hyun-sung. Lucia's face showed fatigue. She confessed if this situation continued, she could not last more than 3 months. With a determined gaze, she looked straight at Hyun-sung and made a proposal. I want to suggest something. Lucia pledged to repay 24 million points daily as minimum higher fee, ready to fight at his request. She looked at him seriously, asking if he would allow her to continue existing in this world. Hyun-sung looked at Lucia and spoke. She asked, may I have a little time to think? Lucia smiled in agreement, of course. She reminded that the higher time was short. It was time for her to return. Shortly after, Lucia vanished in the light beam, leaving Hyun-sung standing alone. Sitting in contemplation in the dark cave, he thought, I am truly lucky, but what to do now? Using the mercenary system was also a reasonable option. Decision made, Hyun-sung touched the screen. The system image assisted in reviving Lucia. As she appeared, she noted that his rehiring demonstrated a wise decision. Hyun-sung calmly responded, indeed, but before that I have something to confirm. Lucia guessed. It seems he was curious about my abilities. He candidly requested, could you show me the status panel? After consideration, Lucia agreed. If only level and stats, she could make them public. Hyun-sung thought, for a level 1 player like him, level was irrelevant. Everyone needed personal secrets. He replied, good, then realized she intended only to show stats. The two began to walk. Lucia gently summoned the status panel. The stat panel appeared, astonishing Hyun-sung total stats exceeding 3,500. He calculated a normal player would have to be level 700 to reach this number. Despite total stats being 700 less than hers, he was confident he could catch up. Looking at Lucia, Hyun-sung assessed she possessed many legendary or heroic skills. He wondered how strong the monsters outside were, that someone as strong as her had to be a mercenary. Lucia interrupted his thoughts. Are you satisfied now? Hyun-sung suggested, for now, let's sign a temporary hire contract. Lucia was slightly surprised by the temporary nature, present when needed. He explained she would be summoned when entering the dungeon, contract ends when hunting ends, food would be provided freely. Lucia confirmed, meaning only call her when needed for hunting. Hyun-sung nodded, correct. Lucia smiled, very well, this proposal is not disadvantageous to me. She vanished into the space, leaving Hyun-sung standing alone. In the silent night, a dazzling blue light suddenly flared up from deep within the forest. He immediately accelerated, rushing at full speed toward the bonfire. Lucia's eyes turned as cold and sharp as blades. She shouted loudly and charged straight into the horned rabbit monsters without the slightest hesitation. Surrounded on all sides, she calmly raised her shield to defend. A radiant green barrier was activated. Lucia poured all her strength into the shield. From it erupted a shockwave that blasted the monsters away. Standing behind and observing, Hyun-sung smiled in satisfaction. How convenient. His hands also ignited with powerful purple energy, ready to strike the monsters. One by one, the monsters fell beneath Lucia's sharp sword. Watching her spirited fighting style, Hyun-sung thought to himself that her approach was completely different from his. He showed interest. It seemed their coordination worked quite well. Immediately after, he swept out an extremely powerful wave of purple energy, forming a deadly vortex that left the monsters no time to react. Standing before the defeated monsters, Lucia announced that everything was likely cleared. She remarked with satisfaction that this was indeed an ideal hunting ground, entirely different from her previous world where she had struggled. Lucia explained that there were far too many players there. All the good hunting zones were occupied by lords. To enter, one even had to pay an extremely expensive usage fee. She looked at Hyun-sung curiously. Master, could it be that you are one of the monarchs in this world? Hyun-sung laughed and replied that he was not. He was only asked to deal with this place. After many consecutive battles, he asked if she still had enough strength to fight. Lucia responded with a firm confirmation. He looked at the control panel and said he would summon her again later. Lucia respectfully replied that she would await orders and immediately vanished. A week later, a brilliant blue light once again flared up in the desolate forest. Hyun-sung could not help but marvel at his astonishing rate of achievement accumulation. He calculated that in the past, hunting all day only earned him 10 million points. Now it had tripled. In just 1 week, Lucia alone had brought him as many as 300 million points. Hyun-sung smiled and told himself he was truly fortunate. Lucia secretly thought that he was already so happy, with only 300 million points a week. Hyun-sung scratched his head awkwardly, feeling guilty since he could earn hundreds of millions of points each day thanks to electronic devices. At that moment, Lucia stepped closer and softly called his name. He turned and asked what was wrong. Lucia hesitantly said that if it was not troublesome, she wanted to ask something. Given permission, she went straight to the point that today he had engaged in direct close combat with monsters. Aside from ranged attacks, did he intend to continue pursuing a close combat style? Hyun-sung answered decisively of course. He wanted to flexibly combine both styles in each battle. Lucia thought for a moment and asked if he had never received formal swordsmanship training. Hyun-sung admitted he only had the swordsmanship knowledge skill and had never studied formally. Hearing that, Lucia advised him to find a true swordmaster for serious training. Hyun-sung curiously asked why it was so necessary. Lucia replied seriously that his swordsmanship was too simple. It might not be obvious now, but from humanoid hero-level monsters onward, his attacks would struggle to be effective. Hyun-sung doubted whether the difference could truly be that great. Lucia immediately proposed sparring with her without using activated skills. Hearing the mention of sparring, Hyun-sung was slightly surprised by her enthusiasm. Lucia said that only by experiencing it himself would he clearly understand what she wanted to convey. Hyun-sung's eyes grew serious. He firmly agreed. He drew his weapon and prepared. The two kept their distance, waiting for the moment. The air was taut as a drawn bowstring before the sword duel began. Hyun-sung took the initiative and charged forward at incredible speed. He swung his weapon in a direct attack, but Lucia had already raised her shield to block. Defending while counterattacking, Lucia effortlessly neutralized all his sword strikes. Observing carefully, Hyun-sung realized she seemingly had not used her full strength. He stomped hard to gather momentum. Then he rushed straight in and unleashed a powerful downward slash. Lucia remained calm, raising her shield to block and immediately countering with her sword. The two continued exchanging fierce moves. Hyun-sung grew irritated as every attack was neutralized. In contrast, Lucia maintained her composure with a confident smile. 3 minutes passed. Hyun-sung panted with sweat soaking him, yet he still gripped his weapon tightly. He was astonished by the vast gap between them. Lucia leisurely stepped forward, her expression unchanged. Realizing the gap was too great, he lowered his head and admitted defeat. Lucia sheathed her sword and calmly said she had expected this, but his level of proficiency was truly still low. Hyun-sung asked in surprise what proficiency meant. He had thought knowing the moves was enough. Lucia explained that although it was not displayed on the status panel, in some respects proficiency was even more important than stats or skills. She emphasized that for players, whether active or passive, skills were powers obtained suddenly. Therefore, merely knowing how to use them did not mean reaching the highest limit. Hyun-sung wondered if the operating mechanism had not already been memorized automatically. Lucia asserted that was still not enough and used the riding skill as an example. When possessing the skill, he could run, stop, or turn freely on horseback. But that did not mean he had truly mastered riding. She added that different levels of proficiency would create enormous gaps in combat power. Not everyone who learned the same skill could unleash identical strength. Hyun-sung was startled as he realized the core issue. Seeing that he understood, Lucia said this was not only about passive skills like swordsmanship knowledge. Even the lightning element skill he used as his main force would deal different damage depending on proficiency. Hyun-sung fell into thoughtful contemplation. He related it to playing games. Even if controlling characters with the same stats, the way he played and the way a master performed were worlds apart. Proficiency. He told himself that even if it did not appear on the status panel, it was certainly a major factor in real combat. Hyun Sung looked at Lucia cautiously and asked if she could help him improve his proficiency. Lucia smiled brightly and replied that if he wished, she was willing to help at any time. It was truly surprising how enthusiastically she guided him. A few months later, thanks to the active efforts of high-level hunters in the north, the risk of monster outbreaks was gradually brought under control. However, in contrast to that calm, dissatisfaction within the hunters quietly began to rise. Hunters from the major guilds, bolstered by increasing support, gradually grew complacent. Each time they received orders to raid low-level dungeons, they found excuses to strike or demanded to return to the south, leaving almost all the lower-floor clearing work to the association hunters. After a period of bearing the burden, even the association members began to complain. Although their frontline allowances were doubled, the price they paid was still too high. They had no chance to accumulate experience to level up, nor could they gather mana stones or valuable items. Living conditions were lacking in every way. There was no proper shelter. They had to sleep in tents and survive on fast food or rations day after day. That situation dragged on for months, causing even the association hunters to gradually lose their enthusiasm. Yet instead of following that wave of stagnation, a hunter appeared who grew more eager for battle with each passing day. While everyone else took the chance to rest, Hyun Sung quietly slung his backpack over his shoulder, his eyes filled with excitement. After a grueling training session, Hyun Sung and Lucia sat down to rest and have a light meal. As she ate, Lucia marveled that this world possessed a civilization far more developed than she had expected. She gradually adapted and began to love this place. Hyun Sung explained that here even ordinary people needed identification to participate in economic activities. Upon hearing that, Lucia understood why he did not call her outside the dungeon. He calmly added that Lucia was a top-tier player, so nations always kept her under strict surveillance. Hearing that, Lucia paused slightly in surprise. Hyun Sung smiled reassuringly, saying that once he finished his current task, he would find a way for her to live in Korea. Having identification and registering as a player were essential. Lucia gently replied that he did not need to hurry, she was satisfied with her current life. She hesitantly asked whether, if the identification card carried a portrait, she should choose a younger appearance, her eyes full of expectation as she looked at Hyun Sung. That girlish question caught him slightly off guard, since everyone preferred to look more beautiful. He burst into hearty laughter, agreeing that younger was better. Then the two continued chatting cheerfully in the silent dungeon. In Lucia's gaze, there was clear reassurance and trust as she looked toward her master. She hesitantly said perhaps he should take that back now. Hyun Sung turned around, smiling as he told her to consider it tuition since she had taught him so much. Lucia nodded with determination, saying that in that case she would be even stricter in her teaching. He replied casually that he was always ready. The scene shifted to a range of icy snow-covered mountains under the night sky. A helicopter had just landed. A group of hunters gathered below. Dressed in thermal gear, Hyun Sung carried his backpack and walked past a man who was on the phone. The man hurriedly said into the phone to wait a moment. "Hello, I am currently on a business trip." Nearby, a hooded figure with cold, sharp eyes thought to himself that the opportunity had finally arrived. He was extremely excited. A dangerous aura of dark energy began to emanate from his body. Meanwhile, Hyun Sung continued moving forward in silence. Stepping deeper into the Rocky Mountains, he suddenly halted, his vigilance rising to the highest level. He narrowed his eyes as he sensed an invisible threat enveloping the area. His wild instincts surged. He wondered who was hiding nearby. Behind him, a strand of black smoke silently approached. Hyun Sung entered a dark cave, realizing the danger was already close. He swallowed hard, telling himself to remain calm and deal with it first. Half-human, half-beast monsters gradually revealed themselves, growling menacingly. Facing the massive creatures, he exhaled softly and smiled with excitement, wanting to test himself after training with Lucia. He quickly drew the sharp weapon from his backpack. In front of him were 7 monsters poised to charge. He tightened his grip on the weapon, unleashing a powerful strike amid a burst of brilliant purple light. When all the targets had been dealt with, he picked up the shimmering blue mana stone, then carefully stored it in his backpack. He opened a bottle of water and took a long drink to recover, then touched the status panel to check. Although he was still only level 1 and had no profession, possessing up to 164 titles made it impossible for him to hide his satisfaction. For someone low-level like him, that was an achievement to be proud of. Despite his fatigue, Hyun Sung reminded himself to keep moving forward. At that moment, he sensed killing intent and knew the enemy had drawn near. A gigantic monster roared and rushed toward him. He swung his sword in a flash, cutting it down in an instant. His eyes turned cold as he realized the true danger had just appeared. A shadow darted swiftly behind him at astonishing speed. Without hesitation, Hyun-sung condensed brilliant purple energy into his palm, then launched a direct strike at the mysterious foe. The explosive power made the opponent scream in pain. Observing closely, he realized it was an assassin type, one that would not give up until it killed its target. He shifted into a defensive stance, gripping his weapon glowing with energy, ready to face the assassin gradually emerging beneath the black cloak. The two charged at each other, creating a fierce mid-air collision. When he landed, Hyun-sung was astonished that his opponent moved as unpredictably as smoke. He muttered inwardly that the speed was truly terrifying. He immediately turned in caution as the shadow vanished again. The assassin ground his teeth in shock, unable to believe his movements had been detected so easily. Although he held the advantage in strength, Hyun-sung assessed that while he was superior, the opponent was far too fast. Suddenly, the assassin appeared right behind him, startling him as he realized that man also possessed a teleportation skill. Before he could react, green smoke from a smoke bomb enveloped him, along with a dangerous poison. The system warned that he had been poisoned and would be paralyzed for 10 seconds, but at that critical moment, the passive skill Immortality Judgment activated, instantly dispelling the status. From above, the enemy continued to dive down in attack, forcing him to quickly gather energy to counter. A brilliant purple explosion erupted, yet the assassin had already slipped away like a ghost to evade. Watching the opponent flicker in and out of sight, Hyun-sung felt the pressure, realizing his attacks were hard to land and the skill consumed too much energy. If this dragged on, he would soon fall into a disadvantage. He pondered carefully, then took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the cold gleaming blade in his hand. He reminded himself that there was only one chance. He was determined not to make a mistake. After a series of exchanges, the assassin panted, sweat pouring down. Realizing the situation was beyond control while Hyun-sung remained unharmed, he told himself that he had to retreat immediately. This mission was as good as a failure. Fear surged within him, unable to comprehend what kind of person his opponent truly was. Could not believe that someone who had awakened less than a year ago could wield such overwhelming power. Even as that man fled with all his strength, Hyun-sung clung to him like a shadow, making the assassin tremble inwardly at the thought that his opponent was truly a monster. The sword in Hyun-sung's hand drew a relentless flurry of slashes, forcing him to strain desperately to defend himself. Hyun-sung's gaze was as cold as a blade as he asked indifferently, trying to run. Though the assassin used every movement technique at his disposal to escape, Hyun-sung still easily tracked each of his steps. Hyun-sung softly uttered the word "bring" at once. His figure flickered behind his opponent in an instant before delivering a decisive strike that gravely wounded him. The assassin groaned in pain and collapsed, completely unable to resist. Standing before the defeated foe, Hyun-sung sheathed his sword and looked down at the dying body with cold eyes. Hyun-sung ground his teeth and muttered, "Damn it." Suddenly, the assassin lunged forward at astonishing speed, leaving him only enough time to blurt out, "Too fast." Cold blade skimmed past Hyun-sung's neck, leaving behind a thin cut that oozed blood in an instant. Not giving him a second chance, a massive surge of purple energy suddenly erupted violently. Amid that rampaging power, the assassin let out a scream of agony. When the light faded, the attacker's body had dissolved into nothingness, leaving only shimmering specks in the night. Hyun-sung let out a soft snort and stepped toward the spot where he had just vanished. From the empty air, an ancient skill book slowly appeared. It was a hero-grade item called Veil of Night, capable of completely concealing the user's form, sound, and even magical power. Picking up the remaining spoils, he smiled in satisfaction, truly a profitable gain. In addition, a short sword and a gleaming necklace gradually revealed themselves. It turned out he had carried quite a few treasures. First was the Dark Elf King's dagger with the ability to inflict poison, draining the enemy and causing prolonged damage. Next was the Equipment Guardian's blessing, that greatly increased resistance to skills. Most notable was the passive skill Guardian Shield, which allowed up to 50% damage reduction when struck by a critical hit. Hyun-sung nodded and muttered, "So that is what it was." However, his eyes darkened at a troubling question. Why had he targeted him? Then he looked again at the items he had just obtained. He raised his hand and activated the skill Psychology. Immediately, the system notified that the active skill had failed, because it could not read the past of items tainted by magical power. Hyun-sung clicked his tongue, just as expected. Suddenly remembering something, he told himself that he should discuss it with Lucia first. As soon as she was summoned, Lucia gently remarked, "You called me later than usual today." Hyun-sung was slightly flustered. Well, about that actually. The two of them sat down and carefully discussed what had just happened. After listening, Lucia pondered, "I see." Then she asked whether it was common for players in this world to attack one another. Hyun-sung replied that it was quite rare. Except in places hidden from view, almost no one openly clashed. Yet he still wondered why he had been the target. Lucia speculated that perhaps without realizing it he had formed some kind of grudge, or they suspected his rapid growth in power and wanted to uncover the secret behind it. Hyun-sung asked anxiously whether this situation might happen again. Lucia's expression turned serious. If that man belonged to some organization, then the chance of him being targeted again was very high. She analyzed that under the laws of this world, if they could not act in crowded places, they would choose a time when he was inside a dungeon. Then whatever happened would be difficult to trace. Therefore, she reminded him to be extremely cautious while hunting monsters. If he encountered a tough opponent, he should call her immediately, and if he had enough accumulated points, he could hire additional mercenaries for support. Hyun-sung smiled and replied, "I understand." Night gradually descended over the frigid snow-covered mountain range. The helicopter departed, leaving Hyun-sung alone with his backpack as he ventured deeper into the perilous region. From afar, a mysterious girl cloaked in black silently watched his retreating figure. She whispered in astonishment, "What is going on?" Could it be that the plan was not carried out? Her face clearly showed confusion at the abnormal turn of events. She began to follow and softly uttered, "I." As a hunter, she activated a special tracking skill, wanting to know what had happened that allowed him to continue onward. Her eyes glowed with an eerie red light, seeing through the remnants of magical power imprinted on the ground. Warning symbols appeared, leading straight into the depths of the dark cave. She silently followed those streaks of light, stepping into the gloomy and frigid space. Suddenly she stopped wearily when she sensed a strange presence ahead. The girl halted at a place where faint red energy still lingered. She knelt down and touched the ground, then told herself, "That is enough." At once the skill memory of the earth was activated. From the ground, faint gray silhouettes began to rise, reenacting the entire battle that had just ended here. She silently observed the replaying images. Every move of Hyun-sung and the assassin was clearly reproduced. Suddenly her eyes widened in shock. What? Before her, the memory showed the assassin desperately fleeing. She blurted out he was running away. Why would that be? Her surprise quickly turned into horror when she saw Hyun-sung catch up and deliver the final blow that made him vanish completely. The girl stared wide-eyed, her face turning pale as she witnessed the haunting scene. She trembled as she softly called the name Takahashi. Swallowing with difficulty, she blankly accepted the truth: he is dead. In Tokyo, Japan, inside a luxurious high-rise building, a mustached man was deep in thought. "So the chance that what Sungu said was true is very high?" he asked, and the subordinate standing before him respectfully answered, "Yes. According to the report sent back by Kaneko, Hyun-sung has defeated Takahashi." The man continued, "Then the likelihood that Sungu was also dealt with by Hyun-sung is very great." The subordinate nodded, "I believe that is almost certain." His face tightened. Someone who awakened for just over a year broke through the level 20 rule, and even defeated a top expert. Not just once but twice. Twice his men had failed against an unknown figure. That man was Tanaka, the minister of Japan's Spatial Gate Management Bureau. Tanaka muttered thoughtfully, "Breaking the level 20 rule is not all." The subordinate added that we assess a greater than 99% chance that he possesses a unique skill. Tanaka nodded. No wonder the Korean Players Association hurried to sign a contract. He lightly tapped his fingers on the desk. His eyes gleamed with calculation. Just what unique skill allowed him to rise so quickly? If so, would it not be better to seize it? The subordinate asked in confusion. "Sir." Tanaka replied casually that it was nothing and changed the subject. "At present, how many secret agents can we mobilize?" and received the answer, 5. Tanaka decisively ordered all of them to be deployed to the North Korean region. Seeing his subordinate still frightened, he frowned and said, "Didn't you hear what I said?" The subordinate trembled and lowered his head. "No, sir. I will carry it out immediately." The worried subordinate asked again, "So the target remains the same as before, right, sir?" Tanaka replied bluntly, "Yes, but one more thing is needed. If you see the mission cannot succeed, order Hyun-sung eliminated by any means. If he tries to manipulate but fails, remove him immediately." The subordinate bowed and obeyed. "I understand," then quickly left the room. Tanaka was left alone in the luxurious office. He thought contemptuously, Hyun-sung does not trust the South Korean government. The fool, he adjusted his tie with a triumphant and scheming look. Meanwhile, in a secluded place, Hyun-sung focused intensely on practicing a new skill. He murmured, "Magic missile." A stream of bright blue energy gathered between his hands. Lucia stood beside him, quietly observing every movement. Suddenly, the energy erupted then vanished, making Hyun-sung exclaim in frustration. Just a little more focus and it could succeed. Seeing this, Lucia smiled gently to comfort him. "You need not regret too much. There is still plenty of time." Hyun-sung nodded and replied, "I understand." Lucia announced, "It is time to start the training match." The two quickly grabbed their weapons to prepare for the next exercise. Hyun-sung gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes showing determination. Lucia was also ready, holding her sword and shield. Hyun-sung took the initiative to say, "I will go first." Lucia nodded in agreement. Immediately, Hyun-sung lunged with powerful sword strikes. Lucia remained calm, using her shield to block every blow. With repeated collisions, Hyun-sung poured his strength, but could not break her defense. He encountered, Hyun-sung stepped back, gritting his teeth. He placed his hand on the ground to maintain balance and immediately returned to stance. His gaze fixed on Lucia, searching for the slightest opening. Contrasting his tension, Lucia stood tall and imposing. Her blue eyes carefully watched every move of her opponent. Hyun-sung charged again, but all sword attacks were deflected by her shield. He clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing he was still at an impasse against Lucia's excellent defense. Not yet willing to stop, Hyun-sung stomped forward. He lunged directly at Lucia with his sword. Lucia calmly raised her shield, eyes sharp and observing. He tried to pour his strength into the attack. Lucia remained firm like an unyielding wall. He could not help but grit his teeth in tension. After an exchange of techniques, Hyun-sung stepped back to maintain distance. The two faced each other, the air easing after the intense training. Lucia lowered her weapon slightly and spoke. "That's enough. It is time to move to the next dungeon." Hyun-sung panted, exhausted and doubtful, wondering, "Have I improved? I haven't won anything yet." Seeing his disappointment, Lucia smiled encouragingly. "The timing to attack openings has improved a lot." Lucia remarked, "The excess movements when evading have decreased significantly." She smiled and admitted, "Honestly, I did not expect you to be this fast." Hyun-sung thought then expressed, "I also want to learn to use the shield properly." Lucia immediately stated, "It doesn't suit you, Hyun-sung." She explained, "To use the shield as main requires patience, but you always charge at the first opportunity, then the shield just hinders." Hyun-sung scratched his head and forced a smile. "Haha, I also try to restrain, but it's not very convenient." Lucia smiled, "That is your natural tendency. Compared to you holding both sword and shield, holding only the sword is much harder to handle." She continued to explain and demonstrated by having him use only the sword. "The current left side defense, only the metal guard you wear is sufficient." Hyun-sung nodded, "I understand." Lucia bowed, "I will take my leave first." Hyun-sung waved happily, "See you later, teacher." The remark made Lucia slightly embarrassed. She shyly replied, "I'm not really a teacher," then disappeared in a stream of light. Left alone, Hyun-sung walked while yawning in exhaustion. He thought time to move to the next dungeon. As he walked, he suddenly stopped, sensing a strange pulse ahead. His eyes narrowed in caution. Oh! In the dark cave, the glowing red eyes of monsters stared at him. He realized a stranger appeared, but unease warned there was more than one. From the shadows, a red-haired man stepped out. He spoke arrogantly. "Have you been watching me for a long time?" Hyun-sung demanded. "From Japan?" The red-haired man replied bluntly, "Yes." He laughed arrogantly, issuing a threat. "You better give up resistance and follow me obediently." Hyun-sung calmly asked, "Why do you want to take me away?" The stranger coldly replied, "I have no obligation to explain." He forced him to choose immediately. Decide to go, resist, or surrender. Under pressure, Hyun-sung silently analyzed. He is an ally of that assassin from before. He realized if the opponent attacks from two sides, alone it would be difficult to cope. In Hyun-sung's mind arose the intention, can he fight alone, need reinforcements, or call Lucia? But he quickly dismissed it. "No, not yet." Gripping his sword tightly, "Let's see." Hyun-sung drew his weapon, ready for the upcoming confrontation. The red-haired man smirked, planning to resist. He slowly drew a katana from its sheath. Sarcastically, "I have shown my goodwill." Without giving the opponent more time, Hyun-sung immediately charged. He activated the Black Dragon Breath skill, unleashing a massive purple energy surge toward the enemy. Hyun-sung's eyes flashed lightning. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, the red-haired man teleported right behind him. Hyun-sung silently assessed the opponent's spatial movement ability in his mind. In the distance, the aftershock from his previous strike exploded, magic power surging and illuminating a stretch of the sky. After several probing exchanges, Hyun-sung clicked his tongue in annoyance, reminding himself to conserve his strength and magic for the long battle ahead. The enemy closed in within the blink of an eye, forcing him into a direct confrontation. He gathered magic into his palm, deftly tilting his body to evade the sharp blade that had just grazed past. Hyun-sung's eyes widened, focusing intensely on even the slightest movement of the one before him. The red-haired man swung his sword in a powerful arc, but he lowered his body in time to narrowly avoid it. He let out a delighted laugh. Oh, quite fast reflexes. Hyun-sung landed and immediately took up a firm defensive stance. The red-haired man smirked, commenting that his equipment was not bad, but wondering how long he could endure. He dashed forward at a terrifying speed, unleashing a relentless storm of sword strikes. Hyun-sung gritted his teeth as he defended, breathing heavily, truly an opponent far beyond him at this moment. Each clash generated a powerful gust, dust within the cave billowing wildly. The two quickly retreated, keeping their distance to reassess one another. In the red-haired man's eyes gleamed unmistakable excitement. In contrast, Hyun-sung maintained absolute focus. They charged at each other again, swords colliding in dazzling sparks as Hyun-sung struggled to block the vicious attacks. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, he gathered the blazing violet energy into his palm. He swept his hand and unleashed a powerful counterattack. A surge of magic erupted violently, blasting the enemy backward. Yet he froze in astonishment. What was happening? Red-haired man suddenly vanished from sight and reappeared behind him, his katana already swung. Without hesitation, Hyun Sung spun around, violet lightning flaring in his hand once more to confront him head-on. A blinding explosion of magic resounded between the two figures. Those watching from afar could not help but discuss. Did he possess some kind of wild instinct ability? Was Kid truly awakened only a year ago? Someone doubted the information he had heard. A year ago, he was only level 1. What method did he use? Another man calmly replied, "We came here to find that answer. Hopefully that method can be applied to other players." Their gazes remained fixed on the battle ahead. He remarked that clearly he had not reached the level of a ranker. Look, he was still being pressured by Sasaki. The girl accompanying them frowned and asked, then why did Takahashi fall at that man's hands? The man explained it was merely due to elemental suppression. If it were her, it would not be easy either. She angrily shouted, "What nonsense are you saying? If I had acted, he would no longer be standing there." Seeing her flare up, the man hurriedly soothed her, "Just watch for now." Sasaki said he would handle it himself. The sword strikes continued to collide, sending powerful shockwaves throughout the cave. Hyun Sung kept counterattacking, but all were neutralized. Sasaki's blade swept past, leaving a wound on his arm as blood seeped out. He blamed himself for still being too weak. If only he had trained harder. Looking at his opponent, Sasaki thought that he was truly reckless, his fighting style too dangerous. He decided to end the battle. The next move would be the finale. Sasaki leapt into the air and swung his sword straight down at Hyun Sung's position. He smiled confidently, everything would end here. Hyun Sung's eyes widened as the blade came too fast. His body stiffened without time to dodge. This was bad. He would lose his life. At the very moment of life and death, a system notification appeared. The hero-grade passive skill Survival Instinct had been activated. A flash of sword light flickered, and Sasaki's head fell to the ground. He panted as he looked at his motionless opponent, and thought everything was over. But from the faint black smoke ahead, a voice rang out in surprise. Who would have thought Sasaki would die like that? A woman with an icy gaze stepped forward, her voice filled with contempt. How ridiculous. Hyun Sung stiffened when he realized there was more than one enemy. A silver-haired man appeared beside her, stating that this proved his strength was formidable, and that he still held hidden cards. Behind them, 3 figures wearing wide-brimmed hats silently advanced, forming a circle around him. Hyun Sung swallowed hard, worried that they might know his skill only lasted for a short time. Unable to win, so they called their whole group over. The strangers looked at him with threatening gazes. Surrounded on all sides, Hyun Sung unexpectedly revealed a meaningful smile. He swiftly tapped the system interface and activated a secret command. Immediately, more powerful mercenaries appeared around him. All of them were ready for the brutal confrontation. Hyun Sung calmly stepped forward and coldly gave the order. The objective is to capture them alive. If they are hard to control, then eliminate them as well. Lucia responded seriously, yes. The bald man smiled confidently, understood. The young man in a fur coat added that now they no longer had the advantage in numbers. The battle erupted fiercely, the first collision already cracking the surrounding rocks. A female assassin from the enemy side was sent flying, gravely injured as her health bar dropped sharply. Lucia quietly stepped forward. Her gaze was as sharp as a blade. The female assassin trembled, unable to believe what was happening. What on earth was this? She gasped, her face filled with fear before the overwhelming strength of the mercenary group. Before that terrifying power, the attackers could only cry out in despair that she was too strong. They breathed heavily, their morale completely shattered, as they watched their comrades fall one by one. A burly mercenary leapt high into the air. He swung his massive mace and shouted, "Do not die yet, dodge carefully." The blow crashed down like thunder, the ground trembling and leaving the enemy no time to react. He casually checked one who had just fallen and said, "This one is only unconscious." Glancing at another lying still, he clicked his tongue and said, "This one probably will not make it." The bald man hoisted his mace onto his shoulder and laughed carelessly. "Whatever," the master said, "if they are hard to control, then eliminate them as well." In another corner, the female assassin from the enemy side was tightly bound by energy chains, able only to groan in despair. A cold blade swung repeatedly. Female assassin's eyes widened in horror as she cried out in pain. Now she no longer had the chance to warn her companions as before. Lucia quietly stood beside the recently defeated body, her bearing dignified. Her gaze remained so calm it was cold, as if taking down those people had been nothing more than a trivial task to her. The silver-haired man from the opposing side panted as he let out a twisted laugh and admitted, "Haha, you truly are terrifying." In front of him, the masked assassin under Hyun Sung merely curled his lips in disdain and said, "How ridiculous." He silently watched the defeated man collapse by the cliff, his body covered in wounds. Observing the one-sided outcome, he was secretly astonished. Everything had ended even sooner than he had expected. He smiled faintly in satisfaction at the now obvious result. The masked assassin stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and reported that the mission had been completed. Master, do you wish for us to do anything else? Hyun Sung's eyes suddenly turned sharp and cold. He calmly ordered them to keep watch over the group until the minimum hiring period expired. The mercenary replied firmly, understood. Standing before the defeated group, he went straight to the point. Why did you target me? He needed to know their motives since this was a foreign group. He was met with nothing but stubborn silence. Sweat beaded across their foreheads, yet they refused to utter a single word. He curled his lips and remarked, "It seems you do not intend to answer." Immediately the bald mercenary roared in anger, "What are you hesitating for? The master is asking you." He poured all his strength into swinging the massive mace down, causing the ground to tremble. The terrifying impact made the conical hat man cry out in pain. Seeing that scene, the remaining two turned pale, their bodies trembling. The bald man revealed a chilling smile, dragging the mace closer as he asked whether they also intended to stay silent. He leaned in, his gaze threatening as he pressed, "Is that right?" Under that suffocating atmosphere and terrifying pressure, the girl, overwhelmed by panic, finally confessed, "We were ordered to kidnap Hyun Sung and take him back to Japan." The conical hat man hurriedly added, "The goal was also to find a way to break the level 20 limit, and the reason you grew stronger so quickly." After hearing that, he simply replied with a single sentence, "Good," his tone loud and with meaning. Right after, suspicion flickered across his face. "What did you say?" He narrowed his eyes and thought, "Let me check again." He ordered the large mercenary to gather all their items and bring them over. After receiving confirmation, he opened the system panel to cross-check the information. Watching the defeated ones drenched in sweat, he remained focused on the stats displayed on the interface. The silver-haired man forced a stiff smile as he stood beside the masked assassin, trying to reassure himself while hiding his unease. However, none of their schemes escaped Hyun Sung's eyes once he had read the data. He coldly questioned, "Why did you lie?" The sudden question made the silver-haired man flinch and stammer. That is, without giving him a chance to explain, the giant mercenary swung his mace down like thunder. After the heavy punishment, the blood-stained mace lay still on the ground. He was stunned upon discovering another truth. There are still accomplices outside the dungeon. The female assassin bowed her head and admitted, "Yes, their strength is not too remarkable. I guess around the early level 200s. He asked coldly for the exact location. She trembled as she pointed toward the dungeon entrance. He looked down at the man gasping at his feet. He shifted his gaze slightly, calculating in silence. His face grew solemn before he turned to instruct the mercenaries. "I will step outside for a moment and return shortly." Lucia and the others listened attentively as he continued. "During that time, keep a tight watch on them so they have no chance to escape." He wanted to keep them all, not letting a single one slip away. The burly mercenary hoisted the mace onto his shoulder and respectfully replied, "Please be careful, master." As soon as he stepped out of the dungeon, he raised a hand to shield his eyes and took a light breath. After clearly determining the direction, he told himself, "All right." Then he instantly activated a skill, his figure vanishing in the blink of an eye. In the desolate forest, Hyun Sung suddenly appeared from behind one of the accomplices who was standing guard. The conical hat man barely had time to cry out before Hyun Sung's blade swept toward him. A decisive strike caused man to collapse immediately. He immediately returned to the dungeon. The bald mercenary stepped forward and said softly, "Master, we request permission to withdraw. The task within the hired period has been completed." He asked further, "Do you wish to extend the contract?" He replied calmly, "You may return, this is sufficient. Today I truly thank you all." The bald man laughed loudly. "It is nothing, next time just call us if there is work." The other mercenaries eagerly chimed in. "It is rare to encounter such an easy mission. If it is always this simple, I will take it every time." The young man in the fur coat waved, "Remember to call me next time." After saying that, the entire group gradually vanished in white light. He pondered, "How should I handle this next?" He glanced at Lucia maintaining a defensive stance with her sturdy shield. He began considering the next steps. Suddenly, a blazing stream of fire shot past in front of him while he was concentrating. Lucia reacted with extreme speed, immediately raising her shield to block it, ready to protect her master in any situation. The gray-haired man ground his teeth in shock upon realizing that he still had enough strength to fight. That man and his companion hurriedly turned and fled. He observed and thought, he has already recovered in that short time. He gathered his strength as purple lightning flared over his clenched hand. Instantly, a massive purple energy explosion erupted, swallowing the two who were fleeing. Unwilling to accept defeat, the gray-haired man and the female assassin risked everything to unleash fierce fire attacks. A pillar of flames surged violently from the ground to counterattack. Even so, Lucia swiftly rushed forward, raising her shield to activate a sturdy green barrier that fully covered Hyun Sung. Lucia's eyes flashed with killing intent. She swung her sword and delivered a decisive slash, ending their chance to escape once again. At that moment, he heard hurried footsteps. He immediately turned back, warily staring deep into the darkness of the cave. He quickly shifted closer and activated the skill Shroud of Night. Two strangers cried out in alarm when they saw their opponent suddenly vanish. An extremely powerful purple energy explosion violently erupted right where the two conical hat men stood. Agonized screams echoed as their bodies were repeatedly struck by high-voltage electricity. After that devastating strike, Hyun-sung silently walked through the smoke that had yet to disperse. He thought to himself that now only he and Lucia remained. Amid the floating motes of magical light, Hyun-sung stood tall with cold, oppressive eyes, as if mockingly asking the defeated whether they truly thought they could escape. After dealing with the strangers who had been tailing him, he swept his gaze across the battlefield and assessed that not only had he suffered no losses, he had gained greatly. After collecting the spoils, he told himself there was no need to report to anyone. Walking beside Lucia, he calculated that those people were merely Japanese criminals sent to probe him. Sooner or later they would come again to cause trouble. Once the skill books had been retrieved, he affirmed that from now on the most important thing was ensuring his family's safety. Sitting in thought, Hyun-sung realized the true threat. With such strength, the association guards would hardly be able to stop them. He immediately opened the system shop and stopped at an item called the Hero Rank Guardian Ring. This ring could take damage in place of its wearer until reaching its limit, and then disappear. Seeing the price of 10 billion displayed on the screen, he could not help but click his tongue at how expensive it was. Even so, thinking of his loved ones, he did not hesitate and bought 3 at once. After that, he continued browsing the list to find other supportive items. Suddenly his eyes paused with interest. A rare rank communication bracelet appeared, allowing the wearer to sense psychological states through colors. Blue meant calm, purple meant disturbed, and black meant sensing impending death. Hyun-sung nodded in satisfaction. It was worth it. He decided to buy 3 more. Next, he found a hero rank long-distance teleportation scroll and thought this item was also essential. Of course, he had to take it. In the blink of an eye, he appeared inside a large shopping mall. Laid out on the table were the protective items he had just purchased, including the teleportation scrolls, rings, and bracelets. His older sister looked at him worriedly and asked if he had gotten involved in anything dangerous. Seeing her concern, Hyun-sung smiled reassuringly and said it was nothing, just precautions. The 2 siblings sat and chatted for a while longer in the quiet space of the cafe. His next stop was a high-rise apartment complex in the late afternoon. As soon as he entered the house, he saw his mother's sorrowful and worried face. He gently walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder as a gesture of comfort. When night fully fell, Hyun-sung was at the city hospital. He quietly opened the door and stepped into the private room. His father lay unconscious on the bed surrounded by medical equipment. After a long silent look, he took his father's thin hand and put the guardian ring onto his finger. His eyes shone with determination mixed with sorrow as he looked at his haggard father. The bracelet on his father's wrist suddenly glowed red like a warning signal. He softly said, "Do not worry, father. I will definitely find a way to cure you." After that whisper, the light on the bracelet shifted to a steady purple. After encouraging his father to rest and focus on recovery, Hyun-sung looked at his father one last time with firm resolve and quietly left the room. A week later, in a luxurious building in Japan, the atmosphere became unusually heavy. Tanaka pondered silently. It had been a week since the report was cut off. What exactly had happened? The subordinate standing opposite him broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered that perhaps the operation had failed. Tanaka furiously shouted back, "Did you think that was reasonable?" He continued to question whether there was a possibility they had betrayed him. The subordinate lowered his head and cautiously replied that the possibility was low, but could not be ruled out. Tanaka asked if there were any more agents that could be deployed, but received the answer that there were none left at present. At that moment, the door burst open urgently. Tanaka lowered his voice and asked what it was. Another subordinate rushed in with urgent news that they had failed in responding to the spatial gate in Fukuoka. Successive disasters left Tanaka stunned. That was the area guarded by the Yamato Guild, and even they had failed. The subordinate confirmed that it was true. The Yamato Guild master had died and all participating members had perished. Tanaka asked again in shock whether that was true. The subordinate hurriedly reported that the monster level had been confirmed as hero rank. It was a humanoid monster named the Birdman race. Its exact level was unclear. It was an entirely new species with a ferocious appearance and large wings on its back that made it extremely mobile. They could freely soar and dominate the skies. Faced with the urgent situation, Tanaka gritted his teeth and ordered the immediate mobilization of all players in the surrounding area. The subordinates responded in unison and quickly carried out the order. In Fukuoka, the scene was devastated with countless injured people lying scattered across the streets. The army with heavy weapons swiftly advanced toward the center to provide support. Witnessing the scene, a soldier angrily shouted over the radio toward the enemy. On the high-rise buildings, the monster horde gathered in large numbers, emitting threatening roars. Without hesitation, the commander immediately ordered the entire force to open fire. A barrage of bullets tore through the air and shot up into the sky. The birdmen circled in the air to evade the rain of bullets and prepared to retaliate. A female mage gathered mana into her hand and shouted that the moment had come. She aimed precisely and unleashed consecutive fireballs, creating a chain of explosions in midair. The birdmen scattered in flight to avoid them, but one of them was pierced through by a streak of purple energy. On the ground, dust billowed as the monster horde descended like a black storm. A fierce birdman bared its teeth and roared menacingly. In the middle of the avenue, a group of soldiers tightened their grip on their guns, looking up at the enemy with tense expressions. A young soldier drenched in sweat swallowed hard as fear surged within him. Above, thousands of birdmen merged into a dense black cloud that blocked out the sunlight and cast a shadow over the city. The soldiers continued firing nonstop into the sky. The birdmen grew even more ferocious, roaring as they dove down to attack. Behind them, the mages focused on gathering mana, and a commander loudly demanded that they hold the formation. Immediately after, a resounding explosion lit up the entire sky. He continued to encourage them that if they maintained this momentum, they would win. Fierce close combat erupted in the heart of the city, smoke and flames rising from the buildings. The birdmen shrieked, gathering into groups with weapons in hand, ready to sweep away everything in their path. Amid the struggle, a hunter cried out in alarm upon seeing the monsters flap their wings and fly away all at once, and the companion beside him asked in astonishment whether they were retreating. But when observing their flight direction carefully, a hunter turned pale as he realized their target. He screamed in terror that they were heading toward the neighboring city and had to be stopped. 7 avian humanoids swept past the buildings and charged straight toward the nearby residential area, leaving the panicked soldiers behind. The invasion of the avian race had officially entered its most brutal phase. From the helicopters above, machine guns fired relentlessly, yet the monsters continued their frenzied advance without pause. The avian creatures let out blood-curdling screams. They brandished their razor-sharp claws and lunged straight at their targets. In the blink of an eye, a helicopter exploded midair after a violent strike from the monsters. Fire and smoke blanketed the streets as the avian creatures rampaged madly everywhere. Faced with the chaotic scene, a hunter stood stunned and blurted out, "What is happening?" The teammate beside him gritted his teeth and shouted, ordering everyone to retreat immediately. On top of the high-rise buildings, the monsters stood crowded together, weapons in hand and radiating menace. The moment they spotted a human figure, they dove down to attack. A surge of blue energy suddenly erupted in the street, blasting the avian creatures away and making them scream in pain. The red-haired hunter roared furiously, "You damned creatures!" His eyes burned with determination as he bellowed that he would wipe them out completely. Instantly, a colossal pillar of fire surged from the ground, incinerating everything around it. Amid the sea of flames and smoke, the hunter stood tall, shield and sword in hand, ready to charge into battle. He leapt into the air, streaking past blazing red flames to close in on the enemy. On the ground, the monsters began to falter under that overwhelming power. At the same time, another hunter joined the fray, swinging his sword in rapid succession, leaving the enemy no chance to retaliate and gravely wounding them. The brown-haired hunter laughed arrogantly, slashing at the monsters while issuing a bold challenge. "I will make you regret this foolish act," he said, glaring at them with icy eyes. He tracked an avian creature circling above the city. From high above, the monster with icy blue eyes silently observed its prey. Suddenly it dove down at terrifying speed, striking a female hunter and severely injuring her. She could only let out a pained groan. Seeing his teammate fall, the brown-haired hunter roared in fury, "You bastard." Immediately he was surrounded by 7 ferocious avian creatures. Rapid thrusts from multiple directions forced him to raise his shield and struggle to defend. Although he tried to counterattack, the overwhelming numbers left him gasping and gradually pushed him into a disadvantage. A gigantic avian creature, its body crackling with electricity, appeared with commanding presence, likely their leader. It unleashed a violent surge of energy. The blinding light swallowed nearly the entire group of hunters. In a nearby skyscraper, a horrified voice rang out upon receiving the report. "What? The entire force has been wiped out." Tanaka clutched his head in distress, unable to believe the information he had just heard. He burned with anger at the thought of how many elites and high-level players had been deployed for this operation. A subordinate trembled as he explained that the avian creatures had feigned retreat to lure the army into a trap. Tanaka still refused to accept it, pressing how such a formidable force could be annihilated like that. His eyes were filled with disappointment. Could it be that the players of Great Japan were so weak? The subordinate stammered that their leader moved with extreme agility and careful calculation. Tanaka shouted that they were only hero-rank monsters. How could they completely overwhelm them like this? To prove it, the subordinate hurriedly placed a tablet on the table, saying he had brought footage from the scene. He respectfully invited Tanaka to watch it directly. Tanaka took the device and watched intently with a stern expression. His eyes widened in shock at the horrific images displayed. Meanwhile, inside a helicopter cabin, Hyun-sung took a sip of coffee and chatted with another hunter. He asked whether a new monster species had appeared in Japan. The other confirmed it was a hero-rank avian race, and the situation was extremely chaotic. The man also revealed that all elites and high-level players who had joined the suppression had perished. Hyun-sung was stunned. Could that really happen? Hunter explained that the monsters were very intelligent and acted with tactics, so the Japanese government had publicly requested international assistance. Hyun-sung asked whether any country was capable of providing support, but the answer was no. He thought to himself that they probably no longer had the energy to cause trouble for him, and felt somewhat relieved that his family would not be implicated. Returning to the dungeon, Hyun-sung summoned Lucia and spoke. "Lucia, before we fight I want to ask something." She respectfully replied that he could speak. When she heard mention of the avian race, Lucia's expression changed immediately. She asked in shock whether they had already appeared in this world. Receiving a confirming nod, Lucia anxiously recounted that in her world a kingdom had once fallen because of the avian creatures. If they were left unchecked, an entire nation could vanish. Hyun-sung listened silently, his face darkening as he grasped the severity. Lucia continued to warn that they were highly intelligent, coordinated in flocks and operated efficiently. Treating them as ordinary monsters would come at a heavy price. She emphasized that if their leader was sufficiently cunning, they would be even more dangerous. Nations should unite to confront them to have any hope. Images of fortresses once drowned in seas of fire flashed through his mind. Hyun-sung sighed and said that other countries did not have spare strength either. Lucia replied seriously that the longer it was delayed, the more troublesome it would become, because the avian creatures could evolve to the legendary rank. Hyun-sung asked in astonishment whether that was true. Lucia explained that monsters were like players. They grew through hunting. If they had just achieved a great victory, their levels must have risen significantly. The image of a skill book left abandoned in the street surfaced. She added that they also absorbed mana stones and even skill books. Hyun-sung broke into a cold sweat, not expecting that they could even absorb mana stones. Lucia affirmed that monsters hunted others to gain experience in mana stones. Especially mana stones helped them break the limits of their race. Hearing that, Hyun-sung had an idea and asked whether players could use mana stones to grow stronger. Lucia shook her head and said that was impossible. She said many empires had invested enormous resources into experiments, but all had failed. Hyun-sung pondered, so that was the case. Lucia added that in her world no one had ever succeeded by that method either. Suddenly Lucia seemed to remember something. Hyun-sung smiled and said perhaps in the coming time, they would not have to worry about being attacked. Lucia asked why. He replied that they were probably busy dealing with the avian creatures, and no longer had time to trouble him. Lucia smiled in satisfaction and remarked that it was the price for their greed. Hyun-sung nodded and said that those who idly stirred up trouble now had to bear the consequences themselves. 3 months passed and the Japanese government still had not found a way to control the avian creatures. The sharp claws of the monsters clung tightly to the ledges of the high-rise buildings. They relentlessly expanded their territory, creeping through every street in Fukuoka, and before long the entire city had completely fallen into the hands of the mutants. Meanwhile, Japan could only wait in despair for international reinforcements. In contrast, South Korea had completed the recovery after the Second Great Catastrophe. The northern region of the Korean peninsula was also swiftly handled and rebuilt. Immediately after stabilizing the situation, the South Korean government became the first to allow hunters to enter the northern lands. The player community was extremely excited, pouring into the new region with ambitions to explore and conquer. Hyun-sung thought to himself that although he had traveled everywhere, he still could not clear all the dungeons in the north. As the potok of people grew larger by the day, he decided to return to the south. He returned to his familiar home, standing before the old apartment building and softly calling out that he was back. The moment his older sister saw him, she complained that he was hard to catch. Hyun-sung asked where their mother was. Hearing she was in the kitchen, he quietly walked in. Seeing her son suddenly appear, his mother exclaimed in surprise that Hyun-sung had returned. He hesitated slightly before greeting loudly that he had just come back. She smiled kindly and told him to come inside. On the stove, a pot of tofu soup steamed vigorously, its fragrance filling the room. His mother asked if Han had eaten yet, and that he must be hungry. He smiled and scratched his head, replying that he had skipped lunch to return in time to eat with the family. Sometime later, near the headquarters of the Player Association, Hyun-sung appeared with a thoughtful expression. He turned into a deserted alley to prepare for his next plan. Standing in a hidden corner, he softly said good. He extended his hand and gathered magic power to begin the summoning ritual. A blinding white light burst forth in the dark alley, and within that stream of energy Lucia's figure gradually took shape. Hyun-sung smiled brightly and welcomed her. "Welcome, Lucia." Lucia looked around in astonishment at the bustling streets. She marveled that this was the world where Hyun-sung lived. The two walked side by side along the sidewalk amid the busy flow of people and vehicles. Hyun-sung smiled and said, "First, we will go make an identity card." He instructed her that as long as she followed his words there would be no major problems. Lucia eagerly replied, "Yes, I understand." being officially allowed to stay made it impossible for her to hide her joy. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Han Sung thought she would be fine even if her appearance was somewhat different. Even so, he still felt a trace of concern in his heart. The two stepped inside the player association building. For someone like Lucia who had no existing records at all, the only way to obtain legal status was through the association. At present, South Korea and many other countries had introduced preferential policies to attract players. Granting citizenship was one of them, because in this era the number of players was the measure of national strength. Even illegal immigrants, as long as they awakened abilities, could be granted legal citizenship. Nevertheless, certain conditions still had to be met. According to regulations, newly registered players were not allowed to join foreign guilds and were banned from leaving the country for 5 years. Sitting in the waiting room, Hyun Sung silently calculated his next move. He believed everything would go smoothly because he had arranged for Lucia to have the identity of a stateless refugee. After the first great catastrophe, many countries were erased because they could not control the spatial gates, so this reason was the most reasonable for her. Lucia followed the association staff to complete the final procedures. Hyun Sung glanced at his phone, the clock showing 8:05 in the evening. Hearing his name called, he looked up to see Lucia walking over and asked if everything was fine. She smiled brightly and held up her newly received card, saying she had obtained her identity card. Hyun Sung let out a sigh of relief and said that for now she should stay in the association residence. Lucia looked at him trustingly and replied that she understood. He looked straight at her and said he had a proposal to discuss. Lucia curiously asked what it was. His gaze was both calculating and sincere. He said he wanted them to cooperate for mutual benefit. After helping someone, there should also be some agreement. At a nearby cafe, the staff brought out 2 drinks and said, "Here are your beverages." Hyun Sung took them and handed one to Lucia. He asked if it suited her taste. Lucia took a sip of the chilled coffee. She nodded in satisfaction, saying it was delicious and refreshing. Hyun Sung smiled and said that was good. While strolling along the street, Lucia softly spoke. "Regarding the deal you mentioned, do you want to use your special skill to sell more items?" Hyun Sung frankly confirmed that was correct, and that he would give her 10% commission. Lucia widened her eyes at the overly beneficial offer, and said she found the terms truly good for her. Hyun Sung sincerely replied it also benefited him, telling her not to refuse her students' goodwill. He pondered and recalled that half a year had already passed since they had been together. He looked at her deeply and said that until he found a way to return Lucia to her original world, he wanted them to continue traveling together. He also added that if possible, he wanted to help her eliminate the monsters in her world. Hearing those sincere words, Lucia's eyes suddenly reddened with emotion. Seeing her cover her face in silence, Hyun Sung worriedly asked if Lucia was all right. She hesitantly replied that he had bestowed upon her too great a favor, making it hard for her to repay. In the crowded street, Lucia's emotional display drew curious whispers from those around them. Hyun Sung startled and called out to Lucia. Suddenly, in the middle of the street, Lucia knelt down. She solemnly declared that during her time in this world, she would serve Hyun Sung with absolute loyalty. Her sword would defeat enemies in his stead, and her body would become a shield to protect him. Lucia affirmed that this was the oath of honor of a knight, unchanging even in death. Immediately, the system displayed a notification that he had received an oath of loyalty, and simultaneously activated a promotion quest named Qualification of the Monarch, with the completion condition being acceptance of that oath. Notification panel asked whether he agreed to accept the oath of the immortal knight Lucia, leaving him astonished because ordinarily one had to reach level 50 to promote. People around them began whispering and pointing. He hurriedly bent down to help her up, but Lucia firmly said she would not rise if he had not yet accepted. Faced with the awkward situation, Hyun Sung awkwardly agreed that he accepted her oath and told her to stand up. He reached out and held her hand tightly. The moment the oath was accepted, the system repeatedly announced that he had completed the quest and officially promoted to the legendary class, Monarch. Not only did all his stats increase by 20 points, he also comprehended a series of unique skills and obtained the first legendary achievement in the world. With the title Pioneer Monarch, Hyun Sung stared at the status panel in shock, astonished by the immense turning point he had just reached, and all of it had begun with that girl in such an unexpected way. He sat opposite Lucia in the quiet room. Hyun Sung voiced his confusion. What exactly is going on? Lucia respectfully replied that it was merely a small repayment for the grace her lord had shown her. He thought to himself that although he did not know what Lucia's world was like, in the place where he lived there was no longer any concept of class division. As if reading that thought, Lucia affirmed that the standards of this world were not important to her. She calmly said she was a knight who would only pledge loyalty to a lord whose character and strength were worthy of her service. He was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he truly was such a person. Lucia smiled gently and reminded him that he himself had accepted her oath of loyalty. He reflected and shared that he had changed to the monarch class right after accepting that oath, yet he did not know why it had happened. Lucia explained calmly that it was a natural law, because the one to whom a knight swore loyalty could only be a monarch. He curiously asked whether Lucia also possessed her own class. She confirmed that she held a hero rank class called Immortal Knight. This greatly surprised him, because he wondered how she had achieved it before reaching level 50. Lucia explained that level was important, but not the absolute deciding factor. She said she had fought through countless battles, and all her current skills had been honed through real combat. Thanks to that, Lucia attained the Knight class early. She believed that a class was formed based on each person's life journey and combat experience. Moreover, if special conditions were met, additional class advancement quests would continue to appear. He nodded in understanding, so that is how it is. Lucia bowed her head in apology for not speaking sooner, admitting that at first she had only displayed her level and stats to conceal her true class. She added that her high strength, stamina, and spirit stats came from the reward of a legendary achievement. He nodded again, now he understood. He let out a self-mocking laugh. I once thought I might never have a class in my entire life. Lucia gently replied that even without her, her lord would eventually have obtained a class on his own. He asked how long it had taken her from awakening to gaining a class. Lucia calmly said about 15 years. The answer stunned him. His eyes widened in shock, because she was still young yet had gone through 15 years of battle. Lucia advised that first he should check the specialized skills to familiarize himself and use them proficiently. He agreed and raised his hand to open the status panel. Screen displayed his main class as Monarch along with more than 217 different titles. All his base stats were outstanding, especially his leadership stat, which had reached 31992 points. Looking at the list of new skills, he realized he now had exclusive skills for his class. Lucia added that if he continued to advance his class, the number of skills would increase further. He asked whether he could continue advancing his class in the future. Lucia replied that for a monarch, when the number of subordinates increased, he could rise to a higher rank. He laughed, unsure whether that was truly feasible. He looked at the status panel and asked, what exactly is the leadership stat? Lucia explained that leadership was calculated from the total of all other stats combined. He carefully observed the numbers on the screen. He noticed something unusual because 60 points were missing. Lucia explained that since she was under his command, he needed to recruit more people to avoid going into negative points. She further said that the leadership stat increased or decreased depending on the number and quality of players he recruited. For ordinary players who had not advanced their class, it was about 10 points and would increase by 10 more points after each class advancement. He widened his eyes. I see, then Lucia. She smiled confidently. That is right, I have completed my 5th class advancement. The system issued a notification. A faction panel appeared listing the monarch as Hyun Sung and the knight as Lucia. He stared at the screen in astonishment. When he touched it, Lucia's detailed status panel immediately appeared. Although she was level 1, possessing the hero rank Immortal Knight class, and extremely high stats left him in shock. He had not expected her status to also be displayed in his system. Lucia explained that it was a basic ability of a monarch, since he needed to clearly grasp his subordinates' strength to assign them appropriately. He continued to review the other skills and saw a notification about the Monarch's Banner skill, which increased stats according to the number of subordinates. But since there was only one person at present, the effect was 0%. He thought to himself that it could not be used for now. Next was the recruitment skill, which consumed leadership points, and the dismissal skill to revoke an oath of loyalty. However, the points already used would not be refunded, so dismissal came at no small cost. Lucia nodded in confirmation. At the same time, she said the punishment for dismissed subordinates was also severe. He curiously asked what they would suffer. Lucia replied that for a period corresponding to the time they had served, they could not join under any other monarch. He felt puzzled, wondering whether that was truly a punishment or more like greater freedom. Lucia added that their level, stats, and skills would all be reduced. He asked in surprise if they would decrease. She reassured him that it was not permanent, since they could be restored by leveling up or relearning skill books. He anxiously asked how much exactly would be reduced. Lucia explained that the levels, stats, and skills gained after serving a monarch would be erased and returned to their original state if dismissed. He was astonished and then asked whether subordinates could request to leave on their own. Lucia affirmed that they could, and the punishment was similar. He thought for a moment and asked how many people were needed for the banner skill to start taking effect. Lucia smiled and said at least 10 people. Hearing that, he sighed and thought that reaching such a number would likely take a very long time. Perhaps even a lifetime would be difficult. He gave a wry smile at his lack of confidence in recruiting others. Lucia looked at him with full trust and said her lord would not stop at 10 people, but was qualified to lead hundreds, even thousands of knights. He fell silent, his eyes moved by her unwavering faith. At the same time elsewhere, hordes of monsters were rampaging violently. A harpy let out a horrifying roar, revealing its sharp fangs. They held long spears and spread their wings as they flew across the city sky. On the ground, green-skinned monsters also flooded through the streets. From above, thousands of monsters surrounded the high-rise buildings, plunging the city into a hellish scene. The survivors did not dare step outside. On the live TV screen, 7 harpies covered the sky. Tanaka asked in a low voice about the negotiation results of Yuna. The subordinate reported that everything was nearly complete. He stated that from the US and EU to the Asian countries, all had agreed on the policy of eliminating the harpy race first. He affirmed that if there were no changes, Fukuoka would be the #1 priority target. Tanaka nodded in satisfaction. Of course it must be so. So much money had been poured into it. His eyes were full of calculation as he further asked about the monster situation. The subordinate replied that they seemed to have formed their own ecosystem. Tanaka thought that, with a little more time, the plan would be complete, and ordered that even if they expanded their territory, conflict should be avoided, and they should withdraw. The subordinate bowed in compliance. I will convey the order. Tanaka's eyes turned cold. He secretly took pride in the fact that everything was about to end. Meanwhile, on the streets of Fukuoka, Goblin fled in panic under overwhelming fear. Suddenly a harpy swooped down from above, restraining it so that it could not resist. The harpy with a ferocious expression stared at its prey. Suddenly a massive explosion erupted in the middle of the avenue. Smoke billowed up and engulfed the entire area. Amid the ruined landscape came the chilling sound of chewing. The yellow-skinned, blue-eyed mutant leader sat arrogantly atop a high-rise, his gaze filled with calculation. Behind him, spear-wielding soldiers stood rigid like statues on guard. From the highest point, he cast his eyes over the entirety of Fukuoka, now turned into their domain. Dark shadows spread their wings and circled above the deserted streets. They reveled in their triumph at having seized this land so easily. Screeches echoed as the mutant horde flapped their wings and shot down the empty avenues. The entire city had been transformed into a true land of the dead. At another street corner, the sign of the Magic Stone storage facility lay toppled on the ground beside a notice announcing temporary suspension. In the thick darkness, a surge of blue light suddenly flared brilliantly. Hyun-sung appeared silently with a backpack over his shoulder, fatigue clear on his face as he told himself that today's efficiency had been poor. Lucia smiled gently in comfort. My lord need not regret it. As long as he grows stronger step by step it is enough. Her eyes brimming with trust. He nodded in agreement, then abruptly halted mid-step. Wait a moment, Lucia. The phone in his pocket vibrated, the screen displaying the name Shin Jun. Sensing something was wrong, he quickly answered. The voice on the other end confirmed that he had just left the dungeon. He replied briefly yes. Shin Jun then asked directly whether he planned to go to Japan. Hyun-sung spoke frankly, if it is not mandatory I do not wish to go. Shin Jun explained that it was not compulsory. She had only called because she thought it was a good opportunity. He politely declined, thank you but for now I wish to rest in the southern region. She expressed understanding, saying that he had indeed been too busy lately. As she paced around the office, she continued talking. Hyun-sung curiously asked whether she truly intended to go to Japan. She confirmed that the Japanese government had offered very attractive terms. Shin Jun added that this was also why she had contacted him, because it would be a pity to miss it. Hyun-sung and Lucia walked toward the waiting car. He reminded her to stay safe, then was suddenly asked when he would invite her to dinner, leaving him stunned. Shin Jun reminded him that he had once promised to treat her to a meal in thanks. Do not say you forgot. He suddenly recalled his promise from the other day. Seeing his silence, she suspiciously asked whether he had only said it for fun. Her voice turned slightly cold. Do not tell me it was just empty words. He broke into a sweat and hurried to reassure her, when you return from Japan I will treat you to a proper feast. She replied with satisfaction that she would be waiting, then ended the call. The beeping tone sounded. Hyun-sung let out a sigh of relief. Lucia asked whether it had been the association. He nodded and confirmed that they had asked if he would go to Japan. She smiled, so my lord has declined. He calmly replied that there was no need to walk into danger on his own. Lucia, however, believed that if safety could be ensured it was worth a try. Perhaps they could even deal with the mutants targeting her lord. She added that only by entering the tiger's den could one catch tiger cubs. If properly prepared, going to Japan to wipe out the enemy would not be a bad idea. He sighed and said it was not that simple. Lucia reassured him that he did not need to act personally, using her would suffice. He asked whether she meant using the mercenary system. Receiving Lucia's nod, he said thoughtfully that he did not think they should do that. There was no urgent reason to eliminate them immediately. There was no need to rush. Lucia agreed. Indeed, if they continued sending assassins, then her lord could simply deal with them and collect the spoils. There would be no loss. The car glided smoothly through the deserted streets. A few days later, before the entrance to the antlered turtle dungeon with a recommended level of 60, Hyun Sung crossed his arms and muttered that if not for that matter, this place would have been cleared by him long ago. Because this was a rare dungeon that even the North did not possess. He fought with full force amid the swarm of monsters and told himself that only a little more remained. After finishing the hunt, he stepped out of the beam of light and wondered whether Lucia had been studying diligently. Hyun Sung wore a new set of combat attire. Holding the radiant sword, he slew another antlered turtle in the blink of an eye. In the silent cave, he clicked his tongue. Finding these creatures took more time than defeating them. As he advanced, he suddenly stopped at the sight before him. A young man was tightly bound and crushed by enormous tentacles, pushed into grave danger. From afar, Hyun Sung narrowed his eyes as he observed the group struggling within the encirclement of monsters. He found it baffling that they lacked proper protective gear and clearly did not possess enough strength to enter here. Spear-wielding hunter asked how long until the healing was complete. The cloaked girl replied that 3 more minutes were needed. The injured young man cried out in despair, "What should we do now?" The female mage, while healing, reported that her mana had already dropped by more than half. The brown-haired leader sighed in frustration, blaming the tanker for refusing to allocate his stat points. Another person mocked that he had always been foolish, so they should be understanding. Yet someone else said that at least he had changed class, so the group could enter here. They argued, then consoled themselves that it was already fortunate enough. The leader's face turned cold as he decided that next time they must find another tanker, because this matter had exceeded the limit. Suddenly the tanker who had just been healed sprang up and asserted that he would also go hunting. The leader looked at him coldly and reminded him that the team had tried their best and could no longer continue with him. Ignoring the words of dismissal, he repeated that he would also go hunting with them. Losing patience, the leader shouted that if he wanted to go, then he should allocate his stat points. The tanker stubbornly repeated the same words, that he would also go hunting with them. That caused the leader to roar angrily, "Please allocate your points." He pointed at the other status panel and said that there were still unassigned points. He should put them into vitality and spirit. The only response was the obstinate repetition that he would also go hunting with them. Another member sighed in exasperation and blamed himself for wasting time arguing. The rest lamented that if he would just allocate his points, he could still be of use. The leader stood frozen, unable to understand why that man was so stubborn. Burly tanker remained resolute. In the end, the leader reluctantly allowed him to follow. From a distance, Hyun Sung realized that the tanker did not even have a set of protective armor. He sarcastically wondered whether they had stripped his gear to save repair costs, then looked down on the way they treated their teammate. He quietly approached and softly recited the command to dispel Veil of Night. As the group struggled against the antlered turtle monster, the leader was startled by sensing an external force intervening. Hyun Sung's eyes were cold as ice. He clenched his hand and unleashed a burst of energy. A pillar of purple light descended. The monster was slain instantly, to the shock of the entire group. The leader looked around in panic and shouted, "Who dares to steal our monster?" Amid the drifting smoke, Hyun Sung slowly stepped forward. His presence made the burly tanker break into a sweat as a heavy pressure enveloped him. The team leader shouted angrily, completely losing his composure, "Hey, are you crazy? You took our monster without any shame." Hyun Sung abruptly turned around, his gaze cold as a blade. He lowered his voice and asked in return, "What did you say? Who is crazy?" The overwhelming pressure from him left the other party speechless. He coldly said, "Say that again." Cornered, the team leader stammered and trembled. "You clearly snatched the monster we were hunting, like a hollow hero who tucks his tail the moment he meets someone stronger." At that moment, a skill book suddenly dropped beside the corpse of the monster that had just been slain, and the gray-haired female hunter widened her eyes in astonishment. "Look, it is a skill book." The whole group immediately rushed over, unable to hide their excitement at the huge gain. "This is amazing, and it is even rare rank." Hyun Sung merely observed quietly, inwardly guessing that the remaining mana had condensed into an item, yet when he intentionally searched for it before, nothing had appeared. The captain immediately strode forward and loudly declared ownership, stating that this was loot dropped from the monster their team had defeated, so the skill book naturally belonged to them. He discreetly observed Hyun Sung's reaction, then reassured his companions that there was nothing to fear. Unless he had lost his mind, he would not dare make the first move. Otherwise, he certainly would not take the initiative to cause trouble. Ignoring those calculating words, Hyun Sung walked over to the bare-chested tanker and gently asked if he was all right, wondering why he went hunting without even a set of armor or a shield. Were they forcing him to do that? Seeing the way those people shunned him made Hyun Sung unable to hide his sympathy. He continued pressing for answers. After each hunt were you paid in full? Exactly how much did you receive? Can you tell me? Faced with the barrage of questions, the tanker merely lowered his head and quietly shook it as if accepting everything. Afraid that their internal affairs would be exposed, the captain aggressively rushed forward and shouted, Hey, was stealing monsters not enough that you have to meddle in another team's money matters? Hyun Sung calmly replied, I just felt that there was something unusual about your team, so I asked. Captain clenched his teeth, his cold eyes fixed on him. What does that have to do with you? He swung his weapon and pointed it straight at Hyun Sung, growling that he should mind his own business and go hunt, if he did not want trouble. The team members whispered among themselves, assuming that judging by the dropped item, Hyun Sung's level was at most about 10 levels higher than theirs. The captain smirked confidently, believing that no matter how strong the opponent was, fighting 9 people alone was absurd. Victory surely belonged to them. Yet Hyun Sung remained calm. He slowly took out his identification card and spoke clearly. I am a member of the Player Association's inspection team, so now I can intervene in your affairs, correct? Captain's face instantly turned pale. Clearly seeing the association inspection badge, sweat began to pour down his face. His expression changed drastically, inwardly cursing that this time they were in serious trouble. Ignoring the panic of the greedy bunch, Hyun Sung turned to ask Yuzin how much he was paid each hunt, and received the brief answer that he was paid a lot. Hearing that, Hyun Sung narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Looking at the tanker's submissive demeanor, he understood that asking further would hardly draw out the truth, while the captain beside him trembled slightly, gripping his weapon in anxiety. Not wanting to waste time, Hyun Sung immediately activated the psychology skill, determined to clarify this matter, because he could not ignore it. A fragment of memory surfaced. The tanker roared with determination. He charged forward and took the full brunt of the giant monster's attack. Standing behind and watching, the other members casually remarked that he did better than they thought. Some even sneered that although stupid, he was still usable. After the battle, the tanker wiped his sweat in exhaustion. He gave a foolish smile upon hearing the insincere praise that he had worked hard Yuzin. The captain pointed at Yuzin's face and shouted, Hey idiot, why can you only endure that much? That man grew irritated at having to repeat the same thing too many times. Yuzin merely stood still, sweat streaming down his weary and patient face. He continued berating him, asking why he could not understand, then turned to tell his teammates that paying a tanker who did not know how to allocate stat points like Yuzin was a waste. He coldly declared that all the trouble was caused by Yuzin, so he had to take responsibility, forcing him to nod in agreement. Yuzin lowered his head and endured it without daring to resist, bearing the danger alone while his teammates reaped all the rewards. Immediately after, a pack of blazing red monsters rushed in with relentless attacks. Yuzin gritted his teeth and raised his shield to withstand the heavy blows like splitting hammers. Amid the chaos, a shout rang out that the 6 o'clock direction had been breached. While Yuzin fought against 7 ferocious monsters alone, the others still stood behind and watched indifferently. Seeing the tanker's equipment damaged, the captain coldly ordered that his armor be stripped off because the repair cost was too expensive. In the end, the shield and helmet were discarded in the dark dungeon after their value had been fully exploited. As night fell on the deserted street, Yuzin dragged his exhausted body home. A gentle hand touched the wound on his face as if to comfort him. In that painful memory, his younger sister worriedly told him not to overexert himself because she had started working part-time on weekends. She said she could help with their mother's hospital fees. If he fell ill as well, it would truly be terrible. Sitting before his sister with a gaunt face, Yuzin softly replied that he understood, so he endured everything just to earn money for their mother's treatment. The captain dragged Yuzin to a corner and coldly threatened, Hey Yuzin, do not let anyone know the amount you actually receive after each settlement, and absolutely do not reveal that your armor was removed in the Danjian dungeon. If you disobey, you will no longer be allowed to hunt with us. Returning to the present, Hyun Sung looked straight at the captain and coldly asked whether he knew where he had gone wrong. Surely he understood very clearly. The captain turned pale, sweat pouring down, yet still tried to argue loudly not to speak nonsense. What had they done wrong? The other members chimed in, insisting that they were taking care of Yuzin. Not only denying everything, the captain also pointed at Yuzin and forced him to speak up himself. He pressed him, asking whether they treated him well, whether they had ever mistreated or withheld his pay. He smugly looked at Hyun Sung, then turned to his teammates. See, even the person involved says it is fine, so do not interfere anymore. Hyun Sung coldly replied, What if I refuse to do as you say? The answer enraged him and he roared, If you refuse, then what are you going to do? Still calm, Hyun Sung ordered everyone to immediately step outside for investigation. If they were confident of their innocence, then meeting an investigator was nothing to fear. A few members began to waver at those words. The captain grew even more aggressive. Who do you think you are to demand an investigation? Do you think the title of inspection team is that impressive? Yet he still relied on numbers to overwhelm. Hyun-sung silently placed his hand on his weapon. You had better listen while I am still speaking calmly. His gaze was sharp enough to pierce through the opponent, silently warning them not to bring consequences upon themselves. The hunters behind began whispering, their anxiety clearly visible. The captain ground his teeth in fury. A reckless thought flashed through his mind that if this inspector disappeared, then no one would know. He turned to incite his companions, asking whether they intended to obediently submit to investigation. Hyun-sung narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you mean?" The captain revealed a sinister smile, asking mockingly if he was only afraid now. The entire team simultaneously drew their weapons and surrounded him, one sneering that it was all his own doing. The captain glanced at Hyun-sung's equipment with greedy eyes, remarking that it looked quite good and declaring that he would make good use of it. He even turned to mock Yuzin, asking whether that idiot could help you with anything. Faced with Yuzin's familiar expression of endurance, Hyun-sung softly called out to Yuzin and gently told him to close his eyes and wait for a moment. He sincerely said that by doing so he would have a chance to cure his mother's illness. Yuzin was stunned when the secret deep in his heart was spoken aloud. Hyun-sung even added that he would buy his sister a new school bag. The captain furiously roared the order to attack, a twisted smile clearly on his face. But in an instant, the arm holding his sword was knocked out of control by a lightning-fast strike. Hyun-sung's speed was so fast that he did not even understand what had happened. The next subordinate was also struck down, his weapon falling amid cries of panic. Witnessing that scene, the remaining men turned deathly pale, standing frozen before the overwhelming power. Hyun-sung slowly stepped toward the captain and coldly asked why he was not continuing to charge forward. He trembled under the suffocating pressure. In the end, he dropped his weapon and fell to his knees asking to submit to investigation. The entire group bowed their heads in humiliation, no longer daring to raise their voices as before. The police car lights flashed continuously, tearing through the quiet night. The captain of the greedy hunters now looked disheveled, his face bruised as authorities handcuffed him and his companions, escorting them away from the scene. From a distance, Hyun-sung and Yuzin silently observed the entire sequence. Afterwards, the two went together to the central city hospital. In the ward, Yuzin's mother was still undergoing treatment, while his little sister stayed awake beside her to care for her. Standing in the corridor, Yuzin bowed his head sincerely and said, "Thank you, I will definitely repay this kindness." Hyun-sung merely smiled lightly in response, saying it was unnecessary. Yet Yuzin shook his head resolutely. "No, I must repay." Hearing this, Hyun-sung pondered for a moment before asking, "Could you show me your status sheet?" Yuzin nodded slightly in agreement. The status sheet revealed Yuzin at level 64, a standard shield soldier. But what shocked Hyun-sung was that 340 attribute points remained unallocated. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lucia, standing nearby, observed and also marveled that this was an extremely impressive number for a young man. Looking at Yuzin, Lucia affirmed he had the potential to become a knight and turned to Hyun-sung, saying that if she trained him, she would turn him into an excellent knight, not just an ordinary soldier. Yuzin muttered in disbelief, "A knight?" Lucia continued, analyzing that his base stats were very good, his professional skills outstanding, especially his indomitable limbs, potentially on par with a hero-grade skill. She looked directly at Yuzin and confirmed that with proper nurturing, he had every chance to enter the ranker tier. Hearing the words ranker, Yuzin's eyes lit up with surprise and excitement, something he had never dared to dream of before. Nevertheless, Lucia made it clear that without allocating the attribute points, he could not become stronger, then asked directly if he wanted to become a knight, to which Yuzin replied decisively yes. Lucia smiled in satisfaction and suggested, "Then become a subordinate under my command." The remark left Hyun-sung slightly embarrassed, not understanding why the conversation took this turn. Lucia calmly explained that this choice was mutually beneficial. She said Yuzin could continue developing as a stronger player. Meanwhile, the commander would gain a loyal ally without risking exposure. Seeing Yuzin's expectant eyes, Hyun-sung thought perhaps it was worth a try. Yuzin looked at him determinedly and said, "I want to become a ranker." Seizing the rare opportunity for the poor young man, Hyun-sung officially asked if he wanted to become his subordinate. Immediately, the system displayed a recruitment proposal for Yuzin. When Yuzin replied with firm agreement, the system confirmed acceptance and deducted 20 command points from Hyun-sung, making Yuzin his first subordinate in this world. Hyun-sung decided to invest seriously in his new subordinate and said first, raise the basic stats. He took out a glowing red elixir and instructed Yuzin to simply swallow it, which Yuzin gratefully did immediately. As the elixir took effect, a powerful energy spread throughout Yuzin's body, leaving him astonished. Not stopping there, Hyun-sung also handed him 2 skill books and told him to study, truly being favored from the start. Looking at the status sheet with 340 potential points, Hyun-sung calculated the resources spent, roughly amounting to around 7 billion points. He discussed the plan for leveling up, deciding that solo hunting might be more efficient than group hunting, and Yuzin nodded in agreement, saying, "I think so too." Lucia added that with his current low level, he could achieve several important accomplishments. Hyun-sung agreed and advised that if he aimed for them, he should focus on improving his physical stats first. Before starting, Lucia smiled with meaning and said she needed to test his ability before entering the hunting area, wanting to further train the new student. The group entered the Bloodsuck dungeon, recommended level 10 to 15. Upon arrival, Lucia immediately attacked to test Yuzin's strength. The clashes between sword and shield rang rapidly, creating strong shockwaves, forcing Yuzin to brace against the female knight's powerful attacks. Lucia quickly noticed a weakness in his stance. His foot placement was off. Yuzin was drenched in sweat. He tried to concentrate fully to keep up with her speed. Lucia defended while strictly instructing, "Watch my feet carefully, then try to attack again." Recognizing his mistake, Yuzin adjusted his posture, gripping his shield tightly, replying, "Ah, I understand now." The training match took place tensely in the dark confines of Crimson Hell. 2 hours passed, weapons and shields scattered across the ground. Yuzin panted from exhaustion, while Lucia appeared very satisfied. "Wonderful. Teaching him is truly enjoyable. His reaction speed is fast." Hyun-sung stood nearby smiling, "Haha, is that so?" Lucia asserted, "Just a little more and it could be applied in real combat." She continued, "The second job change is approaching. I will train him to become a knight, not a soldier." Seeing Yuzin's level rise so quickly, Hyun-sung was briefly skeptical. Could it be this easy? Lucia explained the job change is based on his previous combat patterns, so with proper training it is entirely feasible. She turned and called Yuzin. Lucia smiled brightly, urging, "Rest a moment. Your stamina should have partially recovered. Stand up." Yuzin replied wearily, "Ah, I understand," though his face still looked haggard. At the same time in Japan, amid the city's ruins, a mysterious figure in a white cloak moved silently. Footsteps echoed in the gloomy space as he approached waiting teammates. A bird-human monster mercilessly devoured the scent of its prey. From behind, a warrior in silver armor silently observed with sharp eyes. He suddenly lunged forward, swinging his sword directly at the enemy. The monster screamed in panic. A confident smile appeared on the hunter's face. The monster growled in pain. Immediately, a series of violent explosions erupted, obliterating 7 monsters at once. A report confirmed the raid's spectacular success. From atop the building, other hunters silently observed the fiery battlefield below. According to data, out of 1,500 bird-human monsters, the hunters eliminated around 400 in the first wave. Suddenly, a bird-human with golden skin and glowing blue eyes appeared, exuding tremendous pressure. It soared into the sky, accumulating powerful electricity, then roared, tearing the sky apart. As predicted, the monsters began frantically gathering around the Golden One, soldier bird humanoids with spears ready to retaliate. While at the command center, events were broadcast live across dozens of surveillance screens, under the eyes of senior officers. The military commander, with a stern mind, stared at the screen, eyes resolute, coldly ordering execution according to plan. Heavy missiles were launched consecutively from the sky, causing earth-shattering explosions destroying skyscrapers. Amid the ruins, the bird-human horde screamed fiercely, wielding weapons against the rain of bombs, becoming more aggressive with each hit. The hunters did not hesitate, focusing magical power into their staffs to launch powerful, long-range attacks. Monsters shrieked in pain as the magical blasts cleared the air, creating fiery streaks across the sky. Yet from the ground, a giant hand with sharp claws suddenly emerged. The bird-human leader with yellow skin and cold blue eyes bared his fangs and roared. In just a moment, tens of thousands of grotesque creatures flapped their wings and shot into the sky, forming a dense black curtain that covered the city's sky. Despite the military continuously pouring in firepower, launching wave after wave of missiles, that leader remained calm to a chilling degree. Strange, menacing bolts of lightning flickered in his eyes. All the missiles were halted midair and exploded before they could reach their targets. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, the hunters below cried out in shock. Even missiles were useless. The power of these mutants was truly terrifying. At the command center, chaos erupted as a staff member frantically reported that this level of defense far exceeded the standards of a hero-rank monster, urgently requesting that Gold Eagle be upgraded to legendary rank, while failure alarms rang repeatedly, ordering a full retreat, as the operation had collapsed. Commander clenched his teeth, sweat rolling down his tense face, unable to believe such overwhelming firepower had been neutralized so easily. He slammed his hand onto the table, painfully accepting that this mission had failed. The final order was issued decisively. The UN allied forces were to commence a complete withdrawal from this moment onward. 3 weeks had passed in the blink of an eye since that horrifying incident. While holding the steering wheel, Hyun-sung thought to himself that 3 weeks had flown by. He had smoothly passed both the theory and practical exams. Relief shone in his eyes. Now he could move about openly without sneaking into dungeons anymore. Hyun-sung strode forward with confidence. He suddenly recalled the turbulent year and a half he had gone through. Back then, a strange man followed Lucia to invite her, saying that if she joined their guild he would support her fully, but Lucia coldly replied that she refused. The scout refused to give up, shouting regretfully that she would pass up such a good opportunity, and not blame him for regretting it later. Lucia spun around, her gaze sharp as a blade, saying that even if she regretted it, that was her business not his, and told him to move aside. Seeing Hyun-sung approach to ask what was wrong, Lucia withdrew her harsh expression, and calmly said it was nothing. Then the two of them left together. The red-haired man in a suit suddenly grabbed Lucia's hand and growled that she did not understand what he said. That man stubbornly clung to her without letting go. Hyun-sung immediately stepped in, seized his wrist, and shouted what he was doing. She had already said no. That man glared viciously and snapped who he was to dare interfere in his business. Without another word, Hyun-sung tightened his grip on his wrist, making that man cry out in pain. Ignoring the grimacing man, he turned to ask Lucia who he was, and she calmly replied that he was a scout from the Jinan Guild. Hyun-sung pondered and quietly asked if she had shown anything outstanding. Lucia affirmed that she had maintained her usual average performance. That only made Hyun-sung more confused as to why that man had set his sights on Lucia. Being treated as if he did not exist, the red-haired man flew into a rage and threatened whether he wanted to cause trouble. He roared, asking if he knew who he was to dare behave like that. Hyun-sung curled his lips and retorted whether he knew who he was to speak that way. That man arrogantly declared that he belonged to the Jinan Guild, and asked which guild he was from. Hyun-sung remained calm, and said he belonged to the Player Association's supervision team, asking if he was truly a scout of Jinan. Hearing that identity, the red-haired man turned pale and stammered that it was true. Hyun-sung's gaze turned icy as he warned him not to harass others again and to get lost. After saying that, he and Lucia turned and walked away, leaving the scout standing frozen behind them. That man watched the two of them leave, gritting his teeth and shouting resentfully that they would regret it. Hyun-sung did not bother to care, casually saying, "Regret what? Let's go." Lucia softly replied yes and left with him. Behind them, the red-haired man was so furious that he broke into a sweat, muttering curses in helplessness. He was frantic because his superior had ordered him to recruit her at all costs, yet everything had fallen apart, and in his heart he could only blame Hyun-sung for interfering. As time passed, Hyun-sung appeared in majestic new armor, looking up at the sky and telling himself that now was the true beginning. His eyes grew sharp, completely focused on the goal ahead. Before him stood a warning sign for a hero rank lizardman dungeon, with an extremely high recommended level from 280 to 320. Lucia, dressed in new attire with fur lining around her collar, softly said, "Let's go in." Standing before the dungeon entrance, Hyun-sung still worriedly asked if Yuzin was alright. Lucia calmly reassured him that she had trained him very strictly, so solo hunting was not a problem. Moreover, she could sense if he was in danger, so Hyun-sung did not need to worry too much. Hyun-sung laughed and said so she knew how harsh her training was. He had once been tormented by her until he was utterly exhausted. Lucia smiled and admitted of course she knew, then seriously said that a drop of sweat on the training ground was worth a drop of blood on the battlefield. In her view, the harsher the training, the higher Yuzin's chance of survival in real combat. Hyun-sung chuckled and replied that he thought Yuzin no longer needed to worry too much about survival while hunting. Advancing into the gloomy swamp surrounded by ancient trees, Hyun-sung asked whether Yuzin could increase his own stat points. Lucia believed it was still difficult for now, but he would certainly be able to in the future. The two of them waded through pools of stagnant water in the damp forest. She further explained that mental stats were not only related to skills. In fact, Yuzin had already shown positive changes after using the spiritual medicine he had given. Hyun-sung nodded in agreement. Hyun-sung curiously wondered what would happen if all unallocated points were poured into stamina and spirit. Lucia smiled and said perhaps he would become the toughest tanker in the world today, and that would be an achievement the boy could be proud of. Suddenly, Hyun-sung's eyes turned tense and wary. He quietly warned that there were enemies ahead, and both of them stopped amid the thick fog. Spears suddenly shot toward them, embedding deep into the ground. Hyun-sung swiftly dodged the vicious ambush. Beneath the murky water, bubbles surged violently, signaling that the enemy was rising. Hyun-sung leapt high to avoid the relentless barrage. He gritted his teeth and endured the pressure closing in around him. A powerful surge of purple energy erupted violently beneath the water's surface. As Hyun-sung landed safely, Lucia had already rushed forward, raising a sturdy shield to protect him. He lowered his center of gravity and landed in a stance ready to counterattack. His eyes flashed with irritation. How troublesome purple lightning flickered around his hand. As he tightened his grip on his weapon, he prepared to unleash a strike to force the monsters into the open. Hyun-sung lunged forward, grabbed the enemy's weapon and shouted that he had caught it, then decisively thrust it down into the water. The monster let out a roar. Hyun-sung's gaze grew even colder as he saw the lizardmen rising one after another from the swamp, telling himself the more the better before immediately diving into the water. His eyes blazed with powerful purple lightning. A massive energy explosion erupted, sweeping the area in a blinding light. Looking at the defeated lizardmen, Hyun-sung let out a soft sigh of relief. Lucia stepped forward and asked how he felt and whether he was all right. He calmly remarked that among hero-rank monsters, these were probably the weakest. He recalled the high-level giant green dragon from before and admitted that opponent had been far stronger, making that confrontation extremely arduous. Seeing that he was still dwelling on the past, Lucia smiled and encouraged him that this was only the beginning, because he would grow much stronger. She added that although the Lizardman dungeon was quite troublesome, it was an ideal environment to train passive skills such as wild instinct. Hyun-sung listened in silence, his face filled with determination. He said in satisfaction, "Good, let's continue." Lucia respectfully replied, "Yes, master," and followed him deeper into the dungeon. The scene shifted to the office of the Jinnin Guild. The guild leader flew into a rage upon hearing the report of failure. Not even able to recruit a rookie, what exactly could he accomplish? If he remained so useless, then get out of his sight. Being scolded and threatened with dismissal, the red-haired scout was drenched in sweat as he stammered that the Player Association's supervision team had suddenly intervened, which was why things had turned out that way. The guild leader froze and repeated what he had just heard, the association supervisory team. Then he shouted angrily, "So what right do they have to interfere with our guild recruitment plan?" The subordinate lowered his head and reported that they seemed to have a rather close relationship with the target. More importantly, that person apparently had no intention of joining any guild. Hearing that, the guild leader slammed his hand on the table and growled, "Then we should have offered recruitment first." The subordinate softly replied that he had repeated that many times. Seeing his superior calm down slightly, he continued to explain and emphasized that despite his earnest persuasion, the other party still firmly refused. The guild leader widened his eyes in shock. Even after hearing the terms, he still refused. After receiving confirmation, he fell silent and thought perhaps another sponsor was eyeing him, or perhaps he simply did not lack money. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the subordinate cautiously suggested, "Guild leader, perhaps we temporarily drop this matter." The guild leader's gaze instantly turned sharp and calculating. He ground his teeth in anger. So what if he is from the association supervisory team? The Jinhan Guild will not give up so easily because of that. He picked up Lucia's photo and lowered his voice, saying that the investor had specifically demanded that this girl be brought here at all costs, and he himself was under great pressure from his superiors. Unwilling to accept defeat, he ordered an immediate investigation into the background of the man claiming to be from the association. The pink-haired subordinate bowed and replied that he understood. When he was alone, the guild leader stared thoughtfully at Lucia's photograph. He felt something unusual about the partner's insistence on wanting such a new player. In his view, the person in charge on the other side must be harboring some unusual scheme. Night fell after the hunt. Hyun-sung met Yuzin again. He smiled and asked if there had been any trouble while hunting monsters. Feeling cared for, Yuzin excitedly shook his head and replied that there was none. He proudly raised a bag full of magic stones and skill books and showed them off. "I earned this much." Yuzin intended to hand all the spoils to Hyun-sung, but he quickly waved his hand in refusal. He said, "You do not need to give them to me, that is your hard work." Those words left Yuzin stunned. Standing beside them, Lucia silently witnessed the generosity her master showed to his new subordinate. Lucia softly said, "Follow me." The three of them left the dungeon together and returned to the city. At an office building, Hyun-sung handed Yuzin a thick envelope and explained that it was the money from selling the magic stones. Seeing Yuzin still confused, he added that the money from selling the skill books would only be received after the auction ended. Looking at the stack of cash in his hand, Yuzin's eyes lit up in astonishment. He said emotionally that he would definitely repay this kindness. Seeing that he seemed uneasy, Hyun-sung simply smiled reassuringly. He said, "You can repay it gradually later. For now, remember to set aside a portion for your mother and younger sister." Receiving such sincere concern, Yuzin repeatedly bowed his head in thanks. Hyun-sung asked about the new place. "How is the new home? Living in the same apartment complex as me should be convenient." Yuzin cheerfully replied that it was wonderful and his whole family liked it very much. Lucia smiled and added, "This is a wise choice, my lord. Staying close will make it easier to respond if there is an attack." Hyun-sung said in a low voice that they must always remain vigilant, because no one knew how long the Japanese side would stay silent. Looking at Yuzin, he encouraged him to just maintain today's performance tomorrow. Yuzin responded firmly that he understood. At the same time, at the Jinan Guild headquarters, Hunter looked over Hyun-sung's file and sneered. He has only been awakened for a year and a half. He also mocked that he even brought along another fool. The pink-haired recruiter standing beside him suggested that they could deal with them cleanly in a single move. Guild leader sitting behind the desk flipped through the documents and scoffed. Aside from the sign of being affiliated with the player association, he has nothing outstanding, and he keeps changing mission locations, which shows his strength is only average. He added smugly that the other party did not even have any close teammates. Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, the guild leader revealed a sinister smile and ordered that they begin acting tomorrow. The apartment complex, Hyun-sung together with Lucia and Yuzin prepared to set off. Suddenly he halted. His gaze turned toward a black van parked in the distance. Sensing something strange, Hyun-sung narrowed his eyes and wondered what was happening. The group got into the car and drove off, and his premonition quickly became reality. The black van quietly followed behind them throughout the journey. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lucia warned that someone was tailing them. Hyun-sung looked into the rearview mirror and asked if it was that black van. Lucia confirmed that based on the flow of mana she sensed there were players inside. Both of them understood that something was about to happen. He added that there seemed to be quite a few players inside. Hyun-sung speculated whether it might be the Japanese group. Lucia replied that this tracking technique was rather clumsy compared to them, but the possibility could not be ruled out. Hyun-sung decided to first head to the dungeon where Yuzin was hunting. Lucia respectfully replied that she understood. Hyun-sung and Lucia stood within a brilliant blue light. He looked into the pitch-dark cave and said they should go deeper inside. Lucia respectfully replied, "Yes, my lord." The three of them quietly stepped into the profound darkness. Lucia softly remarked that they arrived later than she thought. Once the prey had entered the trap, Hyun-sung calmly said, "Then let us begin." In the darkness, cold eyes silently watched their every movement. A group of cloaked figures gradually revealed themselves with meaningful smiles. Hyun-sung softly uttered a sound and observed that their equipment looked rather ordinary. Lucia agreed that most of it was common-grade equipment. Looking at the group surrounding them, Hyun-sung loudly asked who they were. The leader sneered and said that this guy was quite bold. He glared and threatened. "Do you not understand how dangerous your current situation is?" Hyun-sung was momentarily stunned and thought that they were not Japanese after all. Seeing his indifference, that man angrily shouted that he was being looked down upon. When mistaken for Japanese, the leader snapped and said, "Does he look Japanese?" Hyun-sung calmly asked what they intended to do by acting this way. The question made veins bulge on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and said he had intended to take him away quietly, but it seemed impossible now. He drew his sword from its sheath and shouted to his subordinates. Two underlings immediately unsheathed their swords and responded that they understood, boss. The leader coldly ordered them to teach him a lesson and shut that talkative mouth. The underlings responded in unison and rushed forward quickly. As the enemies closed in, Lucia immediately raised her shield in front, ready to protect her master. Hyun-sung still could not understand why they were targeting him, but he suddenly froze in shock when a large figure unexpectedly stood in front of him. It was Yuzin with sharp eyes, ready to confront them. When he was in danger, two people immediately rushed out to shield him. Yuzin gathered all his strength and threw a direct punch, his fist slamming into the attacker's face, severely injuring him and sending him flying. Seeing her subordinate reveal such formidable power, Lucia calmly remarked that perhaps he did not need to worry too much about the safety of Baek Yusino. Hyun-sung silently observed Yuzin's impressive performance, while another man still recklessly charged forward. Lucia wondered whether she had not explained things clearly enough in the car, so Yuzin still failed to grasp the issue. In her view, he seemed fixated only on the idea of protecting her and his lord at all costs. Watching Yuzin handle the encirclement alone, Lucia smiled faintly and thought this would be an ideal session of real combat training, letting him fight while honing his skills. Hyun-sung let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the enemies were only low level. If they had been stronger, the situation would have truly become critical. Lucia immediately took responsibility, emphasizing that a knight who did not understand his master's commands would struggle to unleash his full strength. She sternly instructed Yuzin that from now on he must absolutely obey his lord's orders in every battle. Seeing Lucia determined to train the new subordinate more strictly, Hyun-sung felt a flicker of unease, wondering whether he had said something inappropriate. The lackeys began to falter in the face of the opponent's overwhelming power. Realizing his underlings were only watching, the leader furiously berated the useless fools and forced them to continue attacking. One hunter stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to understand how Yuzin possessed such overwhelming strength. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the leader clenched his teeth and decided to act personally. secretly drawing his weapon, with the intent of simply restraining the two leaders to end the matter, ignoring Yuzin and shifting his target to someone else. His eyes gleamed with calculation as he decided to capture the girl who seemed most valuable first. He suddenly lunged from behind Lucia, his face filled with killing intent as he swung his sword in a sneak attack. But before he could reach his target, she spun her shield and smashed it straight into his face, knocking him down instantly. Collapsed to his knees, clutching his bleeding wound, looking utterly miserable. Looking at the defeated man, Lucia coldly remarked that if he had just stood still, he could at least have served as a proper training dummy. The leader could only groan in pain, blaming his own foolishness for launching a sneak attack without understanding the opponent's strength. Seeing their boss fall, the underlings screamed in panic and desperately charged forward, hoping to turn the tide. Yet Hyun Sung maintained an eerily calm expression. In the pitch-dark cave, screams echoed as Yuzin unleashed his full power, sweeping through the enemies and leaving them gravely injured and unable to resist. Amid the chaos, Hyun Sung slowly stepped forward and coldly demanded to know why they had targeted them. The surviving hunters trembled in extreme fear. One stammered that he did not understand what was happening when a rookie who had just graduated had reached level 220, while companions at level 180 were easily overwhelmed. Lucia narrowed her eyes with killing intent and lowered her voice coldly, asking whether they had not heard their lord's words. Under suffocating pressure, the hunter bowed his head and confessed that they were only following the guildmaster's orders. He trembled as he confirmed that it was indeed the guildmaster who had ordered the attack, which was why they acted that way. Hyun Sung silently opened the system panel to check the information. His gaze turned icy when he saw the line related to player trafficking. He spoke in anger, asking why they used spatial abilities for such despicable acts. Looking at the man kneeling at his feet, Hyun Sung coldly declared that those who committed crimes must pay the price. The criminal's eyes widened in horror as he realized he was suffering the consequences of following the wrong person in illegal acts. In a luxurious office, a mustached man sat in heavy contemplation, aware that his time in power was running out. He stood up and walked with a calculating expression, telling himself that before leaving his position, he had to settle that matter. On the desk lay a photo of Hyun Sung and Lucia. He resolved that as long as he could get Hyun Sung under his control, he could turn the situation around. A new target was added, believed to be an ally of the first target. He stared intently at Lucia's photograph. One man in the group clicked his tongue in admiration at how beautiful the girl was. Another added that she even had Western features. He continued by introducing the second target as someone from a collapsed nation who had recently obtained South Korean citizenship. He resolved to secure both targets at any cost. However, something puzzled him. According to the records only a month ago, she had still been a rookie who had just graduated from the player academy. His eyes sharpened as he said they had confirmed that she frequently entered hero-rank dungeons with Hyun Sung. The group murmured in discussion, questioning whether that was possible when she should have only just awakened upon entering the academy. He explained that entering a hero-rank dungeon did not necessarily mean she fought directly. Looking at Hyun Sung's photo, he analyzed that if the first target had the ability to nullify the usual level 20 limit, then such a thing was not impossible. One man asked whether experience could be shared without level restrictions. He replied that the possibility was very high, and added that when hunting powerful monsters, experience was usually distributed based on contribution, which was basic knowledge. He pondered that bringing a newly awakened rookie into a hero-rank dungeon must have some hidden reason. Although he admitted his speculation might be wrong, he emphasized that judging by common sense the action was strange, and they must not be careless. His eyes flashed with menace as he reminded everyone that the team sent earlier had completely disappeared. A hunter voiced his suspicion, wondering whether they had fled. The man opposite responded in a low voice that such a possibility could not be ruled out, but the probability was extremely low. Those around him nodded in agreement. If they had truly run away, it would have been utterly foolish. Firm footsteps echoed as the leader stepped forward and coldly ordered that for now they must act under the worst-case assumption. A curious man asked what the worst-case assumption meant. The leader sternly explained that it was the possibility that the earlier team had been completely annihilated by the first target, leaving his subordinates stunned as they questioned whether that was realistically possible. The more they listened, the more unbelievable it sounded. Another man objected that even an expert would struggle to wipe out an entire team alone, let alone someone awakened for just over a year. He could not accept that. Nevertheless, the leader firmly asserted that the target's growth rate exceeded expectations, so they had to prepare for the worst scenario. He clearly ordered the entire team to remain ready to depart at any moment. As soon as the intelligence department made contact, they would act immediately. Meanwhile, at the private apartment, Yoon-sung lay on his back with his hand on his forehead, staring at the ceiling in concern as he concluded that his current speed had slowed down. He stretched out on the bed, recalculating his hunting activities and the achievements he had gained. He needed to find a way to accelerate his progress. Even selling batteries had brought in considerable profit. Looking at the system panel showing over 700 billion accumulated points, he thought that with just another 300 billion, he could upgrade his shopping rank. At that time, he would obtain Elysia. But Hyun-sung also understood that the electronics business was gradually reaching its limit. He buried his face in the pillow, wondering whether he should release new content. Rolling back and forth on the bed, he reminded himself not to be impatient. He realized that the current game content was still selling well, so he needed to find a solution from a different angle. While he was thinking, his mother's voice called out, "Hyun-sung, come eat." Hearing the call, he happily ran to the table and exclaimed in delight when he saw kimchi stew. His mother smiled kindly and said it was his favorite, so he should eat more. Normally, he only ate corn dogs or hamburgers in the dungeon to get by. Seeing her son constantly glancing at the blonde girl beside him, she asked why he kept looking at Lucia and urged him to eat quickly. Being reminded repeatedly by his mother, he looked at the steaming, colorful bowl of soup in front of him. Hyun-sung picked up his spoon and said enthusiastically that he would enjoy the meal. He ate heartily while praising that his mother's cooking was the best, and she happily told him to eat more. During the meal, Hyun-sung glanced at the screen and saw his mother and Lucia watching an American movie intently. He curiously asked whether the movie was good, and his mother eagerly affirmed that it was extremely captivating. As he ate, he told his mother to feel free to watch while eating, and she smiled and said she would. He turned to Lucia and told her to eat. She softly replied that she was eating. Looking at the two engrossed in the screen, Hyun-sung wondered whether movies were truly that fascinating, especially for someone from another world like Lucia. He wondered whether she found American television interesting and asked Lucia how she felt. She smiled brightly and said that watching films and television was her only joy, leaving him surprised that her world was not much different from his. Seeing this, his mother expressed admiration, even envy toward Lucia, who could watch foreign films online instantly, while she had to wait for Korean subtitles. He continued marveling at the player's abilities, understanding content like a native despite not knowing the language. His mother's words shone in Hyun-sung's mind, prompting him to exclaim, "It really is." Right after the meal, he went straight to Lucia's room. Surprised by his sudden appearance, she asked curiously what was going on. He didn't beat around the bush. "I have a few questions." He wanted to confirm how good the film really was, certain there were details Lucia couldn't grasp from her perspective. Lucia affirmed the film was very engaging, and though some parts were confusing, watching it would convey the full content. Conversely, exploring a new culture was also interesting. Being a girl, both films and plays were already her passions. Hyun-sung nodded. "I see." Lucia wondered why he asked. A thoughtful glint crossed Hyun-sung's eyes. He revealed, "I'm planning to try selling some videos." Lucia was surprised. "You mean selling TV or cinema films?" He enthusiastically confirmed, "Exactly. What do you think?" After a moment's thought, Lucia agreed. "I think it's a good idea. Failure wouldn't matter." Hyun-sung smiled in gratitude. "It's all thanks to you, Lucia." Seeing her modest reply, "I didn't do much," he held her hand and rejoiced that she was fully immersed in the film. A sudden gesture and praise made Lucia blush with shyness. At an original Russian palace, Hyun-sung's system reported a newly registered item. A noble woman with long silver hair was curious. What is he registering now? She viewed the TV set and DVD priced at nearly 400 million points, hoping it wasn't useless. The price stunned anyone for a moment. Sitting cross-legged, she activated the device to watch the content. Witnessing a fantastical transforming truck on the street, she exclaimed, "Oh!" When the giant robot appeared majestically, she couldn't hide her astonishment. Her eyes glued to the screen. She followed the explosions and thrilling battles of the robots. She was completely captivated by the vivid images and wondered how they made these robot actors. Seeing the powerful machines, she realized Hyun-sung's world had formidable military strength. Meanwhile, at the warehouse, the system continuously reported sold-out items. A man froze before the screen, exclaiming "Incredible," and after a silent moment, he thanked Hyun-sung for the favor. Customer reactions were very positive. Hyun-sung skimmed through the comments. He saw many requests to buy transforming robots like in the film. He pondered, Bumblebee couldn't be sold, but cars could. Hearing this, an exciting item was coming. He realized buying cars without insurance was feasible, though operating them would incur penalties. But he didn't drive them directly, so he didn't mind. At that moment, Lucia came to report, "Commander, the sale is completed." Hyun-sung turned to ask Lucia, "Do you know how to sell cars?" He explained there were many requests for movie robots, and even if not selling real robots, selling cars would work. Lucia wondered why sell cars. Hyun-sung smiled, "Huh? Because I think we'll earn a lot of points." Lucia unexpectedly suggested, "Why not sell model transformers?" The idea was practical and lucrative, hitting the gold vein. Lucia's words made Sung realize. He excitedly grabbed her shoulders. Lucia, thank you very much. A few days later, at the warehouse, the system bell rang. His total accumulated points exceeded 1 trillion points. Immediately, a rank-up notification appeared. You reached hero level. Now you can purchase legendary rank-up items. The system expanded the shopping catalog to 1,000 items. Sung beamed. Now I can buy Alicia. He quickly searched for the awaited item on the screen. The information panel appeared. Legendary Alicia could heal all injuries and diseases of body and soul. Seeing the price, Sung calculated hundreds of billions, nearly 100 billion points. The enormous number made him hesitate a bit, but the long-sought goal was finally before his eyes. Without hesitation, Sung confirmed the purchase of legendary Alicia. A radiant blue light erupted, and the exquisite elixir appeared midair. He carefully held the precious item, his face showing emotion. Lucia beside him smiled. Congratulations, Commander. Sung quietly replied, thank you. He looked at Lucia with gratitude. All thanks to her, I must go now. Lucia gently smiled, watching her master's silhouette. Shortly after, he arrived at the city hospital. Sung carefully poured the elixir backward so the divine water flowed to heal his comatose father. The empty bottle was placed back after completing the task. Standing by the bed, Sung quietly observed his father sleeping peacefully. He wondered if his father had fully recovered. After attending to his loved one, he quietly left the hospital in the silent night. Back at the warehouse, Sung slumped into a chair. He opened the system, thinking to see any changes. People were out of power, but the brain still ran at full capacity. He examined the screen where the Myth-class Thunder God skill just appeared. He exclaimed in amazement. Myth-class, seeing the stats, he briefly wondered why it was so simple. He wondered how long it would take to buy a myth item like this. He swiped to check the next upgrade conditions. Immediately, a notification stated total accumulated points after awakening must exceed 1 quadrillion points to reach myth level. Seeing the number over 1 trillion points just reached, Sung was astonished, this time 1,000 times more than before. Despite the unrealistic number, he reassured himself it would be achieved. Seeing the vast distance ahead, he couldn't help but sigh, so far away. Sung checked the high-grade legendary strength potion, which increases 1 strength point for those with stats under 400. Seeing the listed price, he slowly nodded as expected. He calculated that increasing 1 stat point would cost around 300 million points. Despite the high price, he was determined not to miss it. Sung confirmed the purchase of the high-grade legendary strength potion. Screen continuously displayed successful transaction notifications. High price but necessary for power. At Bexy General Hospital, a woman anxiously asked the doctor about the patient's condition. Is the disease progressing well? The bespectacled doctor calmly confirmed, yes. Remarkably, dying cells had begun to regenerate. Hearing the good news, the patient's family rejoiced, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. The doctor pondered that thanks weren't needed, as he didn't truly understand what was happening. He was puzzled because he only administered the usual inhibitory dose. Still, he advised the family to practice proper recovery. The patient could live normally. Meanwhile, the family embraced and cried in relief. The scene abruptly shifted to a dark underground chamber. A man lost his temper and snapped. How much longer do we have to stand here waiting? The red-haired leader replied coldly that the target's dungeon entry and exit times had been constantly changing lately, no longer fixed as before. He ordered the whole group to stay hidden and patiently lie in ambush until the target's schedule was completely stable before taking action. A man at the back could not hold back and asked why they did not strike the moment. He stepped into the dungeon. The red-haired man immediately dismissed it. I already made it clear, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario, so I will not accept even the slightest margin of error. That extreme level of caution made his subordinates whisper that perhaps, because he once came from the self-defense forces, he was so strict. They continued gossiping about the leader's glorious past from his time in the military, until he became a renowned player. He had once been hailed as the hero of Osaka, with a series of feats slaying monsters. The underlings could not understand why such a figure had to be on the same team as them, and they were curious about what mistake he had made. One man in the group lowered his voice and revealed that he had once been accused of involvement in the molestation of minors. Suddenly, a heavy armored hand slammed hard against the ground. A surge of purple mana erupted violently, shaking the entire space. Amid the thick smoke, Lucia, with her golden hair, holding the valiant steed sword and shield, shot forward. Sung observed her equipment and remarked that legendary gear was indeed different. Lucia smiled and replied that she was very satisfied with this new equipment master. Sung suggested she should acquire a few more legendary items, but Lucia gently shook her head. Master, that is not possible, because after purchasing a legendary stamina potion, her accumulated points were exhausted. Suddenly Sung halted, his gaze turning wary. Lucia asked anxiously what was wrong, Master. he said in a low voice. "We have been surrounded." His face showed clear tension, as he silently guessed it was likely those Japanese men. He directed his gaze toward the pitch-black cave entrance ahead. When he saw a series of red glints flashing in the darkness, he judged the possibility was very high. Moreover, the number of opponents was not small. Lucia asked whether they could hire additional mercenaries, but Hyun Sung firmly replied that it was impossible. He immediately gave the order before the encirclement tightened. "We must take the initiative to wear down their forces." His eyes fixed resolutely to the right. "Advance about 100 meters, and there will definitely be enemies there." In the distance, a group of unfamiliar hunters had readied their weapons and were approaching. He continued issuing instructions, "Then circle to the left and wipe them all out for me." Lucia smiled confidently and responded loudly, "Understood, master." In the dark cave, Hyun Sung faced the enemy, focused all his spirit and activated the blink skill, his eyes flashing. In an instant he vanished and appeared behind his opponent like a shadow. The man in the green cloak had not yet understood what was happening when a blazing red sword slash swept across him. On the opposite side, the bald mage blurted out in panic, "Damn it." He hurriedly swung his staff to cast Blizzard Storm. A violent stream of freezing air immediately surged forth. Yet Hyun Sung agilely slipped past the razor-sharp ice shards at astonishing speed. The mage was stunned when he saw his opponent close in within a blink. Hyun Sung delivered a powerful downward slash from above. The man in the green cloak groaned in pain, his roar choking off. He raised his golden shield to resist and howled in resentment. But Lucia had already appeared behind him with an icy gaze. Without hesitation, she thrust her sword straight through, causing him to collapse. At that very moment, a man in a long cloak appeared. He had reddish-brown hair and shouted an order, "Everyone gather immediately." Behind him was a large force of warriors and silver-armored knights flooding in, fully equipped, their eyes resolute and ready for a major battle. The reddish-brown-haired leader clenched his teeth, sweat seeping out as he felt the terrifying pressure closing in. From behind, Hyun Sung silently stepped forward, both hands blazing with raging purple-black lightning. The enemy turned in panic when he met his blazing gaze. Amid the black lightning filling the space, that gaze radiated killing intent that made everyone understand the situation was extremely unfavorable. A violent explosion of purple energy erupted, blasting away numerous silver-armored knights. Cries rang out as the underlings were tightly bound by black electricity, their bodies trembling in pain and panic. From above, Lucia descended like a war goddess, making the knights cry out in shock. The blonde warrior stood majestic with her shining golden shield and cold blue eyes fixed straight on the enemy ranks. A knight tried to resist in desperation, his mouth constantly spewing curses. From above, Lucia unleashed a powerful magic strike, creating a brilliant blue energy ring that crushed all resistance below. She followed with a decisive slash that shattered the armor, leaving the opponent gravely wounded before he collapsed. Witnessing the chaos, the reddish-brown-haired leader panicked and shouted to cancel the operation at once. If they did not retreat, there would only be total defeat. He hastily ordered the remnants to scatter and find a way to escape. The remaining men were held fast by Hyun Sung's black lightning, screaming in despair. As he ran trembling, the leader realized all his calculations had completely collapsed. He glanced back with a horrified look, unable to believe he had to face such terrifying power. Yet in the end, he still could not escape. Hyun Sung clenched his hand. Purple-black energy from his gloves flared violently. That power bound the assassin in the green cloak tightly, making him scream in agony. When everything settled, Hyun Sung let out a soft sigh, telling himself he needed more training to control this power more delicately. This battle was still not intense enough. Lucia stepped closer and reported solemnly, "Master, I have gathered the remaining survivors in one place." Hyun Sung nodded and instructed her to collect all the spoils, receiving a clear response from the female warrior. He bent down to check the scattered items, cleaning up the battlefield neatly as if no fight had ever occurred. Seeing the red passport along with a watch and compass, Hyun Sung curled his lip in disdain. As expected, it was the Japanese. Before him, 3 assassins knelt prostrate, exhausted and no longer capable of resistance. Hyun Sung slowly approached, placed his powerful hand on the trembling leader and coldly said that if he wanted to live he had better agree. His eyes glowed red as he activated the truth contract skill. Standing before the defeated men, he asked coldly how many agents remained. The reddish-brown-haired leader knelt on the ground trembling and answered that he did not know exactly, but there were probably still about 20 to 30 people hiding. Another man suddenly tried to struggle up and shouted curses. Immediately a powerful shield swing struck straight at him, knocking him rolling. Lucia stood firmly beside the prisoners, her presence completely overwhelming. Hyun Sung continued the interrogation. "How many people know of my existence?" The leader confessed that perhaps only the Minister of Spatial Gates Tanaka and a few confidants were fully aware. He He added that in order to monopolize the credit, Tanaka had deliberately concealed the information and did not report it to his superiors. Seeing the other party pleading, Hyun-sung curled his lip and asked, "Do you crave life that much?" He looked deep into the man's trembling eyes and suddenly added another sentence. "It is because of your daughter, is it not?" The watch fell to the ground and popped open, revealing a photo of a small girl. The leader froze in shock, sweat pouring out as he could not understand why his deepest secret had been seen through. How did he know? Hyun-sung calmly checked the information through the virtual screen before his eyes. The image of his little daughter smiling on a hospital bed surfaced in the defeated man's mind, driving him into a corner with no escape. "Tell me your story briefly." The storyline takes us back 5 years earlier in Osaka, when military helicopters roared across the night sky. On the ground, armed units swiftly deployed their battle formations along the streets. Just by looking at the setting of the broadcast, it was clear that a major upheaval was about to unfold. In that heavy atmosphere, a soldier suddenly froze, stunned as an unbelievable piece of evidence appeared before his eyes. A blue system notification window abruptly appeared in his field of vision. The content was brief yet shocking. "You have awakened." Everything took place inside a room steeped in the traditional style of Province. A powerful man in an elegant suit spoke up. "I heard you possess a hero-rank skill." He looked at the young soldier with a profound gaze, affirming that he held great expectations for his ability. The young man bowed respectfully and replied that he would give it his all. The two shared a meal in a solemn setting as if to mark a new beginning. 5 years ago in Osaka, that place had once been a scene littered with the corpses of blue-gray monsters that had been wiped out, left with no strength to resist. Amid the ruined city, warriors clad in blue armor appeared proudly, shields and sharp spears in hand. The young man in a blue cloak charged into the suffocating battle, thrusting his sword straight into the body of the ferocious monster. He moved as swiftly as the wind, his icy gaze locked firmly on the target ahead. Giving his opponent no chance to react, he unleashed decisive and determined sword strikes in rapid succession. The other blue-armored warriors quickly formed ranks, ready to sweep away any remaining threats within the heart of the city. Cheers erupted when the monster was finally subdued. The bespectacled doctor silently reviewed the medical file, his eyes heavy with contemplation. In the hospital room, he informed the father that his daughter had been afflicted with mana invasion syndrome. He added slowly that the survival rate was nearly 0, and that there was currently no suitable medicine to treat or suppress it. The only option for now was maintenance treatment while waiting for a new drug to be developed. It was a fragile hope that allowed the little girl to keep holding on. Watching his daughter innocently eating ice cream, the father could not help but feel his heart twist in pain. The little girl looked up and asked softly, "Dad, are you not eating ice cream with me?" He forced himself to hide the pain, smiling gently as he replied that it was fine if he did not eat. "Just enjoy yours." The child was carefree, while the adult felt his heart tighten. The father closed his eyes lightly, maintaining a strained smile, and promised to buy her ice cream often. The little girl cheerfully answered yes, yet behind that lay countless unspoken worries. Reality was cruel as his phone constantly displayed debt reminders and overdue warnings from the bank. At his most desperate moment, a powerful man appeared. "I have heard about your situation. Are you struggling under the weight of enormous medical expenses?" He looked at the father in his warrior cloak with sympathy. "I truly regret the circumstances your daughter is in." Then he made an offer. "If you work for me, the hospital fees will no longer be a burden." The father bowed his head and replied, "I will devote all my strength." Standing by and observing everything, Hyun-sung calculated inwardly. Perhaps he could take advantage of this weakness. He pondered deeply about that strange mana invasion illness. When he opened the system shop, Hyun-sung could not hide his excitement after finding what he needed. "It is finally here." He was surprised to see that the mana-neutralizing medicine cost only 10 million points. Turning to the kneeling leader, Hyun-sung called out coldly, "You there?" That man hurriedly replied yes. Hyun-sung's gaze was sharp as a blade as he made his demand. "Those in the Japanese gate management department know about me. Can you deal with all of them?" The assassin considered for a moment before answering cautiously, "It can be done, but it is not certain." Hyun-sung curled his lips and ordered, "Open your status window for me." Looking at the blue virtual screen, he was surprised to see that the opponent agility stat had already surpassed 1000. He assessed inwardly that this was indeed a typical assassin type, ordinary on the outside, yet his true strength belonged to the peak of hidden experts. Driven into a corner, the assassin kowtowed and begged, "I will do everything you ask. Please spare my life." Hyun-sung calmly pointed at the screen. "Very well. I will give you a chance to live, but on the condition that you accept the contract I offer." He immediately searched for a hero-rank soul contract in the shop, an item worth nearly 10 billion points. Hyun-sung clicked his tongue softly when he realized the contract cost even more than the medicine. He placed the contract and a pen on the ground and said coldly, "Sign it." After reading the content, the assassin was stunned. "Treat mana invasion syndrome." That man trembled as he asked again, "Can you truly cure it?" Hyun-sung looked down and replied coldly, "The item effect is clearly written." He warned that if the contract was violated, both sides would pay with their lives. Without hesitation, the assassin shouted that he would sign immediately and put pen to paper. A surge of purple energy flared brilliantly, marking the official completion of the soul contract. Purple light of spiritual power spread throughout the space. The magical contract inscriptions gradually appeared before Hyun-sung and the remaining survivors. Witnessing that overwhelming power, the man in the red cloak hurriedly said, "I will sign as well." Another man, his face covered in injuries, cried out in despair, "I want to sign too. Please give me the contract." But Hyun-sung replied indifferently that they did not qualify. Their pleas rang out miserably, "Please save us." Hyun-sung explained that the contract was only valid when completely voluntary, without coercion. His gaze turned icy as he saw through their nature and emphasized that the most important factor was you all. Their guilty memories surfaced one after another like a dark film. Hyun-sung tightened his grip on his sword, his gaze utterly merciless. He coldly declared that they were nothing but trash and moved to end everything. Afterward, he handed the assassin a small vial and said, "Take it." It looked like a vitamin C tablet on the outside, but in truth it was a chance to change his fate. The moment that man accepted the vial, a series of system notifications appeared, confirming that the conditions of the soul contract had been met and were beginning to activate. Hyun-sung ordered him to first report that the mission had failed and then return to Japan. He added coldly, "If anyone else knows about me, deal with them cleanly." The assassin bowed his head and replied, "Yes, I understand." After some thought, Hyun-sung remarked that with his current strength, the chance of failure was still very high. Therefore, he decided to provide additional support to ensure the plan proceeded more smoothly, and gave a slight signal. Immediately, an invitation to join the organization appeared before the assassin Inukuso. Seeing that he was still bewildered, Hyun-sung urged, "Just accept it first. I will explain later." Inukuso stared at the system panel in confusion, as if he had been dragged into a group and assigned a mission without understanding anything. That night, he walked quietly along the street and reported over the phone that the mission had failed. The person on the other end was astonished and asked for the reason. That man calmly stated that the Korean Player Association had intervened unexpectedly and that he would return immediately. When asked about the strength of the two targets, he confirmed that he had grasped it and would report in detail after returning, declaring that he would hand over all information once back in his home country. After that, he returned to the secret base. Looking at the subordinates in black suits waiting, he asked whether everyone had gathered and whether the traces at the scene had been cleaned thoroughly. The subordinates bowed and affirmed that everything had been completely erased, leaving no loopholes. Inukuso narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, thinking that now all that remained was to return home. Without hesitation, he suddenly attacked all of his subordinates, his actions decisive and ruthless. Screams rang out. A female agent trembled, unable to believe her eyes, crying out to ask why her captain was doing this. The subordinates panicked and shouted that their captain had gone mad, while Inukuso's face remained cold and expressionless. In the end, he forced the last agent into a corner, the tip of his sword aimed straight at her throat. The female agent, her face covered in injuries, tears mixed with blood, trembled as she begged for her life. Inukuso only uttered a cold apology before completing the erasure of all traces related to Hyun-sung's secret. A few days later, shocking news spread across international headlines. The phone screen displayed the headline, "The Japanese Minister of Gate Management and his close aides have taken their own lives." Reading the news, Hyun-sung curled his lips in satisfaction. Everything was perfectly clean. While strolling through the streets with a beautiful blonde girl, he received a curious question about how he intended to use that man. Hyun-sung pondered for a moment, then said, "Hung." He calmly analyzed that letting that man secretly gather information there was not a bad option. For using this situation to build his own force was also quite a good idea. Hyun-sung smiled at the blonde friend and suggested, "Haha, why don't we go on a hunt first?" However, just as he was about to step forward, the phone in his pocket suddenly began vibrating repeatedly. He looked at the screen and saw a call from his mother. He immediately changed direction and headed to the hospital where his father was being treated. As soon as he entered the room, his mother's emotional voice rang out, "My dear." She tightly held her husband's hand on the hospital bed in overwhelming emotion. The whole family, along with the blonde friend, gathered around the bed as he had regained consciousness. Hyun-sung stepped forward and gently asked, "Can you hear me?" Seeing his father's stable expression, everyone felt relieved upon hearing that the doctor had confirmed his illness was completely cured. Now his father only needed to focus on recovering his strength. Suddenly, his father burst into tears, moving everyone. Voices calling father echoed as they saw him trying to move. His hands trembled. Then he slowly pointed a finger toward Hyun-sung while breathing heavily. Seeing that scene, his older sister smiled and remarked that perhaps their father wanted to thank him. Hyun-sung was still bewildered by his father's action. His gaze suddenly sharpened as he sensed something unusual. What was that force? A mysterious green energy spread around the fingertip pointing at him from his father, leaving Hyun-sung stunned. Clearly the doctor had said he was fully cured. Noticing his strange reaction, the women in the family anxiously asked what he was talking about. Had he not already recovered? In the stunned atmosphere, the blonde friend proposed a shocking hypothesis. Could it be that he had awakened to become a player? Could this be something they did not know? She looked at his father and softly said, "Sir, please try sending the will to publicly display the status window to Hyun-sung." Immediately, a blue notification panel appeared before Choi Hyun-sung, leaving him astonished. It was his father's status window. Choi Hyung-ju had just awakened at level 1, but possessed 22 mana and a rare active skill called Fire Spear. Hyun-sung was stunned and thought to himself that he had truly awakened. His mother wiped away her tears while smiling happily. His father's condition had improved dramatically thanks to the awakening. His younger sister happily added that even the doctor could not find the cause. Now everything was clear. The doctor withdrew his hand, but the system continued functioning normally. He needed to take note. However, Hyun-sung still harbored doubts. Was this merely a coincidence? The image of the miraculous vial surfaced in his mind, and he wondered, could the elixir of immortality turn an ordinary person into a player? 1 week later in room 301 of Choi Hyung-ju, Hyun-sung pushed the door open and said, "I am here." Seeing his son, his father said, "Hyun-sung, you are here, you must have worked hard today." He gently replied that it was nothing. Hyun-sung remarked that his father looked even healthier than yesterday. His father stretched and enthusiastically shared that he could feel strength filling his body every day. Seeing her son arrive, his mother reminded him that since he was here, she would go home for a while. Hyun-sung quickly said that she should go home and rest comfortably. He would stay overnight to take care of his father. Seeing Hyun-sung tired after the hunt, his father kindly said that he must be exhausted too. He emphasized that this special room was very comfortable, telling his wife to go rest. Today he would stay and talk privately with his son. His mother smiled and agreed, then said she would go home to sleep and bring more things tomorrow. His father nodded and told her to do so. Hyun-sung worriedly asked to escort her home, but she refused, telling him to stay in the room and not see her off. The door to the room closed. His father looked at his son and softly called, "Hyun-sung." He politely replied, "Yes, father." He looked at him with deep emotion and sincerity and said, "Thank you, I recovered thanks to you." Hyun-sung scratched his head modestly and said he had done nothing, it was all because his father had awakened. However, his father insisted that he knew it was all thanks to him. He looked deeply into his eyes and revealed that he had recovered because of the vial he had given. Do not worry, he did not intend to dig deeper into the matter of the vial. He looked at Hyun-sung with affection and reassured him that he knew if the secret of the cure were exposed it would cause trouble. He only wanted to express his gratitude to him. Faced with his father's sincerity, Hyun-sung asked about his future plans. With a determined gaze, his father affirmed that he was still vigorous. Form was temporary but class was permanent. The next declaration left Hyun-sung stunned. He intended to enter a dungeon. Worried about his father's health, he hurriedly tried to stop him. He only wanted his father to stay home. Was he not already earning a lot of money? Ignoring the advice, his father sipped his coffee and affirmed that at 57 he could still contribute. Hyun-sung firmly opposed because dungeons were extremely dangerous and disasters could not be foreseen. Seeing his son's worry, his father pondered and remarked that it seemed he had gone through many hardships. With resolute eyes, he said he would not sit and enjoy money earned with his son's life. He even made a counter-request that from now on he should stop entering dungeons. With the accumulated wealth, Hyun-sung no longer needed to risk himself. Before his father's determination, he asked again if he truly intended to enter a dungeon. Receiving a firm answer, Hyun-sung brought out his final argument. His mother would certainly not allow it, but his father only smiled confidently and said he had already received permission. There was no need to worry. Hyun-sung was astonished. Was his mother going too? He could not believe it when he heard that even his mother intended to step onto the dangerous path. A few days later at VL Cafe, Hyun-sung sat in thought with a worried expression and sighed, "What a headache." Sitting opposite, Lucia asked to ease the tense atmosphere. "Do you hate it that much?" Hyun-sung replied that of course he did. Lucia calmly stirred her drink and expressed that she thought this was not something he should blindly oppose. Seeing Hyun-sung bewildered, she explained that in troubled times, awakening to become a player was a great blessing. If monsters attacked, ordinary people could only wait for death. Players were different, Lucia affirmed, the image of a valiant warrior appearing in mind. Even so, Hyun-sung hesitated. The possibility of that happening was still low. Lucia immediately refuted that the probability would increase over time. She warned that spatial gates were opening continuously and high-level monsters were appearing. The world was no longer peaceful. He looked at Lucia and questioned whether he was supposed to just stand by and watch his father enter a dungeon. He emphasized that dungeons were extremely dangerous. She knew that clearly. Lucia. Faced with his concern, Lucia calmly suggested that with his master's strength he could completely ensure his father's safety. She looked at the shimmering elixir of immortality and reminded him that his father already knew its miraculous effect. Now the only option was to use it to the fullest. Hyun-sung calculated that even if the secret of the elixir were exposed, it would not be a problem. Even if his father grew stronger, the burden of being a monarch like him would lessen. At the hospital, Choi Hyung-ju remained resolute. No matter what you say, I will still go. Looking at his father's firm expression, Hyun-sung sighed and said he understood he had not come to stop him, so his father should not worry. However, he immediately set a condition: from now on father must follow the arrangements he makes. Because in terms of player status, he is still father's senior. Faced with that reasoning, which sounded quite reasonable, Mr. Ng-ju had no choice but to nod in agreement. Alright, father will listen. Hyun-sung raised one finger, his gaze stern as he signaled. First, father should accept his proposal. Instantly, a system notification panel appeared before his eyes. Monarch Hyun-sung proposes to recruit player Choi Hyung-ju. Do you accept? Mr. Hyung-ju stared at the virtual screen in astonishment and asked what this was. Hyun-sung hurriedly urged father to agree first. As soon as he accepted, the system immediately announced that the recruitment had been successfully completed. Hyun-sung gave a faint, meaningful smile. Mother and sister do not know, but he is a rather special player. Feeling the surge of men arising within him, Mr. Hyung-ju had to admit that his son's words were not wrong. Hyun-sung looked straight at father and carefully instructed that what happens next must be kept absolutely secret from both mother and sister. He raised his hand. Between his fingers was a sparkling blue magic stone. Mr. Hyung-ju stared intently at the stone in his son's hand and asked curiously, "What is this?" Hyun-sung calmly replied that father should try eating it. He was still full of doubt. Can this even be eaten? Even so, he still picked up the stone, examined it carefully, then put it into his mouth. Instantly he was shocked when his status panel appeared. His mana stat had increased by 1 point. He stammered and asked, so his stat really increased. Hyun-sung explained that this was a stat-boosting medicine. As he spoke, he revealed a whole handful of blue stones in his hand. The father was stunned. Was this not an extremely rare item? Hyun-sung calmly confirmed that it was very rare, because in this world only he can obtain it. He reassured father not to worry. To him, this number of stones was not too important. Mr. Hyung-ju was still astonished. Only he can produce it. Hyun-sung nodded. That is why he must hide it from mother and sister. If this matter were exposed, it would surely cause a great shock. He pondered, then asked whether the medicine that cured him before also came from this method. Hyun-sung confirmed that it did, but he firmly refused to explain further, only emphasizing that knowing that much was enough. Knowing more would only bring trouble. Seeing his son expend so much for him, he hesitated and said that if so, then he would rather not use it. Hyun-sung immediately urged father to eat it quickly before someone came. Since it was already bought, it could not be returned. Then he looked straight at father and said father must eat it to be able to help him. Faced with that determination, he had no choice but to yield. In that case, father will listen. He picked up the stone while Hyun-sung encouraged him to gradually get used to it. His gaze shifted to the stack of skill books placed on the table. Mr. Choi Hyung-ju picked up one and asked if that meant father would only provide support from a distance. Hyun-sung nodded and reminded him that father's suitable position had always been long-range damage. When the book emitted a blue light and dissolved into his body, he smiled and agreed. Alright, father will follow. Hyun-sung added that when entering the dungeon, father only needed to go with the person he had designated. He curiously asked if it was Siu. Hyun-sung shook his head and said there was another sturdy tanker to protect father, then seriously suggested father go with that person, and he immediately agreed. Looking at the pile of sparkling blue magic stones, he suddenly asked whether an ordinary person could use this secret medicine. Hyun-sung thought for a moment, then replied that he had never tried, so he did not know, and this was not something that could be casually used for experimentation. He let out a light laugh to ease the tense atmosphere. He reasoned that if ordinary people could learn skill books, then perhaps they could also use this medicine. Seeing father staring thoughtfully at the magic stones, Hyun-sung asked if father intended to give them to mother. He clenched his fist, feeling the power rising, and said that after using the secret medicine he felt 30 years younger. If mother could also use it, how wonderful that would be. But Hyun-sung immediately refused, explaining that if father had not stepped into the dungeon, he would not have revealed this secret, and if father did not want to become a player, then this matter would remain buried forever. He thought for a moment, then nodded and admitted that the fewer people who knew about this power, the better. Eager to begin a new journey, he asked when he could enter the dungeon. Perhaps go tomorrow. Having just gained new power, he wanted to try it immediately. Hyun-sung calmly reminded father that he must first complete the discharge procedures from the hospital, then finish the course at the player academy. Realizing he had been too hasty, he scratched his head and laughed awkwardly for forgetting that important regulation. The Japanese Prime Minister's residence, a heavy atmosphere hung in the air after Minister Tanaka's death. The cause was determined to be a player possessing a hero-grade stealth skill. Prime Minister Akunebe asked in a low voice about the culprit's identity, but his subordinate only bowed and reported that it had not yet been discovered. He frowned and asked how many people in Japan possessed hero-grade stealth skills. The subordinate replied that players often concealed their skills, so the exact number could not be determined. Akunebe's face showed clear anger. He shouted how those lowly players dared to attack a high-ranking official. Immediately afterward, he ordered security to be tripled to ensure safety. Suspicion arose in his heart whether this was a strike from the opposition faction or an internal scheme within the party. Although the culprit was still unknown, he still clenched his fist and swore not to let it go. Akunebe turned to ask the female assistant who was in charge of the secret agents. She reported that the superiors had all died, so Inukuso was temporarily taking that position. The Prime Minister showed slight surprise and asked if it was the hero of Oka. After receiving confirmation, he secretly ordered that man to be summoned because he had a task to assign. The female assistant bowed in compliance. The phone on the bed kept vibrating, the screen displaying the name Inukuso. Having just stepped out of the bathroom with a towel on his head, Hyun-sung let out a soft sound, then quickly answered the call. On the other end, Inukuso clearly reported, "Master, it is Inukuso." Sung calmly asked what the matter was. Inukuso said seriously that he had just met Prime Minister Akunebe. Hyun-sung narrowed his eyes and asked for what reason. He stood before the bookshelf in thought, quickly connecting the information, then making a deduction. Was it a mission to fabricate evidence of corruption against the opposition faction and enemies within the party? Inukuso immediately confirmed that it was so. He even revealed that the final plan was to stage the scenes as suicides to eliminate them. Hearing that, Hyun-sung remarked that it seemed he was being trusted quite highly. Inukuso asked what he should do. Hyun-sung coldly told him to follow the instructions for now to consolidate trust. He added that if there was an opportunity, he should expand his influence into the Player Association or the Gate Management Bureau. Inukuso replied that he understood. Hyun-sung suddenly remembered and asked about the trip to America, whether everything was fine and he had returned safely. With an emotional voice, Inukuso reported that thanks to the medicine Master gave, his daughter had been diagnosed as completely cured. Hyun-sung sat down on the bed and asked if he intended to bring the girl back to Japan. Inukuso firmly replied no, he would let his daughter live with her mother in America for safety. Hyun-sung nodded but reminded him it was best to conceal the fact that the girl had fully recovered to avoid suspicion. He added that from now on, unless there was a major event affecting him or Korea, there was no need to make contact. Hyun-sung emphasized that he should decide everything on his own. Inukuso respectfully replied that he would follow. The scene shifted to the bustling Sinchon Station area. A gray-haired man with spiky hair and a massive greatsword strapped to his back walked quietly forward. The place he targeted was Red Prison Oros, an area recommended for levels 45 to 50. He handed the player registration card bearing the name Park Jin-yang to the staff at the gate. After completing the inspection, the man in a suit gave a slight nod and informed him that he could enter. Jin-yang replied briefly, "Yes, thank you for your hard work." He stepped deeper into the pitch-black cave. A group of fierce orcs gripping battle axes had already formed up, tightening their weapons as they waited for the intruder. Looking at the monsters before him, Jin-yang briefly thought how nice it would be if he could work here permanently. Flames suddenly flared up, coiling around his arm and greatsword. Facing the snarling orcs, Jin-yang tightened his grip on the blazing sword and coldly said, "Come." The monsters screeched wildly, baring their sharp fangs, before charging toward him in a frenzy. A hunter in silver armor slipped past a crude axe swing and spun around to unleash a blazing slash. The sword's strike erupted into a towering pillar of fire, incinerating the target in an instant. Standing amid the ruins, he let out a relieved breath. Looking at the scattered monster corpses, he planted his sword into the ground and muttered how wonderful it would be to guard and hunt monsters like this at the same time. But the joy did not last long. He suddenly sensed something was wrong. From the darkness, two more fierce orcs slowly stepped out. Watching the purple spatial gate continuously spew out monsters, he curled his lips slightly. How interesting. He immediately took a fighting stance, ready for the next wave, just as they respawned again. Suddenly an axe blade tore through the air toward him, causing him to freeze in shock. He stared in disbelief at the severe wound on his body. What is going on? A giant orc had broken through his defense line, knocking him down and leaving him unable to resist. From the security desk behind, 2 security staff cried out in horror, "Is he dead?" One even sneered at what foolish thing that man had done to end up like that. The young spear-wielding hunter beside them could only stand frozen before the chaotic scene, while the association staff barely managed a gasp of shock before also collapsing. Amid the wreckage, a tall orc with long hair and heavy armor stood imposing. He growled threateningly as more of his kind gathered in increasing numbers. Terrifying pressure spread as the red-eyed orc leader appeared holding a massive axe, majestic like a god of destruction. His mere presence was enough to make people falter. A hunter paled and blurted out, "What is happening to those orcs?" Before anyone could recover, a giant bluish-gray arm had already swatted another player to the ground. The orc leader coldly observed the chaotic scene, cries for help and shouts of retreat echoing everywhere. The monsters chased frantically. A female warrior could only scream in terror. As the orc's axe came crashing down right behind her, the scene shifted to a tranquil blue sky. Then a violent tremor shook the entire crowded city. Civilians walking on the street looked around in confusion as the ground split open. A girl wearing headphones panicked amid the shaking and collapsing chaos. From above, a corpse fell onto the street, causing a woman to scream. Desperate cries rang out, signaling a monster wave. At the very center of the city, a massive army of orcs poured out from the spatial gate. Screams echoed everywhere as the scene descended into chaos, civilians frantically calling for help. Amid that scene, the leader stood silently observing, golden eyes gleaming with killing intent. In the sky above the city, another spatial gate opened, radiating a mystical blue light. Hyun Sung was walking with Lucia when he suddenly halted. "What is happening?" Looking at his phone, he saw a missed call from the association. He immediately called back, but the other end only played a voicemail notification, leaving him surprised. Lucia stepped closer and called Master, seriously reporting that a monster wave had likely occurred. On the emergency screen, a notification clearly displayed a monster wave outbreak at Sinchon Station. Hyun Sung quickly reviewed the information and asked, "It still has not been brought under control." Lucia judged that this time the opponent was no ordinary foe but a true army of orcs. Hyun Sung asked in a low voice what she meant. Lucia reminded him that monsters were also evolving day by day. She added that this wave was clear proof of that evolution. Orcs were the species most similar to humans in form. The combat types were usually only common rank, while warriors were classified as rare rank. Hyun Sung asked whether there was a higher rank. Lucia affirmed that there was. Commanders or chieftains were all hero rank. She also stated that although extremely rare, a great chieftain would possess legendary level power. A large-scale sweep officially erupted like a true monster wave. The military quickly deployed tanks and elite soldiers to form defensive lines across the streets to respond. The orcs with strange tattoos covering their bodies advanced menacingly. The commander immediately issued an order over the radio to begin suppression. A series of explosions rained down, blasting the monsters back and weakening them. Amid the dense gunfire, the order to advance rang out decisively. Infantry coordinated with tanks and surged forward to seize the advantage. A mage in an elegant formal suit stepped out, smiling confidently as he thought the orcs were not that terrifying. He and his teammates shouted loudly and summoned blocks of blue ice from above to crash down like rain. The relentless attacks caused many monsters to fall. The battlefield gradually tilted in favor of humanity. Amid that scene, Choi Hyun Sung's eyes shone brightly as he focused on his target. He dashed forward like lightning, his blade flashing as a monster fell instantly. Battle within the city raged fiercely, knights and soldiers working in coordination to push back the enemy. Hyun Sung walked past the tanks and squads of soldiers cleaning up the area. He looked around and softly said that before the military's swift suppression, perhaps he had worried too much. But just as a group of hunters were surrounding the last orc, a massive explosion suddenly erupted, blasting everything away and drawing cries of pain. Through the thick smoke, a colossal red-eyed creature with bulging muscles appeared. The hunters panicked and shouted to reform their formation. Hyun Sung looked at the newly appeared creature, his heart sinking. Could it be? Monster with savage fangs curled its lips into a cold smile. It threw back its head and roared, clad in heavy armor and wielding a gigantic weapon, a blazing red aura radiating oppressive force. The pressure from the roar knocked many hunters backward. They could only groan helplessly. A series of notifications appeared before Hyun Sung warning that he had been hit by the mental suppression skill and would be paralyzed for 10 seconds. However, the indomitable spirit passive skill activated, allowing him to completely resist. Hyun Sung clenched his teeth, realizing the situation was not good. Around him, the other hunters were nearly frozen in fear. The leading monster continued to roar, its pressure engulfing the entire battlefield. The scene descended into chaos as many elite soldiers were defeated, shrill cries echoing everywhere. The long-haired, black-haired girl trembled, her eyes filled with terror as she watched her comrades fall. Behind her, the muscular orc leader in heavy golden armor advanced, towering forward. Facing the imminent danger, she burst into tears and pleaded, "Please save me." Seeing that scene, the black-haired warrior clenched his teeth, fury surging violently as he charged forward despite the disparity, knowing his chances of victory were slim. Without hesitating for another second, he rushed straight at the enemy to rescue them. But things did not go as expected. Brutal giant orc crushed a player beneath its foot, turning the scene into a horrifying chaos. That man swung his great blade with terrifying strength, his ferocious face revealing sharp fangs that radiated menace. Rapid footsteps echoed as the black-haired warrior tried to close in on the leader. Two streams of power collided violently, creating a shockwave that shook the entire street. Overwhelmed by the superior force, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Just as the situation hung by a thread, a figure descended from above, purple lightning coiling around his body in a brilliant blaze. Hyun-sung appeared with imposing presence, ready to deliver a powerful counterattack. The monster revealed a sinister smile, its fangs bared as the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Under the immense pressure, a hunter in black armor cursed through clenched teeth, while another cried out in horror at how the orcs could be so strong. He thought to himself that in such a dire situation, even his own life might be impossible to preserve. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupted with a thunderous roar as if tearing space apart. Everyone was stunned by the overwhelming might of the opponent. Hyun-sung clenched his teeth, muttering under tense breath. The giant orc swung its great blade and smashed it into the ground with the weight of a collapsing mountain. The repeated shockwaves sent Hyun-sung flying backward. He staggered back amid the shattered bricks and rubble. His eyes flashed with heightened vigilance. He realized danger was also descending behind his comrades. At once, Hyun-sung gathered dark purple lightning around both hands, preparing to unleash a full-force counterattack. The monsters roared madly, creating suffocating mental pressure. A shield-bearing warrior at the front shouted loudly, urging everyone to hold formation. Yet the orc leader still stood like a mountain, watching indifferently as if the human side had been at a disadvantage from the start. Seeing the encirclement tighten, a great shield knight hurriedly urged him to retreat. Hyun-sung replied briefly that he understood and activated his teleportation skill, but a cold notification appeared, warning that the area was filled with unstable mana currents. The skill was immediately cancelled, and Hyun-sung was stunned to realize the enemy had prepared thoroughly in advance. Sweat streamed down as he sensed killing intent from above, not only on the ground but also hidden on the rooftops. On a nearby rooftop, a white-bearded Oxjanua mage in a black cloak observed silently, raising his wooden staff and gathering firepower to unleash a devastating strike upon the area below. Amid the chaos, a silver-armored soldier shouted desperately for everyone to retreat. The system issued an urgent warning about the appearance of a legendary rank orc in the very center of the city. Before the devastated scene, Hyun-sung maintained an unusually calm expression. He wondered whether he should try the combat method Lucia had once trained him in. Closing his eyes lightly, only one thought remained in his mind: survive. The ferocious face of the orc high chieftain became clear, its horrifying fangs exposed. He understood that if he failed to evade this strike, the consequences would be severe. The monster leaped high and brought its weapon down upon where he stood. At that life and death moment, the system suddenly issued a notification. The passive skill Survival Instinct has been activated. A violent explosion resounded as the road where he had just stood was shattered. Half a beat slower, and he would have become a corpse. Hyun-sung shot forward like lightning, closing in from behind his target. The orc high chieftain spun around in shock, but it was already too late. That man's face twisted in pain as the blow struck deep into its armor. Hyun-sung's eyes were cold as ice as he continued pressing the assault at terrifying speed. The orc roared in despair as it was struck repeatedly. Hyun-sung moved like a phantom, his dense sword strikes encircling the enemy and making the scene even more brutal. Sensing the danger, Hyun-sung shouted for his comrades to retreat quickly. He emphasized that his enhancement skill could not be maintained for long, so everyone had to leave the area immediately. He gathered his strength and slashed straight into the opponent's hardened skin. His eyes gleamed with absolute focus. The green-skinned orc gritted its teeth in rage amid the ruined streets, facing Hyun-sung in fierce combat. The system notified that the survival instinct skill had ended. Looking at the massive enemy before him, he assessed inwardly that its strength was far from ordinary. Hyun-sung decided to temporarily halt the confrontation here. He turned and retreated, channeling strength into his legs to accelerate. In the distance, the red-cloaked soldier rejoiced upon seeing reinforcements arrive. Hyun-sung continued running without pause, sweat soaking his face. Above the city sky, a gigantic magic circle emerged. All the hunters at the scene looked up, realizing the threat from above. Hyun-sung shouted loudly to warn everyone to get away. Immediately afterward, a colossal pillar of fire descended from the sky, causing a violent explosion. The battle in the second monster wave grew even more brutal. At the shelter near Sinchon Station, the sunset cast a sorrowful hue over the ruined buildings. At the assembly area, The survivors were being bandaged in a heavy atmosphere. Hyun-sung sat silently on a wooden bench, gripping a water bottle tightly, lowering his head as he told himself he still had shortcomings. As the hunters buzzed with discussion about the battle, the sound of metal heels rang clearly against the ground. A short-haired silver-gray girl approached, her curious gaze directed toward him. She softly called out Hyun-sung, causing him to lift his head from the bench. She smiled and asked if he remembered her. It was Inhee, the female warrior who stood out among the crowd. Hyun-sung paused briefly, his face slightly reddening as he recalled their bold previous encounter. Back then she had stepped close and frankly asked whether he had a girlfriend because he was exactly her type. Returning to the present, Hyun-sung calmly replied that of course he remembered. She was Inhee, was she not? Hearing him call her name correctly, Inhee exclaimed happily that he still remembered her. Hyun-sung smiled, yet inwardly thought how could he possibly forget. He clearly knew she was a renowned expert with formidable strength and the unique profession of magic spear master. She also frequently appeared on television and large screens across the city, so everyone recognized her face. Suddenly, Inhee stepped forward and took his hand, sincerely thanking him for his support. She looked at him with gratitude, saying that without him something serious might have happened. Faced with such intimate action, Hyun-sung blushed and awkwardly responded with a few hesitant words. Just then, a group of hunters approached, one of them speaking up as someone who had once joined him in a previous raid team. The black-haired warrior smiled brightly in greeting, saying it had been a long time and teasing that he did not tremble when fighting a boss, but became flustered when meeting a beautiful girl. The surrounding crowd kept whispering as Hyun-sung's figure appeared. His reputation had surged after the recent battle. Some widened their eyes and asked if he was the one who escaped from the drake's belly. Rumors spread quickly. Some even suspected he belonged to a mysterious assassin organization. Amid countless probing gazes from warriors and armored knights, a pair of polished black leather shoes stopped right in front of Hyun-sung. A steady voice spoke. "It is an honor to meet you for the first time, Hyun-sung." The man who had just appeared was Kang Song, president of the Korean Player Association, striking with his fiery red hair and a commanding red cloak. The two exchanged a ceremonial handshake, both polite and cautious. Hyun-sung responded courteously, "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. President." Immediately afterward, President Kang suggested, "Could you spare me some time?" Hyun-sung agreed at once, "As long as you need." The night had fully fallen. The two headed together toward the Player Association headquarters. On the way, President Kang began, "I have read quite a few reports about you, Hyun-sung. Perhaps that is why, even though this is our first meeting, I feel strangely familiar with you." In contrast to that openness, Hyun-sung kept a cold expression, thinking to himself that since he knew little about the president, there was still a sense of distance. Noticing that caution, President Kang laughed. "It is natural to feel unfamiliar when meeting for the first time. We can start building trust from today." After that, they sat down at a tea table in a quiet room to begin their official discussion. Hyun-sung lifted his teacup, his sharp eyes fixed on the other man as he asked directly, "Why are you looking for me?" President Kang revealed shocking information that the Orc High Chieftain and the mage had been confirmed at legendary rank. Hyun-sung frowned slightly. "Why choose me?" The president calmly explained that it was because he had once single-handedly held back the Orc High Chieftain for a period of time. He went straight to the request, hoping he would share information about the enhancement skill he used back then for the common plan. Hyun-sung pondered for a moment before speaking coldly. He stated that he could not disclose all the details of the skill. However, he was willing to talk about the activation conditions, duration, and cooldown time. President Kang nodded, saying that information would be sufficient. Even so, Hyun-sung remained suspicious and asked directly why he was so interested in his strength. Taking a sip of tea, President Kang admitted frankly that even with the support of Kim Hana's enhancement skill, he was still not certain he could defeat the Orc High Chieftain within its effective duration. To prepare for the upcoming battle, he decided to give Hyun-sung a special consumable item. A small dark red item was pushed toward him along with the suggestion that he take a look. It was hero-grade Ogre True Blood, allowing the user to borrow a portion of Ogre power to increase stats by 40%. The boost to strength and stamina lasted 30 minutes, but if fully consumed it would permanently reduce stats by 10%. Hyun-sung immediately realized it resembled a more refined version of the Werewolf King's Heart he once knew. The same trade-off mechanism, but with far greater amplification. He looked at the other man and asked, "You mean you want me to use it to bring down the Orc High Chieftain?" President Kang asserted that combined with his skill, this item, and support from other members, they were capable of eliminating the monster even if it unleashed its full power. He looked straight at Hyun-sung and declared that they would win with 100% certainty, then added that if he agreed he would erase all his debt for purchasing the legendary skill book. Not only that, he also promised that among the spoils after the campaign, he could choose any one item for free. Faced with the tempting offer, Hein Sung smiled faintly. It was worth considering. He quickly analyzed that the risk of losing 10% stats could be offset if he accumulated 36 billion points, something the president did not know. He made a new demand: I want 2 items instead of 1, and an additional condition to receive a share of the spoils sale proportional to my contribution. The president was briefly surprised by the young man's bold frankness. After a moment of thought, he still agreed. They shook hands to confirm the deal. President Kang sincerely said he hoped to cooperate with him. He looked at Hyun Sung with respect and thanked him for accepting this difficult decision. Sensing the favorable atmosphere, Hyun Sung suddenly said, I have one more thing to ask of you. Having just finalized the deal, he immediately added another request. The president replied enthusiastically, Go ahead, if it is within my authority, I will grant it. Hyun Sung firmly requested a promotion to team leader within the association and demanded the formation of an entirely new team centered around him. After considering it, President Kang nodded decisively. Fine, we will do that. Hyun Sung smiled in satisfaction. Thank you. He scratched his head and admitted he had been worried the proposal would be rejected. The president looked at him with trust, saying that with his current abilities and qualities, he deserved to be a team leader. Hyun Sung laughed. You flatter me. He calmly enjoyed the pastries the female secretary had just brought out. President Kang thoughtfully remarked that the activation conditions of his skill were quite strict. Hyun Sung took a sip of tea and declared firmly, I will face him alone. Those words left the other man stunned. He calmly explained that fighting alone would significantly increase the chance of activating the skill. Choosing to go solo was not recklessness, but taking advantage of the conditions. Even after being warned of the danger, he remained resolute. That bit of risk I accept. Seeing that attitude, President Kang silently admitted he had once misunderstood him as someone who only cared about personal gain. He nodded. I understand. I will prepare everything according to your request. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy when grim news arrived that the orc extermination team had failed. News of the failure spread at lightning speed. Citizens anxiously watched through their screens. The cause was identified as 2 orcs. Legendary rank had appeared with power beyond control. The entire nation fell into chaos. Residents of Seoul and Gyeonggi hurriedly evacuated south. Facing the critical situation, the government was forced to recall all warriors and players overseas. At the same time, they sought assistance from the United Nations Army Command. The second extermination campaign was widely reported by international media. Inside the closed meeting room, the atmosphere was tense as a drawn bowstring. United Nations leader Jason asked in a low voice whether there was any way to neutralize the Orc High Chieftain's mental attack skill. He emphasized that without it the risk of failure was extremely high, and recalled the lesson from Muji as a warning. A red-haired man retorted that the extermination team had already lured the legendary monster to the outskirts to deal with it. Jason coldly asked whether they could defeat a legendary monster in a short time. He feared that a single burst of mental attack would cause massive casualties. Those words stirred the entire meeting room with anxious murmurs. The red-haired man angrily argued that danger was something they had to accept and questioned whether Jason intended to stand by and watch. Jason firmly replied that without a countermeasure against mental attacks they could not act. The red-haired man sprang to his feet, saying they were reinforcements and if they feared danger nothing would be resolved. Jason answered sternly that sacrifice for victory could be accepted, but he would not join an unprepared plan only to lose lives in vain. Sitting in a corner, Hyun Sung crossed his arms and observed the argument, thinking to himself what a mess. Unwilling to continue the debate, Jason and his entourage quietly left the room. The door slammed shut amid stunned gazes. The red-haired man gritted his teeth and criticized Jason for always prioritizing his own interests and belittling players outside the United Nations. The purple-haired man sitting with his arms crossed looked displeased, saying they were deliberately stalling and recalling the past when hesitation had caused heavy civilian losses. Hyun Sung listened silently, his thoughtful face revealing no emotion. The female hunter cautiously asked whether it was possible to hunt alone. The answer immediately came back decisively that it was impossible, as the meeting fell into deadlock because no one dared guarantee the orcs would stay put. President Kang said they would continue tomorrow. He reminded everyone that they were already exhausted and should rest well tonight. Everyone began to disperse, seeking a place to rest on their own. Hyun Sung walked silently along the empty corridor. Suddenly, a voice called from behind Hyun Sung. He turned and saw Shin Jun. Hyun Sung smiled and greeted her. It had been a long time since they last met. Shin Jun stood before him, her expression slightly hesitant. She looked directly into his eyes and gently asked, "Could you spare me some time?" While pressing the coffee button, Shin Jun asked, "Would you like some coffee?" Hyun Sung replied politely, "Yes." Holding a steaming cup of coffee, Shin Jun pondered, "I have already heard about that." She looked at him and remarked, "You played a crucial role in the first conquest." Hyun Sung only forced a smile in response. Jun continued analyzing. Even in the second disaster, your progress rate was impressive, but it seemed not everything. She squinted suspiciously. You were still keeping secrets then, right? Hyun Sung quickly denied with a serious look. No, otherwise the blue stream would have swallowed me entirely. Jun stepped closer, her sharp gaze piercing him. So, you mean you grew beyond imagination? Hyun Sung sweated under her acuity. Jun spoke in a low warning tone. I heard you might suffer a major failure this time. Facing that concern, Hyun Sung scratched his head and laughed. It's nothing, it even benefits me. Yet Jun remained puzzled. She asserted that no matter the reward, permanent stat reduction is irreparable. Admiration showed in her eyes. I can only thank your steel determination. Observing the tense atmosphere, she half-jokingly messaged, if you change your mind, say so. I am ready to take your position. In response, Hyun Sung smiled firmly. I have decided. He silently thought, with 2 legendary items and 100 billion debt taken care of by others, getting rich is just a matter of time. Seeing him lost in thought, Jun hesitated and interrupted. Hyun Sung, I know it might be rude, but I want to ask you a few things. Hyun Sung turned curiously. What is it? Jun went straight to the point. I want to know about your contribution in the Imuji dungeon. The question startled Hyun Sung. Why do you ask? I also have a contribution ranking there. Jun explained seriously. To find the top person, she questioned each participant about their rank. Yet the result was no one claiming first place. Hyun Sung slightly sweated. He hesitated. So you think I am the top contributor? Facing Jun's pressing silence, Hyun Sung knew he could no longer hide. He scratched his head and admitted, yes, that's me. Jun breathed out and smiled. Thank you for being honest. Jun judged that the association erred in giving little reward to the greatest contributor. She said the president would discuss this mission with her. Hyun Sung replied cheerfully, if your side intends, I certainly won't refuse. Jun shook her head with a wry smile. She admitted still not fully understanding this person, despite thinking she had, her deep gaze implying, you are still hiding something from me, right? Jun looked at Hyun Sung with great expectation. Promise me this. After he responded, she earnestly hoped he would continue fulfilling missions as an association member. Hyun Sung firmly said, of course I will. The next morning, Hyun Sung attended the grand conference but could not hide his fatigue, yawning widely. On the podium, the red-haired president spoke clearly. The silver-haired official beside him appeared very serious. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Hyun Sung kept tapping his fingers on the table. He silently thought, today will probably be just attending the conference. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in with news, prompting the president to ask. The shocking news was immediately revealed. A horde of orcs was advancing straight to the flank of the temple. Instantly, the president ordered all forces to assemble. The meeting room became urgent. The president asked if the British alliance would support this battle, receiving nods and thanks from the silver-haired official. He solemnly placed his hand on his chest in salute. Immediately after, the operation plan was deployed. The assassin team for the chieftain would go with Hyun Sung. The mage assassin team would accompany Jun. The entire team, fully equipped, moved to the helicopter landing zone. Female priest concentrated her blessings on the warriors, instructing, board the helicopter upon receiving the signal. Seeing the radiant energy envelop the armor, Hyun Sung smiled in satisfaction. This buff is good. He wondered, won't our set gain some buff skills when seeing this strange interface for the first time? As everyone boarded the helicopter, Hyun Sung thought it would be nice to have extra skills like survival instinct. Looking at the long list of consumables, he clicked his tongue. The risk of loss is too great. He told himself this would be another loss, but reassured himself, probably won't need to use them, unless facing a legendary level monster alone. At this time, the subordinate reported everyone was fully on the helicopter. Hyun Sung decisively ordered, alright, move out, observing the army and helicopters surrounding the buildings through the window. He exclaimed in astonishment, this is truly insane. Looking at the ferocious orcs below, Hyun Sung assessed. Upon landing, their survival instinct will trigger immediately. Without keeping his teammates waiting, he stepped forward and declared, I will land first. Hyun Sung strode to the open air car. He leapt out of the helicopter. Had he been playing the game for over 180 minutes, seeing his hands emit powerful violet sparks, he thought, let's start with this approach. Hyun Sung decided to unleash full force from the first strike to overwhelm the enemy. A massive violet energy pillar fell from above like a meteor, swallowing the battlefield in an earth-shattering explosion. Amid the desolate scene and swirling smoke, Hyun Sung calmly landed, stepping over lifeless corpses. Yet a roaring chained hand echoed. A massive gray-skinned orc wielding a great sword glared at him with hatred. Facing the new enemy, Hyun Sung was confident, experienced in rushing to doors, then having to absorb. The orc chieftain roared, baring sharp teeth. Hyun Sung dashed among the monsters at terrifying speed, surrounded by violet energy. Combat opened. This round had no chance to dodge. He struck, leaving the orcs unprepared. One monster was sent flying down a dark street. The great orc chieftain with heavy armor swung his massive axe, roaring earth-shakingly. Hyun Sung nimbly flipped in the air, dodging the treacherous attack path. He squinted, focusing on observing every tiny flaw. Mad Orc Chieftain charged at him with overwhelming power, screaming. Instantly, the survival instinct passive skill was activated. Hyun Sung gritted his teeth and thought, now is the moment. Violet lightning surged along Hyun Sung's sword, gathering destructive power. A massive energy explosion erupted, engulfing the entire street in blinding violet light. The Orc Chieftain screamed miserably. He tensed to resist, but was still flung by the shockwave. Amidst the rubble, Hyun Sung stood observing the situation, expression calm. Hyun Sung's gaze blazed with confidence. He smirked half-heartedly with pride. This smile signaled the enemy's impending end. He thought if done well, he could defeat him personally. For him, the Orc Chieftain with a face full of wounds glared at him with hatred. Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, he sprang into the air, violently swinging the massive kite to sweep straight toward the Hyun Sung's head. Sensing the killing intent closing in from behind, Hyun Sung tightened his grip on the sword hilt, preparing to unleash a decisive counterattack. The Orc Great Chieftain roared thunderously, swinging his gigantic mace down like a crashing storm, aiming straight at Hyun Sung. He gritted his teeth and dodged the aftershock, inwardly admitting the opponent was stronger than expected. Hyun Sung understood clearly that alone, even risking his life, he would struggle to bring down that monster. Purple lightning blazed brilliantly around his hands. Hyun Sung began condensing his mana, preparing for the next assault. At that moment, a barrage of long-range missiles from Lao Vu's support team shot in. Violent explosions erupted, concentrating all firepower toward the Great Chieftain. Within the thick smoke, other elite hunters arrived just in time, weapons ready to coordinate the fight. Behind the formation, the mages focused on chanting, casting radiant enhancement spells that covered the entire force. Hyun Sung smiled confidently. Good, he declared firmly. Round 2 begins. Together with the hunters, he charged forward in unison, officially opening the most brutal phase of the Orc Great Chieftain hunt. Pillars of fire and bolts of lightning rained down relentlessly from the sky, forcing the Orc Great Chieftain to roar in agony within the encircling storm of electricity. Seizing the opportunity, Hyun Sung gripped his blazing sword tightly and dashed forward, like lightning straight toward the target. He poured all his strength into a mountain-heavy strike, determined to end the battle at once. The Orc Great Chieftain growled savagely as he faced Hyun Sung directly. He swung his massive axe down with overwhelming force. Hyun Sung nimbly evaded, his eyes locked onto every movement of his opponent. The monster howled madly, creating suffocating pressure amid the deadly clash. Grasping the moment, the blade flared with energy and pierced straight into the enemy's body, making him roar in pain. After the critical strike, Hyun Sung glided past coldly, leaving the Great Chieftain reeling from severe wounds. The Orc Great Chieftain roared madly, shaking the sky. Immediately, the ferocious Orc horde surged forward like a green storm brimming with killing intent. In the critical situation, a hunter clad in silver armor shouted an order to split the enemy formation. He held his ground and consecutively activated shield skills. Defensive wall formed into a sturdy barrier, halting the monster's advance. 7 orcs continuously slammed into it, attempting to break the solid defensive line. Above, military helicopters continued roaring as they supported the hunters below. The mages formed seals in unison, casting radiant enhancement spells that covered the entire team. The Orc Great Chieftain gritted his teeth and growled, channeling power into his arm to unleash the next devastating blow. Blue shockwave shot straight toward the helicopter in midair. Inside the cabin, a heavily injured warrior coughed violently from the impact. The helicopter's hull cracked severely under the terrifying collision. The Orc Great Chieftain coldly observed the wreckage and the struggling hunters falling from above. A hunter shouted over the radio, "Now is the moment." Warriors immediately surged forward with relentless attacks. Hyun Sung's gaze turned icy and utterly focused. The system displayed a notification that the passive skill survival instinct had ended. The Great Chieftain's eyes burned red with fury. He roared again, shaking the space as pressure radiated and everything trembled. The monster charged like a raging tempest, sweeping away everything in its path. Hunter shouted in alarm that he was targeting the tankers. The shield bearers immediately reinforced their defense, while Hyun Sung quietly stood in the middle of the avenue, ready to face him. The Great Chieftain spun around and unleashed a ferocious slash straight at him. He roared once more and swung his massive axe down at the target with all his strength. Hyun Sung slipped aside in time, the missed strike sending sparks scattering across the pavement. The other hunters also gave their all to coordinate, tightening the encirclement around the enemy. Taking advantage of an opening, he swung his sword and severed one of the monster's arms. Though his side bled from a wound, he endured the pain and let out a low hiss. Not giving him a chance to counterattack, he poured every ounce of strength into the final finishing blow, completely bringing down the savage Orc Great Chieftain. Immediately after, violent purple energy flared and gathered in Hyun Sung's hand. Beside the motionless corpse of the Great Chieftain, Hyun Sung collapsed onto the debris-strewn street, breathing heavily after the life and death battle. Amid the chaos, shouts rang out repeatedly, "Retreat now." A red-haired knight hurriedly ordered care for the wounded. Rescue helicopters quickly descended to evacuate everyone. Hunters supported their severely injured comrades, racing against time toward the aircraft. As everyone hurriedly moved, an orc mage wearing a skull necklace suddenly roared, gathering firepower before unleashing a blazing spell into the retreating formation. A hunter in blue armor failed to dodge in time, struck painfully and muttered that he thought the retreat was smooth, but was hit by a surprise attack. On the ground, the orc horde silently watched the helicopters gradually leave the battlefield. An axe-wielding orc howled, directing his roar toward the sky. Their eyes glowed golden, filled with hatred and a thirst for slaughter. Hunter turned pale when confronted with the monster's brutality. Agonized screams echoed through the district as those left behind were fiercely attacked. The helicopter door. A hunter glanced down with regretful eyes before stepping fully inside. A soldier clearly reported that all survivors had boarded. The commander stood silently, his face heavy with thought. The helicopter gradually departed into the sky, leaving behind the devastated scene. The aircraft glided across the city sky, carrying the hunters who had just escaped the brutal battle. Inside the cabin, Hyun-sung silently gazed into the distance, a hollow feeling creeping into his mind. He wondered whether Sin Yun-ae had completed her mission. Unable to suppress his worry, Sung stood and walked toward the head information officer to ask, "Did the subjugation of the orc mage succeed?" The girl hesitated before replying, "Yes, Captain." Seeing her hesitation, Hyun-sung impatiently urged her to speak clearly. The female officer lowered her head, her trembling voice announcing that the campaign to eliminate the orc mage had failed. Hyun-sung froze in shock and asked how it failed. Had he used spatial teleportation to escape? The female officer looked at the tablet, her face dark as she said, "Not only did it fail, but more than 90% of the subjugation team had perished. We were completely defeated." Hearing that number, everyone fell silent. Hyun-sung's face stiffened from the overwhelming shock. He hurriedly asked about Iona, and the officer reassured him that the supervising captain was still alive, but severely injured, and had been sent to the rear for treatment. The grim news caused the hunters in the cabin to begin panicking. Some asked about Lee Jin-kook of the Doctor Guild. Others pressed about the whereabouts of Guild Master Dae Wang Majin Wang. The atmosphere on the helicopter was taut with the heavy losses. The staff member handed the tablet to Hyun-sung and quietly informed him, "This is the list of those who survived." Hyun-sung silently looked at his comrades, sinking into despair. Immediately, at the Hunter Association headquarters, an emergency meeting was convened to review and analyze the entire course of events. On the large screen, the horrifying scene of that night was replayed with absolute clarity. Amid the sea of fire and thick smoke, while the hunters were still fighting with all their strength, a terrifying creature suddenly revealed itself. It was the orc mage holding a staff, purple magical energy swirling menacingly around his body. He tensed his body, flames erupting as his form swelled to an abnormal size. Those watching could not help but feel horrified, because a single glance was enough to understand that this gigantic transformation meant the battle had escalated to a far more dangerous level. A blazing punch came crashing down, and in an instant several buildings collapsed into ruins. The gigantic monster roared wildly within the crimson sea of fire. The pressure it emitted was so overwhelming that the hunters below could only stand frozen in fear. He swept aside everything in his path, turning the entire district into a devastated wasteland. Hyun-sung silently reviewed the footage and concluded that the opponent likely possessed a skill similar to Wild Instinct. The sound of shoes echoed steadily and decisively along the headquarters corridor. The red-haired hunter, his face still marked with wounds, approached and asked Hyun-sung whether his condition had improved. He calmly replied that at least his external injuries had healed. However, the hunter sternly reminded him to remain cautious because internal injuries could not be completely cured by recovery skills. His expression darkened as he said that if struck by attacks infused with powerful magic, the wounds would take a long time to heal. Hearing this, Hyun-sung remained silent, understanding that the situation would not settle anytime soon. Purple lightning still flickered faintly around his arm. The association president solemnly explained that the lingering magical energy was obstructing the normal functioning of Hyun-sung's body. Minor wounds could disappear quickly, but severe injuries would be held back for a long time by the residual magic. Not overly concerned about himself, Hyun-sung anxiously asked about Shinjun's condition. The president let out a soft sigh and said that her external wounds were stable, but her internal injuries were quite serious, and she would likely need another week of rest. Hyun-sung continued by asking about the battlefield situation and was informed that both sides were still engaged in fierce combat. However, thanks to him and the assassination team taking down the Great Chieftain, the orcs' morale had significantly declined. Without rallying cries to command them, coordinating forces against them had become much easier. After hearing this, Hyun-sung decisively stated that he would also join the battle. The president quickly tried to stop him, reminding him that he had just escaped death and should be resting now. Yet Hyun-sung remained resolute, believing that with his support, the sacrifices of his comrades could be reduced. His back moved forward quietly, filled with determination. The president sighed inwardly, realizing he had misjudged this man. Even though he was surely in pain from the permanent loss of stats, he showed no emotion and immediately headed toward the front lines. Hyun-sung's spirit spread outward, and another hunter sprang to his feet declaring he would go as well. His magic had partially recovered, and he was determined to repay the debt owed to fallen comrades. When one person took the lead, the entire team responded in unison. One by one, everyone in the room stood up, their eyes filled with determination. From the young girl to the seasoned warriors, all were ready to throw themselves into danger once more. Seeing this, Hyun-sung softly called out to the president. The president looked at everyone with pride and firmly declared that he would personally lead the team into battle. The helicopter roared through the night sky, heading straight toward the blazing battlefield. Without hesitation, Hyun-sung leaped from the helicopter, plunging down through the howling winds. He concentrated all his magic into his palm, forming a violently blazing purple aura. A terrifying explosion struck amid the horde of monsters, causing the orcs to scream in agony. The destructive force swept away the enemies in an instant. Amid the ruins, monster corpses lay scattered after his fierce attack. Looking at the shattered armor beneath his feet, Hyun-sung thought that hunting hero-level orcs like this was far more efficient. His arm still glowed brightly, ready to unleash the next strike. On another side of the battlefield, the commander loudly ordered the complete extermination. Sharp blades flashed past, cutting down the orcs in an instant. A hunter dressed in an elegant suit also shouted, demanding that the enemy witness their true strength. He gathered firepower in his hand, the pressure spreading across the entire area. The ferocious orcs charged forward only to face disaster descending from above. A gigantic fireball fell like a meteor, creating an explosion that shook the ground. The monsters screamed in despair as the flames engulfed their bodies. The red-haired fire mage continuously cast spells, raising raging pillars of flame that swept across the streets. The overwhelming heat and devastating power left the orcs unable to resist, and they fell one after another within the sea of fire. Witnessing this, Hyun-sung could not help but feel admiration. He observed carefully and judged that the man's strength was enough to overwhelm ordinary mages. The red-haired mage maintained a stern expression, his hand clenched tightly amid the rain of embers. Yet from within the darkness, low and menacing growls began to echo. A blue-gray-skinned orc appeared, its ferocious face gleaming with madness, signaling that an even fiercer battle was about to come. The orcs suddenly fell into panic under the pressure from the humans. Faced with the unexpected situation, they cried out in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. Immediately afterward, the monsters turned and fled chaotically through the streets. Seizing the opportunity, the red-haired commander ordered pursuit, not allowing a single one to escape. He roared with determination. The orcs fled frantically, hoping to find a path to survival. Watching them, Hyun-sung muttered coldly. His gaze swept across the devastated surroundings. After causing so much chaos, they still intended to flee. If they were not pursued to the end, all this effort would be wasted. Giving the enemy no chance to escape, Hyun-sung instantly teleported, appearing above them at astonishing speed. The orcs were horrified when they realized their opponent was right behind them. Hyun-sung snorted softly, pouring all his magic into the attack, his face cold and resolute as he quietly invoked Black Thunder Dragon Breath. A surge of purple energy erupted violently, swallowing the enemies in an instant. He stood amid the smoke-filled scene. Looking at his still blazing gloves, Hyun-sung told himself that the current situation was brighter than before. Suddenly another violent explosion resounded, causing the ground to tremble. Hyun-sung ground his teeth in irritation, quickly retreating to maintain distance, his gaze locked onto the threat gradually emerging from the smoke. It was the orc mage, aged in appearance yet exuding overwhelming power. Hyun-sung resolved to capture him no matter what. However, the opponent had already gathered blazing spheres of light around his body, preparing to launch a powerful counter-attack aimed straight at him. Hyun-sung stared at the orc mage, his eyes unwavering and firm. He lowered his voice and declared that with others it might depend. But as for you, I will absolutely not let you escape from here. His feet struck the ground as he shot forward like the wind through the dark street. Without hesitation, he unleashed violently erupting streams of purple energy. They combined into a massive explosion that shook the earth. Amid the dusty haze, Hyun-sung crossed his arms, his cold gaze tracking every movement of his opponent. The orc mage gritted his teeth and emitted a low growl. He began gathering firepower, his body igniting with a brilliant and menacing orange glow. Then he officially activated his gigantic transformation, turning into a colossal flame entity with overwhelming strength. The United Nations commander quietly observed the battle from afar through binoculars. He analyzed the situation and ordered that no one approach, because the gigantic transformation skill was a fixed type ability. After receiving a clear and decisive response, he continued to monitor every development. At this moment, Hyun Sung's sword blazed with purple lightning, ready for the decisive battle against the gigantic monster. The gigantic fire orc threw a punch as heavy as 1,000 pounds into the ground. A rocket exploded with a thunderous blast, shaking the surrounding space. Hyun Sung reacted instantly, retreating backward to evade the strike, landing in a combat stance with his hand gripping the sword blazing with violet light. He clenched his teeth to endure the searing heat pressing in, letting out a low cough. From behind, a hunter loudly shouted orders, and the entire team immediately launched their attack. A group of hunters charged forward in unison, their battle cries echoing across the battlefield as they swiftly sent warning signals to their allies. A barrage of sword strikes and frost spells rained down relentlessly upon the monster's protective armor. Hunters coordinated seamlessly, tightening the encirclement step by step, determined to drive the enemy into a corner. Hyun Sung silently observed the entire situation, letting out a calculating snort. The hunter cheered when he saw the flames weakening, hope just beginning to rise when reinforcements suddenly stormed in without warning. Suddenly, the orc's eyes flashed with a menacing violet glow. Violent surge of firepower erupted, blasting away those standing nearby. Without hesitation, Hyun Sung leapt high into the air, compressing a vast mass of violet energy into his palm. From above, he unleashed a decisive strike aimed straight at the monster's head. At the same moment, the mages focused all their strength, forming seals in unison, and releasing brilliantly radiant offensive spells. Combined power flared in an instant as the team effect activated, the massive orc howling amid the chain of relentless explosions. His hand still crackled with lightning, had told himself this would be the blow to end everything. Colossal surge of icy energy took the shape of a dragon and lunged forward, engulfing the monster as a firm command rang out. Now was the moment. Amid the thick smoke, the aged orc mage manifested within a blazing red magic circle, growling with menace. From the ground, a gigantic pillar of fire suddenly erupted fiercely upward. Hyun Sung stomped hard and shot forward at wind-tearing speed. The orc mage's eyes burned with fury as he saw his opponent closing in. Amid the rain of rockets, Hyun Sung let out a thunderous roar. He poured all his strength into a lethal thrust, piercing through the enemy's defenses and completely ending the ferocious orc mage. The orc mage screamed in agony, his savage face twisting before he collapsed to the ground. The battle concluded cleanly with a decisive finishing blow, giving the enemy no chance to turn the tide. Hyun Sung stood within the fading energy field, still gripping his blood-stained weapon, breathing heavily after the life and death struggle. He exhaled heavily, silently gazing down at the corpse of the monster he had just defeated. The other hunters burst into joy, shouting victory in unison, the atmosphere turning festive as everyone released the tension after the suffocating battle. Amid the celebration, the red-haired commander remained quietly observant, his expression pensive and calculating. From afar atop a high-rise building, a mysterious man watched Hyun Sung's every move through binoculars, unable to hide his admiration for the impressive performance. Through the lens, he continued observing and concluded that Hyun Sung appeared to belong to the magic swordsman class. That man coldly ordered his subordinates to recruit this person at all costs, and the assistant beside him bowed in acknowledgement. The leader muttered in astonishment, never expecting that aside from Xinjiang, South Korea harbored such a formidable expert. The second subjugation officially ended in an overwhelming victory for humanity. Even so, the army was unable to completely wipe out the orcs, as a portion had managed to flee back to their original world through the dimensional gate. The South Korean government immediately announced the triumphant news of this resounding victory. After successfully defeating the first legendary emoji, they continued promoting to the world the elimination of the third and fourth legendary orcs. Though outwardly confident, inside lay heavy sorrow. The loss of many rankers and high-level players was an irreplaceable blow. At the same time, the leadership remained uneasy, as no one knew when other legendary monsters would appear. At the Mingok Hospital Medical Center, Sin Yuna sat quietly on the hospital bed, her eyes filled with contemplation. Hearing a knock at the door, she softly responded with an invitation to enter. The door opened and Hyun Sung stepped inside with a calm demeanor. Seeing him, Ona could not hide her surprise. Hyun Sung placed a gift box on the table and gently asked about her condition. "How does your body feel now?" Shinjun softly thanked him and said the external wounds had fully healed. She added that as long as she did not overuse her mana, the internal injuries would also recover within the next few days. Noticing the lingering sadness on her face, Hyun Sung gently told her not to blame herself too much, as it was something no one had wanted. Shinjun lowered her head, her voice choked, believing her fault was too great, and that she needed to become stronger. She clenched her fists, her gaze resolute as she refused to let that pain happen again, declaring that if she met the orc mage again, she would reclaim the debt for her comrades. Seeing that determination, Hyun Sung thought to himself that he no longer needed to worry about her. He understood clearly that Shin Jun was not someone who would easily fall, and she looked at him with gratitude for avenging their comrades in her stead. Hyun-sung humbly replied that he had only done what he should, and that victory did not belong to him alone. Even so, Shin-jun insisted that he had made the greatest contribution. Without Hyun-sung, they might have let him escape. She worriedly asked about his condition, as he had fought continuously without rest. Hyun-sung smiled reassuringly, saying he was completely fine. Shin-jun said with admiration that even though he possessed a legendary skill book, the lost stats would still be difficult to restore. Hyun-sung remained optimistic, saying that as long as he worked hard to level up more, and hoped Shin-jun would support him further. Her gaze softened, and she smiled as she replied that as long as they held firm in spirit, they could rebuild from the beginning, and she promised to wholeheartedly help him. After the subjugation, a total of 7 legendary items dropped from the Great Chieftain and the Orc Mage. At the auction, these items immediately became the focus of high-level hunters. Among them was the massive mace once used by the Orc Great Chieftain. One had been taken by the fleeing Orc, while the other was successfully recovered from the battlefield. Hyun-sung noticed that the other equipment did not suit him, and since he was collecting a set, he was not particularly interested. Among the 7 items, including 4 pieces of equipment and 3 skill books, he was promised 2 free items, so he considered the optimal choice. He chose the legendary active skill Workery that inflicted stun and boosted morale based on spirit, along with the passive skill Berserk transformation that activated at low health to increase combat power, all practical choices for battle. Immediately afterward, the auction officially began with the Workery skill book starting at 100 billion won. The female auctioneer announced that the first item was the legendary skill book World Cry, a rare mental attribute offensive skill, and declared the auction open. Hyun-sung sat below with his arms crossed, quietly observing the proceedings. The atmosphere instantly heated up as representatives continuously called out 300 billion, 400 billion, then quickly drove the price to 600 billion. Price reached 650 billion amid the astonishment of many attendees. Hyun-sung silently realized that the major guilds had all entered the fray. The number surged from 700 800, and then hit the mark of 1,000 billion won, the female auctioneer excitedly confirming the amount. Bidding paddles continued to rise with 1,200 then 1,500 billion, the entire hall holding its breath at each call. The race grew fierce as the price reached 1,750 billion won, the crowd buzzing over the enormous figure. The female auctioneer asked whether anyone would bid higher than 1,750 billion. Amid the taut atmosphere, paddle number 21 was suddenly raised. Hyun-sung smiled confidently and declared a bid of 2,000 billion. The entire hall was stunned. The female auctioneer stammered as she confirmed 2,000 billion. Whispers of shock erupted around, and she asked one final time if anyone would continue. There was no further response. The opponents lowered their heads as they could not match that figure, and the auction was about to conclude. Hyun-sung wore a satisfied smile in victory, and the female auctioneer announced that the World Cry skill book belonged to player number 21 for 2,000 billion won. At the same time, in the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Japan, a heavy atmosphere filled the conference room. Senior officials admitted they could not delay any longer, discussing the disaster in Kyushu, and even though the initial response had flaws, the threat from flying monsters could not be ignored. One worried voice said we have lost Kyushu with its 15 million residents, and if hesitation continues, they could overflow onto Honshu. Looking to the neighboring country, they mentioned South Korea having previously stopped 2 legendary-level monsters simultaneously, so urgent support should be requested, and everyone understood other nations would sooner or later do the same. After a moment of contemplation, the head decisively declared, I understand. Send an official note to the South Korean government. In this situation, not asking for help will not work. In the large conference room, the final decision was approved, requesting South Korea to send a special task force to eliminate the legendary level monster as reinforcements, a gamble placing all hope on external forces. A few days later, breaking news appeared on the phone. Japan officially requested South Korea to support the special task force to eliminate the legendary level monster, and the government was actively considering it. Hyun-sung looked at the news and muttered how crazy it was. Domestic issues not yet resolved and already planning to help others, he sighed at the overblown government promotions that seemed to backfire. Looking at the reconstruction chaos around, he found it hard to understand taking forces to assist another country. He guessed that upcoming elections prompted such statements. At that moment, a man in a suit quietly approached behind him. He whispered, Captain Hyun-sung, the chairman of the association is looking for you. Hyun-sung was slightly surprised. Huh? Right now? Soon after, he arrived at the Player Association headquarters. Inside the luxurious office, a tray of enticing pastries was displayed on the table. The chairman with fiery red hair went straight to the point that the team under his charge would be the Slaughter Team. Hyun-sung asked in surprise, "Isn't that just a temporary organization to deal with legendary-level monsters? Are you planning to maintain it long-term?" The chairman casually took a pastry and replied, "I plan to do so. Initially, the team will revolve around you, and when a legendary-level monster appears, more operatives will be summoned to expand the force." Hyun-sung commented it sounded like a reserve division mobilized when needed. The chairman added that currently the Slaughter Team only had him, and if personnel were needed from the association, he could coordinate with other captains to recruit. Hyun-sung asked to be sure if he could recruit outsiders. The chairman resolutely said of course. Hearing such broad authority, it was like having full control to build the team as he wished. Seeing the chairman leisurely enjoying his pastry, Hyun-sung said if the goal is to combat legendary-level monsters, selection criteria will be strict. The chairman gave him full authority because the Slaughter Team was established for long-term goals, not immediate achievements. His gaze grew serious. Even if not now, later choose talents useful for dealing with legendary-level monsters. Hyun-sung thought to himself this authority was truly generous. The chairman smiled knowingly. When one has too much in hand, it's hard to let go. As the captain of the Slaughter Team under the South Korean Player Association, Hyun-sung began planning his own strategy. He decided to publicly show his monarch profession to the association, then focus on recruiting low-level players who had not completed their first job change. He understood high-level players were sought by many, making them hard to join, and their leadership points were too great, so taking a roundabout way to build a team was more effective. Sitting in the new office, Hyun-sung decided to center around Lucia, quietly nurturing those who knew his secret in the shadows. On the surface, he would attract many low-level players so they could grow openly. According to calculations, once they reach higher levels, fear of system penalties would make it hard to betray. Meanwhile, under the dim streetlights of the city at night, a black-haired girl walked silently with a weary expression, muttering what meaning money had. Even a potential tank and dealer was useless if no team wanted her due to ambiguity. She sighed, walking heavily through the empty park, feeling lost in the night, equipped well, but without invitations, she could only wander. She looked at the lottery ticket in her hand, disappointed, wondering why only one number matched. In the silent space of the night park, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Startled, she nearly dropped the ticket in her hand. He turned back cautiously, asking, "Who is it?" Hyun-sung smiled faintly and introduced himself. "I am Hyun-sung, captain of the assassin team of the Player Association." Hearing the other's identity, Soo-jin froze, stammered, then quickly stood and bowed. "Ah, hello, sir." Sitting on a bench, holding a can of drink, she hesitated, confirming, "So if I agree, my salary will increase and support will be more, right?" Hyun-sung nodded, confirming yes, and additionally offered, "I will also give you skill books to improve skill resistance." Without hesitation, Soo-jin resolutely said, "I will do it, definitely will." Seeing her enthusiasm, Hyun-sung reminded pensively, "But regarding previous penalties," he emphasized, "not only will your status board be visible to me, but upon leaving management, all levels, stats, and accumulated skills will disappear entirely." Contrary to his worry, Soo-jin calmly replied, "My status board has long been visible to the association." She took a sip of water, honestly sharing, "Moreover, now I am in a hurry, so I have no mind to worry about future consequences." Hyun-sung reached out, responding, "I understand. Then let's decide that way." The system screen showed a notification. Hyun-sung proposed to recruit Soo-jin. "Just agreeing is enough, right?" Hyun-sung nodded. "Yes, that's correct." As soon as she pressed accept, the system notified that 10 leadership points were spent to recruit the 5th subordinate. A new skill named the Call of the Monarch was created, making Hyun-sung exclaim in surprise, "Huh, pressing once changes a whole life." He pondered over the description. The skill allowed commanding subordinates at any distance. Meanwhile, Soo-jin jumped excitedly, "Wow, I finally have a place to belong." Hyun-sung calmly replied, "That's always been the case." Words echoed in Soon's mind, startling her, "Huh?" She panicked, "How is that possible?" Hyun-sung smiled, explaining it was a skill specific to the profession. Soo-jin marveled, "Truly amazing." Checking again, he found the mana consumption for this skill almost negligible. Hyun-sung handed her the promised books. "These are the skill books I mentioned earlier." Soo-jin received the books respectfully, eyes full of gratitude. Seeing her stand silently, Hyun-sung softly called, "Hey." Surprised, Soo-jin bowed clearly, "Thank you very much." Hyun-sung waved goodbye. "So I will take my leave first. The new salary will apply from tomorrow." Seeing Soo-jin tear up with happiness, he thought, even though they are ordinary skill books, at this moment, they are more precious to her than anything. Hyun-sung pondered, living as a player is truly not easy. Returning to his room, he flipped through important documents, recalling the recruitment process when he initially thought some would refuse midway. In reality, it went more smoothly than expected, making him feel no need to worry further. Hyun-sung quietly placed the books on the table. He leisurely sat in the luxurious armchair in his private office. Hyun-sung propped his feet on the table, smiling with calculation. He thought, surely the news has reached Chairman Kang Sun-young, sitting like this but thinking hundreds of strategies in his head. 1 month later at the Player Association headquarters, Chairman Kang Sun-yang could not hide his astonishment when the monster response team suddenly gained 316 more members. The most puzzling part was that none of these recruits had ever had any connection with Hyun-sung before. His subordinate reported that they had investigated thoroughly but found no links at all. All of them only truly got to know Hyun-sung after officially joining the team. After listening, Chairman Kang fell silent in thought for a moment, then signaled for his subordinate to leave. Left alone in his office, he carefully flipped through each page of the list, his eyes filled with suspicion. He could not understand why Hyun-sung recruited more than 300 people when they had not even completed their first job advancement. Even if he tried to see it as preparation for the future, he still felt the decision was inefficient and unreasonable. When reviewing the files of people like Soo Jin, he realized that Hyun-sung had not even returned to meet the recruits after the initial recruitment. On the other side, inside the dungeons, those 7 recruits continued to fight tirelessly, pouring all their strength into clearing the monsters. He believed that behind those unpredictable moves, Hyun-sung must be nurturing some special objective. At the end of the long day, Lucia gently said that her lord had worked hard. Hyun-sung smiled and replied that she had also worked very hard. While walking down the street, the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated repeatedly. Hyun-sung frowned as he looked at the unfamiliar number on the screen. He answered and asked who it was. A familiar deep voice on the other end asked about his health. Hyun-sung froze when he realized it was Sung-ho, his childhood best friend, and Sung-ho cheerfully confirmed that it was indeed him. The 2 of them had been close since kindergarten. They grew up together through their elementary years all the way to university. Their friendship was so close that each of their fathers was regarded by the other as family. Returning to the call, Sung-ho complained about him changing his number without notice. Hyun-sung scratched his head with a smile and said he had been a bit busy. Sung-ho grumbled that no matter how busy he should at least send a message, then asked if it was true that his uncle had awakened. Hyun-sung asked in surprise whether he had already met his father. Sung-ho, walking through a crowded street, said he had met his father yesterday while he was out for a drink and had asked for the new number. He eagerly suggested that since they had not met for a long time, they should have a few drinks for fun. Hyun-sung happily agreed and asked when they would meet. Sung-ho immediately decided they would meet today. After hanging up, Lucia curiously asked if it was his friend. Hyun-sung nodded in confirmation and the drinking appointment was quickly settled. He sighed and blamed himself for being too careless for not taking the initiative to contact his friends. Lucia gently advised that her lord should rest as well, because a bowstring pulled too tight would eventually snap. Hyun-sung asked if she was going straight home. Lucia replied that she had to return in time to watch a live television drama. He immediately suggested that she take his car. He handed over the keys and said he could take a taxi, but Lucia still wanted to drive him to the meeting place. Yet he refused because it was completely in the opposite direction. He said that if she drove him she would miss the broadcast, so she should hurry home. Lucia silently accepted the keys and got into the car. Hyun-sung waved goodbye before leaving. Watching the car disappear into the night, he wondered how interesting that film could be. After that, Hyun-sung went to a roadside bar to meet Sung-ho. As soon as he saw him, Sung-ho could not stop exclaiming in admiration. He praised his radiant complexion and much firmer physique, saying he looked like a handsome man. Hyun-sung joked while flexing his arm and said it was the result of hard work. Sung-ho laughed loudly and poured drinks, boasting that his mixing skills were still as excellent as before. The 2 of them clinked glasses with delight. Hyun-sung drained his glass and enjoyed the familiar taste after a long time. Sung-ho set his glass down heavily on the table and sighed in satisfaction, because it was exactly the flavor he liked. As Hyun-sung poured more, he asked about his friend. Sung-ho curiously asked how he had been living lately. Hyun-sung smiled mysteriously and said his story would probably surprise him. Right after that, Sung-ho pulled out a business card and placed it on the table. It bore the player business team of the Oh-sung group. He proudly asked what he thought and said he was currently working for Oh-sung. Hyun-sung did not comment and instead asked whether office life was going well. Sung-ho sighed and said business work was very stressful because the base salary was low. He continued complaining that business required exhausting effort, and they also had to cater to players who had just completed their first advancement yet already acted arrogantly. Seeing his friend struggling, Hyun-sung offered to speak with his father to let Sung-ho handle the magic stones. Sung-ho agreed immediately and promised to buy them at the best conditions, because there were many deceitful people in this industry. Just then Sung-ho phone vibrated. Hyun-sung asked who was calling. Sung-ho said in annoyance that it was the player who often made things difficult whom he had just mentioned, probably demanding payment for the drinks again. He slammed his phone onto the table, worried about this month rare grade magic stone quota, then decided to pretend he had not heard the call and would return it tomorrow morning. Hyun-sung agreed and said tomorrow he should not contact that man anymore but instead call his father to buy the magic stones. Suddenly a gloomy atmosphere descended over the entrance of the bar. A large bald man in a fierce red shirt strode in, roaring Hyun-sung-ho name and heading straight to the table with a threatening attitude. He shouted asking whether he was deliberately ignoring his calls. Sung-ho turned pale when he recognized him as Park, a well-known hunter team leader. He stammered that he had not noticed the phone while drinking. Park coldly cut him off, saying he had seen everything, there was time to drink yet not to answer his call. Sung-ho hurriedly bowed his head in apology. Park cracked his knuckles threateningly and shouted for Sung-ho to come outside immediately. Sensing the tension, Sung-ho turned to apologize to Hyun-sung, saying he would pay and they would meet again. Hyun-sung calmly finished the remaining drink. He placed the glass down on the table with a firm sound. He casually told Sung-ho that there was no need to follow that man and to sit down, leaving Sung-ho stunned. Park glared in anger and asked who dared to address him like that. The atmosphere instantly tightened. Killing intent rose clearly from Park as he stepped closer and demanded to know what he had just said. Facing the burly hunter, Hyun-sung maintained a cold expression and responded firmly. Park roughly grabbed Hyun-sung's collar. Sung-ho panicked and tried to stop him, saying the team leader should not do that. But the bald man lost his temper, shoved Sung-ho aside and shouted at him to move away. In that situation, Hyun-sung remained calm and softly called out. Park growled and asked who he was calling like that. Hyun-sung calmly asked whether a hunter was allowed to use force against an ordinary person. The man sneered and released his collar, saying of course not, and that he had never done such a thing. He turned and loudly asked the people in the bar whether anyone had seen him make a move. No one dared to speak, making him even more smug because no one had witnessed anything. Hyun-sung declared that he had seen it. The bald man curled his lip and said no one would believe him. Even if he called the police, it would be useless, because the words of someone involved would not be recognized. He laughed arrogantly and said he was not foolish enough to act directly. There were many other ways to deal with people like them. He shouted Sung-ho name, who was still sitting on the ground trembling as he responded. The situation seemed entirely in Park's favor, but the outcome was not necessarily as he thought. Park coldly declared that from now on Sung-ho should not expect to receive magic stones from him. He would inform the team leaders. He knew to apply pressure. He also pointed at Hyun-sung and threatened that he should be careful when going out at night. His eyes glowed with a sinister purple hue, as if warning that at any moment he could encounter trouble, without anyone knowing. Hyun-sung stared at the thug and asked bluntly, "You just threatened to hurt me, didn't you?" He calmly recited a string of charges such as assault, threatening civilians, illegally using skills and mana outside the dungeon, and even intent to cause injury. Seeing the other man turn pale, he pressed further. That alone is enough to strip you of your player qualification. You could even spend more than 20 years behind bars. Hyun-sung's icy gaze made Park shudder. The thug froze and cried out, "What?" Then he ground his teeth and cursed, unable to believe this timid-looking brat. Suddenly, he lunged forward, trying to snatch the phone from his hand. Hyun-sung was a step faster, lightly gripping that man's thick arm. Park's eyes widened as he blurted in shock, "Huh?" Hyun-sung sneered mockingly, planning to add robbery to your list of crimes now. He tried to turn the tables, but was subdued in an instant. Park poured all his strength into it, yet his arm felt completely locked. He trembled as he realized the truth. The other party was a B player. Hyun-sung asked coldly, "So, does it make any difference that I am a player?" Unable to use force, that man immediately changed his tone and forced a laugh. "Haha, so we are in the same circle. Why didn't you say so earlier to make things easier?" He hurriedly lowered himself, offering all kinds of tempting terms. "I will sign an exclusive sales contract with Aeon Sung-ho, and I will even persuade the captains I know to funnel mana stones to Sung-ho to handle." Hyun-sung thought disdainfully, a man about to lose his player qualification and even go to prison. What promises could he possibly keep? Sung-ho anxiously interjected, "Why are you speaking so harshly? We are all players, why not let it slide?" Hyun-sung was firm, "I do not like it." Seeing him unyielding, that man brought up his backing to threaten him. "My cousin is the vice-captain of Team 1 of the Suyu Guild." Park broke into a sweat and growled, "There is no benefit in opposing me." Hearing that name, Sung-ho was startled. The Suyu Guild? Yet Hyun-sung remained calm, so what? Hyung-guk arrogantly boasted that his cousin was the right hand of the Suyu Guild leader and immediately dialed her number, bringing out his backing to intimidate him. But facing someone completely unshaken, the trick was useless. Sung-ho nervously followed that man's every move. A voice answered from the other end. Park hurriedly said, "Sis, it is me, Park." The woman asked why he was calling, not forgetting to mock whether he wanted special treatment to join the Suyu Guild again. Park laughed obsequiously. No sis, actually I… Hearing the voice from the phone, Hyun-sung slightly frowned. This voice sounded very familiar. The woman snapped irritably. What? You brat. If you caused trouble with another player, why are you calling me? Hyun-sung tried to recall. He had definitely heard this voice somewhere before. Park continued to fan the flames. He looks down on the Soo-yu guild. I mentioned you, and he said he is not afraid of the guild at all. On the other end, the woman sighed in annoyance amid empty beer cans. He said coldly, just because our scale has shrunk a little, these small fry dare to look down on us? Give him the phone. Park eagerly handed the phone to Hyun-sung. The moment he saw the name displayed on the screen, he suddenly remembered, it is her. Memories of the female player who had handed him a business card during his first hunt resurfaced. At that time she had enthusiastically said that as long as he showed his status window, she would help him join the COU guild. Hyun-sung turned on the speaker, and the woman's sharp voice rang out. Is what that guy said true? Seeing Park stunned, she barked again. Why are you not answering? Park, did you change your number again? Hyun-sung took the phone and said calmly, long time no see, Miss Soo-hee. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Soo-hee paused. Who is this? He introduced himself calmly. I am Hyun-sung, captain of a newly established team under the Player Association. Hearing that name, Soo-hee nearly choked in the bar and stammered, what? At that moment, Park's face drained of blood as sweat poured down in panic. Sung-ho also stared at his friend in astonishment. Hyun-sung asked again, Miss Soo-hee, can you hear me clearly? He quickly replied, yes, I can hear you. Hyun-sung stated clearly, the man claiming to be your cousin in front of me has assaulted and threatened civilians, used skills and mana outside the dungeon, and even attempted robbery. It seems he did so relying on the COU guild. Hearing each accusation, Soo-hee broke into a sweat, her face filled with worry. Hyun-sung continued, if even the vice-captain's cousin behaves so arrogantly, I wonder what the other members of COU are like. I am considering proposing that the association president launch a special inspection of COU. What do you think? That man and the guild have nothing to do with each other. He only used my name without permission to scare people. Hyun-sung curled his lips. Then that adds defamation to his list, does it not? Will you file a lawsuit against Park for damaging your reputation? Seeing hesitation on the other end, he coldly remarked, so you are all the same. Afraid of being dragged in? Soo-hee hurriedly shouted, I will sue. I will file the complaint first thing tomorrow morning. Hyun-sung replied calmly, I understand. I will hang up now. Park Hyung-guk stood frozen, his face pale as he realized everything had collapsed. Shortly after, he was handcuffed and taken away in humiliation. Sung-ho had witnessed everything unfold so quickly. He was still dazed as he sighed, I am completely sober now. Hyun-sung smiled lightly and patted his friend's shoulder, inviting enthusiastically, Sung-ho, let us go for round 2. Only then did Sung-ho come back to his senses and shout, you are really a player, and even part of the association? Facing his friend's astonished look, Hyun-sung merely nodded calmly, yes. Sung-ho was still puzzled, why did you not say so earlier? Hyun-sung laughed loudly, I was going to, but that guy cut in. He slung an arm over his friend's shoulder and walked on. Let us drink first. I will tell you the details in round 2. Sung-ho smiled at his close friend and nodded. All right, let us go. At the White House, a simulation based on the power of a legendary class monster left U.S. President Winston deep in thought. Looking at the damage map, he said that just one appearing in a single state had already caused such devastating losses in lives and property. An official beside him questioned whether the results were exaggerated, since South Korea had handled 3 legendary class monsters without suffering excessive losses. The advisor at the podium explained that they had contained them from the early stage, thus limiting the damage. He further analyzed that in South Korea mobilizing all players took less than an hour, whereas in the US even summoning a portion would require at least 6 hours. Looking at the images of ruin, he emphasized that South Korea had also suffered heavy losses when dealing with those 3, especially the sacrifice of players. President Winston asked whether it was due to a wide area mental attribute attack skill. The advisor confirmed that was correct, and added that monsters living in groups such as the Tonanthropes or Orc tribes always brought many hero-class monsters with them. Therefore, compared to a solitary individual like Emogi, handling them was many times more difficult. President Winston sighed, truly a headache. The advisor added that in legendary class Red Gates, having a large number of high-level players might not necessarily solve the problem. He stressed that at the very least they needed to reach a level comparable to Ranga. President Winston nodded. The case of China was a clear example. The advisor concluded that according to the combat pattern of this Red Talk, they needed an exceptional individual possessing power overwhelmingly beyond ordinary players. President Winston looked at the file and murmured, an exceptional individual? You mean someone like Hyun-sung that Jackson reported? The gray-haired official affirmed firmly. Exactly. The name Hyun Sung once again became the focus of the meeting. Some questioned whether his minimum level was 500. The gray-haired man corrected that it could exceed 600. The whole room buzzed, believing it was at least above 500, a number far beyond the current average. Someone raised a question theoretically. Is that even possible? He analyzed that currently the strongest monsters in hero-class dungeons were only around level 400 to nearly 500. With the level 20 limit, it was almost impossible for players to surpass the 400 mark. Faced with a series of suspicions, the gray-bearded official spoke up, saying the CIA had launched another investigation and uncovered a startling truth. The senior official's expression changed at once as he demanded to know what it was, and the answer shocked the entire hall. According to the report, player Choi Hyun Sung possesses a unique skill that can bypass the level 20 limit. Is that true? The gray-bearded man admitted it was still a hypothesis. However, based on confidential sources from agents, he believed the possibility was more than 99% accurate. Hearing the number 99%, the official immediately demanded a more detailed presentation about player Choi Hyun Sung. The gray-bearded official picked up the remote and began playing footage of Hyun Sung's battles. On the screen appeared the scene of him swinging his sword and decisively cutting down his enemies. The image of him standing amid blazing purple energy left a powerful impression. The room fell silent as they watched the young man face 7 monsters alone in a sea of flames. No one dared breathe loudly. In less than 2 years he had reached this level. Hyun Sung's growth rate was unbelievable. The president asked whether that special skill could be applied to other players. Jason admitted it could not yet be verified, but they had discovered many other unusual points. It was information about his father, Choi Hang-jiu, and the neighbor Baek Koo-jin. Although newly awakened for less than 2 months, his father could already freely enter and exit a level 100 dungeon. Not stopping there, Hyun Sung also led the core team of the Korean Player Association. His family and neighbors all improved simultaneously, astonishing everyone. After he took over, as many as 316 low-level players submitted applications to join. The investigation results left American officials astonished at the rapid development of this group. The growth was truly fast. Yes, and though discreet, we confirmed that their stats all increased significantly after joining under Hyun Sung. The news stirred the meeting room. Their stats increased. Could someone with such overwhelming combat power actually play a support role? The assistant explained not exactly, but they speculated he possessed a wide area stat enhancement skill similar to a buffer. Truly an unpredictable figure. If everything is true, should we not find a way to recruit him? However, the answer was difficult. Recruitment would be extremely hard. A top server player was not easily drawn another side. The high-level meeting at the White House continued in an atmosphere full of calculation. One official remarked that he lacked neither money nor status within the Korean Player Association. Unless the Korean government was foolish, they would certainly treat him with the utmost respect. Another official suggested approaching step by step to build a close relationship. He asserted that relations between the two countries were good. They could completely use him as a mercenary when needed. The leader nodded in agreement and added that waiting until an incident occurred would be too late, so a long-term cooperation model should be implemented. The president smiled calculatingly and ordered a document to be drafted to pressure the Korean government. United Nations representative Jason replied firmly, "Understood, I will carry it out immediately." Meanwhile, at an apartment complex in Korea at night, a group of masked assassins lay hidden inside a van. The leader asked where the target was. A subordinate reported that she was inside. He coldly ordered them to wait until the association's security team changed shifts before acting. The red-haired man looked at the bodyguards and disdainfully remarked they were only around level 200. When the time came, the leader reported over the radio that the security team had changed shifts. He immediately ordered them to move out. The van doors burst open. The assassins rushed out with lightning speed. The red-haired man closed in from behind and knocked out a bodyguard before he could react. The leader quickly subdued the rest. The entire security team was neutralized in moments. Inside the apartment, Hyun Sung's older sister calmly watched a cooking show while enjoying a snack. On TV, the chef introduced braised radish with perilla oil and said a little black pepper would make it ready to serve. She had no idea the red-haired man was already standing silently behind her. He stared at the unguarded prey with cold eyes. He gathered electricity in his hand, preparing to strike directly at Hyun Sung's sister. The blow descended toward the back of her neck, but he froze in shock. Why had she not collapsed? A layer of blue shield suddenly flared up, protecting her from the attack. His accomplices rushed in and realized it was an item effect. Blue light radiated from the guardian ring on her hand. The leader ordered them to target her limbs and stressed that she must be captured alive. They attacked frantically, but the protective layer remained firm, one of them grinding his teeth in frustration at being unable to break it. Finally, under relentless pressure, cracks began to appear on the ring. He exclaimed in triumph, "Good," and grabbed her, ordering a retreat. At that very moment, Hyun Sung appeared behind them like a ghost. Purple energy erupted violently, sweeping through the living room. His eyes burned red with fury. He roared in rage. Behind him emerged a dark entity radiating terrifying pressure that engulfed the intruders. The assassins panicked as they saw their comrades cut down before their eyes. Hyun Sung coldly ordered them to stop, his sharp gaze fixed on the red-haired man lying on the floor. He could only groan in pain, utterly helpless before the monarch's wrath. The red-haired man coughed violently from the sudden blow. The rest panicked and leaped off the high-rise balcony to escape. From above, Hyun Sung looked down with blazing red eyes and coldly declared, "Do you think you can escape?" He activated twice arrow. Green energy arrows shot out in pursuit. With the auto-checking skill activated, escape was not easy. The assassin realized he had been locked on, telling himself he had to destroy the pursuing attack to have any hope of escaping. He swung his sword and shattered the energy arrow, but immediately after, a purple spatial rift opened. It appeared right before him, leaving him stunned. What was this? Consecutive purple explosions erupted in midair, wiping out the fleeing assassins. Seeing that his family member was temporarily safe and lying on the bed, he let out a slight sigh of relief and pulled out a teleportation scroll to summon Lucia. He looked at the female knight and instructed Lucia, "Protect my mother." Lucia respectfully replied, "I understand, my lord." He clenched the scroll and softly said, "I am counting on you." He tore the scroll apart to teleport to where his younger sister was. His sudden appearance in the warehouse left the assassins stunned as they called out Hyun Sung's name. A silver-haired man immediately pressed a blade to the hostage's neck and shouted, "Do not move." Seeing his family threatened, Hyun Sung's face hardened with anger. The kidnapper pressed the blade against his sister's neck and threatened him to step back. She trembled, nearly bursting into tears. Hyun Sung's eyes burned red with hatred. He pondered how to handle the situation. At that moment, the system displayed a notification that the illusory space skill had been activated and asked whether he wished to enter. The kidnapper snarled and forced him to accept. He realized they had prepared thoroughly. He continued shouting to accept quickly if he did not want his family harmed. Facing the tense situation, he replied decisively, "Fine, I will enter." He warned that if they dared injure his sister, even a little more, he would not spare them. Leader calmly said, "Do not worry, they had no intention of harming such a valuable prey." He set the condition that as long as he obediently stepped into the illusory space, his sister would be taken along as well. Looking at his sister's tear-stained face, he softly replied, "Fine." He reached out and pressed the accept button on the system screen. In an instant, his body gradually dissolved into purple particles of light within the gloomy void. When he appeared in an unfamiliar space, Hyun Sung wondered whether this was inside the virtual world. He exhaled softly, his heart tensed to the extreme. He immediately pulled out a scroll he had prepared in advance from inside his coat. Looking at the item in his hand, he silently prayed for success. Without hesitation, he tore the scroll apart to activate the skill. Outside, the kidnapper coldly ordered that the hostage be awakened. Hyun Sung's older sister gradually regained consciousness, letting out a soft groan in pain. The masked man stood before her, his voice threatening that if she did not want to lose her life, she had better agree. Seeing her belongings scattered across the ground, she broke down in panic, not knowing what to do. He lost patience, pressing the knife against her neck and shouting for her to agree at once. Suddenly a flash of purple energy erupted, and the arm holding the knife was severed in an instant. The pain struck, making him scream. A violent surge of purple magic exploded, blasting the attacker away. The accomplices nearby froze in shock. Hyun Sung, impossible. Another man muttered in confusion. Was he not being held inside? His face turned pale with terror, his mouth stammering in disbelief. Immediately afterward, the purple force swept up another accomplice, and he only had time to scream before collapsing. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Hyun Sung's older sister raised her head, her eyes filled with hope. Hyun Sung. The assassin who intended to approach her was pierced by an invisible blade and fell instantly. Amid the black smoke, Hyun Sung gradually came into view. She choked as she called her younger brother's name. Overwhelmed with panic, his older sister collapsed to the ground. Enduring the pain, he checked the deep wound in his abdomen and told himself that the plan had only succeeded halfway. He looked at his unconscious mother and sister, his heart heavy. He turned and told Lucia to take care of his mother and sister for him. Seeing the blood spreading across his clothes along with the red glow from the bracelet, he worried that his father was also in danger. He decided to use the teleportation scroll to reach his father and Beku. Lucia lowered her head and replied that she understood. His figure vanished instantly in a beam of white light. In the dungeon, the battle was raging fiercely with clashes that sent sparks flying. Yuzin, clad in knightly armor, was giving his all to withstand the encirclement of the masked assassins. One assassin ground his teeth in hatred, these bastards. Suddenly magic exploded beneath their feet, and dust billowed into the air. Standing beside Yuzin, Hyun Sung's father nodded in satisfaction, well coordinated. The assassins gradually fell into a disadvantage as the distance closed too quickly. The leader immediately shouted an order. They simultaneously attacked from the flank, charging forward with weapons in hand. But an unexpected appearance made them cry out in terror. Hyun Sung suddenly appeared beside them, his gaze icy. He struck like lightning, decisive slashes cutting down enemies one after another. Realizing it was Hyun Sung, the assassins were stunned. Why was he here? His father was also stunned and softly called his son's name. Hyun Sung's eyes flashed with purple lightning filled with fury, causing the leader to panic and order a retreat. A massive explosion of purple energy erupted, engulfing the entire area in an instant. Screams echoed as strands of purple magic tightened around the enemies, completely restraining them. In panic, the assassins turned to flee, but Hyun Sung had no intention of letting them go. He immediately cast Ice Wall, and a massive block of ice rose up to seal the only escape route. Cornered, one of them tried to break the ice while shouting loudly. Hyun Sung stood silently observing, blue magic blazing in his hand. He continued by unleashing Blizzard Storm. The entire cave sank into a bone-chilling cold. One assassin gritted his teeth, enduring it while showing disdain for the attack. But immediately afterward, another explosion of purple energy erupted, making his companions scream. The leader furiously ordered them to kill Hyun Sung. The assassins suddenly became strange, their eyes glowing red with madness. Sensing the abnormal change, Hyun Sung grew wary, knowing something was wrong. He clenched his fist and activated Absolute Shield. A layer of golden energy enveloped his body amid the continuous explosions within the cave. Close combat grew fierce as shadowy figures continuously closed in, one slipping behind him. Hyun Sung spun around, swinging strands of purple energy chains to counterattack the encirclement. He clicked his tongue at the sharp pain, realizing his body had not fully recovered. In front of him, the red-eyed assassin roared. Hyun Sung was astonished by their abnormal endurance and wondered what they had used. Giving the opponent no chance to react, he delivered a thunderous kick that sent him flying. Elsewhere, Yuzin poured all his strength into the massive shield. He shouted loudly and charged straight at the enemy. The collision created a powerful shockwave that made the cave tremble. The battle continued to blaze with bursts of firepower illuminating a corner of the sky. The assassins ground their teeth in fury, charging madly to seize their target. They all turned toward the father, who was holding a staff. Amid the chaos, Hyun Sung appeared with an imposing gaze and coldly ordered them to stop. Purple chains shot up from the ground, binding the assassins tightly and forcing them to halt in pain. One of them stubbornly calculated that he only needed to capture this man as a hostage. He swung his knife and lunged at the father, but the father nimbly dodged, leaving him stunned into an exclamation of shock before cursing in despair. Another massive surge of purple energy rose up, sweeping away all those who stood in the way. After the decisive blow, Hyun Sung exhaled softly in relief. Seeing his son covered in blood, the father rushed over in alarm, urgently asking about his injuries. Hyun Sung smiled reassuringly and said it was only blood on the outside. He was fine. Only then did the father breathe a sigh of relief. He wondered why those people had targeted them. Hyun Sung replied thoughtfully that from their voices, they seemed to be Chinese. Looking at the assassin's corpse gradually dissolving into smoke, he coldly declared that the matter must be thoroughly investigated. In another secret office, a powerful man was watching. He sat silently, observing the report from a subordinate who bowed respectfully. Looking at the system screen, Hyun Sung softly said as expected, then told himself he could no longer let them remain at ease. His eyes flared with icy fury. Yanjiang ground out his words, "I will make you regret to the marrow for daring to lay a hand on me." Without delay, he went to the Player Association headquarters to meet Chairman Kang Sun-yang. The moment he saw him, the chairman anxiously asked what exactly had happened. Hyun Sung went straight to the point. "The Chinese group targeted my family. They intended to take my relatives hostage to force me to China." Continued, "If the plan failed, they likely would not have spared my life either." Chairman Kang asked skeptically, "Are you certain it was from the Chinese side?" Hyun Sung affirmed that he had verified it using the Skill Truth contract. His gaze turned sharp and resolute. Chairman Kang asked in a low voice if anyone had been captured alive. Hyun Sung replied coldly, "No, I dealt with them all." He was stunned at the thought of nearly 100 assassins. He hurriedly asked, "Are there any bodies left?" Hyun Sung explained that the battle was too intense, so he had gone all out. As a result, they all vanished without leaving anything behind. Hearing this, Chairman Kang silently looked at the young man before him. He could not help but be shaken knowing he had single-handedly defeated over 100 high-level enemies. In his heart, he resolved to keep this man at any cost. To ensure safety, he suggested that Hyun Sung and his family temporarily move into the association grounds. Hyun Sung immediately agreed and did not forget to express his gratitude for the concern. In response, the chairman expressed his remorse for letting him fall into such danger earlier. He pledged to deploy additional high-level bodyguards to protect his family. so that he could work with peace of mind without worrying about those behind him. After making the arrangements, he returned to his room and began discussing a counterattack plan with his partner. He pondered deeply, how could he eradicate them at the root? Hyun-sung judged that even with Dark Veil, completely concealing his identity would be extremely difficult. Seeing this, Lucia immediately volunteered to carry out the mission in his place. But he firmly refused, because only by appearing personally could he use the skill-misguided eye to trace clues. Even so, Lucia insisted on accompanying him to assist. Hyun-sung gently held her hand to reassure her, telling her to stay and protect the family. He said that if she left, he would not know whom to trust. At the same time, he asked her to manage the electronics business during his absence. Though still resentful, Lucia lowered her head and accepted her master's request. After that, he focused on the system interface, believing the answer lay within the item list. Scrolling through the items, he stopped at a transformation scroll. He clicked his tongue softly at the exorbitant price, merely disguising as Redman, Goblin or Orc cost at least 30 billion points. Even the lowest option consumed an enormous amount. Suddenly, he realized the seller named Macbeth was very familiar. It turned out to be a regular customer who frequently supported his electronics store, and was also a well-known online merchant. To return the favor, he decided to purchase it in support and believed that with this item, the chance of his identity being exposed would be almost zero. Holding the scroll in his hand, he told himself that although the price was high, the benefits would soon recover the cost. A few days later, news spread across the media about Chinese agents illegally infiltrating to kidnap and eliminate a target. The government confirmed that the entire group were high-level players and had been eliminated on the spot. Public opinion immediately erupted. People discussed endlessly and closely followed any disclosure of the identities behind the incident. At the association headquarters, a female secretary reported to the red-haired man that Captain Hyun-sung had temporarily stopped hunting. At the same time, he and his family left the association residence and moved to a private villa in Pangeo. The red-haired man commented that this area gathered many top players, making it convenient to track enemies. The female secretary nodded, adding that the location was near high-level dungeons and the headquarters of major guilds, making it very convenient. The red-haired man admitted the red soil area had strong security and fully understood his decision to relocate. Meanwhile, in Jilin province, China, Hyun-sung, disguised as a researcher, stood before warehouse C8. He murmured, found it. But to be certain, he decided to wait until night to act. Night fell over Hotel A1. Hyun-sung removed his disguise and looked at the identification documents placed on the table. He inwardly praised Inukaso for being truly useful in preparing authentic documents that allowed him to bypass the control system. He donned his battle armor and held the transformation scroll. Whatever connection existed between him and Ratman would only be the story of a Japanese reporter. He tore the scroll and said softly, "Let us begin." Instantly his body underwent a powerful transformation. Gray fur grew long, black chains coiling around his body. When the process was complete, Hyun-sung looked at his clawed hands and smiled. Perfect. Even his weapon changed shape to match the new identity. With blazing eyes, he was ready to strike. Let us go. He silently infiltrated warehouse Scene 8. From above, he observed that the defenses were looser than expected. Below, a group of people in armor and civilian clothes gathered. It seemed they were conducting shady dealings, even with local citizens. After careful inspection, he determined there were a total of 27 people. His red eyes flashed as he considered whether to deal with them one by one or strike all at once. Among them were a few whose strength reached the level of mid-tier enforcers. Even so, he decided to end everything with a single overwhelming blow. The blade shimmered with radiant purple light. The soldier sensed the killing intent and cried out in panic. Before he could react, Redmond's figure had already appeared behind him. The enemy froze when he saw a monster standing in the middle of the warehouse. He swung his sword, unleashing a violent slash that sent numerous opponents collapsing. Those who stood in his way were struck down in an instant before the terrifying power. Ratman surged forward like a storm, chains clashing loudly. The commander roared an order to eliminate the monster. His subordinates rushed forward, but were completely overwhelmed in the swift clash. Seeing the disadvantage, the mages immediately coordinated, activating a magic circle and launching ice arrows and chains to restrain Ratman. But he continued to move agilely, cutting down each obstacle. A massive surge of purple energy erupted, sweeping away all resistance and leaving the remaining enemies with a miserable end. At that moment, reinforcements outside heard the commotion and rushed in. "There is loud noise here." They opened the warehouse door and froze. Before them lay their comrades sprawled across the floor, each face pale with terror. In an emergency meeting, officials analyzed that this was the act of an overstandard entity. All 27 secret agents at the scene lost the ability to resist, and every one of them was a player above level 350. An official slammed the table in anger, claiming this was a challenge to authority and labeling the culprit as a rebel from Inner Mongolia. However, Ma Bun-seok was doubtful, wondering how they could have attracted an expert of that caliber. He frankly raised the possibility that Hyun-sung was behind it, because only he possessed comparable strength. The entire meeting room immediately erupted in murmurs. Everyone was astonished at the possibility that Hyun-sung had set foot in China. Ma Bun-seok asserted that the probability was very high, requesting the investigation results that showed dense traces of lightning attribute skills. He argued that few in the world both surpassed the standard and mastered lightning to such an extent. The mustached man at the center also pondered and admitted that this hypothesis had strong grounds. He began to weigh the consequences if Hyun-sung had truly appeared here. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, cutting off the unfinished train of thought. A subordinate stepped in, reporting that the additional investigation results were ready and requesting permission to present them immediately. He walked straight to the desk and informed them that thanks to the scene reconstruction skill, the identity of the culprit had finally been determined. The official from earlier impatiently interrupted, urgently asking whether it was Hyun-sung, then reminded everyone to maintain order as the meeting was still in session. The question left the subordinate momentarily confused. He blankly replied, "Yes, what did you just say?" The man with the long scar across his face narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Was it not Hyun-sung from the Korean Player Association? Under heavy pressure, sweat poured down the subordinate face as he stammered that the culprit was actually not human, but a monster. News left the official stunned for a moment. He further explained that although it bore the appearance of a ratman, based on the evaluation through the restoration skill, it was a legendary individual rather than ordinary one. Upon hearing the word legendary, the mustached man exclaimed in shock, how could humans possibly deal with a monster of that level? At the same time, at the A1 hotel, he had returned to his human form and was carefully reviewing the assassination plan along with the directive documents he had just obtained. He thought that the more enemies his enemy had the better. After fully grasping the locations of the secret bases scattered across China, his gaze turned cold, filled with determination. He would handle them one by one. Immediately afterward, in the identity of Redman, he began a merciless purge operation. At the enemy bases, Redman suddenly descended from above, catching the guards off guard. He quickly rendered the targets incapable of resisting. Once he confirmed a location, he dealt with it cleanly and withdrew. In the report, the subordinate assessed that this individual possessed superior intelligence. It knew how to hide and wait for the right time to mature, while actively hunting high-level players to increase its strength. The report also pointed out that the monster targeted this area because it concentrated many high-level players. At another deserted warehouse, Redman was briefly surprised. Were they not gathering, realizing the enemy had dispersed to avoid his methods? If they scattered like this, it would be difficult to wipe them out in one sweep. Each transformation cost up to 30 billion points, which was no small amount. But if he could eliminate many agents at once, the profit would still reach trillions of points. He immediately checked the tracking device to determine the next target. A luxurious villa in the night. Bodyguards stood guard tightly outside. Inside, a burly man leisurely sipped tea, completely unaware that danger was approaching. From the shadows, Ratman red eyes flashed with menace. This house is not bad. He quietly infiltrated and used the mini-radar map to observe every hidden corner. Ratman understood that the enemy had dispersed because they thought he only targeted crowded places. But they were wrong. Vast territory meant nothing before the spatial teleportation skill. He let out a cold laugh that tonight would be quite busy. Tracking them one by one would not take much time, then dissolved into black smoke to continue the hunt. As dawn gradually appeared over the high-rise buildings. In the meeting room, the official with the scar angrily slammed his hand on the table. He shouted that he had said if they dispersed, he would strike elsewhere. Why had no one spoken up? In just one night, the situation had spiraled out of control. The number of agents eliminated had exceeded 100. The losses were growing more severe. He worried about how many more would fall tomorrow. Irritated, he loosened his tie to calm himself. When asked about the pursuit results, the subordinate lowered his head and admitted failure, suggesting that the opponent might possess spatial teleportation. That made the official even more confused. He began to doubt whether it truly was a monster, or whether someone was in disguise, because how could a monster be so intelligent and agile? The subordinate immediately explained that beast transformation skills were extremely rare. Although they enhanced physical strength, they reduced the power of abilities. He asserted that if it were a person using beast transformation, he could not unleash attacks as powerful as Ratman. The official still refused to concede. He asked whether the culprit had poured all his points into magic power. The subordinate shook his head, saying that even so the transformation duration could not last that long. It usually lasted at most 3 hours, and the cooldown was twice as long. He pointed at the projection screen and emphasized, "Sir, please look here." Data extracted from CCTV showed that Ratman had appeared and operated continuously for nearly 8 hours, and the subordinate still insisted it was undoubtedly a monster. That duration far exceeded the limit any human-beast transformation ability could sustain. The official lowered his gaze and asked again in a deep voice to confirm, was it truly a monster? He heard his subordinate reply with absolute certainty. He could only sigh wearily and rub his forehead under the pressure of the chaotic situation. After a moment of consideration, he ordered all scattered agents to regroup. The subordinate immediately bowed his head and replied, "Yes, understood." In the darkness, Redmond silently approached a building and murmured, "Finally found it." With his blazing red eyes, he spotted 2 scouts hiding at the entrance. Although he sensed nearly 100 streams of mana inside, he was certain Minister Wang Jinwang was hiding here. His objective was to eliminate that leader. Reminding himself to retreat if anything went wrong, Ratman tightened his grip on his weapon and activated Blink to approach. He appeared behind the 2 guards, knocking them down instantly before they could react. But the disturbance was quickly detected by the armed squad above. They immediately formed a surrounding formation, while Redmond coldly stared at his blade, ready for the next clash. A commander in black armor with a red cloak led his troops charging forward, making him laugh in excitement. Oh, so they did prepare thoroughly. Purple lightning erupted around Ratman as he collided head-on with the imposing commander. Surrounded by mages, Radman unleashed a relentless barrage that filled the battlefield with screams. He moved continuously and effortlessly took down each opponent. Before facing the armored group forming the final defensive line, the commander roared loudly, deliberately provoking him. The system immediately warned that he had been hit by a hero-level taunt skill, forcing him to attack for 10 seconds. But his indomitable spirit passive activated, rendering him completely immune to the control effect. Radman swung his sword, creating violent slashes that felled his enemies. Seeing his overwhelming strength, he quietly realized he had grown tremendously stronger. The guards were stunned speechless by the dominance of that monster. A massive pillar of purple energy erupted, crushing the ground and sweeping everything around it away. Radman shot forward like a streak of purple lightning, leaving those who remained standing staring in despair. All their resistance was meaningless before his power. With killing intent blazing in his red eyes, he unleashed an immensely powerful finishing strike from above. A violent explosion erupted, turning the room into ruins. Only wreckage and those who had lost the ability to resist remained. Redman walked slowly through the chaotic scene. Suddenly he halted. The steady footsteps ahead made him realize this was a trap. From behind the darkness, Mabunseok stepped out with a sinister and triumphant smile. At the same time, the system repeatedly reported errors as Blink was nullified by a hero-level spatial interference skill. Worse still, both shadow movement and the long-range teleport scroll were blocked by a spatial sealing energy. Radman gritted his teeth. Damn it. If he did not escape quickly, he would easily be driven into a dead end. But before him was a siege of hundreds of elite agents, turning this place into a death trap with no escape. Seeing that the opponent was only a rat man, the soldiers whispered, "Is it not just a low-level monster? Why mobilize so much?" In the face of such disdain, Mabunseok merely smiled coldly and muttered, "Finally caught you." The crowd still could not understand why a full mana barrier had to be erected to deal with someone like that. Mabunseok immediately silenced all discussion and loudly ordered a full-scale assault. This order stunned the players. They believed the association president had gone too far by using full force just to eliminate one monster. Surrounded tightly, Hyunsung in Rat Man form emitted a dense black aura, telling himself to finish it quickly. His red eyes gleamed with a single resolve: break through the encirclement and escape as soon as possible. No sooner said than done. Redman immediately put his plan into action. He roared and charged straight into the enemy formation like a whirlwind, his purple lightning sword sweeping across and knocking many armored soldiers down. His ferocity threw the formation into chaos. A soldier cried out in panic, "What is this?" The rest hurriedly reorganized to counterattack. But Radman's speed was astonishing. He struck repeatedly, leaving his opponents no chance to respond. Despite the brutal scene, Hyunsung coldly thought, "I will not die here." He decisively cut down the female mage who was closing in, then continued charging straight into the crowd with unstoppable force. Screams echoed as Redman turned the place into a chaotic battlefield. He roared, "This is war. Mercy means death," then unleashed ruthless blows that sent many crashing down. Radman swung his sword again and again, the relentless slashes making his enemies cry out in panic. The commander continued shouting, demanding the mages pour out all their mana to attack. Driven to the extreme, he cursed furiously and ordered the vanguard, "Where are the tankers? Use your bodies to block it." Following the order, a series of massive shields were raised to form a defensive wall. Yet Redman still broke through them like a madman. All attempts to resist were crushed amid panicked screams. Looking around at the chaotic battlefield, Radman wondered how many had been mobilized. He estimated over 1,000 agents had lost the ability to continue fighting. At this moment he looked more terrifying than ever, red eyes blazing and breath heavy. The system reported stamina below 10%, activating the legendary Berserk to increase stats by 40%, but reduce physical resistance by 50%. At the same time, the hero-level survival instinct increased his abilities by another 50%. All conditions for the final battle had converged. Immense power surged through his body. Ratman glared at his prey, ready to counterattack. The enemy side roared in retaliation. Stop him, do not let him escape. Magic circles were activated one after another to surround him. But Redman turned into a streak of purple lightning and shot forward at incredible speed. Those who blocked his path were knocked away and lost the ability to fight. Seeing the large door ahead, he told himself that although it was dangerous, the exit was near. Just a little more effort. Radman gathered all his strength and leaped toward the door, but successive long-range attacks rained down, causing him pain. Explosions resounded in succession, obscuring his figure in smoke and fire. Watching from afar with a sinister smile, Mabun Seok coldly ordered a full-scale assault. That man looked smugly at the devastated area, believing the prey could not survive such firepower. Amid the ruins, Redman's roar still thundered fiercely. Mabun Seok curled his lips mockingly. It is only a final struggle. Radman's body was covered in wounds and his breathing broken from exhaustion. Realizing he had been driven into a dead end, he gritted his teeth. There was no other choice. He immediately took out a series of skill books from his inventory, preparing to make a desperate move. Activating the system, a series of notifications rang out about hero-level passive skills such as Feral Instinct, Savage Killer, Blood Radiance, and Slaughter Radiance. Batman's body transformed, becoming more muscular and terrifying, radiating a suffocating pressure. A sword strike carrying massive purple energy swept down the corridor, blowing away everything in its path. Even heavily armored warriors were subdued and easily taken down before his berserk strength. Amid the chaos, an extremely powerful purple explosion erupted, blasting away all obstacles and throwing the enemy into panic. At the moment of life and death, he had turned the tide. Witnessing that scene, Mabun Seok roared and ordered the attack to continue. Absolutely no retreat. In response, Ratman threw his head back and let out a furious shriek. Even someone as seasoned as Mabun Seok could not hide his stunned fear. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Mabun Seok hurriedly fled toward the exit to save his life. A new squad of elite soldiers, clad in spiked black armor, along with mages fully prepared a formation to block his advance. Time passed without his notice, and in a state of agony, Hyun Sung writhed in pain. He staggered, looking around the dark space, wondering where this place was. Upon realizing he was in a filthy sewer tunnel, he finally broke through the encirclement and rushed here in a daze. His eyes cold, he immediately opened the status window. Seeing the notification panel with blood and energy at critical levels, he sighed, too depleted, yet anomaly shocked him. The stats are increasing again. A series of extraordinary achievement notifications appeared as he single-handedly defeated from 300 to over 10,000 high-level players. With the title of Legendary Player Slayer, all his stats increased by an additional 40 points. He pondered, even including achievements, the stats increased too much. Perhaps defeating players grants different points than monsters. After resting to regain strength, Hyun Sung told himself to recover his body first. The next day at the A1 Hotel, news of the 5th legendary level monster appearing in Kinwang Island City spread across all media, causing citizens to panic and evacuate. Seeing sarcastic comments about Chinese player power on social media, he sighed. Things are chaotic. He had underestimated China. Perhaps due to complacency he went too far. He checked information about Minister Wang Jinwang being isolated at his mansion, deciding to end things quickly and leave. That man was trapped in his private home. Hyun Sung, exhausted, leaned back on the bed. Tonight, he would deal with him. Meanwhile, in a luxurious room, a man frantically downed alcohol, roaring with fury. Damn it, Zhang dared to abandon me. Wang Jinwang drank to release his fear. In the dark room, he sat despondent, bottle in hand, anxiously wondering what to do next. Suddenly, a figure in black approached from behind, covering his mouth. Wang Jinwang could only utter desperate muffled sounds. The stranger observed his face, coldly confirming it was indeed Wang Jinwang. He used a white cloth to tightly strangle the minister's neck. Wang Jinwang writhed in pain, choking and growling. In critical condition, his face distorted from lack of oxygen. He feared a gruesome death, cried out in vain, "Please, save me." And as he was about to faint, an incident occurred. A sharp sword tore through the space, instantly taking down the assassin strangling him. Escaping the Reaper's scythe, Wang Jinwang collapsed, coughing violently to regain his breath. Yet new horror arrived when he saw a massive figure standing before him. He exclaimed in shock, trembling, "La Redman." Seeing the minister terrified and falling back, Radman coldly looked down with contempt. a man without courage serving as a minister. Radman picked up a dossier from the body of the defeated, thinking secretly that it was indeed a secret agent, making good use of the situation. He approached Wang Jinwang lying on the floor, beginning his plan. A roar shook the villa. After being physically tortured, Wang Jinwang, Hong could only cover his face, crying hysterically in panic. Before the monster's cold gaze, he trembled in fear. Radman threw a file in front of him, nearly from the assassin's bag. Check it yourself. As he read the paper, Kwang Ding Kwang's face turned pale in astonishment. Immediately, Redmond silently activated rage and charm skills on the target. Anger erupted, Ministering Wen Jiang roared, "The bastards dare to do this." Seeing the prey bite, Radman asked calmly, "Don't you want revenge?" Under manipulation, Kwang Ding Kwang's eyes glowed red. He crazily responded, "I wanted to." "Must do it," Radman guided. "Expose the vile deeds of the killers. Post all evidence online for deserved revenge." Wang Jinwang went completely mad, laughing hoarsely, repeatedly saying, "Yes, I must do it, absolutely must." Watching the minister act like a puppet under an automated system, frantically following his will, Radman secretly pleased, more effective than expected. The clock struck 5:43 a.m. The sound of keystrokes clicked rapidly in the dark room, signaling the start of a shocking purge. Ratman stood behind supervising, reminding to inform journalists and the public. Under psychological manipulation, Wang Jinwang, dazed, nodded, adjusting his attire. He walked blankly out of the dark room. The villa door opened, camera shutters clicked continuously, surrounding the minister. Before the public, Wang Jinwang shouted in anger, "I only follow the party's orders. All this time I worked like a dog for their orders, now they want to kill me." He raised the top-secret stamped file, asserting it was evidence of their cruelty. The media exploded, reporters frantically took photos, demanding live broadcast of the scandal, like receiving a divine gift. Wang Jinwang continued exposing the plot as the secret party sent agents to assassinate, preparing a fake last will to frame him for corruption. But when he declared he could not tolerate corruption, an object suddenly struck his head, causing the minister to fall. The panicked crowd shouted, "Assassination, a killer!" From the shadows, Radman's red eyes observed the scene. Before the terrifying explosion engulfed smoke and fire. From above, observing the wreckage, Radman told himself all hidden troubles were now resolved. His eyes sharpened, identifying the next target. Only the president of the China Play Association remained. He would deal with him to complete the mission. In the office, Ma Bun-seok swayed profusely, shouting into the phone claiming innocence. Even comforted from the line, he still trembled knowing many were suspicious. Abun pressed the phone to his ear, pleading, "Chairman, I am innocent." The line responded promisingly, "I will do my best to defend." He hurriedly continued, begging, "I will send a generous gift not to disappoint you." When the call ended with the other's agreement, Abun threw the phone on the desk, swearing, "The old greedy pig." He poured a glass of strong liquor. Anxiety painted his face as the situation worsened. Sitting alone in the office, Mabun finished the glass, muttering, "That guy is dead. But why do that, trying to drag everyone down?" He was furious, serving like a dog yet pushed to the edge. He slammed the glass on the desk in anger, "The bastards. If the players had united under my command, I would have wiped them out." In a fit of rage, a cold voice rang from behind. "So what difference does it make?" Reflexes sharp as a cut. He wielded the spear to defend. Ratman stood there all along, coldly saying, "If you don't want to die, lower your weapon." The monster with chains coiled around its body continued pressure. "I intended to make a deal, but if you keep that attitude, I will kill you as originally planned." Ratman's bloodshot eyes flashed with a cold glint that made the snail cart demon trader turn pale and tremble. That man stammered, "How can you speak the human tongue? Could it be that you are a player?" Redman replied calmly, "Does that matter?" Sweat poured down his forehead as Mabun the snail cart demon asked in a trembling voice, "What exactly do you want from me?" The monster suddenly made an unbelievable promise. "I can grant you the power you have always longed for." Under the fierce gaze of Demon Balsog, Radman stressed, "I will wipe out all the officials you hate on your behalf. When that time comes, will you have the ability to seize the pinnacle of power?" Mabun the snail cart demon was so stunned he could hardly believe his ears. "Will you really deal with all of them right now?" Redman merely nodded firmly. "That is right." Mabun the snail cart demon was still uneasy and cautiously asked, "Then what price must I pay in return?" Redman calmly pulled out a sheet of paper and coldly demanded, "Sign here." The moment he took it, Mabun Seok realized it was a soul contract. He said bitterly, "Once I sign this, I will be nothing more than a puppet in your hands." Redman let out a soft chuckle. "I thought I was granting you a great favor." Seeing the gloomy expression of Demon Balseok, Redman emphasized, "Only 10 years. After 10 years, you will regain complete freedom." He further explained that during the contract period, he would not only refrain from harming him, but would also assist him wholeheartedly. Redmond deliberately deepened the fear. After all, if you die by my hand, you are finished anyway. You understand that clearly. Mabun the snail cart demon silently studied the contract, weighing it in his mind because the chance of success seemed too slim. Because even if those officials vanished, it was still uncertain whether he could rise to seize power. Sensing that hesitation, Redmond smiled meaningfully and asserted that the plan was entirely feasible. He said he would become the hero who eliminated Redmond, the legendary monster that once inflicted heavy losses on China. News left the snail cart demon speechless. What? Redmond proposed that the two of them would stage a play before Demon Bolsiuk. He declared that if the performance succeeded, he would be worshipped by the people and the players of China as a savior. Seeing the chance to change his fate right before him, the snail cart demon curled his lips slightly and answered decisively, agreed. At once, a glowing contract appeared in midair to confirm the agreement. Seok reached out and took the Radiant Soul contract. The system announced that Hyun Sung had officially invited Seok to join his faction. He coldly ordered accept it. The other party was still stunned. Radman explained that this was not only a way to increase his strength, but also the tightest bond binding the two of them. Seok looked straight at the monster and said, I accept. Thus Hyun Sung finally lured in this prey. The system confirmed that Demon Bolsiuk had agreed to be recruited. The male protagonist spent 60 command points. Feeling the surge of magic within his body, the snail cart demon clenched his fist in excitement. Wonderful, I have become stronger. Seeing that attitude, Radman coldly reminded him that if he wished to show loyalty over the next 10 years, he should correct the way he addressed him at once. Seok hurriedly bowed his head. Sorry. Even so, deep down he still calculated that this was only a temporary relationship. He intended to extract the maximum benefit from Hyun Sung before the agreement ended. Radman understood those thoughts well. He knew that the relationship between a ruler and his subordinate demanded absolute obedience. After 10 years, would he dare to give up all the levels and skills he had accumulated? A month passed, and the day of the party congress finally arrived. Seok appeared imposing with a line of black-clad bodyguards as he entered the hall. Walking between the rows of seats, he secretly felt pleased, as this moment was truly a golden opportunity to fulfill his ambition of seizing supreme power. He signaled for everyone to gather to attract attention more quickly. The snail cart demon had once racked his brain over how to handle everything in a single move. Now he was delighted that he could so easily let Radman infiltrate the Congress like this. Seok believed that even for Redman, breaking through the strict outer defenses would require a great deal of time. By then the delegates would likely have already dispersed. Sitting in the hall, Seok curled his lips, not expecting fortune to arrive so swiftly. There were not many players inside. Things should go smoothly. He thought to himself that as long as he eliminated all these rotten people, everything would be settled, and afterward he could rest easy. High above, Radman's red eyes flashed coldly. He murmured, begin. Instantly countless green beams poured down from the ceiling like rain. A sudden upheaval threw the hall into chaos. The guards cried out in panic. What is happening? Who is using magic? Waves of energy struck down targets one after another, and screams echoed everywhere. A delegate on the podium collapsed in an instant, further intensifying the crowd's fear. Someone shouted terrorist. The defending players immediately counterattacked, one casting fire magic. Another activated a magic array to locate the attacker. Violent explosions resounded, shaking the entire hall. The battle descended into chaos as the bodyguards drew their guns and unleashed skills in retaliation. Soldier fired while shouting, is he down yet? If not, then keep shooting. They could not believe anyone would dare to cause trouble here. Amid the thick smoke, Radman suddenly descended into the center, chains clanking with an icy sound. He let out a piercing roar that seemed to shake the very space. Seeing the monster appear, the people around were too stunned to speak. What is this? Someone recognized him and shouted, that is Redman. The monster roared in fury and charged straight to the lower level. He knocked a guard flying, and that man could only cry out in despair. Faced with such terrifying power, the guards broke formation and shouted for each other to retreat to save their lives. Observing the devastated scene, Radman silently confirmed that the initial targets had been dealt with. At that moment, Seok strode out boldly and shouted to stop those trying to flee. How long do you intend to retreat? He declared before the hall that if they could not bring down the monster here, China would pay a heavy price. With a righteous expression, he called on everyone to fight with everything to protect the people. Watching the flawless performance, Redman inwardly mocked that the acting was quite good. It would be a waste not to be an actor. Seok continued urging everyone to charge. Even at a cost, they had to safeguard the safety of the citizens. A massive flaming spear descended from above and Seok seized it with imposing momentum. Brilliant blue magic enveloped his entire body, ready for decisive battle before countless eyes. Radman also tightened his grip on his sword, preparing to complete the final step of the plan. The snail cart demon stomped hard and shot forward. An earth-shattering explosion erupted in the middle of the hall. Spear and sword clashed repeatedly, creating violent shockwaves that made the space tremble. The observers gradually noticed that Ratman seemed to be moving slower than before. They assumed the monster had not fully recovered and called out to support Mabon-seok. The crowd rushed in to assist, some believing that capturing Redman was only a matter of time. But it was all a performance, as Redman deliberately acted at a disadvantage according to the plan. A surge of purple energy exploded violently, causing Radman to roar in pain while flinging the snail cart demon far away. Within the hazy smoke, Mabon-seok signaled that it was time to move to the next step. Radman responded briefly, understood, began. He unleashed a chain of violent explosions that destroyed a corner of the building, all unfolding before the cameras and the eyes of the citizens crowding outside. Amid the ruins, the snail cart demon roared, pouring all his strength into the final finishing blow. A massive pillar of light descended from above, engulfing the entire area in energy of terrifying destructive power. When the glow gradually faded, only ruins remained along with equipment and items scattered across the ground. That meant the monster had been completely annihilated. Mabon-seok stood proudly amid the scene, gripping his spear tightly, leaving everyone around him stunned. Cheers immediately erupted. Ratman is dead. Chairman Mabon-seok has slain the legendary monster. Their plan has succeeded beyond expectations. Joy exploded everywhere. People danced and hailed Mabon-seok as the savior who freed the nation from disaster. Cries of "Long live the hero of China!" Chairman Mabon-seok resounded through the streets. Before the adoration of tens of thousands, Mabon-seok smiled in satisfaction and raised his hand to receive the roaring praise. At the A1 hotel, Hyun-sung leisurely scrolled through his phone and casually remarked, "Quite noisy, but the effect exceeds expectations." On the screen was a news report about Mabon-seok becoming a hero after defeating Batman and rising as a strong candidate for the chairman's seat. Just then, the phone vibrated. On the other end, Mabon-seok reported that control over the military had been completed. He smiled and replied, "Faster than I expected." Mabon-seok said confidently that everyone understood who held the situation. Moreover, most lower-ranking soldiers were on his side. He reminded him to finish everything while the afterglow of victory was still hot. Do not become intoxicated by glory and grow careless. Mabon-seok assured that everything would be handled cleanly. The party representatives were already in the same boat, and the military had no choice but to bow. Although there were still a few who harbored intentions of resistance, Mabon-seok believed they would sooner or later be eliminated. He asked in a low voice whether the upcoming presidential election would proceed smoothly, and whether that man could step into that position. Mabon-seok admitted the highest seat was somewhat out of reach for now, but the vice presidency was certainly within grasp. The 3 words vice president made Hyun-sung repeat them thoughtfully. Mabon-seok reassured that whoever took the chairman's seat next would only be a pawn under his control. Said with satisfaction that he would wait to see the outcome. Mabon-seok affirmed he would not disappoint, and he merely hoped it was not an empty promise. After that, he continued charging into battle against the giant stone men. Each slash of his sword carried a violently erupting surge of purple energy. Behind him, Lucia in sturdy armor used her large shield to block heavy blows, shielding her master. After sweeping away the enemies, he looked at his hands and thought that he had improved tremendously. However, to reach the mythic rank, he needed to hunt stronger targets. He had even considered moving to the Fukuoka area. Stepping closer, Lucia sincerely praised, "Master, you have truly grown much stronger." He smiled and replied that the achievement was partly thanks to the points she had brought. Lucia humbly said it was merely her duty, and he acknowledged that she too had matured compared to before. She bowed respectfully and said everything was due to her master's grace. He opened the system window to check and sighed softly. The skill books are still not listed for sale. He realized that legendary rank skill books on the market were unbelievably rare. Seeing him lost in thought, Lucia gently reminded that it was time to return. Realizing it was late, he said regretfully that time passed too quickly, perhaps hunt a little more before going back. He hoped that in about 3 more hours, he would achieve a new accomplishment. But Lucia immediately stopped him, if so the schedule would be disrupted. To hunt well tomorrow, he must rest today. Before her firmness, he could only agree, then asked whether today was Monday, and received a confirming nod. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. The wonderful romantic film airs tonight. It was the very film Lucia had been following, but when its name was mentioned in that private space, she suddenly blushed awkwardly. Lucia hurriedly denied that she had changed expression because of that romantic movie. Seeing that, he only laughed teasingly. "I didn't say anything." That remark made her even more flustered, her face blushing with embarrassment. Unable to endure the atmosphere, Lucia excused herself and turned quickly. He watched and thought she was really adorable. Returning to normal life, he strolled through the city with Lucia in casual clothes, briefly considering inviting Mr. Ho for a drink. Just then, his phone vibrated with an incoming call, surprised to see Shinjun's name. Checking the notifications, he saw she had missed 3 calls and left messages blaming him for not keeping the dinner invitation. Suddenly remembering he had forgotten, he immediately called back to apologize. He explained he had just left the dungeon and lost signal, unaware of the missed calls. Shinjun asked if his hiding to avoid trouble was done. He confidently said that China currently had no mind to cause trouble. After some small talk, he proactively asked when he could invite her for a meal to make amends. Contrary to his expectations, Shinjun coldly replied, "Right now." The firm answer left him stunned, his face showing clear surprise. Seeing this, Lucia approached and asked if Shinjun had called. He nodded and sensed something serious was happening. Lucia silently looked at him with a thoughtful gaze under the lights. The tall tower in the distance began to light up against the night. "Long time no see," Shinjun smiled as they reunited after a long time. He scratched his head and replied, "Yes, long time no see, Jun Ashi." They sat at a luxurious banquet table with the cityscape stretching before them at night. Shinjun gently asked if he had been very busy lately, and whether his family had settled down. He said thanks to persistent psychological treatment, his family was much better, both conversing while waiting for the meal. The dinner proceeded comfortably with beautifully arranged dishes. But as he took a sip of tea, he noticed Shinjun's gaze had turned unusually serious. She spoke slowly, "Hyun Sung, today the 6th legendary monster has appeared." He immediately asked where, and upon hearing it was in the US, wondered why she sought him out. Shinjun looked straight and revealed that the US wanted him, Hyun Sung. He asked blankly again, "What do you mean?" Shinjun explained that the US recruitment had been underway for quite some time. This meeting was to inform him, though via the UN. It was actually a desire from the US government. Sensing the matter was not simple, he asked seriously for more details. Shinjun lowered her eyes to think, then began recounting. At the Player Association office, senior officials in neat suits surrounded Shinjun's desk. A middle-aged man with silver hair and beard solemnly placed a photo of Hyun Sung on the table. In his eyes was clear calculation for an important plan concerning him. Back in the present, he was astonished and asked if the US personally requested his assignment. She nodded and said diplomatically it was difficult to refuse due to the joint defense treaty between the two countries. He frowned, saying he was just a civilian. If a soldier, he would have been deployed long ago. Shinjun calmly replied that was why this meeting was arranged. She candidly stated the association tasked her to persuade him and keep him from attractive US offers. He silently understood the association was in a tough spot. Shinjun smiled and thanked him for his understanding. However, he immediately raised the issue that he was not obliged to accept the association's request, especially when facing a dangerous legendary monster. Shinjun calmly admitted everything and stated clearly that the association had prepared benefits fully commensurate in exchange for his cooperation. Hyun Sung curiously asked what they were. Shinjun then presented a series of attractive proposals, first adjusting the profit-share ratio from awakening stones in a direction more favorable to him. Hyun Sung slightly frowned, wondering why, since the current share he was receiving was already the same. Shinjun went on to mention the privilege of personal income tax exemption, but he remained unmoved, believing he already possessed this benefit. Her arguments were still not enough to sway him. At that moment, Shinjun looked straight at him and emphasized that all current incentives existed only because he was still under the association's payroll. Once he left, all those privileges would automatically lose effect. Hyun Sung immediately understood, meaning the constraints attached to those incentives would be removed. Shinjun noticed his indifferent expression and remarked that he seemed rather unconcerned. He calmly replied that in any case he had already planned to renew his contract with the association. Hearing that answer, she broke into a bright smile, taking it as a response worthy of appreciation. But Hyun Sung immediately asked back whether the incentives just mentioned were merely things whose presence or absence made no difference. Shinjun gave a soft laugh and admitted she and the chairman had considered very carefully, yet it seemed there were no other specific privileges left to offer. Hyun Sung coldly demanded that she speak plainly, because he knew the government was the one behind this entire matter. Shinjun explained that the association chairman had directly requested government support, and the result obtained was the government side had made a bold decision by bringing dungeon ownership forward as a bargaining condition. That information left Hyun Sung stunned. Dungeon ownership. He had not expected the nation to be so open. It had to be known that until now all dungeons were under state management. Never had any individual or organization been permitted to privately own them. Even the largest conglomerates were no exception. They could only exploit them through loopholes, as if they were private dungeons. This time, Shinjun affirmed that the government was willing to transfer full ownership of one dungeon according to Hyun Sung's wishes, whether he wanted to monopolize it to hunt alone or open it to charge charge other players, the state would not intervene. Hyun-sung pondered, then suddenly laughed. He raised 3 fingers to bargain that one was too little, make it 3, adding that whether 1 or 3 the state surely would not be overly strict. That proposal left Shin-jun speechless. She hurriedly explained that transferring even a single dungeon was already an extremely major decision from the government. He emphasized that the annual entrance fee revenue of a hero-level dungeon could equal or even far exceed the profit of a mid-sized enterprise. Faced with that enormous figure, Hyun-sung still calmly haggled, then 1 hero-level dungeon and 2 rare-level dungeons. Shin-jun broke into a cold sweat at his greed. She firmly refused and set the final limit at 1 hero-level dungeon and 1 rare-level dungeon, no more. Seeing the other party clearly display a resolute attitude, Hyun-sung revealed a calculating smile and nodded in agreement at that level. Hearing his acceptance, Shin-jun could only sigh, thinking to herself that he still called that moderate. The resources of an entire province had nearly been swept clean by him. Unexpectedly, Hyun-sung even turned to tease that she should cancel her lifetime contract with the association as well. He laughed and said perhaps by doing so the government would also gift her a dungeon. Shin-jun gave a bitter smile. She said if the government yearned for her the way they yearned for him, then perhaps that might happen. But reality was not so. She reconfirmed that he had agreed to go to America. Hyun-sung decisively nodded, of course. Before ending the meeting, Shin-jun sincerely reminded him that no matter how enticing the American side's words were, he must not waver and must return. Hyun-sung laughed and scratched his head to reassure her that having accepted the nation's dungeon, he certainly would not remain in America. Curious about the upcoming mission, Hyun-sung asked the identity of the legendary monster that had just appeared because it had not yet been announced online. Shin-jun revealed it was Hydra, a creature of the dragon species with 9 terrifying heads. Hearing this, Hyun-sung's eyes lit up with excitement. His heart cheered, having the chance to hunt a potential monster while also securing dungeon ownership. This trip was truly a huge bargain. Shin-jun said fortunately the spatial gate had opened in a barren field rather than within the city, so there were currently no casualties. Hyun-sung asked whether the monster was lying low. She replied that it was merely observing its surroundings and had not yet made any excessive moves. Hearing that, he immediately asked when he could depart. Shin-jun answered briefly, right now. In the blink of an eye, Hyun-sung appeared at a modern American military base. Wearing his new combat armor, he inwardly marveled that he had finally set foot in America. A man with a thick mustache stepped forward to greet him and thanked him for accepting the request for support from the American side. Before his eyes, everyone here was warm and quite friendly in their reception. The man introduced himself as David, responsible for supporting all his needs during his stay here, and told him to call him Deb for familiarity. Two exchanged a courteous handshake full of goodwill. After that, Deb led him to tour the Hydra Operation Command Center. The military zone bustled with numerous players and soldiers assembling. Walking through the base, Hyun-sung could not help being astonished by the number of players gathered here. Looking at the warriors in heavy armor, he realized it truly was a powerhouse of rage. Their strength was genuinely formidable. As he had just stepped inside the building, a weathered middle-aged man was already waiting. He warmly welcomed him and expressed his honor at meeting the legendary rank monster hunter Hyun-sung. It was William, head of the Hydra Response Department, personally coming to the door to receive him. Hyun-sung politely thanked him for the grand reception. William honestly said America had no experience confronting a legendary Red Gate, so they sincerely hoped to receive his support. Hyun-sung modestly replied that he would try his utmost. William laughed heartily, believing that with his participation the Hydra operation would conclude smoothly. Hyun-sung went straight to the point and asked when the battle would begin. William answered in a serious tone that it would be tomorrow and said the operation would open with a bombardment from the military. However, he warned that if Hydra suddenly changed its direction of movement, then everything could unfold earlier than expected as the two walked within the base. Hyun-sung asked which team he would be assigned to. William smiled proudly and said it was Execution Team Number 1, gathering the most elite rankers in America. Since they had invited him, he would naturally be in the strongest team. He suggested that since it was already late, Hyun-sung should rest. Tomorrow morning there would be a brief meeting. Hyun-sung seriously asked whether there was no need to coordinate tactics beforehand. William laughed and explained that although he belonged to Execution Team Number 1, he was a free dealer so he could fight in his own way. That night at the hotel, Hyun-sung looked at his luggage and told himself time was short as the battle would erupt at noon tomorrow. He stood by the window checking the information displayed on the system screen. His gaze turned cold as he decided to handle everything within the night. Meanwhile, at a watchtower near the base, a subordinate voiced doubt to William about whether they were overpraising Hyun-sung. William calmly replied that it was an order from higher-ups and affirmed that he fully deserved those compliments. The subordinate was still unconvinced, because no matter how he looked he did not see any special power emanating from Hyun Sung. He muttered that outsiders might think he had single-handedly defeated the legendary monster. William immediately refuted that was he not the one who contributed the most. Though the subordinate admitted it, he still demanded that he stop making wild speculations. He emphasized that their mission was to create the best possible impression of Hyun Sung, and ordered the subordinate to cast aside doubts and focus on completing the task. The subordinate could only reply, "I understand." At the same time, a mysterious long-haired blonde figure strode into an area immersed in flames and a gloomy atmosphere. Joseph, holding the RNK position, captain of America's execution team number 1, looked at William and mockingly asked how that brat was. William calmly said he was not sure because Hyun Sung showed no attitude. He was only following orders from higher-ups to treat the distinguished guest with utmost care. Joseph curled his lips, waiting to see what that brat would display tomorrow. William added that perhaps he might perform even more prominently than him, causing Joseph to flush red. That remark struck his pride. The veins on Joseph's forehead bulged. He confidently declared that if that legendary monster had appeared in America, it would have been eliminated in the first subjugation. There would have been no need for a second attempt like in Korea. William sat behind his desk and coldly reminded that they would have to wait until then to know, and ordered Joseph to drop his unpleasant attitude. Absolutely do not call him a brat. He verbally said he understood. Joseph's face remained full of grievance, and he reluctantly complied to satisfy his superior. Suddenly William shouted loudly, ordering the activation of the emergency alarm. The wailing siren tore through the night, throwing the entire military base into immediate chaos. 5 minutes earlier, at the lair where the giant Hydra dwelled, he appeared silently, watching the slumbering creature with a faint, satisfied smirk just as planned. To avoid exposing the plan, he used the doppelganger decoy item to create a sleeping replica in the resting room. He himself tore the transformation scroll, becoming a goblin with a fierce face and blazing yellow eyes, confident he had perfect alibis and resolved to take down the monster as quickly as possible. The violet electric sword was drawn from its sheath. He stomped hard on the ground and leapt up with full force. He lunged, swinging a thunderous slash through the Hydra's tough scales, startling it awake as it roared from the ambush during its sleep. In goblin form, he closed in and drove the sword deep into the thick scale armor. Violet energy surged as the dragon blood skill activated, making the colossal creature writhe. The Hydra let out a painful hiss under the fierce strike. Seeing the sword glow brightly as it absorbed blood, he smiled, growing faster than expected. Multiple notifications appeared confirming that the Dragon Blood Sword and Immortal Codex had ascended to unique legendary level, astonishing him that even the Immortal Codex leveled up. He observed the violet mana swirling around the regenerating claws. Its healing ability seemed formidable indeed. The remaining 2 heads frantically lunged to crush their opponent. He evaded skillfully, each massive strike creating violent shockwaves. The monster alternated attacks, spitting dangerous streams of energy while striking in succession. Yet he maneuvered deftly to locate weak points. Its massive body made the Hydra insufficiently agile. A sharp slash across its neck made it roar in pain. He remarked coldly, "Too slow." Agitated, the Hydra gathered mana and unleashed a colossal column of fire. A sea of flames engulfed the surroundings. He squinted with interest before the intense heat, now fully exerting itself. In goblin guise, he murmured in astonishment at the sight. The Hydra began spewing bluish purple fluids in agony. He wondered if this was truly a legendary monster, as it seemed weaker than expected. Despite the heavy cost items used previously to boost strength, the display still made him doubt. Seeing the sword continuously piercing and absorbing life and mana, he clenched his fiery hand, preparing the next strike. He immediately punched the air with force. A massive pillar of light descended straight upon the Hydra. It could only endure the strike, roaring amidst the spiraling spatial energy. Allowing no reaction, he became a whirlwind, striking the colossal body relentlessly. His speed left after images, leaving the Hydra to hiss helplessly. A massive green energy sweep hit the Hydra's neck directly, eliciting its final scream. The goblin's yellow eyes gleamed coldly as he delivered a powerful violet slash across the massive body. The Hydra's body disintegrated into mana dust, leaving a desolate scene in the night. The last monster finally fell. System notifications recorded a legendary achievement as he soloed the level 400 5-meter monster, despite the level gap exceeding 400. With the title of First Level Destroyer and Solo Hydra Hera, he was pleased as rewards were fully updated. Yet observing the vanishing body, he still wondered if something was amiss. He recalled the legendary monster that had once devastated hundreds of kilometers in a day, unlike this Hydra's quick defeat. Perhaps there was hidden meaning or a chance of reincarnation. He recalled the doppelganger replica at the hotel. Everything remained secure as he departed. He shrank the green energy orb into his palm, erasing all traces of his disappearance. Entering the command center, he was quietly pleased with the perfect outcome of the secret hunt, a fortune gained with 2 achievements and 4 legendary items. Outside, the military base was chaotic with soldiers' frantic steps and shouting. He feigned innocence, scratching his head with a strained smile to conceal the recent events. He entered the command room, where radar equipment operated at full capacity. Dave, seeing him, immediately spoke, "Already here," leaving he momentarily bewildered. Dave reported shocking news. Another legendary monster had appeared and completely destroyed the Hydra. He realized that the US monitored the area closely even from afar. Luckily, he had transformed beforehand and tested by asserting that if it defeated the Hydra, it must be legendary. However, Dave seemed doubtful, seriously noting that intelligence suggested it could be a higher-level entity. This stunned he, wondering if they mistook him for a mythical-grade monster. Dave emphasized the danger. The new monster defeated the Hydra too easily. Even knowing the Hydra was weak, he still faced Dave's utmost astonishment. Could he believe it? A legendary Hydra defeated in just 10 minutes. Even the hunter himself was surprised by his own efficiency. Dave worriedly stared into the void, warning that the issue was the entity vanished immediately afterward. No one knew where or when it would reappear, fearing attacks on humans in the future. If it reappeared, the US would become a hell. The haunting warning about the mysterious entity that defeated the Hydra echoed through the command center. He stood there, glancing casually, thinking his presence here did not intend to turn this place into a hell as feared. Dave held the communication device, explaining that residual skill tremors prevented cameras from capturing battle details. The footage only showed blurred green streaks attacking the Hydra, making the enemy's identity difficult to confirm. Experts only affirmed it was a humanoid monster. Dave continued reporting, estimating height between 122 and 152 cm. With seriousness, he looked straight at he and announced the emergency standby would remain, seeking his cooperation. He nodded decisively. "I will comply." The matter was resolved easily as everyone merely waited in the room. 1 month later at the military base, tension ran high. Prolonged standby without progress sparked fierce dissatisfaction among players. High-level players and rankers held too long caused signs of threatening monsters appearing in dungeons across the US, like snails, mermaids, and demons, seemingly ready to spill out. Facing the serious situation, the US government had to dismantle the traps and lift the emergency standby. Dave turned to he, suggesting that now in the US, how about taking a sightseeing trip? He held a cup of tea, frowning. Sightseeing? He pondered and declined, feeling there was no time, wanting to return to Korea quickly to continue hunting after the break. Dave quickly persuaded that the US also had many dungeons to hunt, even more than Korea. The man smiled confidently, enticing he to stay. As Korea feared, the US would find a way to retain him. Yet he appeared indifferent, considering it unnecessary. Seeing he was unshaken, Dave played the final card, promising to apply Korea's tax-free policy. His sharp gaze emphasizing the situation was not over, urgently requesting he to stay longer. Dave continued offering, confirming the US government would cover all expenses during his stay. Addressing his concern about Seul's approval, Dave assured that consent had been received. He emphasized that though the Hydra had vanished, the monster threat had not ended. He nodded, then said, "I will comply. But one thing to ask, can I bring a friend to the US as well?" Dave enthusiastically agreed. Of course, adding a friend would be a boon for the US. He assured that the friend's living expenses would also be fully covered by the US government. Bowed slightly in gratitude for the concern, Dave burst into hearty laughter, emphasizing that for someone who came here to protect America, such daegu was only natural. Even so, behind that friendly smile lay an entirely different calculation. In an important meeting, the President of the United States personally requested that he find every possible way to keep him here. At this time, Dave was still diligently carrying out his plan to win favor. On the contrary, Hyun-sung was extremely satisfied with his current situation. He thought to himself that since he planned to grind dungeons in America for a while anyway, this arrangement benefited both sides. His eyes gleamed with determination as he planned to call Lucia over so they could clear the remaining dungeons he had left unfinished. The plane quickly landed at the international airport. Hyun-sung arrived early at the waiting hall to welcome his partner. Lucia stood out with her loose golden hair. The moment she stepped past security, she waved brightly at her master. Soon after, the two of them enjoyed a lavish sweet buffet filled with all kinds of cakes and tempting fruits. Watching Lucia eat so happily, her chubby cheeks looked even more adorable. Hyun-sung laughed comfortably as well, enjoying the privileges in America, and clearly feeling a friendship that shared both fortune and hardship. During their time in America, Hyun-sung and Lucia strolled leisurely through the bustling streets of New York, from the Statue of Liberty to the massive bridges spanning the city. Yet beneath the appearance of ordinary tourists, they quietly continued their hunts to increase their strength. At the same time, within government agencies, reports of mysterious battles were constantly scrutinized under the calculating gazes of the leadership. Inside the dungeons. Fierce sweeps unfolded as monsters fell one after another before the overwhelming power of this duo. In stark contrast to that bustle, the headquarters of the Korean Player Association was steeped in tension. The red-haired man impatiently slammed the table and shouted, because Hyun-sung had been in America for over 3 months and still had not returned. Under pressure from his superiors, Shin-jun replied coldly that how could she possibly know. The red-haired man continued pressing, saying she was the closest to Hyun-sung, so if she did not know then no one would. Shin-jun sighed in frustration at such baseless speculation. Did being close mean knowing everything about each other? Seeing her like that, he helplessly asked whether she had tried calling him. Hearing her confirm that she had contacted him, he immediately pressed on, asking what he said, and when he would return to Korea. Shin-jun recounted that Hyun-sung wanted to take this chance to tour leisurely before returning, and also told everyone not to worry too much. That answer only made the red-haired man more irritated. He snapped that what was there in America worth touring for so long. Shin-jun simply replied calmly that she did not know either. Sensing something unusual, he narrowed his eyes suspiciously and asked why she seemed so irritable today. Though Shin-jun denied it, he kept watching her expression closely. After a brief pause, he suddenly blurted out a question that froze the air. Hey, could it be you really like Hyun-sung? The words had barely left his mouth when Shin-jun's face flushed red from both embarrassment and anger. She stood there stiff and flustered. Having her feelings struck directly, Shin-jun stammered as she asked what he was talking about. The red-haired man smugly concluded that her irritation was because she was jealous. Shin-jun hurriedly denied it, insisting that at her age there was no such childish jealousy. But he only laughed it off, saying human emotions were hard to control. He even teased further that she was clearly jealous, so there was no need to be shy. He analyzed that reason, and the heart often moved in opposite directions. The mind might say no, but the heart made its own decisions. Teased too far, Shin-jun blushed and shouted that she had already said it was not like that. The red-haired man nodded as if understanding, then offered to handle this matter for her, though she still protested outwardly. A trace of curiosity rose in Shin-jun's heart. After hesitating for a moment, she softly asked how he intended to solve it. The red-haired man smiled confidently and said the method was actually very simple. Seeing her still confused, he decisively told her to go there as well. At her astonished expression, he continued explaining. She should fly to America and meet Hyun-sung in person. Shin-jun asked in disbelief whether she was truly allowed to go to America to see him. When she received a confirming nod, she still asked nervously what she should do after meeting him. The red-haired man instructed her to absolutely not reveal that she was jealous. Shin-jun immediately responded that this was obvious, yet she still wondered what benefit there was in following Hyun-sung around in America. He explained that the main goal was to persuade him to return to Korea. At the same time, he handed her a powerful black card, telling her to relax and enjoy time with Hyun-sung without worrying about expenses. He assured her that the association could afford it, so she should not blame Hyun-sung without reason. Seeing Shin-jun still stunned, the red-haired man advised her to vent the sense of grievance from not being welcomed by the American side as she had expected. He believed she felt wronged for being loyal to her country, so he promised to sponsor an unlimited vacation to ease her anger. Faced with Shin-jun's silence, he tried even harder to curry favor, promising there would be no more discrimination, and even that he would humble himself before VIPs to secure dungeon ownership rights for her. He pledged that any gu Hyun-sung received in the future she would enjoy equally. He only hoped she would not be jealous and would get along with him. Feeling insulted by that misunderstanding, Shin-jun gritted her teeth and threw a powerful punch that sent the red-haired man crashing to the floor. She left coldly, blaming herself for being foolish enough to trust him only to be teased from beginning to end. Meanwhile, the red-haired man lay on the floor in pain, yet still thought he had been hit, because he had not treated her well sooner. She could not believe she had once thought that man was trustworthy. Dragging her suitcase at the airport, Shin-jun muttered in regret. She even wanted to go back and give him another punch for those ridiculous words. She wondered how someone like that could possibly have gotten married. That evening in America, while strolling with Lucia, Hyun-sung suddenly stopped to look at his phone, making Lucia curiously ask what happened. He informed her that Shin-jun said she was on her way here. Lucia remarked that the association was acting quite decisively. Perhaps they were worried about his recent moves. Hyun-sung smiled in agreement and decided that when Shin-jun arrived, the two of them would return to Korea together. Lucia reminded him that it would cost quite a few long-range teleport scrolls, but Hyun-sung calmly said he could handle it. He said that in fact he had been using them to travel back and forth between the two countries frequently. Checking the schedule, he learned that Shin-jun would land at 10 a.m. local time tomorrow and planned to have breakfast before heading to the airport to pick her up. Hearing that, Lucia asked to return to her room to prepare for the meeting. Hyun-sung nodded and said, "All right, see you later." The next morning at the international airport, the rapid sound of high heels signaled Shinjun's arrival. The moment she saw the familiar figure, she happily called out Hyun-sung's name. Hyun-sung and Lucia stepped forward to greet her. He smiled and said she must have had a hard journey. Then he asked what had brought her here. Shinjun smiled and replied that she came because of him, then asked when he planned to return to Korea. Hyun-sung scratched his head and said life in America was too comfortable, so he was not sure when he would go back. Hearing that, Shinjun told him staying longer was fine and declared that she would remain in America until he returned to Korea. Lucia stood beside them, unable to hide her astonishment. Hyun-sung awkwardly asked why it had turned out this way. Shinjun looked at him with icy eyes and asked if there was any reason she could not stay with him. Hyun-sung hurriedly waved his hands in denial, which pleased Shinjun, as she said that in that case there was no problem. What a straightforward girl she was. Shinjun enthusiastically suggested that the two of them travel around the United States together since she was also on vacation. She curiously asked whether he had decided on a place to stay yet. The question made Hyun-sung break into a light sweat. Shinjun said she had booked a room at the same hotel where he was staying. Hearing that, Hyun-sung had no choice but to nod and invite her along. He intended to carry the luggage for her, but Lucia immediately stepped in, insisting that she would handle it. The gazes of the two girls met, thick with tension. Shinjun softly called out to Lucia and smiled in thanks when she saw that Lucia was determined to help. Lucia replied coldly that it was nothing, yet an unspoken rivalry seemed to flare between them. Standing between the two women, Hyun-sung clearly felt the heavy silence pressing down around him. He wiped the sweat from his brow, forcing an awkward smile to break the stifling mood, then quickly urged everyone to move ahead, admitting that even fighting monsters had never made him as flustered as this. Lucia took the initiative to excuse herself and returned to her room to rest first. Hyun-sung also turned to tell Shinjun to get some rest, while he would go back to his room to relax and return later. Hearing that, Jun-alo showed clear surprise and hesitantly asked whether the two of them were staying in separate rooms. Hyun-sung calmly explained that since the US government was covering all expenses, there was no need to share a room and make it cramped. He added that even without the support, the room fee was not something worth worrying about. Shinjun lowered her head slightly, as if a burden had just been lifted when she learned they were not sharing a room. She quickly regained her composure, saying she would contact him after resting and asking him to take her sightseeing. Hyun-sung gladly agreed, setting noon as their meeting time to begin a culinary exploration. Shinjun smiled brightly in anticipation, no longer wearing the displeased expression she had back in Korea, yet her appearance in America had already drawn the attention of mysterious forces. Inside a secluded office, a powerful man tapped his fingers on the desk and murmured the name Shinjun. The subordinate beside him confirmed that she had arrived in the US and met Hyun-sung right at the airport. He further reported that Shinjun choosing a room next to Hyun-sung indicated they might be accompanying each other for quite some time. The subordinate proposed whether they should find a way to draw Shinjun over to their side. However, the authoritative bald man immediately rejected the idea, judging that Shinjun possessed fierce patriotism, and all previous attempts to recruit her had failed. He believed that even if they tried again, someone as steadfast as her would be difficult to sway. The subordinate then asked what the next plan was. The man calmly replied that for now they would let Hyun-sung return to Korea. They had no reason to keep him since there were no longer any legendary monsters to deal with. The subordinate anxiously asked whether that was appropriate and suggested pressuring the Korean government to prolong his stay, but the official immediately dismissed it, saying it was unnecessary. He explained that Hyun-sung was not as resolute as Shinjun. From his observation, Hyun-sung had developed quite a bit of goodwill toward the United States. He believed that with continued invitations and careful preferential treatment, persuading him to settle permanently in the US was not too far-fetched. There was no need to use coercive measures that would leave a bad impression. After the subordinate expressed compliance, he ordered the best treatment to be prepared for both Hyun-sung and Shinjuna. Although he knew recruitment would not be easy, he believed players of their caliber were entirely worth the investment, as the United States had always attracted talent from around the world. That very moment, the office door suddenly burst open. A red-haired subordinate rushed in breathlessly to report a major emergency. With a face pale from terror, he shouted that at the spatial gate where Hydra had once appeared, another legendary entity had just emerged. The official froze in shock and exclaimed, "What?" From the darkness within the gate, a pair of blazing red eyes flashed menacingly. A colossal creature covered in crimson scales, its sharp claws struck the ground and made the earth tremble violently. The red dragon raised its head high and let out a piercing roar as if heralding the beginning of a new calamity. Immediately, the US military launched a barrage of missiles from the ground toward the target. The monster showed no sign of wavering as it opened its jaws wide. Its sharp fangs were fully revealed as it unleashed a violent pillar of flame that swept away everything before it. A series of deafening explosions erupted as the missiles collided with the dragon breath. Despite the relentless firepower surrounding it, its sturdy crimson scales appeared completely unharmed. That power was nearly unstoppable. It hissed and gathered a massive fireball within its mouth, its eyes blazing with killing intent. The monster's ferocious face was fully revealed as it looked down at the ground as though humans were nothing more than tiny creatures. Disaster descended upon the peaceful residential area. Desperate screams rang out everywhere as people scrambled to escape. A man cried out in panic, telling everyone to run. Behind them, the red dragon swept past, leaving a sea of towering flames, engulfing every structure in an instant. At the command center, the sound of keyboards clattered continuously amid extreme tension. An officer urgently asked about the red dragon's direction. A subordinate reported that it was heading towards Sitter and burning every city along the way. The commander asked sternly whether the military's counterattack was effective. The answer was that it was causing almost no significant damage. He gritted his teeth in anger and ordered a check on the progress of assembling the players. The forces were being urgently mobilized. Fortunately, before the red dragon reached Sitter, the entire legion was already in position. Its flight speed was not too fast. That was the rare glimmer of hope in the dire situation. If it had been both faster and more agile, perhaps the entire United States would already have sunk into a sea of flames. When asked about Han Sung, the subordinate reported that he was on a fighter jet heading straight to the scene. As for Sinjin A, she had also volunteered to join the battle and was on her way. At the command center, the official could not hide his worry, silently praying for the operation to succeed. Helicopters roared through the blazing sky. Soldiers on the ground hurriedly prepared. Hyun Sung and Shin Jun had arrived, their eyes fixed on the colossal silhouette of the red dragon in the distance. He wondered whether this was the one who had slain Hydra and worried that if it reached the mythical rank, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the latest report confirmed that the red dragon was only at the legendary rank. In a brief meeting, the commander concluded that engaging it in the air was nearly hopeless. The plan was to concentrate firepower on its wings to force it down to the ground. In response to the question about a contingency plan, he asserted that if they failed, they would have to find every way to drag it down and rely on taunt skills to take effect, because only by fighting on the ground would they have a chance to win. Defensive warriors in heavy armor tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to face the danger. Hyun Sung stood in the middle of the formation, silently observing the battlefield. Although the bombardment had begun, those hardened scales still showed no sign of suffering significant damage. The order for a full assault rang out. All mages and archers immediately took their positions ready to unleash their attacks. Looking at the enemy's strength, Hyun Sung realized this dragon far surpassed Emoji or the orc chieftain from before. A rain of energy poured down, creating violent explosions. Earth-shaking tremors surged across the red dragon's body. Commander shouted loudly, signaling to unleash the decisive blow upon spotting an opening. But the red dragon suddenly roared in fury, its blazing eyes sweeping straight toward the tiny humans, as if it had found its target. Before that overwhelming might, the warriors could only scream in despair, hurriedly shouting to activate defensive skills. Yet all of it was a step too late. Colossal pillar of fire swept across the battlefield, engulfing the entire defensive line in a blazing inferno that soared into the sky. The red dragon descended to the ground, yet the situation remained dire as it stood firm within the encirclement of the players. A warrior gritted his teeth and cursed, horrified to realize that despite unleashing their full power, the monster's wings remained completely unscathed. The dragon let out a threatening roar and suddenly spewed a violent stream of fire, sweeping away everything in its path. At the command center, the bald official turned pale with anxiety, repeatedly asking about the casualty numbers after the recent attack. A subordinate trembled as he checked the tablet and stammered that all players were still safe, leaving even him stunned. The official widened his eyes in disbelief, blurting out in shock when he heard that not a single person was injured. The subordinate hurriedly reported that the monster was lowering its altitude, preparing to begin the next sweep. At once, the order for a full assault was issued decisively, the entire force charging forward through the sea of flames. The top players moved out simultaneously, Joseph swinging his sword with surging power. At the same time, he and Shin Jun also unleashed their full strength. They released their strongest skills, all aimed directly at the target. The monster spread its massive wings. A terrifying pressure radiated outward, forcing the players below to look up in breathless tension. At the command center, a subordinate once again reported in astonishment that everyone was still safe, unable to understand how they had dodged so skillfully. Red Dragon bared its fangs and growled, its dreadful aura making the atmosphere seem to freeze. Under that intimidation, the bald official still resolutely ordered a full offensive. Instantly, the arena was engulfed in red flames and thunderous roars. The hunters charged forward frantically, shouting that they would bring it down. Blades continuously struck the blazing red scales, yet only harmless sparks flew, leaving not a single mark. A muscular warrior clenched his teeth helplessly. That crimson aura was far too sturdy to penetrate. In the midst of the stalemate, Shinjun suddenly appeared, dashing forward at wind-tearing speed. She gathered momentum and thrust her spear, creating a violent explosion of energy upon the dragon's body. Not only Shinjun, he also joined the fray with a sword wreathed in purple lightning, his aura soaring. He descended like a bolt of lightning, delivering a heaven-shaking thunderous strike. The blow plunged the entire area into a blinding purple radiance. Yet seeing the monster remain calm, he could not help but be astonished as he realized the attack seemed ineffective. The battle lasted for 9 long hours, leaving the battlefield in ruins as dawn slowly broke. Heavily armored warriors collapsed one after another, no longer able to resist the overwhelming power. Witnessing the scene, the official ground his teeth helplessly, unable to stop himself from cursing in despair. Upon receiving news that the residents of Cedar and nearby areas had been fully evacuated, he immediately ordered a retreat, as continuing the fight would only mean pointless sacrifice. Staying to confront it in a state of exhaustion would only lead to a meaningless end. Soon after, an emergency tactical meeting was convened. An image of the dragon sleeping was projected onto a large screen for analysis. An expert wearing glasses concluded that this was a monster heavily inclined toward extreme defense. That assessment caused an uproar throughout the hall. At the official's request for further clarification, the expert stated that its immense magical power was entirely concentrated on its defensive layer. As for offense, although Dragon Breath was its only ranged attack, its power was not exceptionally overwhelming. He analyzed that it was dangerous to ordinary people, but to high-level players, its strength was merely comparable to a rare-grade monster. However, he warned that its physical strength and the impact force of its massive body were the true threats, while Red Dragon's speed was only at hero level. This posed danger to those who relied on physical strength, but agile close-range assassins could still evade, and focusing the formation around them would minimize casualties. Faced with that hypothesis, he worried that overall offensive firepower would decline significantly. He proposed a bold plan to have close-range assassins carry mages and archers during combat. The assassins would handle movement and evasion, while the ranged forces concentrated damage, and when their mana ran dry, the assassins would finish the battle. The official nodded in agreement with this plan. However, another player still doubted whether such a tactic could pierce Red Dragon's defense. If it failed, the losses would be enormous. On the screen, the violent explosions on the dragon's body were replayed once more. Shinjun admitted that although she had faced many high-defense monsters, Red Dragon was an unprecedented case. He also agreed with that assessment. An elderly expert pointed out that the key lay in the red aura surrounding it. Without removing it, no damage could be dealt, and that was currently nearly impossible. Night fell, they returned to the hotel. Shinjun advised him to return to Korea soon, as neither of them could achieve a breakthrough against such overwhelming power. He smiled and said he would try one more time, and if it still proved ineffective, he would return with her. Hearing that, Shinjun let out a sigh of relief and promised to report to the Player Association in Korea. Last, she had somewhat completed her mission of persuading him. After parting ways, he returned to his room with many heavy thoughts. He understood that a legendary monster like this was a rare opportunity. If he missed it, who knew when he would encounter one again? So he lay on the bed reviewing the system for a feasible solution. Suddenly, his gaze halted when he saw a strange item appear. It was a rare item called Specialized Snack for Drake, priced at nearly 10 million points, crafted from monster corpses and magic stones favored by dragons. He muttered in surprise, "If I cannot beat it, am I supposed to buy food for it?" Sitting thoughtfully before the screen, he found it unexpected that the system even sold food for monsters, not just eggs. Reading the description, he noticed a detail that monsters could sometimes choke when swallowing this item whole. An idea flashed through his mind. If calculated precisely, this point could be exploited. His eyes grew resolute as he decided to purchase it. After confirming, the system displayed a notification that he had acquired a rare grade drake snack. A massive slab of meat marbled with thick layers of fat appeared in the room, making his eyes widen at its enormous size. Donning his battle armor, he wondered whether this chunk of meat was too small compared to Red Dragon, though it seemed gigantic to him. To a dragon it might be only a mouthful. He still decided to take it and try. In the distant hills, the US military began bombarding with missiles. The thunderous explosions shook the entire space. Observing from afar, he could not help but admire the strength of the US military. Immediately after, he extended his hand forward. A pitch-black spatial vortex opened to retrieve the massive slab of meat from his inventory. The heavy chunk of meat fell onto the smoke-shrouded battlefield. He stood at a distance watching cautiously, preparing for the next step. Catching the enticing aroma spreading through the air, Red Dragon immediately halted. Its blazing eyes scanned around for the source of the scent. Then it advanced excitedly with steps that shook the ground. Seeing the monster gradually fall into the trap, he watched every movement intently and silently hoped it would swallow it whole and choke as planned. Though the smoke from the bombardments still hung heavy in the air, the red dragon inhaled softly and caught the enticing scent of the prey ahead. It advanced slowly, each heavy step striking the ground and making it tremble violently. Watching from afar, he curled his lips in satisfaction. Good, let us test it. He raised his hand in a signal. Instantly, a massive chunk of meat glowing brilliantly appeared in midair. Hyun-sung did not hesitate, plunging his sword deep into the chunk of meat. A stream of purple magic spread along the blade, gradually seeping into every fiber of flesh. Sensing the change taking place, he revealed a meaningful smile. A series of system notifications rang out in succession. The chunk of meat convulsed violently, shaking as if gathering an immense source of energy. He watched nervously and thought to himself that it only needed to get lodged in the right place. If it were swallowed whole, who knew what would happen? The chunk of meat rolled across the ground, directly toward the red dragon lying in wait. Sensing something approaching, the monster let out a low growl and opened its blazing eyes in vigilance. The red dragon tracked the prey slithering closer. The scent was too irresistible. It could not resist and immediately opened its mouth. Its enormous jaws spread wide to snatch the gift that seemed to have fallen from the sky. The red dragon spread its wings, releasing a terrifying pressure that made the surrounding space seem to waver. Hyun-sung held his breath and wondered whether the plan had succeeded. Suddenly, the colossal dragon crashed down. A low and threatening roar rumbled from its throat. Observing the situation, he thought softly, "Good, it is time to join the fray." The roar of helicopters echoed across the sky as reinforcements began descending onto the battlefield. At the scene, the tankers raised large shields to form a solid defensive formation. The bald official shouted loudly, "Prepare for combat." Immediately, a barrage of missiles shot forward, creating violent explosions across the red dragon's body. Bombarded repeatedly, the monster was blasted upward and then slammed heavily onto the ground. Behind them, the mages activated magic circles in unison and chanted the command to attack. Amid the chaos, the towering red dragon stood against the tiny players. He focused on waiting for the signal, when suddenly a notification appeared, and he let out a soft exclamation. Good news arrived as the unique legendary Dragon Blood Sword had officially leveled up. Looking at the sword embedded deep in the vital point, he felt satisfied that it had pierced very deeply. Fortunately, the plan had not failed. The sword lodged in the chunk of meat must have pierced into the dragon's throat by now. He continued to observe closely as the dragon frantically resisted the relentless attacks. The bald official urged, "Increase the firepower, it is working." Mages gradually grew exhausted, panting as their magic was drained after maintaining the assault for so long. Sensing the danger, he immediately ordered the mages to withdraw, leaving only close-range fighters to approach. A series of powerful blows instantly rained down upon the red dragon's head. 10 days passed, the battle remained tense, and the main tankers clearly showed signs of exhaustion. Despite rotating to maintain firepower, bringing down this monster was still extremely arduous. Surveying the field, he quietly judged that the moment of conclusion was likely near. Just then, a system notification sounded, causing him to pause in surprise. The status window confirmed that the linked item Dragon Blood Sword had successfully leveled up. However, he still felt regret that it had not reached mythical rank, which was understandable since it had only absorbed the blood of 2 legendary dragon species. Suddenly, an upheaval occurred on the battlefield as cracks appeared in the dragon's sturdy defenses. Cheers erupted in excitement as successive explosions slammed into the red dragon's body, making it writhe. The dragon threw back its head and roared amid the torrential barrage. In the blazing sky, a circle of energy suddenly opened. Joseph shot down like lightning, his eyes burning with fervor as he spotted the opponent's fatal weakness. He unleashed a blazing strike onto the dragon's crown, creating a colossal pillar of light that engulfed the target in violent energy. The dragon roared as it suffered the heavy blow. Joseph poured all his focus and strength into the decisive finishing strike. Seizing the opportunity, the commander shouted loudly, ordering the entire force to launch a full assault. A barrage of magical skills rained down simultaneously, forming a chain of explosions that enveloped the monster. Under that horrifying pressure, the massive body of the red dragon gradually disintegrated amid thunderous explosions. Cheers resounded everywhere. At last they had brought it down. Hunters and soldiers embraced one another, bursting out after the prolonged life and death battle. Yet amid that joy, a strange purple smoke suddenly rose from the dragon's corpse. Hyun-sung stood at a distance watching with cold eyes, softly whispering summon. Looking at those who were cheering, he inwardly mocked, knowing full well the trap he had set. He had warned them not to be greedy. A skill book glowing with a mysterious purple light fell to the ground. The bald official slowly approached, his eyes fixed on the item that had just appeared. The surrounding players whispered among themselves, wondering how many legendary items had dropped. Surely at least a few. Even Joseph was filled with anticipation, only hoping to obtain a red aura skill. The official bent down to pick up the book, but as soon as he read the information inside, he ground his teeth and cursed, causing his subordinates to panic and ask what was wrong. His face darkened, shock clearly written across it. William roared in anger and hurled the book forcefully toward Joseph. Joseph caught it swiftly and asked in surprise what was wrong with William. However, when he looked at the cover of the book, Joseph's expression changed instantly. "Are you joking with me?" A blonde bearded man in a red cloak stepped forward, bewildered by everyone's loss of composure, and asked what was happening. Crowd gathered around to examine the only spoils from the red dragon. The blonde man picked up the book and froze in shock. Disappointed murmurs spread. It was only a steelskin skill book. Someone angrily shouted that it was merely a rare grade book worth about $3,000. They hurriedly asked if there were any other items, but only received a bitter shake of the head. There was only a single item. The entire hall erupted in complaints over the disappointing result of the legendary Red Cup battle. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung quietly looked at the sword and inwardly felt pleased, as it had drained all the essence and blood of the red dragon. The culprit behind the vanished rare treasures was the Dragon Blood Sword. The system confirmed that the Dragon Blood Sword had reached unique legendary rank with outstanding stats, especially greatly increasing attack and recovery when absorbing dragon blood. At the same time, two new skills, Legendary Dragon Blood Claw and Legendary Dragon Blood Armor, were also unlocked. Hyun-sung smiled coldly in satisfaction. Another new skill, Red Dragon, thank you. After the shocking feat, a grand commendation ceremony was held to honor the achievement. Hyun-sung and Shinjun wore neat suits, standing solemnly as they received medals of honor for their great contributions to the United States. Around them, applause rang out without end in warm admiration. After completing the ceremony, Hyun-sung immediately headed with Lucia to the international airport in Korea to return home. Before leaving, he smiled and waved goodbye to Shinjun-ae, then walked away side by side with Lucia. By the time they returned to the luxurious villa, night had already fallen. After the tense days in America, the feeling of stepping onto his homeland and returning to his familiar home truly eased his mind. Hyun-sung had a warm dinner with his family and Lucia in an intimate atmosphere. The house was filled with laughter, all the pressure of battle temporarily set aside. Meanwhile, at the Player Association headquarters, an official with a stern expression harshly questioned why Hyun-sung was not participating in monster hunts. President Kang Song calmly replied that he did not know. Perhaps after the exhausting time in America, he was resting to recover. When asked about Shinjun-ae, he said she was almost constantly in the dungeon training. The absence of both made the official displeased, secretly criticizing their arrogance for causing pressure before even taking office. Kang Song maintained that whether to hunt or not was each player's personal choice. He asserted that even as association president, he had no authority to force them to follow orders. Unwilling to concede, the official used his status as a ministerial candidate to apply pressure, acting as if he were already Kang Song's direct superior and displaying an overbearing attitude. Lee Yang abruptly stood up and shouted that when a superior points out mistakes, one must admit fault and correct them. Why offer such lengthy excuses? Seeing the other side silent, he pressed further, asking mockingly what kind of attitude he was showing, and whether his words made him uncomfortable. The argument dragged on. Kang Song looked at the man before him with contempt, wondering why the government had chosen someone like that. He replied coldly that the association and the players were not in a master-servant relationship. Even with contracts, they could not be ordered to hunt. That answer infuriated Li Yang, who demanded to know why they were given annual salaries and support funds. Kang Song calmly explained that affiliated players were the vanguard during crisis and were always on standby. But Li Yang dismissed it, saying a simple summons order would suffice. He slammed the table and shouted that the association was running a deficit, calling it a waste of taxpayers' money. Kang Song's eyes turned icy at that accusation. He answered sternly that calling it a waste of taxes was excessive. The rebuttal stunned Li Yang, who then glared threateningly and demanded what he had just said. Caught off guard, he lost his composure and his tone grew harsher. Kang Song firmly declared that the association had never misused public funds. He even challenged that if there were concerns, an inspection could be conducted after the appointment. Li Jiang closed his eyes and temporarily relented. Fine, then let us set that aside. He immediately changed his tone, criticizing the players for receiving high salaries while neglecting duties and demanding immediate correction. Under that pressure, Kang Song suppressed his anger and replied that he would try to handle it. Lee Jong continued by demanding that at the upcoming inauguration ceremony, Hyun Sung and all players who had participated in the legendary Red be present. Kang Song reluctantly agreed once more. Lee Jong smugly turned and left, his shoes striking the floor arrogantly. As he walked, he muttered contemptuously that someone like that serving as association president was absurd. It should be enough to simply say I will obey. Behind him, Kang Song stood silently, his face dark with anger. The meeting room door closed, ending the tense confrontation. A few days later, another incident occurred at the association headquarters. Kang Song hurriedly called to question why this quarter's budget had been cut. The person on the other end replied that the national budget was short. He angrily retorted that it was unreasonable. The funds had been approved the previous year. Nevertheless, the other side insisted it was only a temporary delay due to lack of cash flow, not a permanent cut. Unable to contain himself, Kang Song shouted into the phone that such a reason was unacceptable. Were they targeting the association? Seeing a missed call from Minister Lee Young, he ground his teeth in anger. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Female secretary hurried in, saying there was something important he needed to see immediately. She handed him a viral video clip with a shocking title about the corruption of the player association. In a dark dungeon, the corpses of Edmund lay scattered everywhere. Waves of Edmund with blazing blue eyes kept surging forward to surround them. Hyun Sung calmly walked through the battlefield, telling Lucia that once they finished a bit more they would head to Canada. She nodded in agreement. Edmund roared and charged straight into attack. Lucia quickly raised her large shield to block. These mine monsters were not enough to trouble them. Hyun Sung also rushed forward, leaping high into the air and unleashing powerful strikes that shook the ground. The system displayed a notification that he had achieved a legendary accomplishment by single-handedly defeating 1,000 high-level Edmund, earning the formidable title of Edmund Slayer. He told Lucia that he was done. She replied gently that she was as well. Leaving the dungeon and returning to the city, Hyun Sung stopped short when he looked at his phone. Seeing this, Lucia asked worriedly what was wrong. He said the execution team was asking whether they could terminate their contract with the player association. Lucia wondered if it was because they had been neglected, and he admitted the association had ignored them for some time, even though everyone had improved rapidly. However, Hyun Sung believed there must be a deeper reason, so he decided to return to Korea to investigate. As soon as he returned to the country, he stopped by an electronics store and heard news that surprised him. The manager said support funds had been cut for 4 months. Checking his account, Hyun Sung realized it was more serious when he saw that his salary from the association had also not been transferred for 2 months. He immediately called Jinjun to clarify. Shinjun answered with a tired voice, and upon hearing his name she sounded relieved. He went straight to the point about the unpaid salary. She sighed and said there were some complicated issues. He asked what exactly had happened. She replied that it was not convenient to explain over the phone and suggested meeting in person to discuss what had occurred. Agreed at once, then let us arrange a meeting. Not long after, they sat across from each other in a cafe. Hyun Sung smiled and greeted her, saying it had been a long time. Shinjun nodded lightly in response. He asked frankly why everything had become so chaotic. The execution team said they had been owed 4 months of salary, and all support payments had been suspended. Shinjun sighed and asked if he knew the government had just changed. Hyun Sung replied that he did, as he had also participated in the vote. She revealed that the new government seemed to want to reduce the scale of the association, making him ask in surprise what she meant. Shinjun explained that funding had been drastically cut, making it difficult for the association to maintain its current size. At first she thought Minister Lee Jong was imposing it, but the situation was not that simple. The government was applying comprehensive pressure on the association by tightening the budget. They were also conducting constant inspections and allowing the media to publish attacking articles every day. It was unclear whether their ultimate goal was to dissolve the association. After hearing this, Hyun Sung could not suppress his anger. Could the government really act like that? Shinjun looked straight at him and stated clearly that this attack was entirely deliberate. When he asked what the real objective was, she revealed that they wanted to weaken the association and drive elite personnel to leave the organization. Hyun Sung froze in shock and said such a thing was simply too insane. Shinjun believed it was highly likely that the current government had made shady agreements with major corporations. When he asked who would benefit if the association weakened, he immediately guessed it would certainly be the major guilds. Shinjun nodded, and he remarked bitterly that this was no different from turning a public organization into private property, and once privatized there might well be a government hand behind it. She shared the same suspicion, yet he still wondered how the people could allow everything to unfold like this. Mentioning the opposition faction, Shinjun said public opinion was deeply divided. A portion recognized the scheme and strongly opposed it, but the wave demanding reform of the association was rising just as fiercely. Yoon Sung let out a weary sigh as she explained that the media had painted the association as a villain, causing the reform faction to gain increasing dominance. As for the opposition, she revealed that after their initial fierce reactions, they gradually fell silent, perhaps because they had received some hidden benefits. She added that after the losses at Oak Ridge, public sentiment was already unfavorable. Many people even resented players for seeing them as a privileged class. Walking along the street, Hyun Sung suddenly stopped as a bold thought flashed through his mind. Wait. He wondered whether he truly had to save the player association. A calculating smile appeared on his lips as he muttered that perhaps he could simply ignore it and let it become fully privatized. Aban Seo confirmed the appointment over the phone, affirming that full support could be provided. He smiled and replied, "All right, once it is done I will contact you again." The conversation ended late at night. In his private office, he propped his feet on the desk and sank into contemplation. He weighed the enormous capital from China against the financial strength of domestic corporations, considering which choice held greater value. He concluded that even if local corporations poured in all their resources, they would still struggle to compete. Just then his phone vibrated repeatedly. Shin Jun called with a panicked voice, reminding him that he once said he understood the association, so why did he now want to cancel the contract? She could not hide her disappointment. Yoon Sung replied calmly that understanding was one thing, but he could not wait indefinitely. When she still hesitated, he added that the Gate Management Bureau was placing heavy pressure on him. Not only that, he knew she was also being targeted. Shin Jun admitted that aside from the attacks, she had received many attractive offers to leave the organization. Yoon Sung guessed she had refused them all, and she clenched her fist and affirmed firmly that they had pushed the association to the brink. How could she bow her head? He slowly walked toward the window. In a low voice, he asked whether she longed for revenge, and Shin Jun did not hesitate to admit she truly wanted retribution. He gave a meaningful smile and revealed that he held a way to make them pay a heavy price. The news left Shin Jun stunned as she asked again, and he coldly said, "First I have a proposal." Hearing about the proposal, she curiously told him to go on. He went straight to the point. "If I establish a new guild, would you be willing to join?" He had decided to carry out that bold idea. The sudden invitation left Shin Jun able only to exclaim in astonishment. Still unable to believe it, she asked again for clarity. Was he truly planning to form a guild? And he confirmed firmly that he already had a plan. Her gaze grew deeper as she affirmed she had no intention of leaving the association, and he asked whether patriotism was what held her back. She said it was not only for that reason. She was grateful for the invitation, but could not abandon her teammates to go alone. With responsibility on her shoulders, she was determined not to stand by and watch the association collapse. Hyun Sung smiled meaningfully. "Then everyone can come over to my side. We would only change the leader." Seeing her confusion, he laughed and explained that she should bring all her teammates, including President Kang Song. If he agreed, that would be even better. Shin Jun realized his great ambition, but asserted that she did not want to abandon any player. He immediately made an even bolder proposal. "Then bring all the association players here," and she replied that such a thing was far from simple. She asked whether he knew how many people were currently in the association. Even excluding those performing mandatory duties, the number still exceeded 5,000 people. Meanwhile, major guilds run by Ozung or Lat had only about 450 members each. The association had more than 10 times the membership of a single guild. She judged that having everyone pool funds to form a cooperative-style guild was hardly feasible. Faced with that doubt, he smiled confidently and said he had no intention of building it as a cooperative model. The answer left her stunned as she asked what he meant. Hyun Sung declared that he would grant all players Tayu equal to or far surpassing their current ones, then firmly proposed that everyone move to his side. Sometime later at a coffee shop, Kang Song and Shin Jun were present at the same time. The moment he saw Hyun Sung, he greeted him warmly, saying it had been a long time since they met. Hyun Sung smiled in return, confirming that it had indeed been a long time, and respectfully greeted Chairman Kang Song. As soon as he sat down, Kang Song went straight to the point with a stern expression. He asked directly whether there was any way to put the government and major corporations at a disadvantage, whether it could be done like the method he once used to bring down former Minister Lee Hyang-woo. After everything he had been suppressed through, he still held on to the intention of reclaiming justice one day. Hyun Sung curled his lips faintly. It seemed he still could not let go of the player association. Kang Song lowered his voice, saying that as long as public opinion could be swayed, he believed the association could still maintain its current scale. He looked at Hyun Sung and advised that he did not necessarily have to shoulder the troublesome task of establishing a new guild on his own. Shin Jun was astonished when Kang Song continued to emphasize that even for the future of the nation, it should not be done. Faced with the earnest plea, Kang Song bowed his head and begged Hyun Sung to help him once. Hyun Sung quickly stopped him, asking the chairman to calmly listen to him first. Kang Song took a deep breath and told him to speak. Hyun Sung explained that what he had gathered so far was essentially no different from the information the chairman already possessed. Kang Song was startled and asked what he meant. Hyun Sung scratched his head, admitting he still had no concrete evidence of secret dealings between the government and the corporations. He believed that whether there was evidence or not did not change the nature of the matter. That made the chairman anxious. Without evidence, he wondered what the counterattack plan would rely on. At that moment, Shin Jun spoke up, affirming that the downsizing of the association was meant to support the corporations and serve a scheme to siphon talent. She emphasized that the targets were Hyun Sung and herself. Hyun Sung's gaze turned cold. He proposed a scenario of what would happen if that entire plan collapsed. In the face of Kang Song's astonishment, he revealed his intention to transform the player association from a government body into a privately operated guild run by individuals. He believed that simply changing its operational nature like that would be enough to put the government and the corporations at a disadvantage. However, Kang Song remained doubtful and firmly opposed it, saying that even if it were feasible, he would not agree. He clenched his hand and asserted that a private guild would prioritize profit above all else, and would hardly sacrifice immediate benefits for the country's future. Hyun Sung refuted him, saying that government agencies were also riddled with corruption, from the Spacegate Management Ministry down to the lower levels. He looked straight at him and said bluntly that the player association was not much cleaner either. Kang Song admitted there were negative aspects, but he believed the positive values were greater, and that wrongdoing could gradually be eliminated with determination. Hyun Sung was skeptical, believing that with corruption so deeply rooted as it was now, self-reform was nearly impossible. The debate dragged on, each had their own reasoning, but they could not find common ground. Hyun Sung suddenly proposed that if the chairman joined the guild he established, he would grant him the position of guild master. He also promised to give the vice guild master position to Shin Jun. According to him, the trust that players placed in the two of them was the solid foundation for building a new organization. He affirmed that if problems arose in the future, he was willing to step back and let them take full control. Hyun Sung smiled and pledged to hand over operational authority to them entirely. From the emergency response team to supporting low-level players and nurturing talent, he would not interfere. Shin Jun was stunned by such an overly generous offer. Kang Song was still half doubtful, asking whether he was truly serious. Both of them found it hard to believe this proposal. Even after receiving a firm answer, Kang Song remained concerned about finances, asking whether he knew how severely the association's budget had been cut. Hyun Sung calmly admitted the initial capital would be very large, but he believed they would not fall into losses. He revealed that during his time in America, many major investors had expressed interest in funding him. With confidence, he asserted that simply by announcing the establishment of the guild, he could immediately raise 30,000 billion won. That figure left Kang Seong frozen in shock. He repeated 30,000 billion with tension, admitting it was an enormous sum. Hyun Sung asked calmly whether he thought that was enough or still insufficient. The chairman pondered and said that although it was not small, given the scale of operations it might not be overly abundant. He clearly understood the necessary expenses after many years of management. Kang Song calculated that just over 500 high-level players, if each required about 30 billion won as a signing fee, would already consume 15,000 billion, not to mention their salaries and bonuses, and thousands of mid and low-level players. He concluded that 30,000 billion won would indeed be quite tight to maintain a large guild. Hearing that, Hyun Sung realized he had not explained clearly. He smiled and corrected that the 30,000 billion he mentioned was not in won. The statement made Kang Song freeze. Hyun Sung looked straight at him and affirmed it was stone dollar. Converted into Korean currency, it would be an astronomical number, especially as the world order had changed drastically since space gates and monsters appeared. The United States federal government had issued stone dollar backed by magic stones to curb the influence of the Federal Reserve Bank. Since then, this currency had surged in value and was internationally favored even more than the traditional dollar. Kang Song repeated in shock, stone dollar. Hyun Sung explained that foreign investors use that unit, and if converted into won it would be about 300,000 billion won. He confidently asked again whether that would be enough. Both Kang Song and Shin Jun were speechless. Seeing their silence, he joked whether it was still not enough. Kang Song still doubted, wondering whether investors would truly spend 300,000 billion won on him. Without hesitation, Hyun Sung immediately called Manbun. He informed him that he would establish a guild and requested the immediate transfer of the promised investment. After hanging up, he said he would send the bank account number of the investment company under his name to Shin Jun. While Kang Song watched nervously, Hyun Sung calmly ended the call. The phone vibrated with a notification of incoming funds. He calmly stated that around 30,000 billion stone dollar had been transferred. Kang Song stammered and asked if it was true. On the screen of the Immortal company banking application, 300,000 billion won was clearly displayed, undeniable evidence, before their eyes. Kang Song stared at it, sweat pouring down from the shock. He asked whether he was truly serious. Hyun Sung crossed his arms and asked whether he looked like someone who would lie to respected people like them. The chairman scratched his cheek awkwardly, admitting the amount was so large that he even suspected whether the banking application was fake. Hyun Sung affirmed it was entirely real and told him to trust him. Kang Song thought for a moment and said he wanted to ask one more thing. He was concerned that investors who put in such a large sum would surely interfere in operations. Hyun Sung replied coldly that they had no such right. He said the money had already been transferred, they only needed to receive profits once the guild operated stably. Kang Song was still worried whether they might suddenly demand to withdraw their capital. He had yet to calm down. Hyun Sung affirmed that the contract clearly stated investors could not interfere and could not unilaterally reclaim their capital. Hearing that, Kang Song was even more astonished. He wondered whether the US government was behind this deal to bind Hyun Sung if he failed. He clenched his fists, determined to put the new guild on the right track, so as not to lose talent to the United States. Hyun Sung looked at him, asked whether he was confident in persuading the current players. Kang Song replied firmly that although not all, he believed he could persuade the majority. After receiving the commitment, Hyun Sung decided to proceed immediately. Kang Song nodded in agreement, and when negotiation concluded, the association officially changed its name. Afterwards, the resignation letters of Kang Song and Shin Jun were submitted. Witnessing this, Minister Lee Jong smiled smugly, mocking that in the end they still had to bow their heads and feeling proud that his deregulation plan had taken effect. That man secretly thought he had not expected even Kang Song to decide to leave so early. Lee Jong smirked with contempt, thinking a player should only worry about hunting monsters and bringing back magic stones, unworthy of the title of guild president. He muttered sarcastically while on the phone, if Kang Song had been a bit wiser, he would have reaped more benefits. On the other end, a middle-aged man with gray hair, elegant in demeanor, respectfully greeted, "Yes, Minister." Lee Jongmin proudly announced that Hyun Sung and Shin Jun had officially terminated their contracts with the player guild. The man showed surprise. "Is that true, sir?" Lee Jong asserted firmly, declaring that with this, he had fulfilled all previous promises. The new era guild's intention to remove the leaders had been prearranged. Hyun Cook from Osung Corporation chuckled triumphantly over the phone. "All thanks to you, Minister. I will repay you personally." Minister Lee Jong-man responded with a satisfied chuckle. "There's no need to do that." Not only Ozung, but a host of other major corporations were also extremely delighted. They believed the lucrative pie from dissolving the player guild had fallen neatly into their hands. In his office, Lee Jong leisurely leaned back in his chair, greed evident on his face as he wondered, haha, how much is all this, yet in the midst of dreaming about the massive fortune about to come. The phone rang again, cutting through his thoughts. Ministers Hyun Sung and Shin Jun had joined another guild. Could it be they destroyed the guild just to target those two? Lee Jong exclaimed in shock. What? He hurried to evade responsibility. That was beyond his control. Probably another company had taken charge. He sharply reminded that Hyun Cook had once affirmed he would handle all logistical matters. Yet Hyun Cook was now extremely furious, nearly raging if another company took control. Do you know who the guild master of the guild they joined is? It was Kang Song, former president of the player guild. This information left Lee Jong stunned, unable to believe it. Hyun Cook continued, revealing harsher truths. Not just those two, but all senior players under the guild were priority recruits. All had moved to the guild led by Kang Song. He yelled in rage into the phone, "How did you handle this? We gain nothing. Don't we after this? We lose both intellect and wealth." Lee Jong tried to cover, "Isn't that the other party's mistake? I was just doing my part." But Hyun Cook responded coldly, "Should I report your words exactly to the president?" The minister broke into a sweat, stammering, "What?" Hyun Cook emphasized the threat, silencing Lee Jong in fear. On the line, the order was clear. Immediately investigate the guild Kang Song just established. Dissolve it at all costs. If there is no loophole, create one. Understand? Under pressure, Lai Rongma gritted his teeth and responded, "I understand." Han Cook warned if the plan failed, other corporate presidents would not stand by as the pie was stolen. In this predicament, Lee Jong vowed, "I will try my best." Hein Cook coldly concluded, if you want to live comfortably after leaving the minister's post, do your job properly. The call ended, leaving tense silence, not knowing where this trouble came from. Li Jiang kept holding his head, face twisted in pressure and anger. He ground his teeth in helplessness. Cursed luck. Two subordinates piled mountains of documents onto Li Jiang's desk. He picked up a file, muttering the name Guild Immortal. Upon reading, his face changed in shock. What, only 100 million won? Li Jiangma frowned in speculation. Shin Jun and Hyun Sung joined this place just out of personal feelings. Han Trum Ngam thought. Hyun Sung was extremely individualistic, so why choose this unreasonable plan? At that moment, a subordinate timidly spoke. Minister, what else is Li Jiang asking? A subordinate, sweating, reported that Kang Song did not hold power in parts of the guild. He was only a figurehead. Li Jiang asked in shock, then who is the largest shareholder of Immortal Guild? The subordinate stammered, it is player Hyun Sung. This news eliminated any chance to lure Hyun Sung at the new Immortal Guild office. Hyun Sung walked leisurely, secretly approving. Indeed, Kang Song is the guild master. Looking around at the busy desks, he saw all talent assembled. Out of the 5,000 people under the previous guild, 500 had followed, a number demonstrating reputation strength. Not stopping there, he decided to fully utilize the newly loosened rules to expand. In the room, Kang Song worried about recruiting Renher. He assessed this as a direct challenge to major guilds, fearing a hasty decision. Once high-level players were recruited, the battle began. Hyun Sung asked, even if sitting still, would the major guilds leave it be? He emphasized taking initiative. Kang Song thought and suggested bringing the players being persuaded over before proceeding. Nam Ching immediately dismissed, insisting it was unnecessary. He demanded to drop hesitant players immediately. He judged those players had no intention of joining the new guild. Kang Song raised his eyes in surprise, recalling the promise to recruit all players under the guild. Hyun Sung affirmed the promise remained, but emphasized not delaying recruitment of top Renher. Faced with the master's determination, Kang Song nodded. Nam Ching asked if he knew any Renher. Receiving the answer that there were many, Kang Song conveyed their personalities to Hyun Sung. Most not very interested in power. Hyun Sung was satisfied, but the guild master worried about signing bonuses. Nam Ching openly declared unlimited. The remark left Kang Song stunned, sweating. He smiled and explained, use up the 300,000 billion military funds for investment. If exhausted, more will be allocated. Kang Song asked in shock, can we receive another huge investment? Hyun Sung confidently affirmed, of course. Many regretted not investing earlier. Hearing this, Kang Song could only close his eyes, breathing and silently admiring. With this potential, Renher value on the market would soar. He assessed domestic Renher prices were suppressed by collusion among major corporations. Nam Ching judged domestic Renher value lower than international standards. Other countries were favored. Looked at Kang Song decisively, raised their value, enough to make major corporations wary. Faced with the master's great ambition, Kang responded, I understand. Soon after, Immortal Guild headquarters officially began operations, surprising the media. At Oh-sung office, Hyun Cook raged at his foolish subordinates. How are you working? He couldn't believe Immortal dared to recruit against talent, while he thought collusion among corporations would strangle competitors. Holding the phone, Hyun Cook gritted his teeth. That lion man, what exactly is he doing? Immediately, he called the minister to demand answers. Upon picking up, Hyun Cook snapped, I told you to completely handle Immortal Guild. He remained calm, cursing over the phone. Amid the hurry, Li Jiang just sighed, helplessly apologizing. This further enraged Hyun Cook. Apologizing for what? Hadn't I told you to resolve it unconditionally? Oh-sung Corporation looks ridiculous. Li Jiang, sweating, explained, this is a new guild. No loopholes can be found yet. Hearing this, Hyun Cook roared, because you intended to make it legal. Even fabricating evidence must cancel guild registration. At that moment, Hyun Sung suddenly appeared behind Li Jiang. The minister was so scared he could not speak. Hyun Sung coldly snatched the phone, mocking, well, I thought major corporations were fearsome, unexpectedly cowardly like this. On the other end, Hyun Cook froze and shouted, who are you? Nam Ching replied, I am an advisor of Immortal Guild. Player Hyun Sung, have you realized yet? The sudden appearance left the minister's two subordinates stunned. By the way, do you know the entire conversation was recorded by me? On the other end of the line, Hyun Cook shouted in furious rage, unable to accept that the other party dared to brazenly hang up on him like that. At the same time, in the minister's office, Hyun Sung casually tossed the phone back to the minister, who was drenched in sweat, and coldly mocked that he truly was an ill-bred sort. It seems this time you will not escape so easily, will you? Li Jiang clenched his teeth bitterly, regret rising in his heart for not making a move sooner while there was still time. It was Hyun Sung who had once ruined former Minister Lee Hyang-woo. Glancing at the messy stack of documents on the desk, Hyun Sung added that it looked like he was sinking deep into trouble, secretly embezzling the budget behind the president's back and offending major conglomerates. In this situation, did he really think he still had a way out? Cornered in his own office with undeniable evidence laid out before him, Li Jiang's face turned pale with fear, and he could only grit his teeth and listen to each blade-sharp word from the other man. Hyun Sung suddenly stepped closer, braced his hand on the desk, and asked a chilling question. Did he hold any secrets about the president's shady dealings? He meant matters serious enough to bring him down immediately, under his cold and threatening gaze. The minister trembled and shook his head, saying he knew nothing. There was no such thing. But Hyun Sung did not let him off easily. He asserted that there must be a secret grave enough that even the media and investigative agencies would struggle to cover it up. Crossing his arms and staring straight at him in scrutiny, he asked whether he was not the president's closest right-hand man, and yet he knew nothing of such a matter. Li Jiang nearly went mad, crying out that he truly did not know. Seeing that, Hyun Sung lowered his voice and asked if there was any lesser secret, something that could serve as a pretext to report back to the president. He emphasized that he did not need any black ledger or secret account, only information that someone else already knew. Not only was he pressuring the minister, he also wanted to seize the initiative against the president, repeatedly probing whether there was any secret that would not implicate Li Jiang himself. Li Jiang immediately admitted that there was, and said that back when he was a member of the National Assembly, the current president had once driven drunk, caused a fatal accident, and even tried to secretly handle the aftermath. Hearing that, Hyun Sung could not help but exclaim in shock. What? Li Jiang continued, saying that while transporting the body to the mountains to conceal it, the president was so drunk that he fell asleep in the car. Afterward, the incident was turned into an ordinary traffic accident, and all responsibility was pushed onto a driver who was not even present at the time. Hyun Sung asked about the driver's whereabouts and learned that he had taken money and moved to the Philippines to live, disappearing without a trace. He pondered for a moment before asking what about the evidence of the incident. Li Jiang asserted that he still kept the black box video recording the entire event, and even the president was unaware of it, because no matter how close they were, that man still left himself a way out. That man showed the footage revealing the president fleeing the scene in panic in the middle of a rainy night. Hyun Sung remarked that that alone might not be enough to completely bring the president down, but Li Jiang believed the evidence was already severe enough, only that the media and authorities would certainly try to shield him. Therefore, the best way was to upload the video to YouTube to create the strongest possible public pressure. At the Blue House, President Park Min was in a towering rage. He roared how could he handle things like this, and threatened to immediately replace the minister in charge of the space gate, because he could no longer trust Li Jiang. Under heavy pressure, Li Jiang could only bow his head in apology, and was ordered to explain at once. Soaked in sweat, Li Jiang reported that he had been caught by Hyun Sung. Park Min snapped and demanded to know what he had done to expose such a weakness. Li Jiang hesitated, and then revealed the shocking truth that the weakness was not his, but the president's own, leaving Park Min stunned as he questioned him again. Li Jiang affirmed that Hyun Sung was holding the black box video related to Lee Yeon-mai's accident. The president still looked confused and asked who Lee Yeon-mai was. Li Jiang reminded him that it was the incident from when he was still a member of the National Assembly. Memories of the accident scene on that rainy night suddenly came flooding back. Li Jiang asked whether he still remembered that accident. Park Min's face turned pale, and sweat beaded behind his glasses. He anxiously demanded to know how Han Sung had obtained the video, when he believed all evidence had long been erased. Li Jiang thought that perhaps the driver from years ago had secretly made a copy for self-protection. Hearing that, the president slammed his hand down on the desk in fury. That bastard. He could not understand how Hyun Sung knew about it, and traced the video, when the driver had disappeared in the Philippines long ago. Li Jiang lowered his head and confessed that he did not know either, and when the president asked again to confirm the existence of the video, Li Jiang immediately reached into his pocket to take out the evidence. That man handed over the phone and confirmed that this was the black box video sent to threaten him. After watching it, Park Min ground his teeth in anger and asked what that man's demands were. Li Jiang said that Hyun Sung wanted to meet and talk in person, leaving the president stunned by such arrogance. Li Jiang advised that he should try meeting him once. That man suggested that for now they should temporarily comply with the other party's request. After completely destroying the video, they would settle accounts with him later. Park Min still asked skeptically whether that plan was feasible. With a resolute expression, Li Jiang assured that given time that man would use every method to handle it properly. At the Blue House, Hyun Sung was thoroughly searched by the security team. After completing the procedures, he calmly followed Li Jiang inside. The two strode down the luxurious corridor toward the president's office. Stopping before the large door, Li Jiang invited him in a low voice. Stepping inside were Li Jiang and the president. Both wore expressions as tense as drawn bowstrings. In contrast, Hyun Sung sat leisurely on the sofa with his legs crossed, exuding a provocative aura. Seeing that attitude, Pakuman furiously shouted that the brat had no manners at all. Hyun Sung continued to smile provocatively and called out directly, "Hey Pakuman." Pakuman's eyes widened. "What?" Maintaining his composure, Hyun Sung coldly said that it seemed he did not understand who held the initiative now, striking at Pakuman's pride. Pakuman angrily shouted back, but Hyun Sung cut him off, telling him to calm down and resolve things peacefully. "First, do not interfere in the Immortal Guild's affairs. I also do not need any further support from you." Pakuman growled that because he had a slight advantage he dared to be so arrogant, but he could eliminate someone like him at any time. Hyun Sung asked how he intended to do that. As long as he released the video and moved abroad to settle, it would be over. He even mentioned that the United States had been continuously sending him invitations to cooperate. Driven into a corner, Pakuman threatened to make the newly established Immortal Guild collapse. Hyun Sung sneered that it was simple. He only needed to transfer the entire guild to the United States, and they would certainly welcome them. Pakuman could only grind his teeth in helplessness. Hyun Sung continued to apply pressure, saying that if possible he did not want to leave South Korea, but instead wanted to remain for the long term. He mentioned the inspection missions, emergency responses, and order maintenance handled by the Player Association, and asked whether the president intended to assign them to guilds under major conglomerates. Looking straight into Pakuman's eyes, he firmly demanded that all those tasks be handed over to the Immortal Guild, leaving him stunned. Hyun Sung emphasized that the benefits originally reserved for the major guilds should all be given to them. Faced with such an excessive demand, Pakuman could only laugh bitterly and say it was truly ridiculous. Hyun Sung's gaze turned cold as he asked whether he intended to refuse. Pakuman sprang to his feet and declared that if he wanted to release the video then go ahead, but he would have to bear the consequences himself. He even ground his teeth and threatened to make it impossible for Hyun Sung to live peacefully in this country. Yet Hyun Sung merely smiled meaningfully and softly remarked that it was truly a pity. He said that at first, he had even planned to grant that man a remuneration package far beyond anything any major corporation had ever offered. Before the president's stunned expression, Hyun Sung revealed the enormous sum of investment he was keeping in an overseas account. "Can you even guess how much it is?" "A full 30,000 billion stone dollars. He stressed that if everything had been handled smoothly, he could have received 1,000 billion stone dollars in compensation. But now it was truly regrettable. Pakuman swallowed dryly, his throat parched from agitation. His voice trembling, he asked again if that colossal sum was real. Hyun Sung calmly replied that the amount he alone had spent to recruit the guilds had already reached tens of thousands of billions. From behind, Minister Li Jiang also spoke up to confirm to the president that everything Hyun Sung said was true. The gazes of the two men met, the atmosphere turning taut as a drawn bowstring. Hyun Sung requested that the president persuade legislators from both the ruling and opposition parties, so that all entrusted contracts would be transferred to the Immortal Guild. He mocked that no matter how generous those corporations were, at most they would only spend around 1 to 2,000 billion won on him. Faced with such a vast disparity, Pakuman asked in a low voice whether that promise was truly guaranteed. Without answering in words, Hyun Sung took out a savings book, stating that it was a secret account at a Swiss bank. Annoyed, he slammed the book onto the table, demanding that he personally verify it for himself. Pakuman froze, his eyes fixed on the book before him. Crossing his arms with authority, Hyun Sung asserted that once the job was done it would belong to him. He could keep it and see. He smiled meaningfully, adding that when everything was completed he would provide the passcode, and at the same time allow the president to verify its authenticity at any time. Kimin pondered for a long while before telling him to return for now. In a few days he would give his final decision. Hyun Sung turned decisively and left, the sound of his shoes echoing firmly across the floor. In his heart, he conveyed to the president to carefully consider who would bring the greatest benefit, and choose wisely. He waved goodbye with pride and stepped out of the office of the nation's leader. When the door had just closed, Pakuman immediately broke into a greedy smile, handed the book to Li Jiang, and ordered that experts be called at once to verify its authenticity. Li Jiang bowed respectfully and replied, "Mr. President, I understand." However, the minister's loyalty quickly wavered before the lure of money. In a private meeting afterward, Hyun Sung proposed that if the plan succeeded, he would receive 100 billion stone dollars. The figure overwhelmed Li Yang. He told himself he had to persuade the president by any means necessary to approve it, because who would not be tempted upon hearing such a sum? The next morning, Hyun-sung received a call from the Blue House secretary's office. He looked at the notification of the call that had just ended on the screen. He curled his lips slightly in calculation. It seemed they were quite anxious. He immediately set out for the Blue House at the invitation. Upon arrival, a neatly dressed secretary in a suit was already waiting, bowing and saying he would lead him inside. Following the secretary's steps, Hyun-sung walked through the vast, luxurious corridors where security was tightly guarded. His face remained cold, his gaze resolute as he prepared to meet the president again. The secretary stopped before a large wooden door, bowing and inviting him to enter. Hyun-sung strolled in leisurely, both hands still tucked into his trouser pockets with arrogance. President Pokemon greeted him with a feigned smile, clasping his hands warmly in welcome. Hyun-sung coldly remarked that it seemed he had chosen the right direction. Pokemon maintained his enthusiastic expression, replying that it was only natural. He also said that as president he had to decide for the nation's future. After the two of them sat down at the tea table, Pokemon confirmed the book was genuine. Hyun-sung took a sip of tea and casually replied that he never produced anything without basis. Pokemon narrowed his eyes and reiterated the important condition. You promised to provide the passcode after completion, correct? Hyun-sung nodded. As long as everything went smoothly, the book would officially belong to Mr. President. But his greedy nature surfaced again. Pokemon proposed that more deposit money was needed to persuade the legislators. Faced with that excessive demand, Hyun-sung slightly narrowed his eyes in disdain, thinking to himself that this old man truly did not know when to stop. He coldly refused, saying that lobbying the legislators was the president's responsibility. He had already handed over 1,000 billion stone dollars. Pokemon still tried to argue, claiming that the money could not be used immediately. Hyun-sung sneered, saying that as long as the legislators were shown the book containing 1,000 billion stone dollars, they would understand on their own. Hearing that, Pokemon became flustered, stammering that this matter should have been kept confidential. Seeing through the other man's intentions, Hyun-sung asserted that the money no longer belonged to him, inwardly mocking, because he knew he wanted to take it all. Pokemon forced a smile and said he would handle that issue himself. However, he repeated that the promise about the passcode must be kept. Hyun-sung calmly reassured him not to worry. He added meaningfully that without the passcode, the money would merely remain in one place. Pokemon laughed gleefully and extended his hand. From now on I rely on you. Hyun-sung responded politely that he also hoped to receive cooperation from him. As their hands just touched, Hyun-sung's eyes flashed as he silently activated the skill Saichong-chi. A series of Pokemon's dark memories appeared like a slow-motion film, from suitcases filled with 50,000 won banknotes, to scenes of him indulging in luxury feasts and embracing young girls at expensive entertainment venues. Hyun-sung also saw secret ledgers and stacks of money carefully hidden. In his mind, he understood that everything was concentrated in one place. The vision stopped before a sturdy safe inside a sealed room. The door closed with a dry click. In the office, only Pokemon remained. He sat calculating, telling himself this was a deal worth 10,000 billion won. Immediately afterward, he called Jiang Man in to ask about the total amount of money in the accounts under false names. Jiang Man reported that there was currently nearly 100 billion won. Pokemon asked whether it could be withdrawn immediately. Upon receiving a confirming nod, he placed his hand on his subordinate's shoulder, ordering him to use that money to win over the legislators. Jiang Man bowed in agreement, saying it was a wise decision. Pokemon left with a sinister smile, believing the plan would proceed smoothly. But this news left the major corporations stunned. Ozung headquarters. Hyun-Kook flew into a rage upon learning that the Immortal Guild had been designated for the contract, unable to understand how they had intervened. A subordinate reported that the Pokemon administration seemed to have promised a very high price to Immortal. Hyun-Kook shouted that anyone could have guessed that. It should have been stopped earlier. He continued scolding his useless subordinates, asking what they had been doing while the other side had secretly joined hands. After a long sigh to suppress his anger, Hyun-Kook ordered them to contact the media immediately. Watching the barrage of headlines attacking the Immortal Guild over suspicions of special privilege, Hyun-sung curled his lips mockingly, knowing it was time to launch a counterattack. While he was still considering activating a media campaign, an emergency alarm on his phone suddenly rang. The notification of a monster way outbreak in Wangjin-gu left him stunned, unable to believe that a high-level dungeon had collapsed like that. He immediately put on his battle armor. Hyun-sung wondered how the management side had handled the initial response to allow chaos to reach this extent, even suspecting that a legendary-level entity had appeared. At that moment, Shinjun called to report the specific situation. Hyun-sung confirmed that he had received the information and was heading straight to the scene at maximum speed. On the opposite side, Shinjun was also hastily leading her team forward. She could not hide her irritation, thinking that if the department in charge had contacted them earlier, the situation would not have escalated to this extent. Hyun-sung curled his lips in a cold smile. He understood all too well why they had deliberately concealed the incident until it was completely beyond control. In response to Shinjun's anxious question about the time of arrival, he calmly affirmed that in less than 3 minutes, he would be at the center of the explosion. Shinjun earnestly urged him to handle it quickly to minimize casualties among innocent civilians. The moment he landed, Hyun-sung lifted his head to look at the sky where a pitch-black vortex was churning. From that deep blue expanse, flocks of monsters swarmed out endlessly like wandering ghosts. He recognized it as a dungeon managed by the Oh-sung Guild, and could not help but feel exasperated at their incompetence in handling the crisis. On the street below, Oh-sung players had fallen into chaos as they were unable to control the situation. A single glance was enough to tell that this battle was far from easy. A gigantic red wyvern let out a thunderous roar, baring its sharp fangs as if intending to swallow everything before it. Hyun-sung coldly assessed that the scene now resembled nothing less than a wasteland. He tightened his grip on the lightning crackling sword and charged straight into the heart of the monster horde with decisive slashes. His eyes gleamed with chilling killing intent. In an instant, an enormous surge of energy erupted, like a miniature sun within the city, drowning the flying monsters in a stream of destructive light. Agonized shrieks echoed from the wyvern flock as they were crushed beneath the terrifying pressure of magic power. Hyun-sung stood firm amid the storm of dense black energy. A devastating finishing blow was unleashed, wiping out every monster in a single moment. Streaks of purple energy rained down continuously, causing the wyverns to collapse and crash heavily onto the street. Witnessing that sight, a young man live streaming nearby could not contain his excitement and shouted loudly, "Oh my god, this is unbelievable." He ran toward the battlefield while asking his live audience if they could see clearly. The young man pointed at the figure moving through the smoke and dust and shouted, "The one in the brown coat." He cleared the entire wyvern flock by himself. The livestream instantly surged past 200,000 viewers. Comments flooded in, astonished by power far beyond the standard of an ordinary hunter. Landing beside the exhausted Oh-sung members, he silently observed the chaotic scene before him. At that moment, a ferocious roar rang out, prompting him to tilt his head slightly. A bloodied Oh-sung member hurriedly shouted a warning. "Be careful, that monster is not on the same level as the others." Before them, a colossal red dragon slowly advanced into the middle of the street. Looking at the devastation, he felt anger rise within him, unable to understand how they had handled the initial response so poorly that a hero-rank dungeon had spiraled out of control like this. He told himself he would not forgive those who had indirectly caused this disaster. The dragon spewed out a torrent of raging flames in attack, yet he merely stepped forward coldly, slashed apart the pillar of fire, and struck directly at its body. The monster let out a roar before exploding within a sea of flames, leaving behind a scene of shattered debris and rubble. Gazing at the wreckage, he clicked his tongue softly and wondered why it was so stubborn. Did it owe him something? The system displayed a congratulatory notice for achieving a rare accomplishment by single-handedly defeating a 5-meter-tall hero-rank monster named Red Wyvern Postkill. With the title of the one who single-handedly defeated Red Wyvern Postkill, his magic power increased by 4 points. He thoughtfully confirmed that it was indeed exactly 5 meters tall. Hyun-sung strolled across the battlefield and told himself he had gained another achievement. He approached the monster's corpse, curious about what had dropped. His eyes lit up at the sight of a crimson book bearing a 5-pointed star emblem. Oh, the unique hero rank blazing flame tome. This was an active skill that allowed control of flames at will while burning away the opponent's magic power until it was completely depleted. Realizing that the book could also be upgraded by absorbing other fire-type skills and equipment, he nodded in satisfaction. It was not bad at all. The system asked whether he wished to learn the skill. Hyun-sung chose yes without hesitation. Of course he would learn it. Immediately, he proceeded with fusion, allowing the blazing flame tome to absorb old skills such as common fireball, flame spear, and rare firestorm. Although he had spent considerable resources to raise it to level 10, he still felt regret when he saw it had not reached legendary rank. He closed the status window and looked toward the surviving players. Seeing their benefactor approach, the Oh-sung players all bowed deeply and loudly expressed their gratitude for saving their lives. A severely injured female warrior was so moved that she burst into tears, saying they were willing to bow 90 degrees to show their thanks. Looking at the faces still trembling with fear, Hyun-sung's gaze grew heavy. He understood that they were victims as well. Standing in the ruined street, he spoke clearly, asking everyone to gather around him, including the injured. The Osung players supported one another despite their severe injuries. He immediately raised his hand and activated the skill Great Heal. A mystical blue light spread across the scene, seeping into every wound and pulling those on the brink of danger back to safety. A mage within the group stared in shock at the overwhelming scale of the healing, unable to fathom how high his magic power truly was. Others whispered that to maintain such a wide area skill for so long, his mental stat must be extraordinarily high. Some still in disbelief recalled how he had swung his sword to slay the Red Wyvern, claiming that both his strength and speed were top tier. Meanwhile, the young streamer remained glued to his phone, his face drenched in sweat from sheer excitement. The live viewership exploded, surpassing 3 to 4 million, setting an unprecedented record. A few days later, at the Emoto Guild headquarters, scandalous news about the Osung group dominated the headlines. An official report confirmed illegal transactions between Dungeon Management Bureau employees and Osung to manipulate contracts. They had deliberately falsified reports and concealed information from their superiors. In the office, Guildmaster Kang Song looked at Hyun Sung and offered his assessment. However, the topic causing an even greater sensation lay elsewhere. He showed him an article titled "Who is Emoto's Ranker?" The mysterious ranker in the Wyvern incident turned out to belong to Emoto. Hyun Sung smiled and admitted he had not expected someone to record his battle. Yet in the end, it brought a significant advantage to Emoto. Kang Song laughed in satisfaction, affirming that public opinion had now shifted in their favor. He looked at him with admiration and curiosity, unable to understand when Hyun Sung had leveled up to achieve such overwhelming strength. Hyun Sung merely gave an awkward smile and replied that it was a secret. Hearing that, Kang Song briefly showed a hint of disappointment. Even so, he knew well that he was still hiding many things and did not press further. He only hoped that he would continue as before and devote himself wholeheartedly to the country. He silently thought that he had never intended to do anything grand for the nation. Nevertheless, Kang Song went on about how he had chosen to remain in Korea instead of going abroad, along with his feats in the Wyvern incident and previous raids. To him, that was more than enough. A player only needed to excel at hunting monsters. Nothing more was required. Hyun Sung remarked that this guild master shared ideals similar to Shin Jun, except his patriotism burned far more intensely. Kang Song excitedly revealed that applications to join Emoto were skyrocketing. Even low-level players who had once been indifferent were beginning to show interest. Hyun Sung asked whether he intended to accept them all. Kang Song firmly shook his head, saying he would significantly reduce benefits compared to before. That decision left him stunned, wondering what the old man was thinking to change direction so abruptly. Kang Song explained that he no longer held the position of president of the player association. He emphasized that he was no longer a civil servant paid by taxpayers, but now the guild master of Emoto, operating on investor capital. He declared that he did not wish to cause losses for Hyun Sung or any investor. Seeing his change in mindset, Hyun Sung asked what if they missed out on a talent among those rejected. Kang Song calmly replied that they could simply send another recruitment offer later. In his view, this approach resembled the strategy of major corporations, and was far more effective. However, he added that if in the future Emoto signed an official entrusted contract funded by the state budget, things would be different, and they would not be able to spend freely. The ceremony for signing the entrusted contract between the government and Emoto officially took place under the witness of many parties. He signed, Minister Lee Jong smiled and expressed his hope for support in the future. Kang Song politely responded that he also looked forward to close cooperation with Minister Lee Jongman. Hyun Sung silently followed the entire ceremony through his phone. He sat in contemplation, inwardly mocking the rot within those in power. Not even a full year into the term and signs of instability were already appearing. These people are so greedy. It would be better to just trade and stop with politics. At the same time, at the Blue House, Lee Jong strode arrogantly down the lavish hallway. He could not hide his excitement at the thought of soon acquiring a 1,000 billion won fortune, just one step away from becoming a billionaire. Truly a stroke of luck. Seeing his subordinate enter, President Pakiman cheerfully said, "Oh, you're here." Lee Jong respectfully reported that the signing ceremony went smoothly beyond expectations. Pakiman smiled brightly, saying he watched on television and revealed that at the moment of signing, Hyun Sung had sent a message. Lee Jong paused briefly, sweat beading as he heard such a quick reaction. Pakiman guessed that Hyun Sung must be watching live, and that the message for him was probably arriving soon. Lee Jong bowed in congratulations, sir. Pakiman laughed heartily, praising Lee Jong's remarkable contribution this time. He handed his phone to his subordinate, instructing him to check the message immediately. Lee Jong promptly received it and opened the inbox from an unknown number. Seeing the content on the screen, he smiled maliciously, fully satisfied. Suddenly another subordinate rushed in, pale-faced, shouting there's a serious problem, leaving Pachyman stunned. That man stammered that all details of the slush fund supporting allies during the election had been leaked online. Pachyman turned pale, exclaiming disbelief who dared to play him, but that was just the beginning. The trembling subordinate added that even the shady funds from when he was a legislator were fully exposed. Pachyman shouted orders to block it immediately, by any means necessary, to seal that information. The subordinate could only reply yes, then hurried off to handle it. Alone in his room, Pachyman ground his teeth in anger, disbelieving anyone dared do this. Beginning to suspect major corporations were behind retaliation, events quickly spiraled out of control, forums filled with public outrage, declaring Pachyman corrupt for a long time and demanding his dismissal. Protests erupted everywhere, thousands holding banners against corruption and demanding his resignation. Under intense public pressure, Pachyman quietly held his passport and secretly left the country on a private flight. However, the court quickly issued an official ruling immediately removing Pachyman from the presidency. As the public cheered, Pachyman landed in Zurich, Switzerland. He leisurely dragged his suitcase along the street, telling himself as long as he had money, he could live comfortably. Pachyman entered a large bank, handed over the Hyun Sung passbook for the transaction. The bespectacled clerk received and checked it. But the clerk's eyes narrowed as he saw irregularities on the screen. The clerk smiled, saying he would lead him inside for faster processing. Pachyman cheerfully followed toward the vault area, but he froze as he sensed the strange atmosphere. At that moment, armed police appeared to block the way, an officer announcing his arrest for forging personal documents. Pachyman, stunned, asked about forgery, his face twisted in panic. The police explained the book was very sophisticated, but still could not bypass the banking system and authorities. Meanwhile, in South Korea, Hyun Sung sat leisurely on the sofa, holding the real book with a smug smile. Realizing he had been outplayed, Pachyman gritted his teeth and cursed. He shouted for release, yelling, "Do they know who I am?" Immediately, a strong blow knocked Pachyman to the floor. He only managed to cry out in pain. The officer coldly announced he would add the charge of resisting officials to his indictment. While Pachyman lay humiliated on the floor, the officer continued reading the suspect's rights regarding legal counsel and the right to remain silent. The shocking news quickly spread with the headline, "Urgent Bulletin. Former President Pachyman arrested in Switzerland for forgery and obstructing officials." At the same time, major corporations continuously released articles slandering, accusing the Immortal Guild of corruption and improper relations with the former administration. Seeing the malicious headlines on his phone, Hyun Sung slightly frowned, thinking the corporations are trying to escape this way, then I will give it back to them in full. Immediately, posts exposing the rot and collusion between politics, corporations, and media exploded on forums, attracting great public attention. Witnessing events spiral out of control, President Oh Sung-hyun-cook roared in anger, "Which bastard caused this?" On TV, the presidential candidates' debate was intense. One candidate clearly stated, if elected president, all involved will be arrested and investigated. Watching the news, Hyun Sung slightly frowned. It's over. Now he can focus on the hunt. He leisurely leaned back on the sofa, just as his phone rang with a call from Inukuso. Hyun Sung answered, asking, "They want me to help." Inukuso respectfully replied, "Yes, sir. The citizen's request is urgent. It seems politics will actively participate." Hyun Sung frowned, meaning the Japanese government will intervene. Inukuso confirmed, the foreign minister and the minister of integration. Japan is expected to connect directly with South Korea, and he will accompany as an escort. Hyun Sung assessed that the South Korean government is not capable enough to negotiate. Inukuso explained further, by protocol they will meet the acting prime minister to request support, but later they will directly approach the Immortal Guild. Hyun Sung inquired about compensation conditions. Inukuso revealed if Kyushu is reclaimed, Japan intends to transfer ownership of part of the dungeon. Hearing about the transfer of ownership, Hyun Sung's eyes flashed with calculation. I see. At the Immortal Guild headquarters, the Japanese delegation officially arrived for the meeting. Standing in the office, Hyun Sung turned to the guildmaster and said, "Guildmaster Kang Song, this time please grant me full authority." Kang Song firmly agreed. "Of course, I will do correctly." He added realistically, "Even if I make the decision, if the consultant refuses, isn't everything over?" Hyun Sung looked directly at him, affirming no refusal. "I said I would do it, no need to worry." Kang Song nodded approvingly. "That is a wise choice." Hyun Sung walked down the corridor under the guidance of his red-haired bodyguard. He asked, "Is it here?" Receiving confirmation, "Yes, go straight in." He decisively pushed the door open into the luxurious reception room, where the Japanese delegation awaited. Hyun Sung smiled politely, initiating conversation. "Pleased to meet you," he introduced. I am Hyun-sung, chairman of the Immortal Guild Advisory Committee. The introduction surprised the scar-faced Japanese official. The accompanying subordinate also bowed quickly. It is an honor to meet you, player Hyun-sung. Suddenly, the official knelt in dojiza, pleading, please help Japan, I sincerely beg. Seeing the scene, Hyun-sung thought, these guys, trying old tricks to take from me. Knowing their intent, he calmly replied, I will help, please stand up. The reply made the official rejoice as if struck gold. He asked again, really? Then he continuously thanked, truly thank you very much. He began to flatter, you consider Hyun-sung a celestial envoy. You will surely be revered as the hero of Kyushu. Hyun-sung calmly took a sip of tea and suddenly smiled, then gently poured cold water over them by saying he currently had urgent matters and could not immediately go to Japan. Ignoring the stunned expression of the other party, he casually proposed postponing it for about 3 months before discussing it again. The Japanese official hurriedly pleaded, asking whether he could shorten the time further. The people of Japan were longing hour by hour for Kyushu to be restored. He asked him to understand their feelings. Hearing that, Hyun-sung narrowed his eyes in disdain, thinking that in the past they had deliberately delayed things, and now they were playing the emotional card, no different from putting on a show. He replied coldly that he also wanted to help soon, but at the moment there was an extremely important matter that could not be set aside. Seeing his curiosity, he asked what it was exactly. Hyun-sung calmly revealed that it was a very large deal that would conclude after 3 months, so there was no need to worry. Upon hearing about money, the official immediately smiled and asserted that if it was only a matter of cost, it was not a concern. Japan was willing to compensate for all losses incurred during the time he provided support. Any amount would be accepted. Hyun-sung curled his lips and asked whether that figure was not small. Perhaps he would even have to hand over the entire dungeon system in Kyushu to him. The statement made the official turn pale, sweat pouring down as he could not understand what kind of matter demanded such massive compensation. Hyun-sung immediately cut him off, asserting that it was a private matter and could not be disclosed. He gave a meaningful smile and said that after finishing his business, meaning 3 months later, he would provide support free of charge. While the official was still considering whether to reveal that Hosu had been invaded, Hyun-sung added coldly that he had misunderstood. He had never said he would help Japan for free. The other party was momentarily shaken by that attitude. He stated firmly that if the nation was in crisis, then they should pay an emergency service fee, not resort to stirring emotions. Looking into his blade-sharp eyes, the official realized that everything had already been grasped by him. He bitterly admitted that it turned out he already knew about the Hosu incident. The bodyguard in black glasses behind him showed clear dissatisfaction, believing that exploiting another nation pain for profit was excessive. Yet Hyun-sung still appeared innocent, as if unaware of anything. Knowing the other party intended to pretend to the end, the official had no choice but to concede and agree to hand over dungeons. But taking all of Kyushu was too much. He set the final concession at transferring 30 dungeons. That was the limit of the Japanese government. At that bargaining, Hyun-sung's eyes turned cold. He sighed and said he had not demanded personal compensation, yet he was still being pressured on the price. The threatening tone left the official flustered, unable to understand where he had gone wrong. Without giving him time to react, Hyun-sung threw a thick stack of documents onto the table and told him to look for himself. The pages clearly recorded hidden secrets and the losses he had once borne, appearing before his eyes. The official exclaimed in horror how he could possibly have obtained these things. Hyun-sung calmly asked whether he should make this notebook public. If it were exposed, no one would likely blame him for refusing to help Japan. Seeing the other party completely collapse, he declared that ownership of the Kyushu dungeons alone was no longer enough. Facing his pale face, he demanded ownership of the dungeons on Shikoku Island as well. Then he would immediately provide support. With no other choice, the official bowed his head in humiliation and agreed to hand over all dungeons in Kyushu and Shikoku, begging for assistance. The Hiroshima base in Japan. Inao, president of the Japanese Player Association, announced that the monster extermination campaign would begin once the Allied forces had fully assembled. He estimated it would take about 3 days and suggested everyone temporarily rest at the base. Hearing that, he asked in surprise whether it would take 3 days. Inao confirmed that it was a large-scale campaign with around 100,000 high-level players participating. Therefore, the deployment was slightly delayed. In the quiet night, a gigantic creature spread its wings and glided across the sky. It was Golden Eagle, the leader of the Monster Legion. The glowing-eyed birdmen descended into residential areas. They frantically destroyed everything and devoured a strange green energy source to increase their strength. Screeches tore through the night, signaling a fierce raid. The alarm sirens immediately echoed throughout the base. He jolted awake and asked in shock what had happened. He rushed to the command room and urgently asked about the situation. Inao anxiously reported that Golden Eagle had gathered all the birdmen and was heading straight for Hiroshima. He immediately asked whether the evacuation of civilians had been completed. Ino hesitated and admitted the situation was very bad and that a retreat order had been issued. Hearing the word retreat, he was astonished, and Ino explained that their current forces could not withstand it, so their superiors ordered them to preserve manpower. The roar of helicopters signaled the start of the evacuation. Nukuso stepped forward and urgently requested that his master should also leave. He asked about the others and learned that everyone was safe. He looked at his loyal subordinate and suddenly asked whether this time he wanted to become the hero of Japan. Inukuso was stunned and asked what he meant by the hero of Japan. He said that the title of hero of Osaka was no longer grand enough. He suggested a higher title. What about the hero who saves the entire Japanese archipelago? Those words shocked Inukuso, his eyes revealing clear astonishment at such great ambition. After hearing that, Inukuso immediately stood at attention and respectfully asked his master to give orders. He smiled in satisfaction and said that to carry out orders well in the future, Inukuso at least had to reach the position of Minister of Japan Spacegate Management. For now, he ordered his subordinate to join him in directly blocking the Birdman sweep. Inukuso worriedly asked whether just the two of them would be enough. He nodded and said he would lure the monsters elsewhere, and then use spatial teleportation to withdraw safely. He took out a glowing item and handed it to his subordinate, telling him to accept it first. As soon as he touched it, Inukuso was shocked to see system information appear. It was a legendary dark cloak, increasing assassination and stealth skill power by 10%, and allowing movement between shadows using magic power. He said the item would be very useful. Inukuso moved, embraced it, and bowed in gratitude, swearing loyalty in return. He understood that his master truly intended to entrust him with greater plan. However, he suddenly asked whether there was any other subordinate who was foolish yet full of righteousness. Inukuso replied that there was such a person. Because he opposed the retreat order, he was being tied up and imprisoned in the dark basement. It was a large man with a fierce appearance, heavy chains wrapped around him. He ordered that the man be brought out immediately because he believed live broadcasting would significantly enhance reputation. He handed Inukuso a stick and told him to assign the filming task to that man during this campaign. He specifically instructed that his face must not be covered. The public had to see clearly in order to build prestige and trust. Inukuso conveyed the order that the large man only task now was to film. That announcement left him speechless. He stammered that, although he was a healer, he was still capable of fighting on the front line. Inukuso coldly replied that he could completely heal while filming. What mattered was always keeping a clear head. Under that pressure, the large man trembled and obeyed, because he was warned he would be sent back to the dungeon if he did not comply. Inukuso ordered him to immediately start a live stream to bring everything into the light, to expose all the decay and irresponsibility of the Japanese government before the public. Yun-sung silently assessed that ahead were more than 10,000 hero-level monsters lying in wait. Surrounded on all sides, Inukuso firmly told the cameramen that he and the other players would stay. As for Hyun-sung, he would personally lure the monsters in another direction to ease the pressure. Seeing such courage, the burly hunter could not help but choke up, secretly admiring the spirit of self-sacrifice for the people of Japan shown by the two of them. Hyun-sung coldly signaled and began to move. Inukuso immediately replied, "Understood." The cameraman quickly activated the device and loudly urged, "Get into position now, I am going live." All three shot forward like bolts of lightning, charging straight into the blazing battlefield. On the live broadcast, the cameraman angrily shouted that the Japanese government had abandoned Hiroshima, yet a Korean player and a Japanese player still refused to leave. Amid the thick smoke and dust, Inukuso's face was filled with determination as his call rang out, hoping everyone would pray for the two heroes to return safely. Ahead, the fierce winged humanoids with blazing eyes had formed ranks to block the path. Hyun-sung's eyes flashed with a sharp red glow. He roared toward the sky as a massive surge of purple energy violently erupted. That wave of power crushed everything in its path, forcing the monsters to retreat in terror. He immediately raised his hand high, gathering a gigantic fireball that illuminated the entire night. The winged humanoids could only look up in despair. The fireball plunged down like a meteor, swallowing 7 monsters in a sea of blazing flames. Their screams echoed as they were burned to ashes under the terrifying heat. Hyun-sung cut through the flames, swinging his sword and unleashing fatal strikes that felled the enemies instantly. Witnessing such destruction, the cameraman stood stunned and cried out in shock. The entire battlefield blazed fiercely, dyeing the sky red. Hyun-sung realized that the power of his skill far exceeded expectations, even more effective than he had anticipated. The system immediately announced that he had achieved a hero-level feat by single-handedly eliminating 5,000 high-tier winged humanoids and granted him the title Winged Humanoid Slayer. He understood that such devastation came from a spreading resonance effect that detonated in an instant. Looking at the survivors in the distance, Hyun-sung coldly remarked that they were fortunate, Seeing the opponents charging forward madly, he mocked them. "So aggressive. Are you planning to bite someone?" Suddenly an exceptional winged humanoid appeared, wielding a long spear and thrusting straight at him. The two sides collided midair, creating dazzling explosions that tore through the night. Hyun-sung stepped back to observe and noticed something unusual. His flame skill was no longer effective. He tightened his grip on his weapon, his gaze firm, and tried once more. Abruptly, a violent surge of lightning from the opponent struck him, forcing a cry of pain from his lips. Gritting his teeth to endure it, he could not help but feel astonished at that terrifying strength. A giant winged humanoid with blazing eyes rushed forward like a raging storm, preparing to launch another strike. A brilliant golden bolt of lightning descended, wounding Hyun-sung and forcing him to retreat. From above, the monster spread its enormous wings and observed its prey. It bared its sharp fangs, its blue eyes flashing as it gathered immense lightning energy around its body. Unfazed, Hyun-sung roared as dark purple mana erupted around him. The massive energy explosion shook the very space itself, blinding light engulfing everything. He dashed forward as fast as lightning. The sword in his hand clashed with the opponent weapon, sparks flying. The terrifying speed of their exchange made the nearby cameraman break into a cold sweat. He stared at the phone screen, trembling at the unbelievable sight. The live stream exploded with over 12 million viewers, comments flooding in with shock as he single-handedly swept through countless monsters and even fought the boss on equal footing, moving so fast that the naked eye could not follow. At that very moment, a winged humanoid suddenly closed in from above. The cameraman screamed in panic and fear, but Inukuso appeared just in time behind it. He swung his sword and cut down the enemy, ensuring the broadcast continued safely. Hiding behind a boulder, the large hunter trembled as he held the camera, recording every intense moment. On the stream, viewers continuously posted astonished comments and worried about the cameraman in such a dangerous position. The cameraman choked up as he introduced that man as Captain Inukuso. He shouted that Inukuso had refused the order to retreat to stay and fight, the only Japanese player still holding the line. Inukuso swept away the horde of monsters, leaving those who blocked the way unable to resist, and the cameraman proudly proclaimed that this was their true pride. The battle continued as Inukuso unleashed overwhelming attacks in succession, clearing the winged humanoids in the blink of an eye. Japanese public opinion erupted in praise, claiming the association had abandoned the people and honoring Inukuso as a national hero. Amid the blinding light of battle, Hyun-sung appeared with an icy gaze. He raised his sword crackling with purple lightning, ready to shatter all enemy resistance. In the emergency meeting room, Prime Minister Akunab slammed the table in anger and demanded why they had said Hyun-sung had evacuated. His subordinate, drenched in sweat, stammered that he had only received such a report earlier. The Prime Minister pointed at the screen showing the battle scene and demanded to know what it was. The senior officials lowered their heads in silence and shame. He roared that the scene was being broadcast live to the entire world and ordered them to contact Association President Inao to command the extermination of the winged humanoid tribe. In the tense situation, Prime Minister Akunabe asked about Inukuso's current position. Upon learning that he was only the captain of the information team, he decided to appoint Inukuso as association president after the battle ended. To the astonishment of his subordinates, Akunabe asserted that he must be elevated to a national hero, since he was the only Japanese staying to fight. He wanted to steer public opinion by claiming that Hyun-sung and Inukuso had appeared through an agreement with the government and had voluntarily refused additional support. He even ordered an announcement that the players who retreated were in fact protecting the city elsewhere. While the political play was being arranged, the battle outside also reached its climax. Hyun-sung confronted the leader of the winged humanoids head-on, creating violent lightning explosions. He inwardly admitted that the opponent was extremely strong as it continuously launched attacks that forced him to step back in search of an opening. A massive explosion erupted among 7 winged humanoids. The system reported that he had achieved a legendary feat by single-handedly slaying 10,000 monsters, and granted him the title Legendary Winged Humanoid Slayer. Only now did the real battle begin. Hyun-sung quickly prepared various supportive potions. When his health dropped below 10%, his eyes blazed as he activated his passive skill along with Legendary Fury. Instantly all his stats increased by 40%, but in exchange his physical and magical resistance were reduced by half. Golden Eagle also radiated an equally terrifying pressure. Its blue eyes shone brightly as lightning gathered with overwhelming force, let out a piercing screech, and charged straight forward at a horrifying speed. Two violent streams of energy crashed into each other, creating a fiery collision. Hyun-sung gritted his teeth and poured out all his strength to withstand it, a fleeting thought crossing his mind that this creature was truly stubborn, who knew how long it intended to keep struggling. If another passive ability activated, it would be troublesome. Seizing the moment of weakness, he immediately counterattacked, causing the monster to let out a miserable roar. From the fierce clash, a massive energy explosion erupted. The shockwave blasted everything around them away. Hyun-sung twisted midair and landed neatly, his expression as if declaring that he was the one holding the advantage. On the other side, Golden Eagle was gravely injured. It glared at Hyun-sung with resentment but was clearly at a disadvantage. He assessed that his opponent possessed considerable intelligence, so its reactions and judgment were extremely swift. Killing intent flared in his eyes. He decisively refused to give this monster any chance to escape. A layer of blazing red energy enveloped his body as he gathered momentum. Then he shot down from above like an arrow tearing through the wind. Golden Eagle had not even regained its senses before panic set in. Hyun-sung instantly activated the skill Bring to close the distance in the blink of an eye. He appeared right in front of it and thrust out a fatal strike straight through its body. A violent explosion rang out. The legendary entity was completely erased. All of it unfolded before the stunned eyes of Inukuso and the cameraman. Golden Eagle's corpse fell and then dissolved amid the hazy cloud of dust and smoke. Hyun-sung descended to the ground, breathing heavily after expending too much energy in the grueling battle. He muttered that he would probably have to sleep for several days straight to recover. On the live broadcast, millions of viewers erupted in joy, comments flooding in to praise the hero's extraordinary strength. Inukuso solemnly announced that Great had ended and ordered the stream to be cut off even though the audience still wanted to interview the main character. He also called on everyone to give the loudest round of applause to the two who had saved Japan. After ending the livestream, Inukuso turned to praise Kimura for excellently completing the filming task. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung slowly walked toward the ruins. He realized that the feeling of defeating this creature was completely different from when he had faced Hydra before. Suddenly spotting a weapon left behind, he let out a soft exclamation upon learning that the spear was of hero rank. From the wreckage, Hyun-sung picked up a cloak. The system immediately confirmed that it was the legendary Winged Overlord cloak, greatly increasing physical, magical, and lightning resistance, while also allowing flight with only a minimal amount of mana. Looking at the impressive stats, Hyun-sung smiled in satisfaction. It was truly a bargain. He immediately draped the cloak over himself, then soared into the sky to test his ability to fly. Feeling the remarkable agility, he realized the mana consumption was almost negligible. Once satisfied, he thought about the next skill book. A notification appeared about the legendary Heavenly Thunder skill, an active ability that imbued every attack with lightning power and caused instant paralysis, with no cooldown. Examining it more closely, he clicked his tongue and remarked that it resembled a weaker version of Black Dragon Breath, yet he still decided to fuse the two skills together. After that, Hyun-sung took out the unique legendary Heavenly Thunder King Armor book. It was an extremely powerful passive skill, significantly increasing physical, magical, and lightning resistance, and could be upgraded by absorbing defensive skills or items. Seeing such a rare grade, Hyun-sung could not hide his excitement. It truly was a unique legendary treasure. He immediately had the new skill absorb a series of old passives such as Sturdy Body, along with Stone Enhancement and Steel Enhancement to push his defense to the maximum. After tidying up the spoils, Inukuso stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "You have worked hard, master." Hyun-sung smiled and replied that he had also worked very hard. Amid the devastated scene, the sound of helicopter blades echoed. Distant noise instantly put him on guard. From the shadows, a group of men in black suits appeared, led by a long-haired man covering one eye. They all bowed and thanked player Hyun-sung for saving Japan. He responded indifferently that the credit did not belong to him alone, then looked toward Inukuso. An official hurried forward to shake hands and lavish praise on Inukuso. The subordinates behind also bowed, honoring him as a great captain. Faced with the flattery, Inukuso remained calm and said he had merely fulfilled his duty. Just then, more helicopters landed at the scene. Hyun-sung frowned slightly. When he saw the gray-haired man with a mustache step down, he immediately recognized Prime Minister Akunai. Accompanying him was a media team with cameras and reporters ready to work. Hyun-sung felt suspicion in his heart. Could it be they were planning another trick? Suddenly, the Prime Minister knelt down and made a clear declaration. He thanked the two of them for bringing peace to Japan. That action caught Hyun-sung slightly off guard. The officials behind also knelt, voicing their thanks in unison to the two heroes who had saved the nation. Watching this calculated display, Hyun-sung inwardly sneered that it was truly a staged performance. He glanced at his subordinate and signaled him to take advantage of the chance to appear before the cameras. Inukuso helped the Prime Minister to his feet and stated clearly that he had only done what he ought to do. Before the cameras, Akunabi emotionally thanked player Inukuso for risking his life to carry out the dangerous mission. Hearing the word operation, Hyun-sung suspected they were embellishing the story to win public favor, a fleeting thought of shattering this act flashing through his mind. Seeing reporters crowd around, he told himself to stay calm. For now, he would cooperate and see what they intended to do. He signaled Inukuso to follow the script. Inukuso immediately adopted a humble tone before the cameras, saying he had only fulfilled his duty. The Prime Minister went on at length about how when the government was preparing to defend Hiroshima, the two had taken on the dangerous mission of luring the winged tribe away, leaving him deeply grateful. Inukuso stood there, sweat beading on his forehead as he played his role. Akunabi even excitedly said he had not expected them not only to lure the enemy, but to completely annihilate the tribe. Seeing that, Hyun-sung's eyes turned cold as he calculated how to use this opportunity to gain great benefits. Immediately afterward, a grand commendation ceremony was held in the city center. The band's trumpet sounded solemnly beneath the clear blue sky. The Prime Minister stood atop a black limousine, waving to the cheering crowd. Hyun-sung and Inukuso quietly observed from behind. Cheers echoed through the streets. The people trusted the heroic image built by the government, and the parade marked a new step forward in Akunabi's career. When the commotion subsided inside a sealed room, Prime Minister Akunabi suddenly bowed to Hyun-sung, his voice trembling as he thanked him for saving the country. Hyun-sung looked at him coldly and replied with a mocking smile that of course he had to do so. He had preserved his dignity before the public all along. Akunabi forced a laugh. Haha, regarding that matter I sincerely wish to thank you once again. Hyun-sung replied with a faint smile, but his eyes turned sharp. Let me see what trick you plan to play next. Tell me how you want me to speak. He looked straight at the other man and coldly said that at the request of the Japanese government, the two of them had faced the Birdman tribe alone. You mean you want me to announce it that way and conceal the fact that you once intended to abandon Hiroshima City? Correct. In other words, you are asking me to keep your secret, are you not? The Japanese official broke into a sweat and lowered his head slightly, admitting that yes, that was indeed the case. Hyun-sung calmly asked in return, if I comply, what will you offer in exchange? The old official's expression grew awkward. He stammered that Japan had already transferred ownership rights of the dungeons on the two islands, so there was nothing more they could concede. Hyun-sung's gaze immediately turned cold. He lowered his voice and said, I am not satisfied with that. In that case, perhaps I should step outside and give an interview to the press right now. Direct threat made the official turn pale. He closed his eyes in defeat and hurriedly said, whatever you want, please say it, I will try to meet it. Hyun-sung smiled politely, I have no intention of making unreasonable demands. He slowly stated his first condition. All profits from the dungeons on the two islands must be completely tax-exempt for me, and do not think about circumventing it with any special regulations. The official was stunned upon hearing this, sweat beading across his forehead. Hyun-sung curled his lips in mockery. Look at that reaction. Were you truly planning to turn against me? Having been exposed, the old man hurried to explain that was not the case. I will guarantee tax exemption in clear, written form for you. Inwardly, Hyun-sung merely thought how utterly predictable. He glanced at the desolate scene outside the window and said, Kyushu Island has already become ruins, has it not? The official nodded in confirmation. The smile on Hyun-sung's lips was bright yet calculating. He made his final request that all of that land be granted to him free of charge. Although the area near the dungeon carried potential risks, the land there was still expensive, because hunters always needed equipment shops, restaurants, and lodging, and in Japan many entertainment facilities serving players had even sprung up. Returning to the negotiation table, the Japanese official was flustered by the land demand of the male lead. After some hesitation, he finally bowed his head in acceptance. But Hyun-sung did not stop. He said thoughtfully that there was one more matter he had carefully considered. He looked straight at the other man, and said that having all the credit attributed solely to him seemed somewhat unfair. The official's eyes widened. What do you mean? Hyun-sung reminded him that Inukuso was the one who had risked his life fighting the Birdman tribe. The old man could only nod in acknowledgement. He smiled meaningfully and asked how the Japanese government intended to reward Inukuso. The official replied that they planned to appoint him as chairman of the player association. Since Inukuso was an exemplary model, he would receive appropriate treatment. Hyun-sung appeared unsatisfied. Is that all? Seeing the other party's astonishment, he demanded that Inukuso also take on the position of Minister of Gate Management. The proposal made the official's veins bulge in anger. Hyun-sung coldly added that compared to the current incompetent minister, Inukuso would certainly perform far better. Seeing the man still hesitate, he asked directly, "You do not agree?" The official hurriedly explained that the ministerial position required cabinet discussion and could not be decided unilaterally. The male lead immediately mocked, "Or are you planning to appoint another person who understands nothing to the minister's seat?" He concluded that such unreasonable personnel decisions were precisely what had driven Japan into its current predicament. Under Hyun-sung's relentless pressure, the official could only remain silent as sweat streamed down. He closed his eyes and trembled, saying he would try to consider it as positively as possible. The next day, Hyun-sung concluded his trip to Japan and returned home. At the international arrivals hall of a Korean airport, he leisurely pulled his suitcase, with a look of satisfaction. Thinking of the benefits gained, he smiled softly in contentment, yet the joy did not last long. As soon as he stepped out of the security doors, he was overwhelmed by a sea of reporters and cameras waiting. The constant clicking of cameras and flashing lights made Hyun-sung pause. Seeing the crowd blocking the way, he muttered irritably, "Why are there so many?" He briefly worried about how he would get out. The sound of shoes and rolling suitcase wheels echoed amid the noisy scene. Once they realized the target was Choi Hyun-sung, the reporters grew even more frenzied. Although he wore a hat, glasses, and a mask tightly covering his face, he was still recognized. Flashing lights surrounded him non-stop. He inwardly lamented that even fully covered, he was still pursued, while thinking of a way to withdraw. Suddenly he halted when he saw a group of people in elegant black suits approaching him. He narrowed his eyes and recognized them as familiar faces from television. So they were presidential candidates. He thought to himself how bold they were to appear publicly to exploit his fame. One stepped forward to shake hands warmly and praised his trip. Hyun-sung only responded perfunctorily. Around them was a dense circle of cameras and reporters. Candidates all wore radiant smiles. They continuously waved and acted enthusiastic toward the hero who had just returned. Hyun-sung ground his teeth upon realizing he was being used as a tool to promote their policies. He inwardly resented being dragged out as their shield. "Too troublesome," he coldly said. "That is enough for today. I will take my leave first." The candidates expressed regret but still smiled, saying they had taken up his time. The reporters still would not let go, repeatedly asking whom he supported and which policies. Leaving the chaos behind, Hyun-sung quickly got into the waiting car. The car door closed, separating him from the noisy world outside. He removed his disguise and let out a sigh of relief. It truly was exhausting. Shin-jun, sitting in the driver's seat, teased with a smile, being that famous comes with hardship. Hyun-sung smiled and thanked her for her concern. Shin-jun simply replied it was nothing. The car sped along the highway toward the city center. Shin-jun suddenly said she was truly surprised by the speed of his leveling up. Hyun-sung casually replied that he had simply been diligent in hunting. Curious about the battle with Golden Eagle, Shin-jun asked him to recount the details. Hyun-sung enthusiastically gestured as he described his feat. Contrary to his excitement, Shin-jun suddenly became serious and scolded that he had nearly put himself in great danger. When the car stopped at a red light, she turned to reproach him for being so reckless. Hyun-sung was bewildered by her sudden attitude, only able to stammer, "Not only her." The news about his recklessness in Japan had caused those close to him to worry to the point of losing sleep. Hyun-sung merely smiled upon sensing that concern. While driving, Shin-jun continued to grumble, asking if he was listening when the light turned green. Seeing him still smiling, she asked irritably why he kept smiling. He replied that it was because he was happy to see her worry about him. His words made Shin-jun blush and deny it, yet she admitted she had indeed been somewhat worried. He looked at her with a teasing gaze. Finally, the two returned to the Immortal Guild headquarters. As soon as they met, Guild Master Kang Song warmly welcomed him, congratulated him on returning after achieving great merit, and asked whether managing the guild had become easier lately. Hyun-sung smiled and replied that everything was fine, only the reporters clinging to him were somewhat troublesome, but that was a price he accepted. Kang Song nodded, and then seriously reported that many investment proposals had been sent to the guild, and Hyun-sung did not hesitate to request that all of them be rejected. Kang Song said he had already handled it that way, and also reported that membership applications had surged, from domestic players to international experts, all hoping to stand under Immortal banner. Faced with that opportunity, Hyun-sung decisively accepted them all, even proposing to establish additional branches overseas. Kang Song hesitated briefly, because global expansion required enormous capital that the guild could not immediately manage. Hyun-sung calmly replied that he would handle the money, telling everyone to wait and see him settle it cleanly. At the United States Intelligence Headquarters, a report tracing Immortal's massive cash flow was submitted to the highest level. Upon hearing that the funds came from China, the President of the United States was astonished, because it was a nation that had once held deep hostility toward Hyun-sung and had never made official contact. An expert displayed documents and stated that the one holding real power in China now was Ma Bol-seok. Although he only bore the title of vice chairman, when the current chairman was merely a puppet, Ma Bulseok was the one truly deciding the nation's fate. Under that man's direction, China had officially sent an apology regarding the kidnapping and plot to harm Han Sung and his family. Immediately afterward, a massive fund equivalent to 30%, 5,000 billion USD, was transferred directly into the international investment company founded by Hyun Sung. If it was called compensation, that figure far exceeded all normal standards. A subordinate confirmed that this very cash flow was the foundation. It helped Hyun Sung build the powerful Immortal Guild as it was today, and everything began to become thought-provoking. All transactions were kept absolutely secret, causing many to wonder whether there was some special connection between the legendary Slayer Cup figures. Another official believed that hypothesis was too forced and speculated that China might have recognized Hyun Sung's true potential and chosen to back down. Amid the heated debate, the president slammed the table and demanded order. He emphasized that the past no longer mattered. What the United States needed to do was build a solid relationship with Hyun Sung. When asked about the possibility of uncovering a secret pact between him and China, a subordinate reported that Northeast Asia agents had not gathered anything further. Although difficult to intervene, because it was a relationship based on money, they believed there was still a gap to insert themselves. The president confirmed that China had invested without attaching any conditions. He coldly ordered that 1,000 billion stone dollars be offered to show goodwill. If cash was needed, the United States was ready to immediately spend $1,000 billion. However, he stressed that the benefits received must be worthy of that enormous investment. He continued to assert that the exchange conditions had to be commensurate with the value invested. At the Immortal Guild headquarters, a special guest appeared, introducing himself as the United States ambassador to South Korea, representing the will of President Winston. Hyun Sung could not help but be surprised when he learned that the person behind the meeting was the President of the United States. The ambassador mentioned the financial difficulties of Immortal global expansion. Hyun Sung admitted it and directly asked whether the United States intended to invest, receiving a goodwill nod, so he grew curious about the specific figure. The ambassador smiled and presented the amount of 1,000 billion stone dollars. Hyun Sung was stunned, even more astonished when he heard they could immediately pay $1,000 billion if he preferred cash. He inwardly marveled at the boldness of the American side when they were even willing to increase it if he was not satisfied. His gaze turned cold as he directly asked what conditions were attached. The ambassador requested that he stay in the United States as long as possible and participate in red events when legendary monsters appeared. Hyun Sung said he could travel or rest in the United States, but he had no intention of settling there long term. The ambassador stated they had prepared another plan and revealed Sarah, a player possessing a hero rank long-range spatial teleportation skill. Hearing that, Hyun Sung slightly narrowed his eyes in caution because excessive benefits often came with risk. The ambassador explained that Sarah could freely move between pre-marked points. Thanks to that, traveling between South Korea and the United States would occur in an instant. Hyun Sung realized this skill was no different from a hero rank teleport scroll worth 10 billion points per use. The United States pledged to dispatch Sarah to assist Immortal whenever needed. Seeing the clear benefits, Hyun Sung quickly agreed, but he also put forward an additional personal condition. The ambassador affirmed that they would meet all his requests. Instead of receiving money, Hyun Sung requested skill books. He demanded skill books worth $1,000 billion belonging to the healing, defense, lightning, and fire elements. The ambassador reminded him that the money was originally an investment from the United States government. Hyun Sung calmly replied that if the relationship between both sides remained strong, there would be no matter of reclaiming capital. The ambassador hurriedly agreed that as long as friendship endured, no one would mention recovery. A meaningful smile flickered across Hyun Sung's lips. The decisive handshake showed that he had poured all his strength into this deal. The historic agreement between Hyun Sung and the United States ambassador was officially signed. News that the United States invested $1,000 billion into Immortal immediately shocked the media. The entire world focused on Choi Hyun Sung, the man called the trillion-dollar player. Returning to the office, he prepared a series of medicines. The system continuously notified that passive skills such as Immortal Tome and Thunder King Heavenly Armor had leveled up. The active skill Black Dragon Breath had also grown significantly. Even so, looking at the towering stack of documents, he still wondered whether the leveling speed was sufficient. He stretched and thought that in 3 days more skill books would arrive. Hyun Sung asserted that if the quality was not enough, then quantity would make up for it. Everything had only just begun. He turned into a stream of purple smoke to continue his monster hunting journey. He messaged Lucia to come to the entrance of the Minotaur dungeon in LA, and he tore a teleport scroll to depart immediately. Clad in battle armor, Hyun Sung strode toward the dungeon. Lucia was already waiting and respectfully bowed to her master. He smiled and said it had been a long time since they hunted together. The two quickly stepped into the energy vortex. Light flashed and they fully entered the dungeon. 3 months later, in the triple darkness dungeon, the Minotaur, the giant roared and shook the space. Hyun-sung dashed forward like the wind, unleashing a series of powerful blows that gradually shattered the monster defenses. Before it could react, the opponent was completely overwhelmed. Looking at the devastated scene, Lucia admitted that hunting in a group was not simple, because the enemy was originally a solitary creature, so they had no other choice. He let out a heavy sigh, unsure how much time he had already wasted on this bunch. Seeing that it was time to stop, Lucia spoke up and suggested the group return since today was the deadline to collect skill books. Hyun-sung nodded lightly in response, "I understand." The two left the dungeon and headed straight back to the Immortal Guild headquarters. In the office, Hyun-sung stood before towering stacks of boxes and told himself this was the last batch to process. He gazed thoughtfully at the pile of documents, silently calculating how to finish packaging the skill books, worth $1,000 billion. Time to get to work, only diligence will earn plenty of points. Before him was a mountain of stacked skill books, just waiting to be absorbed into the system. A series of notifications rang out continuously, announcing that the unique legendary passive skill Immortal Tome had absorbed the rare natural regeneration skill. He muttered softly, "Stay calm, it is almost done." Suddenly, a shocking notification appeared, causing him to freeze. The unique legendary passive skill Immortal Tome has evolved into a unique demigod rank. Hyun-sung stood stunned and blurted out, "Demigod." Immediately afterward, the system recorded an unprecedented legendary achievement and granted the title of the first to possess a demigod rank skill. It did not stop there. The final notification confirmed he was the first person in the world to hold a unique demigod skill. He could not help but laugh in astonishment at how outstanding he was. Hyun-sung's eyes widened when he saw all his stats increase by 80 points thanks to the achievement he had just earned. He carefully reviewed the status of Immortal Tome. Although it had reached demigod rank, he was still curious about what that title truly meant. Reading the description closely, he realized he had nearly touched the boundary of immortality. His body would not die unless it was completely destroyed, and every injury would recover at an astonishing speed. Hyun-sung concluded that everything was becoming more favorable as he continued upgrading his other skills. The system notification sound continued without end. The skill Black Dragon Breath officially advanced from legendary rank to unique demigod rank. He wondered whether absorbing only low-level books would keep him from ever reaching mythic rank. The new skill allowed him to convert mana into the dark attribute to increase his power, and it also possessed a formidable ability to strip opponents of control over their lightning skills. He had to rack his brain to grasp the true meaning of this power. In a high-level government office, an official signed the final lines and asked his subordinate whether this was the last time they would do this. He received a firm answer from his subordinate. A gray-haired man with a dignified mustache still questioned whether the decision was right for the nation. His subordinate reassured him that security had been ensured, and if a legendary monster appeared, they could handle it without heavy losses. Another blonde official showed clear concern as he reviewed Choi Hyun-sung's power report. He could hardly believe that he possessed 4 growth-type skills, while Joseph, the top-ranked American player, had only 2 such skills, and both were merely hero rank. The gap in strength was far too great. The official's gaze darkened. He even thought it would be better to sacrifice themselves to eliminate monsters than to depend on an individual who was beyond their control. South Korea did not have only Choi Hyun-sung, but also many others who possessed legendary skills, while America had none. The bitter remark echoed as 3 radiant legendary books were presented as proof. The blonde official clenched his fist, understanding that if they continued relying on others to hunt legendary monsters, America would gain no real benefit, no different from swallowing poison. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy. The one holding the GMF position pleaded for them to trust American players one more time. The decision was made to pour in a larger budget to train this force. The blonde official ordered that individuals with growth-type skills be secretly sought out immediately. When asked whether he intended to devote all resources to nurturing them, he affirmed decisively that he did. He warned that although legendary monsters were currently the highest threat, no one knew what the future held. "Remember the chaos when hero-rank monsters first appeared. I will devote all my strength to persuading the Senate and the House," the GMF official declared firmly. Another member pledged that the Democratic Party would fully cooperate. The blonde official nodded, but still assigned an additional top-secret task to find every possible way to bring Hyun-sung to their side. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-sung sat leisurely at his desk and thought it had been a long time since he had checked purchase reviews. He read the comments about the TV set with DVD player priced at nearly 400 million points. Customers complained fiercely, demanding that the DVD player be sold separately because they did not want a surplus of televisions. Looking at the screen full of grievances, Hyun-sung could only laugh. It was indeed chaotic, but the product was still selling well, so there was no reason to stop. He smiled at the reproaches and told himself that no matter how much they complained, he would not separate the sales. The bundle continued to be sought after at nearly 600 million points, while below were countless pleas to sell more instant noodles, fried chicken, or Korean liquor. Seeing the increasing requests for tteokbokki and other dishes, Hyun-sung pondered how to handle it. He had 5,000 item listing slots. Lucia had another 2,000, more than enough to expand the product line. He glanced at Lucia, who was happily enjoying her bread. Hyun-sung asked her whether they should start selling food. Lucia thought for a moment before offering practical advice. They should first sell only processed foods to test the market response. Hyun-sung nodded and suggested instant noodles and frozen food. Lucia smiled in agreement since they could also sell microwave ovens to increase profits. Finding the plan reasonable, Hyun-sung decided to implement it immediately. In a distant palace, a silver-haired female expert, she was astonished when she received a notification about a newly listed item. Her eyes widened when she saw cup noodles appear at nearly 10 million points. She could not hide her excitement. She cheered when the item officially went on sale. After the transaction, rows of colorful noodle cups appeared before her, filling her with immense delight. Not stopping there, she continued to spend lavishly to buy chilled beer and even fragrant bags of fried chicken. Humming happily, she prepared for a feast to her liking. Just as she was about to reach out to take a piece of chicken, she suddenly paused. Looking at the chicken bag that was still cold, she suddenly realized she needed a microwave to use it. The silver-haired female expert cried out when she found what she needed. It was a brand 2 microwave oven, listed on the system by Choi Hyun-sung himself. Even though it cost nearly 200 million points, she confirmed the purchase immediately without hesitation. When the item appeared, she quickly plugged it in and placed the chicken bag inside to heat it. A moment later, she opened a chilled can of beer and prepared to begin her feast. The plate of chicken was now steaming. The enticing aroma spread through the air, making her inhale in delight. She picked up a piece, brought it to her mouth to taste. She drained the can of beer in refreshment and set it down firmly on the table. She quietly remarked that the flavor was quite special, but there was still something that made her feel regret. The piece of chicken looked completely different from the image she had seen on the DVD. Looking at the soft chicken on the plate before her, she clearly remembered that in the film they ate it crispy, not soft like this. At the same time, Hyun-sung's system kept notifying that all listed food had been sold out. He couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing consumption speed, and was certain the guild's upcoming revenue would skyrocket. While reviewing the stock with Lucia, he suddenly paused when he saw a new request from a customer. What now? They requested him to sell the type of chicken fried directly in hot oil. Hyun-sung immediately opened the food delivery app on his phone. A business idea sparked, making him muse internally. Let's go big, raise the price a bit and see the reaction. Right after, a flurry of delivery vehicles spread throughout the city to collect the hot meals exactly as he requested. At the warehouse, delivery staff continuously brought in large bags of food. Hyun-sung was already waiting to receive each portion. Lucia nimbly took the bags from the delivery staff's hands. The two laid out a series of B-brand fried chicken boxes on the table, along with pizza and side dishes ready to be listed for sale. Golden, crispy chicken and freshly baked, aromatic pizza promised to be extremely attractive on the marketplace. He held a golden piece of chicken in his hand. In the other world, the customer Vivip was fully satisfied, enjoying the crispy, rich flavor. Immediately, sold-out notifications kept appearing, showing the newly listed items vanished in an instant. Looking at his phone, Hyun-sung's eyes widened. How much did all this cost in the end? He realized that although the core customer group wasn't large, their spending power was astonishing. Seeing Lucia happily eating fried chicken, he thought that simply serving the Vivip group well would greatly boost profits. He decided from now on to closely monitor all reviews and feedback to further improve the service. Suddenly, the system displayed a new notification that stunned him. His mercenary rank had risen from rare to hero. Hyun-sung wondered why it happened so suddenly. What were the criteria for leveling up? Was there some mechanism measuring strength? The detailed panel confirmed he was a hero-class mercenary with balanced development stats, capable of handling any role from tanker, close combat assassin to mage and healer thanks to outstanding stamina and endurance. Seeing his personal information displayed publicly, Hyun-sung chuckled at the system's bluntness. He silently observed the mercenary support message appearing on the screen. Lucia explained that legendary-class mercenaries might directly come to recruit the owner. However, usually it was hero-class mercenaries who hired the owner to complete tasks. Hyun-sung calmly replied, "Thought it was something big, turns out it's just that." After thinking for a moment, he decided to try assisting the mercenaries. This surprised Lucia a little. She quickly composed herself and explained that the system operated flexibly. Even when hired, if the task was unsuitable, the owner could refuse at any time. Lucia added that by assisting mercenaries, the owner would have opportunities to interact with players of much higher rank. Hyun-sung was still puzzled. Was it really that important? Lucia smiled and said that if a close relationship was built with those masters, even without sufficient purchase level, the owner could ask them to buy rare legendary items. Hearing this, Hyun-sung immediately saw the great potential. Then not only mythical elixirs but even ultimate skill books could be within reach. Lucia nodded but reminded him the prerequisite was to meet the right people and earn trust. Nevertheless, she believed it wasn't an overly difficult task. He turned to thank her and then focused back on the system screen to prepare the next step. Suddenly, the system notified that owner Patricia had sent a request to hire mercenaries from Hyun-sung. Do you accept? Hyun-sung exclaimed, wait, I don't fully understand the situation, then turned to Lucia. Lucia, I've just been hired, she smiled encouragingly. Then please proceed. He nodded in agreement, then immediately vanished in a cloud of black smoke. In the blink of an eye, Hyun-sung traversed space and appeared at a majestic ancient castle. As soon as he landed, he struck. Before him was chaos, 7 long-horned monsters rampaging, inflicting severe injuries on humans. Hyun-sung quietly observed, oh, truly grotesque. A pink-haired girl in a maid outfit hurried over urgently. Please protect the castle. Looking at the new owner, he resolutely replied, I understand, my lord. Immediately, Hyun-sung launched in battle. A monster roared and approached, but he reacted swiftly, quickly gathering a massive purple energy sphere in his hands. A fierce explosion erupted. Purple beams crushed the monster, turning the battlefield into wasteland in an instant. The system kept notifying his achievements as he single-handedly defeated 300 high-level Axa monsters, earning the title Axa Hunter. Hyun-sung assessed that this seemed to be a hero-level monster. Looking at the scattered skill books among the corpses, he muttered, what's going on? Isn't this a loss for me? As Patricia approached, Hyun-sung coldly asked, have I done enough? No. Seeing him about to leave, Patricia burst into tears and shouted, all the loot dropped by the monsters you hunted, I'll give it all to you. Please don't go. Moved by her plea, Hyun-sung wiped sweat from his brow and replied, I understand, my lord. He silently mused, feeling as if he were playing the villain. The ferocious Axa pack continued sweeping through the resurrected red-haired monsters, earth-shattering. Not letting them run rampant, he immediately unleashed extremely strong purple energy waves, creating a series of tremendous explosions that shook the entire castle. Monsters were thrown under the pressure of magic, the scene engulfed in smoke. Amidst the fiery battlefield, he roared with immense power. Purple lightning bolts rained down causing the monsters to tremble and scream miserably. Watching the monsters struggle to rise, he assessed they were formidable opponents, highly resistant to skills, seemingly defensive monsters. Observing from above with a cold gaze, he declared, then one by one I will slash them all. Immediately, he plunged into the monster pack like a deadly whirlwind. Patricia also risked herself in battle, her face showing tension facing the giant entity. With terrifying speed, he unleashed ruthless slashes tearing through the enemy's defenses, causing them to meet a tragic end in a single breath, stepping among dissipating corpses. And a dust made enemy weapons fall everywhere. Witnessing his overwhelming power, Patricia was stunned in amazement. He swiftly closed in on a growling Axa. The desperate customer, face calm to a terrifying degree. He decisively swung his blade at the monster's head, finishing it instantly. Now everything balanced. He stood towering over the colossal corpse of the last Axa monster just defeated. Immediately, a system-shaking notification appeared, recording the legendary achievement, as he alone annihilated 10,000 high-level Axa, earning the title of Legendary Axa Slayer with full authority. Behind him, the guards who had witnessed the entire scene erupted into cheers, their shouts resounding with overwhelming excitement. Hyun-sung raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, telling himself that although he had achieved considerable results, perhaps he should not set any expectations too far beyond reach. At that moment, Patricia stepped forward and sincerely expressed her deep gratitude to him. She repeatedly praised him, affirming that a hero-rank mercenary truly stood on an entirely different level. Hyun-sung looked at her and curiously asked whether the master of this place was also a rare-rank mercenary. Patricia gave a slight nod of acknowledgement and said she had only awakened about 30 years ago. Therefore, she still had many shortcomings and needed to continue learning. Observing her somewhat timid demeanor, Hyun-sung silently judged that her strength seemed even inferior to Lucia. Patricia sadly admitted that seeing the rare-rank mercenaries unable to turn the tide, she had poured all her remaining accumulated points just to hire a hero-rank mercenary like him. She let out a relieved breath and said emotionally that thanks to you, I was able to keep this small life of mine. Right then, the system displayed a warning notification that the hiring time had only 10 seconds remaining. Patricia bowed deeply, showing her respect and offering her sincere thanks. Hyun-sung smiled in response and said there was no need to be so polite. If there was another chance, she could call him again. Patricia smiled softly, secretly hoping that one day she could become that strong as well. Soon after, Hyun-sung's body gradually dissolved into black smoke and returned to the real world under the girl's regretful gaze. A series of notifications appeared confirming the mission had been completed excellently, the hiring fee had been paid, and his credit points had also increased. Hyun-sung reappeared right in front of the familiar supermarket. Looking at the post-mission notification panel, Hyun-sung curled his lips in satisfaction, feeling that this time the rewards had slightly exceeded expectations. He silently listed what he had just obtained, from additional achievements to numerous skill books and precious magic stones. Sitting leisurely on the sofa, he sighed that he had even earned points as well, wondering how wasteful it had been not to make use of the mercenary system all this time. However, a strange line of text appeared on the screen, making him narrow his eyes in thought. What exactly were credit points? He immediately called Lucia. The other end quickly picked up. Hyun-sung smiled and said that he had returned. Lucia gently asked where he was and said that she was currently at the supermarket with his mother. Hearing that, Hyun-sung replied that she could take her time shopping, and once she returned home, the two of them would talk in detail. Lucia respectfully answered that she understood. Night fell and enveloped the luxurious villa. Hyun-sung stood outside the gate in advance to help his mother and Lucia carry the heavy bags inside. In the warm kitchen, his mother busily arranged the groceries. Lucia approached with a smile and congratulated her master on returning safely, looking no different from a capable wife. Hyun-sung grinned and said this trip had been as easy as a free gift, then suddenly remembered his doubt and asked Lucia about credit points. Lucia nodded and confirmed that she knew it was a type of evaluation score. She further explained that depending on whether the score was high or low, the mercenary window would display different content. Hyun-sung looked intrigued and asked if being well evaluated would increase the chance of being hired next time. Lucia agreed, but her expression suddenly darkened as she admitted that her low hiring rate was likely mostly due to poor evaluations in the past. On the system screen appeared Lucia's profile along with harsh comments calling her a traitor and a failure. Hyun-sung thought that for now he should continue supporting mercenaries, because if his score rose high enough, he might even attract legendary or hero-rank mercenaries. Just as he finished speaking, a notification sounded, informing him that the Master Guy Spirit had sent him a mercenary hiring request. He exclaimed in shock, "Huh, Guy Spirit?" But immediately after, another complaint notification appeared, causing him to freeze in confusion. It clearly stated that the 20 items Gaspirus had purchased were all under complaint, resulting in his shop being suspended for 3 days, and if not resolved within 4 days, it would be escalated to 3 months. Hyun-sung broke into a cold sweat, completely unable to understand what was happening. Lucia curiously asked who Gaspirus was. He explained in a low voice that it was their VIP customer, and the image of a majestic demonic entity surfaced in his mind. Lucia remarked that if it was that person, then she must be at least legendary rank or even mythical. Hyun-sung nodded in agreement that it was probably so. Lucia advised him to accept the request, because no matter how strong the other party was, she could not harm her master. Finding her words reasonable, Hyun-sung decided to personally go and see the situation. He quickly put on his battle armor and prepared to teleport. Lucia wished him success as Hyun-sung decisively pressed the accept button. Before his eyes, space shifted and he appeared inside a dark yet majestic palace. Observing his surroundings, he realized this was not a combat situation. In front of him stood a beautiful woman with black horns and long hair. She lazily asked when he had started supporting mercenaries. Hyun-sung calmly replied that it had only been a few hours ago. Red Spirit curled her lips in a smile and said it seemed he was quite famous, since earlier he had still been in a hired state. Hyun-sung scratched his head awkwardly and admitted that it was the first time he had been hired. Seeing that, the girl smiled with interest and said she had called him here because she had something to ask. He calmly told her to go ahead, but Gaspirus' question left him stunned. When will Part 2 of the Transformers movie be released? Seeing him dumbfounded, she continued to ask why Terminator already had Part 2, while that movie still had not appeared. The spirit even pressed further about the next installments of X-Men and Underworld. The male lead broke out in sweat, flustered and unsure how to respond. He could only say that because Part 1 was still selling extremely well, the sequel had not yet been released. Gaspirit's gaze turned icy as she asked again whether that meant it still did not exist. Hyun-sung hurriedly explained that some films had already released sequels, while others had not yet begun production. Gaspirit grew angry and said that if it already existed, it would certainly have been put up for sale immediately. A terrifying pressure spread out, making him tremble, inwardly confused, because the system stipulated that the master could not harm the mercenary. To appease her, he said that due to the immense popularity of the items, there had been issues with import, and he promised to provide them as soon as possible. Hearing that, the spirit gradually calmed down and showed understanding. She mused that his world had no monarch, so matters must be complicated. Seeing his puzzled expression, the spirit mentioned democracy. She understood that in the modern world there were no longer kings or emperors holding absolute power over life and death. Power belonged to those elected by the people, such as the president or the prime minister. Hyun-sung confirmed that was indeed the case. Sitting proudly on the throne, Red Spirit said she had thoroughly researched and believed that although his world had many constraints, it was also very interesting. Hyun-sung was astonished by her grasp of information and asked whether she was the monarch here. The sound of her heels echoed with authority as she stepped down. Spirit rose and firmly affirmed that it was so. I am one of the demon kings who rule the demon realm, her massive black wings spreading wide. From the butler and maids to the skeleton soldiers, all bowed in unison. Everything displayed reverence before the Supreme Master. The spirit turned to look at Hyun-sung and said she had a place she wanted to show him. She told him to follow her. The two of them walked side by side along corridors covered in works of art. Stopping before a spacious stone-tiled room, Gaspirus opened the door, stepped inside, then asked him what he thought. Prophet. Before Hyun-sung appeared an extraordinarily unique exhibition space. It displayed all the advanced technological devices he had once sold to her, from phones and adult toys to even a Nintendo Switch. She had also installed high-capacity charging stations to ensure every device was always operational. Hyun-sung could not hide his admiration. This space was truly impressive. Red Spirit gazed at her collection in satisfaction, affirming that he always brought something new and asking him to keep up that standard. Hyun-sung smiled and replied, of course, inwardly thinking that King Gay Spirit was not only his first customer, but also the most wonderful patron. Red Spirit suddenly asked if he knew how to play games. The protagonist modestly answered that he knew a little. The Demon King immediately issued a challenge: try competing with me in one match. Though he considered it an honor, Hyun-sung remained confident because the reflexes of a player far surpassed those of ordinary people. Red Spirit proudly declared that she was the #1 master online. The Demon King reminded him to prepare himself before starting. The two of them stepped toward the Street Fighter II arcade machine. He thought that no matter how good his reflexes were, the machine still had its limits, and since it had been a long time since he last held a joystick, he worried whether his skills were still as sharp. When the starting text appeared, the match officially began, but it did not take long for Hyun-sung to realize a harsh truth. Seeing his opponent move with glaring openings, he thought to himself, what is going on? Is she really this weak? While Gay Spirit poured all her focus into the match, he was stunned to find that his opponent only executed laughably basic combos. He counterattacked repeatedly, forcing the Demon King's character onto the defensive. Gas Spirit's health bar quickly drained to nothing in disbelief. Her face darkened, her gaze turning icy. Without giving his opponent time to regain composure, Hyun-sung's hands flew swiftly across the controls. He unleashed a relentless and powerful chain of combos. The letters KO flared brightly, signaling the end of the match. Staring at the screen, the protagonist broke into a sweat as he realized he had just achieved a flawless victory against a mighty Demon King. Vespirus screamed in shock, "What the hell is this?" then glared at him and shouted, "What did you just do?" Hyun-sung calmly replied that he had only used a combo chain. Vespirit repeated the word combo, and he simply nodded in confirmation. Refusing to accept defeat, the Demon King immediately moved closer to observe more carefully. The spirit stood closely behind him, eyes fixed on the screen. Two continued plunging into the tense duel, their hands never stopping on the controls. The quiet palace echoed only with rapid clicking sounds, noise from the game machine as both the Demon King and the mercenary focused intensely. The spirit clearly revealed her competitiveness as she tried to turn the tide. The battle lasted 8 straight hours without a break. Fatigue showed in Hyun-sung's eyes. He silently complained that he was starving. At that moment his stomach growled loudly in protest. The letters KO flashed brightly on the screen. This time the victory belonged to Gas Spirit. He exclaimed in excitement, "Good." Seeing his opponent delighted, Hyun-sung hesitantly called out Gas Spirit Nim. She turned back with a snort. He stood up and said, "I think I must leave now." The spirit asked in surprise why he was leaving so early. After he confirmed his intention, she sighed regretfully and said, "Very well, when I am free I will summon you again." Just as he was about to leave, Hyun-sung suddenly stopped and said, "I have one more thing to ask." Vespirus replied calmly, "Go ahead." He looked straight at her and asked whether spatial gates had appeared in Gas Spirit Nim's world. The Demon King remarked that he was too curious, but still answered frankly that of course they had. Yet her gaze deepened as she warned regretfully that she could not reveal what was about to happen in his world. Hyun-sung was stunned. Gaspirus coldly said that the world he lived in had not yet escaped that loop and explained that even as allies, revealing or interfering with a dimension that had not broken its chains would seriously violate the agreement that had been signed. Hearing that, he fell into thought over the implicit warning. He muttered an agreement, then his eyes sharpened as he asked who she had signed it with. In the vast hall, Gas Spirit sighed regretfully, and said that although she truly wanted to tell him the truth, at this moment she absolutely could not say more. Not giving up, Hyun Sung continued, "If I escape that loop, will I learn the whole truth about the monsters, and the reason players came into existence?" Looking at his resolute back, Red Spirit calmly replied that when the right time came, he would understand everything. She advised him to be patient and wait rather than trying to find the answers now. Hyun Sung gritted his teeth and replied, "Then I understand." He quietly realized that Gaspirus's attitude toward him was genuinely benevolent. Moreover, she had affirmed that the two of them were allies. He perceived that the dimensions of players were connected through skills, and the world he was living in was not opposed to them. Stepping closer to the Demon King, Hyun Sung spoke up. "The Spirit, I have a small request. I wonder if you can help," she calmly told him to say it. He looked straight at her and asked whether she could help him purchase a mythical rank skill book. Gaspirit curled her lips and asked if he knew its price. When he answered that he did not know, she casually said that even the cheapest one required hundreds of trillions of points. The enormous figure made Hyun Sung break into a sweat. Merely hearing it was dizzying. The Spirit explained that possessing it meant holding a fragment of divine power in one's hands. She affirmed that to obtain a true mythical rank skill, he would need millions of trillions of points. Hyun Sung asked in a trembling voice whether the cheaper ones she mentioned were demigod rank. Gay Spirit realized he knew about them and guessed that he must already possess one. When he admitted it, she could not help but praise him as truly formidable. Gaspirit judged that because of him the chances of this world breaking free from its chains would be higher. Hyun Sung focused on his new goal and asked Gaspirit, "Nim, how much a mythical rank spiritual medicine cost?" She replied casually that it was quite cheap, only about 6 billion points to buy. The male lead was secretly pleased that the price was still within his means. He could completely afford it. So, he immediately asked her to help purchase the divine grade potion for him. "Can you handle that on my behalf?" Gaspirit confirmed it was not difficult, but she coldly questioned why she should continue favoring him when she had already helped him so much before. Hyun Sung calmly assured her that he was willing to pay a corresponding price. Red Spirit revealed a meaningful smile, her tone almost provocative. "If you want to satisfy me with star points, at the very least you must consider the figure of trillions of points." Hyun Sung confidently replied that he would pay with something else, not points. Under Gaspirit's curious gaze toward that item, he asked her in return whether she knew what a short-range network was. Looking at the router device that appeared, the king still did not understand what it was. Hyun Sung explained that this was not a single-player game or a one-on-one duel, but a system that allowed a large number of people to participate at the same time. He recalled his school days when he had once connected a LAN in the computer room to play games with his friends. Even without the internet, the short-range network still could completely help everyone connect and interact with one another. The moment she heard that many people could play together, Red Spirit immediately showed interest. Hyun Sung confirmed this was an exclusive product, not yet released to the market, a system that allowed dozens to hundreds of people to chat and play simultaneously. Vesperus gave a decisive order. "Very well, bring it here first for me to see, then I will decide." Although he knew it was still early, Hyun Sung agreed and arranged for her to hire him again 3 days later. The king nodded in approval and signaled for him to withdraw. He teleported back. Hyun Sung stared at the notification panel in shock. Just by playing games together, he had earned nearly 1 trillion points. He removed his armor and told himself that he had to prioritize buying new equipment immediately. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he saw Lucia had been waiting there for who knew how long. She smiled and said he had stayed quite a while, then gently asked whether the trip had achieved its goal. Hyun Sung returned to the living room and found Lucia still patiently waiting for him. He asked in surprise why she had not gone to sleep, or was she waiting for him to return? Lucia softly answered yes. Seeing that, Hyun Sung gently told her not to stay up waiting next time, just rest well for her health. Lucia smiled and said she was still fine since she was not sleepy yet, and she was also reviewing products for the upcoming sales round. Hyun Sung curled his lips teasingly, "But I was not asking about that." His words made Lucia blush faintly, leaving her to mumble in response. To change the subject, she hurriedly asked how his trip had gone. Hyun Sung took a sip of tea and thoughtfully said that although everything was still vague, he believed the chances of success were very high. He quietly looked at the teacup, thinking about the Demon King's meaningful words. Hyun Sung muttered about the word shackles, admitting to Lucia that he still did not fully understand its meaning. But then he quickly brushed those thoughts aside. Well then, for now there was no other choice but to focus on increasing his strength. The next morning at the modern office building bearing the Higame sign, new plans began to be implemented. Hyun Sung dressed neatly and arrived to meet an important partner. The man wearing glasses smiled warmly and performed a friendly handshake with him in front of the bodyguards. Immediately afterward, at the warehouse area of Hay Mart, numerous large generators had been gathered according to plan. Hyun-sung stood beside the massive machines, carefully checking the specifications in preparation for transport. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification that the master Gaspirus had sent a mercenary hire request to Hyun-sung and asked whether he accepted. Without hesitation, he chose to agree and teleported to the Palace of Three Darkness. The spirit sat majestically upon the throne. She looked straight at him and asked whether everything was ready. Hyun-sung smiled confidently and replied that of course everything had been prepared. There was no need to worry. Spirit ordered him to begin installing them. Receiving the order, he set up the equipment right in the grand hall. In just a short time, rows of computers and tables with chairs were neatly arranged. He also installed a large server system to ensure stable operation. After finishing, he stepped back and reported it was done. The spirit stood before the unfamiliar machines and softly exclaimed in curiosity. Hyun-sung began the introduction, first explaining that games would become more exciting when many people participated together. He then displayed classic game titles one by one, starting with the strategic masterpiece. Next came the fantasy world of Lysitz. Finally, the screen shone brilliantly with the impressive images of Diax. Hyun-sung instructed Red Spirit on how to connect to the local network. One only needed to select the short-range LAN network to connect. When the Demon King asked in surprise whether such a thing existed, he explained that with this device, he had built a system so that thousands of people could participate in the game at the same time. He even joked that it was no different from a miniature gaming camp. The spirit remained skeptical, unsure whether playing with many people was truly enjoyable. Hyun-sung only smiled confidently. Just try it first. He skillfully added that once you are satisfied, please approve my request. Red Spirit curled her lips in agreement and ordered him to return to his world. 1 week later, the spirit leisurely walked along the corridor and admitted that when many people played together, the feeling was indeed completely different. However, she still wondered why such a good product was only being sold now. Hyun-sung calmly explained that, because the equipment was too bulky and consumed a great deal of fuel, he had to delay the business until now. He added that the preparation was still not fully complete. Red Spirit curiously asked how he planned to price the fuel when it went on sale. Hyun-sung scratched his head and laughed practically, saying he intended to set the price slightly higher than high-capacity plug-in batteries. Realizing that ambition, Gaspirus mocked whether he intended to sweep up everyone's points. Immediately afterwards, she decisively threw a bag toward him and told him to take it first. The spirit generously gifted him 500 doses of myth-grade spirit medicine as a present. The male lead stood stunned as he caught it, realizing even the bag itself was of legendary grade, with convenient space. Inside were 500 doses of supreme stat-enhancing spirit medicine, worth at least 3 trillion points. Faced with such generosity, he silently admired her willingness to spend and asked whether he could purchase more. The spirit smiled and said it was no problem, as long as you paid enough points. I can help you buy as much as you want, but remember that nothing is given for free. I also have a condition. Hyun-sung immediately replied, please go ahead and say it. The Demon King pointed at the star's screen and suggested that this time the two of them should play a match against each other using that game. Realizing the opportunity, the male lead calculated that he would show her a few professional strategies to score points with this Demon King. A look of confidence was clearly visible on his face. Back at the villa, Hyun-sung lay down thinking about the new business plan. He believed that selling DVDs recording top-tier game matches would bring enormous profits. To achieve that, he told himself that he had to acquire a game production company in order to control all supply sources. Looking at the elixir pouch on the table, he decided which dose to start with to boost his stats. Hyun-sung held a dose of the legendary elixir in his hand meant to increase stats. According to system info, each dose increases 1 magic point, but only effective for players with stats below 500. He recalled previously spending 6 billion points just to restore 1 stat. He reminded himself to be extremely careful using these precious items. Then he handed a handful of elixirs to Lucy. She asked if her master had successfully used them. He nodded quickly yes. Lucia received the elixirs, bowed, and said thank you, master. However, she still wanted to return the points she had spent to buy them. Hyun-sung smiled and waved it off. Come on, don't be formal, consider it my gift. Lucia remained insistent. He had to explain that he intended to give them freely. If she took the points, it wouldn't be fair. He emphasized, consider this a reward from the monarch. Your strength will help me more. Lucia finally bowed in agreement. I understand, master. Soon after, his father and younger brother Yuzin returned with their gear on their backs. Hyun-sung approached. Father, can you now distribute the unused stat points? His father froze and asked if it was true. Hyun-sung smiled and confirmed, yes, the elixir usage is complete. His father excitedly said, then let's add them immediately. Hyun-sung turned to ask his brother if he knew how to view the status board. Yuzin promptly replied, yes, brother. He patiently instructed, listen, click here and there. Yuzin looked puzzled, like this? Seeing his brother do it correctly, Hyun-sung praised, "That's right, you learn fast." Yuzin excitedly exclaimed, "I did it." His father also could not hide his joy at his progress. Next, the scene shifted to a modern office building. Sitting at his desk, Hyun-sung flipped through documents, thinking everything in the US is settled, now on to Canada. His determined gaze set on completing the acquisitions of the companies first. Hyun-sung began a plan to acquire a series of major technology and entertainment companies. Strategic handshakes and the successful acquisition of ND Soft, along with shares of CA Entertainment, causing media buzz about the emergence of a tycoon. People wondered about the true purpose behind the bold moves of the Immortal Guild. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung maintained relations with Demon King Gay Spirit, introducing new entertainment products. He did not hesitate to share secrets regarding skill books for close allies. Back at the office observing the market, Hyun-sung thought upgrading skills must be temporarily set aside. He noticed skill book prices skyrocketing crazily in both the real world and the system. Scrolling through the item list to find something useful, he suddenly paused at the mount section. The exchange displayed a Red Racket Hero class mount at nearly 30 billion points. His attention was drawn to a low-level legendary humanoid golem near 30 billion points. He was astonished. According to the description, this golem looked exactly human, used magical stones for energy, self-repairing, fixed level 300. Hyun-sung was shocked by the high price. The system was harsher than capitalists. Fixed level means it cannot be increased. The system still allowed purchase of level 600 golem for 30 trillion points. He smiled with satisfaction. A perfect choice as a bodyguard for his mother and sister. Family comes first. He thought to himself, a level 400 golem at 3 trillion points is nothing to his wallet. A notification asked if he wanted to purchase a mid-level legendary golem. He chose yes, believing more insurance is better. Instantly, a blue-black energy sphere appeared in the middle of the room. Hyun-sung stared at the strange object. "What the hell is this?" Curiously touched the glowing sphere. The system confirmed Hyun-sung had registered as the owner of Golem. Activation process of the legendary golem began. The system requested he set its appearance. Hyun-sung observed slowly, exclaiming with delight. Hyun-sung decided to use his mother as the model for the golem's appearance. The blue-black energy sphere contracted and shone brilliantly, gradually forming a woman with long blue hair, sad eyes. Wearing the elegant suit, the golem knelt, bowing before its master, showing absolute obedience. Seeing the new entity, Hyun-sung thought it was like looking at a real android. He curiously asked if it could understand what he said. The golem with sharp blue eyes replied, "This body has basic language translation skills." Hyun-sung gaped, asking further if it could learn new languages. Golem confirmed, with sufficient information, she can master a new language in a day. This impressed him. He continued asking if she could change her voice. Receiving an affirmative answer, the golem asked how he wanted the tone changed. Hyun-sung decided a middle-aged female voice was most suitable, but the golem needed a sample. He opened a clip on his phone, a noblewoman handing over money, saying, "I have given quite a sum. Take this and part for my son." Hearing the sample, the golem perfectly replicated the stern voice. "I have given quite a sum. Take this and part from my son." "Oh no, mother demands separation," the golem asked. "Did I get it right?" Hyun-sung was astonished, then asked if the appearance could be adjusted. The golem confirmed with enough magic stones. Hyun-sung was relieved. He decisively handed over the glowing purple stone. She began transformation. Hyun-sung took out his phone. He viewed the image of the beautiful girl and gave it to the golem. Blue magic covered the golem, blue hair turned bright pink. The transformation ended. Before him was a charming girl with pink hair and stylish attire. Hyun-sung looked from the phone to the golem, astonished. This is completely a doppelganger. Hyun-sung's eyes deepened. He thought, now I must create her identity. After consideration, he decided Ma Bunsok would be safer, immediately calling to prepare identification papers. A Daehang Mingguk passport was prepared to legalize the golem in the human world. Observing the newly human-formed golem's handling, tasks from housework to office work, Hyun-sung assessed, though low in creativity, compatibility and adaptability were excellent, much better than the doppelganger soul. When satisfied with the new bodyguard, his phone rang, a call from Inukuso. Hyun-sung picked up. "Hello, what now?" On the line, Inukuso seriously reported the Japanese government is beginning to plot. Hyun-sung was suspicious. Inukuso explained, the price he must pay is too high. They played the national asset card to exert pressure, reporting the latest developments. Hyun-sung frowned, annoyed. Are these guys trying to trick me? Inukuso reported that the operation to clear the monsters on Kyushu Island was nearly complete, and the entrance fees for the dungeons in Shikoku had been fully paid to his investment company. Hyun-sung lowered his voice and slowly asked about the attitude of Japanese public opinion. Inukuso reported that the supporting forces remained fairly stable. However, if the attacks from the media continued, his position in Japan would certainly be affected. Hyun-sung replied coldly that no matter what, he would never return anything to the Japanese government. What belonged to him was not so easy to take back. Inukuso assessed that in fact the Japanese government had no intention of demanding it back immediately. In his view, this was merely a preparatory step to guide public opinion and pave the way for long-term plans behind the scenes. Hyun-sung's eyes turned cold for a moment. He thought to himself that perhaps he would have to use that card sooner than expected. It was all brought upon yourselves. Immediately afterward, a shocking announcement was released. The Immortal Guild declared that it would devote all profits from the dungeons in Kyushu and Shikoku to reinvest in the local community. They prioritized building schools, hospitals, and residential areas. This move caused an uproar in Japanese public opinion. Countless praises appeared, claiming that he had bestowed a tremendous favor. Some even said that without him everything would have turned out differently. Kyushu branch of the Immortal Guild officially debuted amid a warm welcome. At the opening ceremony, the guild representative declared that the Japanese branch had been rebuilt from the ruins, headquartered in Kyushu, and would develop sustainably alongside the local region. In order to recruit talent, Immortal announced a special corporate card for members, granting them up to a 30% discount on entrance fees to the dungeons managed by the guild. The overly attractive benefits drew thousands of local players rushing to apply for membership. After only 1 week of operation, the number of members in the Japanese branch had surpassed 1,000. Hyun-sung leisurely scrolled through his phone, the corner of his lips curling slightly when he saw that the prey had taken the bait. Another name had fallen into his basket. He told himself that although he suffered considerable losses for now, investment had never been charity. The ultimate goal was still to hold all the dungeons and players firmly in his hands. Only by possessing both could he create an unimaginably vast fortune. Meanwhile, in Japan, an elderly official angrily slammed the table and furiously berated his subordinates. He scolded them as idiots for failing to realize this was not assistance, but the nation's territory being seized bit by bit. Another subordinate, with a disdainful look, claimed that the public was easily swayed by emotion rather than reason. That man believed that without careful explanation, the crowd would not even be able to distinguish right from wrong. The elderly official lowered his voice and demanded a detailed report on the land and shares Choi Hyun-sung had acquired. A subordinate replied that most of the key lands were already in his hands, and the pace of acquisition was still proceeding at a frightening rate. Although the large corporations were still struggling to hold out, more than half of the small and medium-sized enterprises in Kyushu and Shikoku had successively fallen under the ownership of Choi Hyun-sung. Asked about the situation of the warriors, the red-haired young man reported even more shocking news. More than 70% of the players active in the region had officially joined the Immortal Guild. The rest were mostly members affiliated with large or mid-sized guilds. This information enraged the elderly official. He ground his teeth and cursed them as despicable traitors. Another official admitted that Choi Hyun-sung's strategy was too perfect, almost without flaw. Thanks to the 30% discount on dungeon entrance fees, players who did not join Immortal were even mocked by public opinion as fools. Even within the large and mid-sized guilds, signs of wavering had appeared. Some had begun to consider leaving. The elderly official shouted helplessly, unable to understand why they could not see such an obvious trap. The situation at this moment truly pushed the Japanese authorities into a difficult position. The subordinate could only blame the ignorance of the public and the selfishness of the players. It was truly ridiculous to fail and only know how to shift responsibility onto others. Amid the tense atmosphere, the red-haired young man smiled faintly with calculation, glancing at his smartwatch and silently certain that his master would be satisfied with this news. At the guild headquarters, a system notification suddenly appeared, informing that the owner of the Tapkyo had sent a mercenary hiring request to Hyun-sung, asking whether he would accept. While pondering in his office, Hyun-sung murmured that name, feeling as though he had heard it somewhere before. Without hesitation, he decided to first go and see what the situation was. He immediately chose to accept and vanished in a swirl of black smoke as he teleported away. Hyun-sung appeared in majestic battle armor in the courtyard of a palace. A place imbued with an ancient Eastern architectural style. High-hanging lanterns and a brilliant lotus pond created a peaceful scene. Observing his surroundings, he wondered whether this did not seem like a battlefield. Suddenly, a gigantic entity with long horns and powerful patterns on his chest appeared. That man glared and asked whether he was Choi Hyun-sung, the one selling those DVDs. Hyun-sung calmly confirmed that it was indeed him and politely asked the reason for the summoning. The giant's face immediately twisted in anger. That man shouted and demanded to know why he did not sell the DVDs individually. It turned out that this was the very customer Vivip who had once left harsh complaints on the system. Faced with that somewhat unreasonable anger, Hyun-sung remained silent, not knowing how to respond. Looking at the highest-rated review on the screen, he suddenly realized that the writer was the very customer before him. The giant smugly admitted it was him, his eyes full of suspicion when he saw that he had read that review. That man grew even angrier when Hyun Sung continued to keep a calm smile. You still dare to laugh in front of me. His eyes gleamed with menace at that composed attitude. The Tap Q roared loudly, claiming that he was looking down on him by reading the review yet ignoring the complaint, even pointing at him and accusing him of thinking that a few points allowed him to be arrogant. In response, Hyun Sung merely curled his lips slightly with hidden meaning. That action was no different from adding fuel to the fire, causing the Tap Q to grow even more furious. That man roared, a blazing red aura of fire erupting around him with overwhelming pressure. Hyun Sung remained calm and reminded him that according to the rules it was forbidden to attack mercenaries, whether he intended to break the law. The reminder made the Tap Q grind his teeth, his hands trembling as he restrained his anger. Although trying to stay calm, that man still demanded irritably to know the real reason why he would not sell the DVDs separately. Hyun Sung smiled and explained that due to the circumstances of the world he lived in, he could not disclose the specific reason. The Tap Q snorted coldly, claiming it was merely an excuse to drive up prices for more profit. Hyun Sung calmly denied it. He asserted that it was not so and hoped the other party would trust him. The Tap Q crossed his arms and warned that if he continued doing business in such a reckless manner, sooner or later he would run into trouble. Hearing that, he replied seriously that he would remember the advice. However, the Tap Q still did not let it go and continued to ask when he would agree to sell the DVDs separately. Hyun Sung frankly said that even he did not know when that would happen. Hearing that answer, the Tap Q's attitude suddenly changed. That man revealed a distressed expression and began pleading that selling goods without being cursed at would not that be better. That man even reminded him to be careful with complaints, because if his business were suddenly suspended, it would be very troublesome. Hyun Sung smiled in thanks and said he would carefully remember the reminder. Faced with that tactful reply, the customer Vivip could only sigh, then clasped his hands and suggested that the two sides cooperate peacefully. However, Hyun Sung interrupted, saying he had another proposal. Under the other party's curious gaze, he suggested installing a short-range telecommunications network, causing the Tap Q to stare blankly and ask what that was. Hyun Sung patiently explained the benefits of a LAN network. The two sat down to discuss, but after listening to the explanation, the Demon King's expression gradually became gloomy. His eyes lowered, filled with suspicion. He slammed his hand down on the table with a loud bang and growled angrily, "Stop right there. Do not even think about instigating me again. I absolutely refuse to get involved in that scheme." Faced with that fierce reaction, he merely lowered his head slightly and replied calmly, "I understand, master." He glanced at the system clock and politely asked whether there were any other tasks that required his handling. The client still stubbornly clung to his original intention, lowering his voice yet keeping it forceful as he demanded to purchase the DVD separately. However, Hyun Sung answered firmly as before, "That is absolutely impossible." Sensing the atmosphere growing increasingly tense, he tactfully asked whether the man had any other requests. The client could only let out a helpless sigh, shaking his head in frustration at the other side's unyielding stance. Seeing that, Hyun Sung smiled politely and said, "If there is nothing else, I will take my leave and return to my own space." Immediately, the client widened his eyes and shouted that the minimum rental period had not yet ended, then arrogantly ordered him to stay and continue serving. Yet he remained composed and asked again, "Did you not just say there were no further tasks to assign?" He even emphasized that even if the client voluntarily terminated the contract, the minimum fee still had to be paid in full. Those words left the client stunned, and he exclaimed in shock, "What is that?" He smiled and bowed once more. "Then I will take my leave." He walked away leisurely, not forgetting to remind the VIP guests to continue supporting the products he would provide in the future. Hyun Sung dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, leaving the client sitting blankly at the tea table with an enraged expression. The old man gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down as he realized he had just been outplayed. Looking at the transaction record panel, he went mad and roared, "Aishiba, what a swindler," then immediately sent another rental request in hopes of dragging him back. But a notification sounded to signal that the request had been rejected. The system clearly displayed that the hero-ranked mercenary Choi Hyun Sung refused the client's offer. When night fell, Hyun Sung returned to his villa and lay stretched out on the bed in relaxed comfort. Seeing his balance surge dramatically, he smiled in satisfaction. Earning points this easily was truly a bargain. Just then, a notification rang out. Master Fu Baixiu had sent a new rental request. Hyun Sung chuckled in delight. "Oh ho, this is interesting," then decisively pressed accept and continued his journey, appearing in the midst of a dark dungeon. Before him stood a warrior clad in purple-silver armor exuding an imposing aura. After completing the mission and returning to his room, Hyun Sung removed his disguise and let out a bored sigh, wondering why everyone was so hot-tempered. Though somewhat troublesome, he quickly brushed it aside. "Whatever, it has nothing to do with me." Lying on the bed, Hyun Sung focused on the system screen displaying his status parameters. Pondered when his accumulated points would finally surpass the mark of 1 quadrillion. His gaze stopped at a new item called the Spirit Stone. He narrowed his eyes to examine the details. Was the summoning rate not 100%, even though it cost nearly 300 billion points? Extremely expensive, yet, having just earned a large sum, he decided to try his luck once and firmly pressed purchase. A confirmation notice appeared asking whether he was sure he wanted to buy this non-refundable item. He did not hesitate to select yes. A chime sounded announcing that he had obtained a legendary grade Spirit Stone. Legendary. Hyun-sung carefully admired the stone engraved with glowing ancient characters in his hand. Though he told himself he disliked gambling, he still reassured himself that taking one more risk would probably be fine. The moment he pressed confirm on the system screen, he crushed the gem without the slightest hesitation. The room fell silent. Hyun-sung stared blankly at his empty hands, wondering if that was all. A wave of disappointment flooded his heart. He sat down heavily on the floor in frustration, blaming himself for recklessly wagering on chance. Suddenly, fierce blue lightning crackled behind him, startling Hyun-sung into a cry. Amid the brilliant current of electricity, a plump golden cat appeared. The system announced that a lightning spirit had been successfully summoned. Hyun-sung sat still, staring at the newly summoned entity. He gently stroked the soft, glossy golden fur of His Majesty. But when his attention fell on the collar before its chest, he could not help being stunned at the clearly engraved name Dong Yi. He blurted out, "Is this not Dong Yi?" The golden cat bared its teeth and let out a spirited cry, tiny arcs of electricity crackling around its body. Immediately, a notification panel appeared. The lightning spirit requested to form a contract with player Choi Hyun-sung. "You agree?" he asked blankly. "What is this?" Meanwhile, the little kid gazed at him with sparkling eyes and let out several soft meows. Not wanting to delay, Hyun-sung quickly pressed the accept button on the screen. When the contract was established, the cat Dong Yi emitted a dazzling surge of blue lightning. It shot straight into Hyun-sung's chest. He felt a new source of energy surge and merge with his own magic power. Mystical black smoke enveloped his body during the fusion. System confirmed that you have obtained the active skill Legendary Spirit Art. With the contract complete, Hyun-sung remained seated on the floor in a daze. The golden cat immediately leaped onto his shoulder with proud elegance. Hyun-sung rubbed his new companion's head and said, "From now on your name will be Dong Yi." The cat half closed its eyes and let out a sweet meow in response. Looking at that adorable appearance, he felt moved as if Dong Yi had truly returned. Hyun-sung smiled and instructed, "From now on I will be counting on you," receiving an excited series of meows in reply. To test his new power, Hyun-sung entered a dark dungeon with Dong Yi perched on his shoulder, stepping into a corridor of cold stone. Beside a narrow turn, a sword slash infused with magic shot forward. A chilling black arc tore through the body of a giant green orc. Monsters roared in fury and then charged madly to surround the intruder. Without giving them a chance to approach, the cat Dong Yi leaped high into the air, its eyes blazing with blue lightning, its entire body crackling with powerful sparks. A storm of lightning struck down, making the monsters howl in agony under the terrifying destructive force. Clad in imposing armor, Hyun-sung curled his lips in satisfaction. It seemed their coordination was quite seamless. Just then, a system notification interrupted his thoughts. Master Patricia had sent a rental request to Hyun-sung. "Do you agree?" he said in surprise. Patricia. The image of a pink-haired maid surfaced in his mind, and he recalled she was the first person who had ever hired him. With Dong Yi sitting on his shoulder, Hyun-sung thought to himself that although he felt somewhat guilty toward Patricia, he hoped that this time the number of monsters would be as large as before. Patricia burst into tears and sobbed, begging you not to leave. "You may take all the stones, magic, and items. I only ask that you protect me and the other players." Faced with that plea, Choi Hyun-sung calmly replied, "I understand, master." He stood amid the devastated landscape in his authoritative black armor, ready to face the imminent danger. Looking around at the knights being overwhelmed by the lizard monsters, he remarked softly, "What a complete mess." Corpses lay scattered across the ground, while the fang-bearing monsters continued to howl in frenzy. He was surrounded by a pack of lizard creatures gripping tridents tightly in their hands. Hyun-sung's eyes flashed red with killing intent as he coldly ordered, "Stop." In that very instant, a surge of energy erupted. A massive surge of dark purple energy erupted violently, sweeping across and blasting the monster horde away amid resounding screams. Hyun-sung swung his sword, creating slashes imbued with a gloomy aura. The blade tore through the enemy's hardened scales, bringing them down in the blink of an eye. He loudly called out to Dong Yi. The chubby golden cat immediately leaped into the air, letting out an excited cry as it joined the fight. Hyun-sung gave a commanding order to the spirit, "Whoever dares set foot in this castle, I will burn them all without sparing a single one." Dong Yi responded with a powerful roar, showing absolute obedience. Obedience. He stood surrounded by the lizard gods, their weapons raised and ready. Narrowing his eyes to observe, he realized they bore the traits of the dragon race. "Let me check." Hyun-sung immediately charged straight into the center of the Naruku swarm. Sharp blade slashed across the opponent's flesh, Green fluid splattered everywhere. Amid the dense dark aura, he activated the skill Dragon Blood Claw. The sword in his hand continuously absorbed power from the enemy. He quietly remarked that it had been a long time since the Dragon Blood sword had been this well fed. Immediately after, he activated Dragon Blood Armor. A dark explosion shook the entire castle courtyard. Everything within the area was swept clean. The enemies fell one after another. Until next time, the system continuously announced achievements as he single-handedly defeated 300 high-level Naruku and earned the title Naruku Hunter. Hyun-sung smiled calculatingly. This time he would make it big and stir up a worthy storm. Dongwai was no less impressive, firing blue lightning bolts that paralyzed the lizard gods. Suddenly a thunderous roar erupted, making the air seem to freeze. A series of notifications appeared warning that he had been hit by a fear-inducing skill, his body paralyzed for 10 seconds. Fortunately, his unyielding spirit and undying faith activated, reducing the effect to only 1 second. Hyun-sung was stunned and blurted out, "What is going on?" Before him appeared a colossal entity, its blazing red eyes staring down with immense pressure. The ground shook violently, and the surrounding buildings emitted heavy rumbling sounds. The male lead frowned. This situation was far from simple. Before him stood a gigantic lizard warrior, muscles bulging, clad in heavy armor and wielding a sharp trident. The pressure from those crimson eyes made him briefly consider retreating. But seeing the lightning spirit on his shoulder, he regained his composure. Might as well try. Dongwai, advance. Golden Cat immediately charged forward with a resounding roar. It transformed into a blue bolt of lightning, closing in at terrifying speed and slamming a thunderous strike into the armored chest of its opponent. Lizard God glared furiously. It let out a piercing roar, and despite the ambush, it remained standing firm while tightening its grip on the weapon. Dongwai continued moving agilely, searching for a weak point. A lightning explosion detonated right before the monster, making it falter in pain. Amid the devastation, Hyun-sung told himself he had thought he was completely immune to mental attacks. He calmly observed, wondering whether his current strength was enough to end this battle. Dongwai unleashed lightning in succession, eroding the enemy's defenses. Gigantic lizard god roared madly. It swung its trident and charged in for a direct attack. The system warned that he had been hit by a control skill, but immediately afterward confirmed he had completely resisted it. He curled his lips in satisfaction, just as expected. The 3 trillion spent on skill books was truly worth it. Yoon-sung shouted, his sharp gaze directed at the swarm of Naruku rushing in. The lizard soldier attempted a sneak attack from behind, but he had anticipated it, murmuring that everything was unfolding as he calculated. The giant monster opened its mouth in a roar and swung its trident straight at its target. Despite the immense pressure, Hyun-sung still activated Dragon Blood Armor. A blazing red current enveloped his body. He dashed into the monsters like a red bolt of lightning, but the attack left only a small scratch on its armor. This defense was truly tough. In an instant it counterattacked. The blow sent sharp pain coursing through him. Amid the rubble, Hyun-sung forced himself up, thinking that without Dragon Blood Armor, he would not have endured. Before he could catch his breath, the trident tore through the air straight toward him. He swiftly dodged to the side, immediately countering with a powerful slash aimed at the opponent's neck. But the armor was too thick to penetrate. The clashes sent bright sparks flying in the night. Feeling the heavy pressure, he calculated silently. This one was truly troublesome. The trident struck down again near his feet. Amid the cloud of dust, Hyun-sung stood firm within the red lightning. With cold eyes, he laughed in challenge. "Let us see who lasts longer." The monster screeched in fury. An explosion of energy erupted at the center, blasting everything around away. Hyun-sung poured out his full strength, channeling power into his sword to break the opponent's armor. Dongwai unleashed a massive surge of blue lightning in support. Pressure forced him back. He stomped his foot to steady himself. 7 other Naruku began rushing in as reinforcements. He curled his lips in disdain, his hands igniting with blazing flames. The flames erupted violently, engulfing the enemies in a sea of fire. Their screams rang out before gradually fading as they were burned to ashes. Standing amid the sea of flames, he concluded their magic power was low, so fire was sufficient. The leader tightened its grip on the trident, preparing for a more ferocious counterattack. Yoon-sung's eyes flashed with lightning. He focused intensely, believing he could bring it down. The monster swung its weapon, but he transformed into a red bolt of lightning to evade and counter. Rapid slashes descended in relentless succession. The scales were torn apart, and the armor began to suffer damage. The enemy's sturdy armor gradually developed visible cracks. He poured all his strength into the decisive blow, swinging his sword in a clean thrust straight into the monster's chest. The Alpha Naru suddenly erupted with a menacing surge of purple-black energy. It roared, shaking the very air, its eyes flashing with savage light. The sweeping strike of its trident tore through the wind, forcing he to brace himself to withstand it. He cried out in shock as the situation reversed too quickly, the crushing pressure bearing down and forcing him to grit his teeth and endure. could hardly believe that the monster grew stronger toward the end of the battle, the situation turning even more dire as his recovery items were nearly depleted. Amid the blazing sea of red flames, the monster howled, its aura so intense that the air seemed to freeze. Even the companion cat was exhausted, panting and unable to provide support, leaving he no choice but to end the battle as quickly as possible. At that moment, the system notified him that his health had fallen below 10%, activating a passive skill along with legendary rage. He had been waiting a long time for this explosive moment. The corner of his lips curled upward as his strength, speed, mana, and spirit all increased by 40%. Although his defense dropped significantly, he still trusted his plan. He relied on the dragon blood armor to endure all of the opponent's attacks. His gaze turned icy and resolute, believing that even if the shockwaves pierced his defenses, he could instantly recover thanks to the power of the Book of Immortality. Both sides unleashed their full power, energy colliding violently across the battlefield. The battle was suffocatingly tense, truly a climactic showdown. His blade pierced through its thick hide. The strike made the monster shriek in agony. Seizing the opportunity, he slipped behind it, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. But the monster quickly sensed his intent and reacted in time. It spun its trident horizontally to block. However, in his fully enhanced state, he completely overwhelmed it, launching relentless attacks, leaving the opponent no chance to respond. Finally, a clean and decisive slash was unleashed, and the monster fell, bringing the battle to an end. Victor was Hyun Sung. This was truly a spectacular sight. Everyone remember to leave a like.